Sportsman Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The sideline's empty. The Rams will win it 30-22. A Thursday night football triumph over the New Orleans Saints.
Rams Radio at the call, and that is how we start the Football Friday edition of Sean and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Friday and happy weekend to you. We appreciate you turning it on and leaving it on. You are appreciated. That is what TOLO stands for, and I tweeted last night, man, I was going to tweet one of two things. That Cowboys win over the Rams looks better and better. And number two, what I did actually end up sending, I'm glad we got the Rams early on because they're going to be a pain. I think they can be a potential pain for somebody in the postseason, which we'll get into in a second. But last night, they beat the Saints 30-22.
Yeah, you look at the way the Rams have played recently. They got off of their bye week. They were one of these teams that really needed the bye week and figured some things out because they got out of the bye week. They beat the Seahawks. They beat the Cardinals. They beat the Browns. They lose in overtime to the Ravens. They really pushed the Ravens a couple weeks ago. Now they get the Commanders and the Saints. I mean, they are an overtime victory away, a game they maybe should have won against Baltimore. They're that overtime victory away from winning 6 in a row, and they were impressive again last night.
A lot of illegal blocks on that return, with Baltimore winning that game in walk-off fashion, but the Rams gave them every single thing they could have asked for. They've won 5 of 6. They won 5 of 6 games, and you could argue that Matt Stafford is maybe having his best season as a Ram, including the Super Bowl year. This is one of those years where Sean McVay will give interviews probably after the season or down the road and say, man, that 23 team, that was one of the most enjoyable years. We didn't win it all, but because there was no expectation. All of us had Matt Stafford's arm in the hospital.
Yep.
That was just going to fall off. We were all wrong about that. And they are one of the surprise teams of the season. Sean McVay felt like he had one foot in the broadcast booth, getting ready to bail on his team. And this is just one of those enjoyable years that they'll all talk about with the way things are going. And the Rams are 8-7.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to go back and listen to some of the things we said before the season about, not just the Rams, but just NFL stuff in general, way up high on the list of things that I know I was personally really off about was Stafford. Like, I was convinced that, all right, Stafford's arm is cooked, even if it isn't cooked, like even if he can actually throw a ball still, that's such a major surgery to come back from. And it's not like he was, a top 5 quarterback before this anyway, that I was convinced that Stafford couldn't win you games anymore. And man, he has been really, really good. You look at over the last, I believe it's over his last 11 games. He's 20 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. He's not turning the ball over. He's doing something that he's never done throughout his career. This is a really long stretch where you're seeing he's protecting the football, still making a difference. I mean, this game could have been even worse last night if Cooper Kupp could catch. Like, I don't know what the hell was up with Kupp. Kupp had like 3 drops last night. There's something off about that connection right now. But
they got weapons everywhere. Nakua, first Rams rookie receiver, I believe, with 1,000 yards. 9 for 164. 18 a catch for your fantasy teams. Demarcus Robinson stepped up for Kupp. 6 for 82. They got Higbee. Williams. This guy is a fantasy running back pickup. 22 for 104. I'm like, where the hell did Kieran Williams come from?
And spoiled just heroic effort is probably how I describe it, what Derek Carr was doing yesterday.
Everything he does is heroic.
I mean, you saw it, Sean. Like, that guy, the things that he does with a football are amazing. Sometimes they're amazingly stupid, but they're always amazing regardless. This game obviously was not even as close as the big decision here that people are obviously talking about is what the hell are you doing onside kicking with 3.5 minutes left? Like, I get they had no timeouts. They don't want to just bleed the clock, set things up poorly. But for New Orleans to go out there and try and recover an onside kick with absolutely no chance, it feels like, of recovering that in this day and age, man, that was a head scratcher. I have no idea what they were thinking at the end there.
And now let's get to what's really fun for me. Who could pick off San Francisco? I had a Tolo tweet me last night and say, hey, is this a possibility? The Rams are a lower seed than you. They get San Francisco, and if they go ahead and knock them out, or if they take out the different scenarios. And I was like, okay, let's go ahead and get this matchup set with a lower seed advancing. But right now, today, it would be the Rams and the Lions. That's a scary game for Detroit.
Yeah.
If those two end up. So here's the NFC seeding. Mike McCarthy, by the way, coming up at 6:30 this morning. We have breaking Yamamoto news overnight, which we're going to get to next. And, of course, we got the Dallas Stars. San Fran's the 1. The Cowboys are the 2. Detroit's the 3. Tampa's the 4. The Eagles are the 5. Something's going to change there. Obviously, NFC East winner. Rams are the 6. Vikings are the 7. Seattle's the 8. New Orleans at 9. Atlanta at 10. So how are you kind of looking at this with possible matchups down the road and who can get rid of the 49ers for us?
So I'm trying to look here so you don't have the head-to-head tiebreaker for Minnesota, like between Minnesota and the Rams. If Minnesota and the Rams finish with the same record, they didn't play each other. So that comes down to conference record would be the tiebreaker for them.
Rams have a game lead, or win lead.
They do, but the Rams have 4 losses in the conference. The Vikings have 3. So if the Vikings can, not lose that lead, then they can ultimately, if they tie with the Rams, then the Rams will get the 7 seed. And that sets up wonderfully because it allows them to potentially take out Philadelphia. But either way, if the Rams play well, what this sets up really well for is if you can get a Rams victory in the first round, whether it's over the Lions or over the Eagles, you do not have to see the San Francisco 49ers until the NFC Championship game.
Now, the only problem is, I know there's a stat. I know that there's a one-sided stat where one coach owns the other, the two whiz kids, Shanahan versus McVay, and Bobby updated it this morning. Kyle Shanahan is 10-4 against McVay. I was hoping it was the other way around because back in the day, the Rams had better teams, but San Fran just kept winning. It did not matter. Now San Fran has the better team and the head-to-head coaching matchup, at least in terms of win-loss.
But if you're looking for real big stretches in terms of silver linings, Sean,
playbook.
Out of the 11 victories that the San Francisco 49ers have this year, their smallest margin of victory is against the Rams. It was only a 7-point victory. 7-point victory. In fact, that's the only game this year that the 49ers have won that wasn't by double digits. 49ers, 10 of their 11 wins, they've beaten teams by double digits.
How many?
10 of their 11 wins, they've beaten teams by double digits. I looked it up yesterday. I was curious. Wow. If Purdy and Trent Williams play at least half the snaps, the 49ers are 19-1 now. And they average beating teams by 17 points.
We have Chris in for Pepe today. Yesterday, he had on all of his Dallas Stars gear for this.
One last rush. Harley ahead. Sprung Duchesne. He's in. He scores!
Matt Duchesne scoring with 9 seconds left to lift the Stars over the Canucks 4-3. Chris, take it away.
It was absolutely electric at the AAC last night. Thomas Harley, young defenseman, now leads the league with his 9th goal of the season. And Matt Duchesne.
9 goals leads the league?
Leads the league among defensemen. Yeah. Among defensemen, he leads the league. Matt Duchesne leads the league also with game-winning goals. His 6th game-winning goal, overtime goal with 9.2 seconds left. Electric stuff.
4 out of their last 5 games have gone to the victory column for the Stars. Hamster, would you like to weigh in whatsoever?
Look, the Canucks have been one of the best teams in hockey this year. The Canucks, as we call them, they've been really, really good this year, and so it's good to see Dallas kind of righting things and getting a big victory over a good team in overtime. After that was obviously their big struggle last year was the 3-on-3 stuff. Vancouver
tied with Vegas for the most points in the West with 47. The Stars are tops in the Central. They got 42 points. You got Colorado there. You got Winnipeg there as well. So a great victory, great W for the Stars last night.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to pull away from the Avs. They got Patrick Waugh, Peter Forsberg, Joe Sakic, real big. Like those are
Chris, don't laugh.
Those are good players.
Don't laugh at that stupid.
That was a good joke.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and Bobby on your home of the Cowboys and World Series champs. Everyone's giving the World Series, though, to the other league. We have an official dream team in Major League Baseball after the signing you may have missed while asleep. Yamamoto has his team. We'll talk about the ramifications next.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson.
Well, it finally happened. Before Thursday Night Football, there were rumors, there were whispers that Shohei Otani was going to take Yamamoto to the Rams game. I saw Shohei. Did they show Yamamoto at the game as well?
I didn't notice.
Okay. Well, we noticed the contract with the news that broke. Yamamoto is joining Shohei Otani with the Los Angeles Dodgers. 12 for $325. $27 million a year. They also have to kick out $50 million as the posting fee to his previous team. So the LA Dodgers officially have a dream team with Shohei, Yamamoto. They went and got Glasnow also in the offseason. Wow.
Yeah, look, I mean, eventually, obviously, Otani's not pitching right now. And I guess it remains to be seen totally if he's ever going to pitch again or to what extent he'll be in a rotation. But, man, for a Dodgers team that said we have one flaw, really, that we dealt with last year, and that was our starting pitching just wasn't good enough. And ultimately, it cost them. They clearly went out and said we're going to fix this, and they go out there long term. Again, questions about Otani and how much he'll be involved in the rotation, but you go out there, you get Yamamoto, you get Glasnow. They're doing everything they can to make sure they follow up on what was an absolutely disappointing end of the season.
Obviously, you think about the Rangers first, but if you try to put that to the side, this is fun. This is fun. I would have rather him gone to the Dodgers than the Yankees. Not because of the American League implications. The Yankees are just tired and boring to me. Old, and Brian Cashman, a little freaking whiner at the MLB winter meetings or the offseason meetings. And the Dodgers, I like when dream teams are assembled to see if they live up to the hype. Now, I'm not going to be watching as many Dodger games as I would be Yankee games because of the time difference, but all the marketing, the teaming up, LA, of course, being a legendary organization themselves. This is going to be fun, at least for me to watch. I'm excited about it. Just hopefully they'll make it to the World Series against the Rangers when they bring back all of their Matt Stafford arms in the second half.
Yeah, exactly. That as soon as the Rangers, miracle their way to another World Series with Tyler, Mahle or whatever. That's going to be wonderful as soon as everybody gets back for the summer. But no, I like watching the dream teams because it's either we're going to get insane, high level play whenever they come together, or we all just enjoy watching, like, what a disappointment you are. You losers. How could you not put this together? And that's not just specific to the Dodgers. That's any dream team. When you set up the dream team, it's like you need to be great. You need to be, what the Miami Heat eventually became with, Bosh and Wade and LeBron, which they weren't right away. Or we get to stand back and enjoy like the 2000 Washington football team, then referred to as the Redskins. You get to watch that and say, well, that's great. You guys spent all this money and you're barely 500. That's hilarious to me.
Jeff Passan, ESPN, on the breaking news last night.
What are the Dodgers getting in this pitcher?
The Dodgers, Scott, are getting an anomaly. Yoshinobu Yamamoto is 5'10" and 176 pounds and throws right-handed. And generally, when you have those physical characteristics, you're talking about a guy who sort of nibbles on the edges. No, Yamamoto is a power pitcher in the making of Pedro Martinez and Tim Lincecum and other small guys who know how to impart power on the baseball. And, he doesn't lift weights. He throws around mini soccer balls and mini javelins and does stretching and yoga and breathing, but he has somehow figured out how to perfect his body to throw a baseball at exceptional speeds up to 99 miles per hour with a split-finger fastball that is otherworldly and a curveball that drops 5.5 feet. So what the Dodgers have gotten, quite simply, is probably one of the 10 best pitchers in the world, and it cost them $325 million to do it. But that is $325 in an offseason where they've already spent $700 million on Shohei Otani and another $136 million on Tyler Glasnow. This is the Dodgers, Scott, assembling the Avengers and putting together the super team they hope to end all super teams in Los Angeles.
Is that a jump? Like to just say already, like he's one of the 10 best pitchers in the world, like instantly. Like I understand whatever you've seen and whatever you can evaluate, that's fine. But is that a jump along the lines of how absurd it was when there were people saying like, well, Wembanyama's going to come in and he's going to be a top 10 player because of what we've seen him do.
Yes.
I think that's a little bit ridiculous.
Are you surprised? Am I the only one? Maybe this is a stupid question. Am I the only one surprised that it was like 27 a year? Here's why. Put Otani aside, he's making 70 a year, but
$2 million.
Scherzer, $2 million. That's right. Scherzer's 43, Verlander's 43, DeGrom's 37, Cole's 36, Strasburg is 35, Sale is 29, Glass now is 27. I would have assumed he got a little bit more with all this hype and being a top 10 pitcher. And then Yamamoto is right there with him, along with Carlos Rodon, and Sonny Gray's 25. Yeah, now the 325 overall makes it the largest pitching contract in baseball by $1 million over Garrett Cole. I was just a little bit surprised that it was 27 a year.
I mean, it may just be exactly what we were referencing there, though. The idea of he's still got to show something. We'll pay you up to a certain amount or whatever else, but like we're not going to just set the market with you before we know anything about you. I'm trying to look it up right now. I'm trying to see what Otani initially got when he came to the Angels. I know when Darvish got here, Darvish got paid really well, and they paid him a nice contract, but they didn't pay him like, hey, you're the best pitcher in baseball.
Yamamoto, Glass now, Walker Buehler. 1, 2, 3. What about Kershaw? Can I get a leftover here? Can I get a doggy bag? Possibly. Is this more likely to make Kershaw return and go back, or push him out and maybe we can have a final return home?
I don't know. I hate even speculating on Kershaw anymore, because the last couple of years it's felt like, oh, he's really going to leave the Dodgers, or
Goran Dragic a baseball.
Exactly. It's that. It's the same flirtation that it felt like existed here for Texas in terms of that Kershaw Texas connection. It's the same one that existed for forever with Roy Oswalt, where there was like every year it felt like it was, hey, you could get Roy Oswalt. Oh, he'd love to pitch here. The Rangers would love to have him. It's going to happen eventually. And then you got him when he was cooked. I would worry that's what's going to happen with Kershaw, but we've thought he was cooked the last couple of years at different points, and each time he bounced back. Something about that Highland Park bounce back. He and Matthew Stafford went to school together.
Well, they know real struggle.
That's what it is. Exactly. No, so I don't, man, I'm going to, until he leaves the Dodgers, I'm not going to believe it.
I'm trying to remember. I think it was $500 million. Is that what the Rangers spent on Seager and Semien?
Yeah.
Dodgers just doubled it for $2. Half a bill versus a bill. They dropped a Billy on Shohei and Yamamoto. Woo! I'm excited for it. I can't wait.
They better win. Like, you better win at a high level. And the Dodgers, for them, year one, I don't want to say they have to win the World Series. They have to get there. You have to come out of the National League, or this was a failure next year.
The Detroit Pistons are close to the record of all-time futility. They have lost 25 in a row. Pistons fans were chanting, "Sell the team" last night. What team, Chris or Bobby, has the all-time losing streak record?
The 76ers.
That's one. Good job. 2013, 2014, another team in the East.
The Nets.
The Cavs share the record at 26. Wait a second. The 2010 Cavs and Sixers share the record at 26. The 76ers hold the overall mark at 28. Oh, that carried over into the next season.
From season to season, yes.
So, man.
Boy, they started 2-1. The Pistons, it was like, yeah, you thought we were going to suck. We're above 500 3 games in. And then ever since that 2-1, man, it has been a steady nosedive. Just awful, awful basketball.
Mike McCarthy is coming up live at 6:30 this morning. We finally got a Dolphins guest. My God. It's like tracking now. We can never get an NBA guest for this show. I guess they're just the most popular league, and Shams is wearing his pleather coat to impress Kay Adams while not having the guts to ever take her out. The same thing for these Dolphins reporters. I guess the lifestyle, sipping on pina coladas on South Beach can't come on the Sean and RJ show.
By the way, I found out because we thought we had booked from ESPN Marcel Louis Jacques, and I found out, I was like, well, apparently he's booked with somebody else or something, got confused. It was Wolchuk. Walchuk had booked him yesterday and didn't tell our group text like he's supposed to when they book somebody.
Yeah, that thing has been asleep for a while now.
Yeah, that's true.
It's been night-night for
I didn't tell anybody we booked Cameron Wolf, so.
Oh, there goes the promotion. Cameron Wolf at 7:20 to give us the Dolphins preview. And, of course, Patrick Walker back out of bed. 9:20 in the final hour of the show. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. How are the Cowboys looking with their offensive line? Are Tyron Smith and Zach Martin going to play? Is Tyreek Hill going to be there? And Micah Parsons respond. He responds to the Cowboys' lack of killer instinct and fans wanting him to move off the defensive line to help in that run game. Inside the Star to get you ready for the Fins next.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys, Miami, Sunday on this radio station. In case you are just finding us on the radio dial, we are 105.3 The Fan, home of America's team and the World Series champion Texas Rangers. This is Sean and Bobby. Bobby Belt is our Cowboys insider. We got Chris in for Pepe. That's not Bobby's usual saying, but he will let him go ahead and steal it. Mike McCarthy, the head coach of the Cowboys, is coming up live at 6:30 this morning. Let's get to the news. McCarthy said that Tyron Smith's back injury is I think he'll do more today than he did yesterday. We still have a lot of time. Where do things stand with Tyron Smith and Zach Martin?
So this is a week where, I mean, you'd really like your offensive line to be intact. You don't want to be rolling a bunch of different guys out there and messing with your continuity for a game like this. But I think we're heading towards Tyron Smith not playing in this one. When you look at the fact that so much money is tied up in incentives just in terms of playing time for Tyron Smith, the very fact that this is something that is even being discussed as, I don't know, he's a little iffy and it's just not a guarantee that he's playing, I think speaks to how much work he's having to do to be ready, to get ready to play in this game. So I think this is trending the wrong way. And typically, I think more often than not, when we have seen that a back issue is cropped up for Tyron, that's usually equaled. He sits out. Regardless of what they say during the week, he most of the time misses when that happens.
Who would play left tackle?
Probably, I don't even know. They're so inconsistent in terms of.
Well, it's not going to be Tyler.
No. I wouldn't think it's going to be Tyler. But I mean, Waletzko's been a full participant. They could bring him back. They've obviously played Udoga there in the past, and so my best guess would be Udoga. That's something that, McCarthy has talked about. Even though we felt like he played better inside at guard, McCarthy has said that he thinks he's a better tackle. And so they've gotten reps together. That would make some sense. On the other side,
we looked at, has anyone talked about on the station real quick, how far the Cowboys could drop? Is there a droppability factor if they lose 3 in a row? If you don't have Tyron for this game, if Tyron is not right for Detroit, that's not good. Missing your left tackle. I'm just trying to look here now. No, they can't get, man. After 3 or 4 losses, it drops to 7 and 8.
Yep.
There's no in between there, so they look pretty safe towards a higher seed.
I mean, they would have to essentially just lose out, and the Rams would have to win out. And then even still, I don't know that they would have tiebreakers. Like, I think Dallas might have tiebreakers over them. And so, in fact, they do because they beat them already. And so it'd be really difficult for Dallas to lose the spot that they're at. So I think this is about, hey, he's clearly hurt. He's clearly banged up. The back isn't right. Let's make sure we get him healthy because we need him for the stretch run. Zach Martin on the other side, obviously dealing with the quad issue that he had. That's one that I was more pessimistic about that yesterday, earlier in the week, than I was last night, just after talking to some people. So I think that I'm leaning towards Zach Martin playing, but I'm not. I don't think that's a guarantee. I think if I was going to put odds on it, I'd say 60-40 Zach Martin plays. Tyron Smith is more like, for me right now, 75-25 he doesn't.
Over to the Dolphins side of things, Tyreek Hill returned to practice yesterday. He got in limited work as he returns from the ankle injury. His first practice since December 9th when he was limited. He missed the Jets beatdown last week. Still leads the NFL with 1,542 receiving yards, 12 touchdowns on 97 catches. Devon, what?
A-Chan.
A-Chan. I need a way to remember this, like Malley.
Think of 4chan, the old website.
I don't know that website.
Jackie Chan.
Jackie Chan. Devon A-Chan. I like that, Chris. Jackie Chan. Devon A-Chan. This guy, I know you're going to have it in the film room. He's frightening.
Mm-hmm.
He is frightening. Teron Armstead and Xavier Howard also returned to limited work. after sitting out Wednesday.
Achane, Teron Armstead, Tyreek Hill, Xavier Howard, those guys are all on track to play, it sounds like.
That's a lot of names.
That's a lot of names, and they'll be banged up. And I mean, you look at their injury list, Miami's is full. It looks like about a third of their roster almost is on this injury report. But I think that those guys are all on track to play. The benefit here is that two of their offensive linemen, Austin Jackson, their right tackle, Robert Hunt, their right guard, both of those guys have not practiced this week, and they don't look like they're going to play at this point. So you're talking about Miami being without their entire right side of their offensive line. They already lost Connor Williams for the season. They've got, Liam Eichenberg, who stepped in and had to play on the offensive line. He's been banged up. He's been limited this week with a calf injury. So you want to talk about decimated by injuries. That Miami Dolphins offensive line has been patchwork because they have run through a number of different bodies, and they're going to be really banged up for this game.
Jonathan Hankins said it's realistic for him to return for the regular season home finale against the Lions. December 30th, possible return for Hankins. He said, I'm from Detroit, so that would be nice to play against them. He's expected to miss Miami, of course.
Hankins will be out on this one. That one's one that we've already kind of wiped away. That's why, I didn't even put him in the discussion with guys like Zach Martin and Tyron Smith. The good news yesterday, a guy that missed last weekend, a guy who didn't practice on Wednesday, Malik Hooker, who's dealing with the ankle. He was back to limited participation. They are going to need, and we'll talk about it today in the film, they are going to need their safeties and their linebackers to be really, really good in this game. Like, that's where they need all hands on deck for this. And so having Hooker back would be big.
Film room coming up at 8 o'clock. Speaking of linebackers, Micah Parsons responded to all those wondering why you don't put him on the second level to help with this run defense. Micah on social media, it's because teams are running the ball and people like to panic. Why they're calling for me to do that. I'm probably leading every category in pass rushing besides sacks. People are nuts. And if people watch film, they take shots and pass more. When I'm off ball or out of the game, we have to get better, period. And then Dan Orlovsky chimed in and is like, yeah, you're absolutely right. They do take shots when you're off the ball or out of the game. So that was Micah responding to some of the linebacker calls, which I'll bring up to Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, and look, I think Micah Parsons is really good. I think if he fully committed and was a linebacker full-time, he'd be good. And he's been good there at times. He also
I've never really noticed him when he played linebacker. I don't have any flash plays in my mind.
He has his problem is that, and it's the problem that's plagued their linebackers for years now, which is just he reads it wrong a lot.
Yeah, he should be a cheat code.
Yeah, he's able to, adjust and recover because he's such a freak athlete. He's able to recover in an impressive way, even when he reads wrong a lot of times. And there's some guessing involved, it feels like, at times. But him at linebacker, I think, especially against a team like this, Miami, which does so many different things to try and confuse your defense and basically take up your defense's attention here so that they can do something over here. There's a lot of just misdirection.
Shiftiness.
That is not what you want Micah Parsons at linebacker for, I don't think. If you want to try it out on some snaps and some different areas, fine, but man, I think you just let him rush the passer at this point.
Micah on the Cowboys playing better on the road. Of course, this game is in Miami. He said there's a mindset of how you approach it. When you're at home, you're comfortable. You kind of do what you do. But when you're on the road, you're in a new space. You're in a new area, just a new environment. The mindset is the lion is roaming. Does he take over the land or does he die? Last week we died. We got to take over some land this week. That's Micah.
I don't disagree that the mentality is a big part of this. This is something that I was talking about yesterday with KNC. When you're trying to figure out what happened in this game, why it looked so bad compared to the way they played recently. And we've seen the run defense play poor before. That's not a new thing, but it was so much worse than it had been, and the tackling was so poor. The only thing I can think is with physicality being such a mental thing, so much of that, the toughness and the physical play, that's an approach and a mindset and things like that. I just got to think they went in there and did not expect that to be Buffalo's game plan, and so they didn't go in there with the right mindset to play physically. That's the only thing that I can think, because they were getting handled and they were having trouble finishing plays that they finished all season.
One of the best teams in football is upset that they're an underdog this week. It is the game of the week in the NFL, and one team feels disrespected, and the Eagles. Every day, this just, it just brings me such joy. It's daily joy with the tears that are coming out of Filthy. Now one of the Eagles wants to cancel Monday Night Football after having to play against the Seahawks. That plus what happened last night with a team that could help out the Cowboys in the postseason. Around the rest of the NFL, then Mike McCarthy next. But
Here comes the 14th play of the Rams' first possession with Kupp in motion for trips right. Stafford has it, sets the laces, drills one, end zone, caught! Puka Nacua! Touchdown LA!
The upstart surprising LA Rams get the W over Derek Carr and the New Orleans Saints yesterday, 30-22. The Rams have won 5 of 6. Could they help out the Cowboys down the road in the playoffs as a lower seed, knocking off one of the big dogs? That is our hope here on Sean and Bobby. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Hopefully you haven't totally mailed it in with Christmas holiday vacation yet. Mike McCarthy is coming up live at 6:30 this morning. If you have any questions for Coach, we will relay them before they take on Miami on the truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And last night, maybe you went to sleep. Bobby was up at 10:09 texting me the breaking news that Yamamoto has signed with the Dodgers. It is $27 a year, $27 million a year, 12 for $325. And Shohei apparently took Yamamoto to the game last night, and Matt Stafford got one of those Shohei questions after.
Were you aware Shohei Otani was in attendance tonight watching you guys?
I saw him in the locker room after the game. I saw him actually pregame down on the sideline. Big dude. And, impressive guy. Obviously, I'm a baseball fan, and really an impressive guy, impressive player, and it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, there's a picture of Shohei and Yamamoto, and Otani is, what would RJ call him? Yoked.
He's yoked. He clearly eats protes. He gets his protes in there. Yeah. No, it looks similar to you remember the old Derrick Henry, Mark Ingram photo at Alabama when they were at the coin toss. Yeah. It looks like that.
It's not that big of a the biggest discrepancy now of all time is the DeSoto offensive lineman. That's crazy.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's 6'8" kid.
That's an all-time photo. The one Pat Doney was telling us about. He said it's the biggest football player, period, I've ever seen. What a massive human being. Okay, around the rest of the NFL, more crying out of Philadelphia. A.J. Brown says, we shouldn't be playing Monday Night Football. We should just go ahead and get rid of this. This is one of those things you should say after a win versus after a loss. But he said right after the game, you only have a certain amount of time for your body to recover. I think they should take Monday night out. I know it's cool, but to turn around after that is very difficult, especially when banged up. So more whining out of Philly.
So it's just the Monday night games, right? He didn't have anything to say about the 3-day Thursday game layoff or whatever else. That makes sense, A.J. Brown. Yeah, look, he has become a top,
he's a whiner.
He is an S tier whiner in this entire league. He is just difficult to listen to talk about anything. He just complains all the time. And I wonder, was he always like this? Was he like this in Tennessee? We just didn't know,
right?
Because he was with the Titans, and so it doesn't get the same exposure or whatever else. But man, he is just always complaining. Did you happen to see the latest development we got out of Philly though on the DPI call?
No.
So you remember Nick Sirianni, we were laughing at him yesterday for saying, we're trying to get a pass interference call there.
Yeah, I mean, I saw what was in your email
last night. The cracks are showing a little bit there because Jalen Hurts got asked about it. They're like, hey, Sirianni said that you guys were trying to get a pass interference call. And he goes, I mean, that's not the way it's taught. You're not hoping for that. But it's situational football, and we came up on the short end of that stick. So it sounds like Jalen Hurts doesn't like Nick Sirianni's explanation, and Jalen Hurts is saying, Sirianni's wrong. We weren't trying to get a defensive pass interference at all.
Because it's disrespectful and insulting and says a lot about your quarterback. When you were in that situation, this was not a Hail Mary situation. It did not call for that whatsoever, and you just heaved it up?
I love it. The cracks are showing. That culture is breaking. They are, what was the awful analogy Nick Sirianni made his first year where he's like, we're like a pot and there's roots and you can't see you have diseased roots now. You need whatever the soil fixer I
thought you were going to give me some green thumb right here, some knowledge.
No, I have nothing there.
The spread for the Giants at Philly is?
Wasn't it like 10.5 earlier this week?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It's 13.5.
What?
It moved 3 points this week. 13.5 points. The over-under is 42.5.
So I can't bet, obviously, as an NFL employee, but man, I would If I could, I'd be betting Giants to cover that one all day because this isn't how Philly wins games.
Yeah.
Philly doesn't win games in convincing fashion. That was something that when I was listening to WIP earlier this week, just enjoying them being upset, they talked about it. They were like, it doesn't matter who they're playing. Good, bad team, whatever else. They're going to play tight ball games because they just can't pull away from anybody.
Is that where your Odyssey minutes go, to WIP like that?
No. That was on a podcast. I'm not listening to them live.
Ravens at San Fran, Monday Night Football. The 49ers are favored by 5, and Baltimore's not happy about it.
No, they're complaining. And, I get it if you're upset about the size of the spread. If you go, okay, 5 points, 5.5 points. I think somebody said this is the second largest underdog spread that Lamar Jackson has had in his career. And so I totally understand if you're upset with how big the spread is, that you think it should be 3 or whatever else. But yeah, several of the Ravens players are complaining this week. Kyle Hamilton had said, we feel a little disrespected by that. I feel like we're the best team in the league. We have an opportunity in front of the country to show it. Marlon Humphrey also jumped on there, said, I was surprised to see we were underdogs. Definitely want to make that incorrect for sure. And it's like, you shouldn't be. This is a setup right now where, clearly it's San Francisco on this level. It's Baltimore on this level, and then it's everybody else right now. And I know you're even hesitant to say that Baltimore should be on their own level right now.
Yeah.
But, you can't be offended by this. San Francisco has won 19 of their last 21 games at home. Purdy's passer rating at Levi's this season is 131. He's even better at home than anywhere else. They are just crushing teams consistently. I don't know why you would expect anything other than San Francisco's the favorite.
When is the last time that we have felt like it's just inevitable that a team is going to be in the Super Bowl, period, done? AFC or NFC? When's the last time y'all had this feeling and it actually played out like that?
It probably had to be a New England year. Maybe.
What about Kansas City? A Kansas City year?
Maybe Kansas City. It's just it's tough because they've had Buffalo in there and there have been different things. Definitely the time I can most think of it, like the one that springs to mind, and I'm sure there's one in between there, but 07 Patriots, obviously, when they were going 16-0. That team 5 weeks into the season was beating everybody by 40 points. And you went, okay, yeah, they're going to the Super Bowl.
I thought this was a fake story. I was like, no way that this is real. It came from Josina Anderson, and she reports that Ben Johnson, the Lions offensive coordinator, his asking price to become a head coach is $15 a year. Does that seem really?
That seems really high.
Really high. Now, you can never get a clear answer on what Belichick makes, but just looking at random websites, Belichick supposedly makes 25, Sean Payton 18, Pete Carroll, Sean McVay 15, Kyle Shanahan 14, and Ben Johnson's going to ask for 15 to become a head coach. I was blown away by that.
Yeah, I'm trying
Tomlin 12 and a half.
When you look at in this article here from when was this? This was back in November last month, and it was talking about the lowest paid coaches in the NFL, and Matt LaFleur, Robert Saleh, Zach Taylor, guys who got their first head coaching jobs and were put on those contracts. Those are the guys who are the lowest paid in the NFL. So, if this is your first head coaching job, Ben Johnson, and I know he's been a hot name the last couple of years, but if this is your first job, you probably need to aim a little lower.
All right. Is this game personal? We're not going to throw Babe Laufenberg under the bus, but is this game personal for Mike McCarthy against Vic Fangio? Is there a blueprint? What's up with Zach and Tyron? We preview the Dolphins with the head coach of America's team. Our boy Mike McCarthy joins us next.
There's a style that no matter what time of the year is the right fit for everyone, every day. It's called a healthy lifestyle, and there's never been a better time than now to see how it can work for you. To get started, enroll in a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas plan and get access to thousands of top gyms and studios starting at only $28 a month. This includes virtual personal training.
It's now time for the head coach of America's team here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Damn it. I'm Sean Sharif alongside our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station, joined by the head coach of the Cowboys, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy. Good morning, Coach.
Hey, good morning, man. How's your week going?
It's going pretty well. How's yours going?
It's going okay.
When's the last time, have you ever, I doubt it, but the old saying of just flush the tape, have you ever done that in your coaching career where you just didn't watch it as much, or you're like, I'm not showing this to the guys?
I mean, actually, I've been part of that, situation as an assistant, but I don't recall doing it as a head coach. I just believe in, the Monday growth opportunity is huge, regardless of the outcome of the game. And the game is the best tape of the week. You think about all the video and the instruction and the conversation that you have during the course of the week and the game plan, and then you go play the game, and everybody wants to be on Victory Monday and be off. And I just have never, I just don't believe in it. So, and I think when you do have a loss, especially the type of loss that we had, there's a lot of good learning, to go through, and you have to do it because you're never going to grow from it. I mean, learning about a situation is a lot different than growing from one. So that's why I'm not a burn the tape person.
You were proven right earlier in the season when we were kind of talking about the red zone struggles being overblown. I'd like to ask you which one you think is more overblown right now, between the home and road topic or the issues with run defense.
I think the numbers on the home and the road, I mean, you can't deny them. I mean, there's a huge gap. There's always a gap usually between your home and road. And, when you're really playing top consistent football, I mean, obviously your performances are very similar on the road and the home. So, but I would say that the conversation about the home and road performance is something that we're definitely talking about inside here.
Coach, I know you're never going to make excuses, but when it comes to the run defense, how much are we missing about the way you guys are built in a passing league, or just how much you guys have been decimated at linebacker with injuries versus making it a toughness / the Cowboys can get bullied thing versus the guys that you've lost there and the adjustments you're having to make with some safeties playing linebacker?
Well, this is the NFL, and it's a 17-game season, and I think clearly, the way you play in Week 1 and Week 7 and Week 14, it's probably going to be different, based on personnel and things that are going on. Yes, I mean we've had some injuries, and I think we've proven over and over again if we can get through the injury challenge and have a chance to be consistent with guys playing together, for a good period of time, that we'll be where we want to be. I mean, we're beat up in some spaces. We had some guys that missed the last game, and but at the end of the day, you miss 12 tackles in a game. It's definitely going to show up in your run defense. So, and that was our biggest takeaway from the film. So we did not tackle, and that's not. Just to give you numbers, I think we're plus 97 or plus 87 on the year, as far as, missed tackles versus breaking tackles. And, that's something that we pride ourselves on. So, that's not the way we played consistently all year, but our tackling was the biggest issue in our run defense.
Mike McCarthy here on The Fan. You guys have responded to losses every single time this year. Have you seen or felt that same resolve or bounce back from the guys, whether it be practice or just in speaking with them with their mentality this week after Buffalo?
Absolutely. I think anytime you have an experience like we had Sunday, there's always more conversation, and I think it's important for that conversation to really manifest itself in the locker room, and and that's frankly what's been going on this week.
Coach, as a leader, when you look at the challenges coming out of a game like that, how do you balance, okay, I need to demand accountability from the players when they don't meet the standard in the loss versus making sure, hey, they've got to remain encouraged and focused on the task ahead?
Well, I think you've answered it in your question. I mean, you got to have both, and it's frankly, I've always felt that it's a bigger challenge with success than when things don't go well. So, and the accountability starts with myself. I mean, the team did not perform to the level that it's been performing the last 2 months, and those are the moments that keep you up at night as a coach. And so I've had the extra conversations, and our guys have responded. This team is high in work ethic. You can see it in their workload capacity each and every week. They've put together 2 really good days so far, the Wednesday, Thursday work. So, and that's how they have always responded, and that's a great foundation for, great foundation in your prep to go into this next contest.
Coach, you drew some really favorable comparisons to Brett Favre when you were talking about Josh Allen last week. With Tua this week, is there anybody that he reminds you of? And just talk about how you see him as a player.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I was trying to do a comparable from earlier in the week because he's playing so fast. God, his numbers of getting the ball out of his hand are extraordinarily high, and I couldn't really think of anybody that I've seen play that quickly, consistently. So, but he's obviously got great numbers. He does a phenomenal job of getting the ball out of his hands so quick, and he's hitting these speedy receivers. Their whole perimeter obviously is extremely fast, and he's hitting those guys in stride. So I've been very impressed.
Yeah, is this the fastest team, Coach, that you guys have definitely seen this year on tape?
Oh, I would say so. Yeah, clearly. I mean, they got five guys that have legitimate big time speed.
Tyreek Hill. We were trying to decide years ago, is he just a straight receiver? Is he a weapon? He's here in the MVP conversation. He's coming off the ankle injury. Bobby stole my comparison question, but I was just wondering if there's another type of threat that you can think of that can just blow the top off like this guy. I mean, is this Randy Moss type stuff with the home run threat? And just what do you think of Tyreek as a weapon?
I think Tyreek is a dynamic football player, and I think he is out of the category of a receiver or, just a weapon because, you see him do it from multiple positions, and that's part of the challenge because obviously he can, get vertical, but also getting the ball underneath is also very impactful, just for the way he goes with the ball in his hand. So, and I think the offense, stressing the perimeter, particularly the contain elements, in the force elements over and over again, really lays up well for him. So, but yes, he's very, very. I mean, his tape is really impressive.
Is this Mike McDaniel offense very similar to Kyle in what he does in San Francisco, coming from that coaching tree?
Oh, I think there's definitely similarities and things that you can see where the foundation. In the run game of they're attacking your rules. They're really attacking your rules by formation and personnel. Particularly the perimeter run. I think they do a really good job of stretching the C gap area and really challenging your edges. But obviously the personnel is different, and I think he's done a really nice job tying it to their personnel.
Coach, I wanted to ask you about something that we saw a couple weeks ago that was really interesting. So I know you once said in Green Bay that a lesson you learned from your dad's bar and grill growing up was to listen to your bartenders. And a couple weeks back, there was this mic'd up segment where Brandon Cooks scored in the Washington game, and he's on the sideline joking around about how, like, oh, man, I knew I could hit that. It wasn't in the game plan originally. I asked Coach. He put it in there. I'm thrilled with it. Is it important to you to have that culture where there are these open lines of communication where your players feel like, hey, I can go to Coach when I really believe in a concept, and it's equally important to you to say, hey, if you believe in this, I want it in there?
No, absolutely. And I think the best thing about that is, when someone does recommend it, whether it's a player or an assistant coach, it has to be tied to what we do. And Brandon's recommendation on the Pacer route was right in tune with what was going on. So, and then and it was a great recommendation, and obviously we hit it. So yeah, that's why we spend as much time as we do together. And and I think as you grow, it's not just the veteran and the quarterback that's having those conversations. You got your young guys, so it's all part of the the football IQ of your football team, and that's why, going back to the earlier question about how important Mondays are. I mean, you have to talk about the game tape. You get that's the tape you should talk the most about, and and the beauty of playing on the road. Most of our guys have already watched the game on our iPads before we even get on the plane. So I mean, we're able to grade the video on the plane ride home, and so I just think having that process in place, the conversation, the opportunity to learn and grow from the game tape is so important, and then I think it definitely leads into moments like you just expressed with Brandon.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy joining us here on The Fan. Coach, we just talked about Mike McDaniel, how he stresses things with his scheme. You're going up against a guy that you're very familiar with. I know you went up against a lot when you were in Green Bay, and that's Vic Fangio. How does Vic Fangio make things difficult on an offense's game plan?
Well, I think like anything, when you look at a coordinator, you first you look at his scheme. Where's he challenges as far as utilization of personnel? How does he react to your personnel? And then you look at the fundamentals in the teachings and the discipline of how their guys are playing. And I think really, if you're looking at coordinators, particularly someone like Vic that's been in multiple places, his defenses have always played consistently to high scheme and excellent fundamentals, and that's, to me, that's a good defensive coordinator. So and that's what you see in Miami. You can see that in the earlier tapes, that they weren't as clean as they're probably weren't as clean as they are now. So it's there's a lot of scheme, a lot of things that they make you work, but it's a team that has excellent pass rush. They do excellent job taking the ball away. Their corners are top notch. So this is a very, very good challenge for us.
Yeah, it feels like, Coach, their defense gets lost with all the highlights offensively, ranking 5th overall. But you're seeing a lot of big-time talent there, and the names with Chubb and Ramsey maybe gets lost a little bit compared to their offense.
Well, I think it's like anything. When you start the season, everybody has an idea how you want your team to look and how you want them to play and have an identity that you're trying to play to. And I think when you have an offense that's been explosive as theirs, that's where the complementary mindset for myself always comes from. But when you come out of the gate like they did, I had the 170-point game. When there's an adjustment for your defense. You talk about playing with the lead. Offenses play you differently when you're playing to an offense like that, and sometimes it takes the defense to adjust. And my point is, statistically, the beginning of the season compared to where they now, I mean, there's been a lot of improvement. I think it's just all part of a team growing and establish themselves during the year, because they played to a high number of points, really from week one.
Coach, when we talk about some of the linebacker numbers that you guys have dealt with throughout the season with losing some guys, one of the suggestions that listeners have brought up, or it's been a topic on social media, what about Micah Moore off ball? I know we scream nonstop to put him on the line with what a Hall of Fame type talent he is as a pass rusher with the productivity. What do you say to that idea or suggestion of, all right, maybe Micah can help there on that second level, especially in run defense?
Definitely, no. That's part of the conversations we have, but I think it really comes down to matchups. And really, football is really simply mathematics when you talk about scheme and how do they match up against your one pieces, your two pieces, and your three pieces based on how you lay out your coverage and so forth. So those are the things you go through, and because at the end of the day, it's about run defense first, but also the matchups, particularly with this group, because of their ability to threaten the perimeter so much.
Are you feeling more optimistic for Tyron or Zach on Sunday?
I would say Zach's ahead of Tyron right now.
And then final one for you, Coach. The matchup, considering what happened with Denver and Arlington and what was said after the game, is this kind of mind X's and O's matchup with Fangio? Is this one a little bit personal for you?
I mean, they're always. I mean, I love competing against these guys. I don't recall what was said after the game, but yeah, I'm looking forward to competing. No question about it.
Coach, thank you for the time as always. Have a fantastic trip, and more importantly, a very, very, well, I don't know if it's more important, but just as important, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you and the family.
All right, Happy Holidays to everybody. Take care.
Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. All business this morning.
Yeah, which is, I think we've kind of figured out that's the MO. When they're coming off a loss, Mike's gonna come on here. Mike's gonna want to talk very seriously about things, and
especially without Choppy here.
Yeah, especially without Choppy. That's something that also I think that, to be honest, that's something the fans want to hear. They want to hear a business approach. They want to hear that he's locked in and focused, and he sounds like it. He sounds like this is something that they really locked in on and focused on during the week, and that they are dedicated to this has got to be repaired, and we can't have a game like that again.
He decided how to answer the Fangio one at the end, the Babe Laufenberg special. He remembers what Fangio said, that there was the blueprint. So what do you think about what Fangio said, did with Denver versus what he does with Miami and what happened last week with Buffalo against Dak?
Yeah, I mean, if you have
all that in a blender,
if you have the personnel to play the man match scheme, like that's great.
What is that?
It's essentially it's a very complex scheme. You have to have really high IQ players where it's like it's man coverage, but who your man is changes based. It's like this zone hybrid.
Pass them off?
Yeah, you pass them off, and it depends on who comes into your zone where. But then it's man when they get in there, so it can be a really difficult read for quarterbacks if they've got the guys who are high IQ enough to do. Because the problem is if you got guys in secondary who can't process quick enough, don't recognize where they're supposed to pass off, where they're supposed to take guys, you can have massive busts and just wide open plays. And so if you have the personnel to do it and you've got disciplined guys, yeah, you can pull that off and make things really difficult on a quarterback. Teams didn't really play Dak the rest of the way that year the way Denver did. Like there definitely was the too high shell issue, and that was something that they were having to work through. But it wasn't like the Denver game plan was what teams were playing against Dak the rest of the year. So they didn't quite give him the blueprint. But this is absolutely a look that they're going to have to deal with. Now, you got to remember, Fangio came in last year into Philadelphia, was a consultant with the Eagles, and they had absolutely no problem throwing against the Eagles last year when Dak went in there. So for all the consulting, Fangio would have come in there to be the Dak stopper. Dak went out there and threw for 380 yards or whatever it was on Christmas.
And you're not worried about what Buffalo did against Dak in the offense.
No. Like, I mean, people hate hearing it, but it really was. It felt like such an execution thing. It just, they were on top of things, and the offense wasn't very sharp.
So James Jones is a former Packers receiver who played for McCarthy. And he was on FS1 the other day talking about the Dallas Cowboys on the road.
This is concerning because you're going to have to go on the road in the playoffs.
Now?
You know what I mean? Now you're going to have to go on the road in the playoffs. And we've seen you on the playoffs against the Cardinals. On the road against the Cardinals. We've seen you on the road against the San Francisco 49ers.
Lost by 32.
And we just seen you on the road against the Buffalo Bills.
21.
But for me, it's just, where's the energy?
None.
Like, sideline dead. The players look dead. For you to give, Cook 100+ rushing yards in the first half, that's you not coming off the bus ready to play. You know what I mean? I can understand you get out schemed a couple on some of these plays, but that's coming off the bus not ready to play, or coming off the bus like we just finna beat these boys down and surprise, we in playoff mode. Y'all are not. We playing with way more energy than you guys right now, and the Buffalo Bills just put it on the Dallas Cowboys. So for me, they got to get this fixed, because if you're trying to go where you're trying to go, you're going to have to go on the road and bring your own energy and win a football game and play at a high level, and they have not done that this season.
Which I don't think the Cowboys would dispute. I think the Cowboys have said one of their problems is maintaining their edge on the road. That's been the biggest problem. I don't know that I'd say, I don't think they looked lifeless. They looked lifeless against San Francisco. They looked dead. They looked like just body language did not want to be there. We're ready to get the hell out of Santa Clara, go home, wanted to get on the plane. That was a bad game. This one, I think they just got beat. Like, they went in there pretty optimistic. People were making memes out of it after the game. They were, quote tweeting the Dak Prescott clip that the Cowboys had tweeted out before the game, where he's out there like dancing before kickoff, and he was loose and he had energy, and people were mocking that after. It's like, oh, what did that get you?
Yeah.
So I don't know that energy was the problem. I think they were handled.
add this to what Gronk said. What was Gronk calling them mentally weak?
Oh my gosh. Rob Gronkowski absolutely went off on them during the NFL OT. He called them mentally weak, like you just said there. And it was in the NFL OT, which is the post game. It's like the post.
That's where I got the Bradshaw clip.
Yeah. And so he had said the quote he gave was when you're a team and you can't go on the road and win a big game in a hostile environment with weather that isn't on your side, isn't in your favor, it means you're not mentally tough, and the Dallas Cowboys are not a mentally tough football team. That being said, it has been shown last year in the playoffs. It has been shown this year before in the playoffs. And so it's something where I think players are generally really hesitant. Nate Newton was hesitant the other night even, and he's a former player, but Nate was hesitant to even say, I feel like they don't have enough give a damn guys, because I'm not in that locker room. I don't know. And so that's a pretty hefty accusation from Rob Gronkowski to say that they're just mentally weak.
The Giants are 13.5-point underdogs against Filthy. We would love to get some New York assistance. Meanwhile, DeVito, are they getting on him for all these extra business deals now? Tommy DeVito going to pizzerias and now trying to file trademarks with his agent, Slimy.
Which one of them makes sense to me, all right? Like okay, I get it. You're going to want to get Tommy Cutlets trademarked. Okay, fine. That's standard for athletes to do that. What I don't understand is that he's also getting the passing Paisano trademarked. Not Marinara Mahomes. He's going after passing Paisano. But, man, this is getting exhausting with him.
This is getting bad. The Giants fans are getting sick of it, too.
Good, because you've got all the Giant fan meatballs. Now, do the meatballs in your texts genuinely believe, hey, he can lead us to the promised land? This Tommy DeVito's the real thing. So they know it's as much of a joke as we do.
One of them said he's pissing off most Italians. I said they're calling him Marinara Mahomes. They said Mahomes should never be used in the same sentence. They're calling him, they said don't even call him Marinara Minshew. So that's what they're saying about Tommy's abilities. And he looks like a good kid.
Yeah.
He's not unlikable. His agent, I think, is making him a little unlikable.
Get it while you can. Get your money while you can. There's no guarantee that this lasts. I do like
Turn this up, Chris. I asked Chris for the DeVito music. Let's see what you got. Okay.
According to the trademark filings, by the way.
Again, the stereotypes that we pick and choose we can talk about.
He wants to use Tommy Cutlets and passing Paisano on branded decals, clothing, pasta, pizza, tomato sauces, and energy drinks. So if you're looking for a Tommy DeVito energy drink, I don't see how the connection's there. Like all the other ones I get. Okay, you're going to do the Italian.
Hey, there's Doritos liquor.
That's true.
There's a lot of things.
That's true.
That don't make a ton of sense. It's Sean and Bobby. Happy holidays to all of you. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Back to the Cowboys-Miami matchup. This is fun. This is a fun game to look at. Cameron Wolf, NFL Network, will join us at 7:20 to give us the Dolphins' point of view. Yamamoto is joining Shohei Otani. The Stars getting it done. And a special Friday edition of the College Football Kegger. Dion is saying, I don't need any high school recruits. Little College Football Kegger on a Friday next. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up.
is Sean and IJ on 105.3 The Fan.
What is Yamamoto's first name?
Yama.
Chris, what is Yamamoto's first name?
Is it like Yoshinobu?
I don't know. I just wanted to see if you guys knew. But Yamamoto is the story of the sports world today. He joins Shohei Otani in Los Angeles. 12 years, $325 million. Will you at least give Otani credit and an applause for everything he's doing to recruit? The man took less money right now, $2 million a season for his entire contract. He recruited Tyler Glass now. He showed his human side by being convinced by the Kobe Bryant recorded video to become a member of the Dodgers. And I would think he played a pretty major role in bringing Yamamoto to L.A., including taking him to the Rams game last night, according to reports. Give my man some credit.
All right. I will give him credit for
absolutely nothing.
Being a total egomaniac and being able to rise above that ego and still be a decent baseball player. That's what I will give him credit for.
Okay.
Come on. I mean, yeah, of course he's going to try to.
Some people don't recruit. Dirk didn't want to recruit. He told us that. Is Corey Seager blowing up the phone lines? Maybe he is. I don't know. I mean, not everyone does it.
I just hope to God Yamamoto didn't ask him what his dog's name is, because we know it would have been over. He would have had to have gone and signed with the Blue Jays or whatever.
I love this from Spotrac. This is the projected opening day lineup with their salaries for the Dodgers. How much do you think it adds up to? The starting 9.
The yearly salaries or the whole?
Yearly.
Like, okay, we're gonna say $400 million.
Mookie Betts lead off at 30. Shohei making 70.
I'm way off.
Freddie Freeman, yes you are, but it was a tough question. Freddie Freeman, $27 million. Their catcher is making 9.7. Muncy, $12 million. Their center fielder's making $800K. Taylor in left, 15. Hayward in right, 9. Lux at short, 2. Yamamoto, 27. It could be a $203 million opening day lineup. They got some bums in here, man. They got some bums in here making $800K and $2 million. But Yamamoto joins up with Shohei. Let's see if baseball can market it.
I mean, we know Otani's one of those bums making $2 million in the lineup because he's just deferring everything like a dummy, now ruining everything for everybody else. This is such a bad offseason. I'm so upset with how everything's broken out in terms of the financials for everybody else, and the Dodgers are just sitting there going, well, we'll take advantage of it. We'll throw all the money around while all you broke boys are sitting out here.
And now other teams are talking about the TV contracts affecting them.
Yeah, this was something over at ESPN yesterday, and they had written about how these regional sports networks have completely destroyed the market for about 2/3 of Major League Baseball's teams. And Major League Baseball has apparently warned people, hey, we think we're going to get through this. We think we're going to be able to figure everything out. Eventually there's going to be money. You need to be prepared for a short-term dip here in your financials, because local TV revenue is like a fifth of a lot of the revenue for these teams. And so the Texas Rangers are included in that. So are several other teams like, the Diamondbacks, the Padres, the Rockies, they're in a spot right now, a lot of these teams where they can't spend like other teams. Like, it's really kind of tied their hands a little bit. And teams like the Yankees and the Dodgers, they can just sit there and go, okay, well, we're going to swoop in and we're going to start paying these guys through the nose and take advantage of this.
Let me give a birthday Tolo shout out before I forget. One of our top dogs, K Twiz, is turning 43. That's a year older than me, Bobby. He said, can I get a birthday shout out for this OG? And we saw a ton of OGs and new Tolos yesterday. I got a text message from the boss in Washington, the DC program director, saying, oh my gosh, we're stealing what you're doing, retweeting everybody's Odyssey minutes listened to. So I sent that to Spittle. He goes, don't be talking to other program directors. Speaking of Spittle, one of his knowledges and areas of expertise got it done last night.
One last rush. Harley ahead. Sprung Duchesne. He's in. He scores!
Matt Duchene does it again, scoring in overtime as the Stars beat the leaders in the West. They take out Vancouver 4-3 in overtime. This was Duchene's 6th game-winning goal this year. He has 9 points in his last 5 games. Scott Wedgwood with a massive overtime save. He is 8-1-2 in net this year. And Pete DeBoer said, man, that was entertaining last night.
Yeah, it was a great hockey game. It was an entertaining game. It was a well-played game. You know, I liked all kinds of parts about how we played. And I thought they played pretty well, too. It was just two good teams going at it. That's how hockey should be played.
Thomas Harley with another goal. He's tied for the league lead for goals by a defenseman. Chris, that's what you were referring to this morning. Back at it tomorrow afternoon against Nashville, another team that's playing well. And there is a fresh Spits and Studs post-game wherever you find your favorite podcasts, as Bobby, with a Freudian slip, wanting to see some Spits and Studs in the podcast.
I make one slip up. I'm always so I'm always so well spoken. I make one slip up and then it just gets memed to hell by William and everybody else. I don't think that's very fair.
Let's do a little special Friday football edition of the College Football Kegger.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
College football! Shout out Ralph James Choppy. I need RJ's Dolphins prediction, by the way, for 8 o'clock because you all got the Buffalo game right, and I was wrong. So I need to see what Choppy feels like because he talked a lot about the Cowboys and Dolphins similarities. But this is about college football. And on the first day of the signing period, Colorado and Deion signed just 5 guys to their recruiting class.
5 Guys makes good burgers.
They're really expensive.
They're really good, though.
Yeah, they're really good. They're really, really expensive. So Deion apparently, so his group right now ranks 98th in the 24/7 rankings. Deion is trying to change things up and say, I'm just going to go through the transfers. I'm not recruiting out of high school. I'm going the transfer route. He has a top-ranked transfer class, apparently. That class as a whole is up to 22 players. It's got a number 21 overall rating. But there are skeptics out there. Jeff Schwartz, former NFL offensive lineman, saying y'all can make whatever excuse you want, just scream portal, but Colorado's recruiting efforts right now are poor. The base of your team is high school recruits, and 24/7's college account said Deion took off recruiting high school kids this cycle. I have absolutely no idea how he thinks that's going to work out.
I always felt like he would be really good in the living room with parents.
Yeah.
Like just pitching them on the idea of like, hey, I'm here to usher your young man into adulthood.
Yes.
And this is, we're building something special. So it's surprising me that he's not trying to take advantage of what I think would be a big boost. And I mean, these parents would
the
probably...
headline to all these articles is hard to find. Because one of Deion's sayings is, I'm easy to find. You know where I'm at. And the headline of this was hard to find because Deion apparently is not going into the living room.
Well, that's like everybody knows who Deion Sanders is, but especially the parents of these high schoolers. Like, you don't think that carries some power with the parents when they're like, oh my gosh, Deion Sanders is sitting here in my living room. He wants my kid to play for him.
I love when people, though, try to do some like revolutionary things. So I'm rooting for this to work. I'm rooting for Deion to try to change the game and be like, nah, I don't even need to go and recruit. I'm not going to put all that work in. I'm going to trust that you are drawn to the hype of our program, the noise, and my name, and it's the Wild Wild West, and you'll just come to Colorado.
It's the reverse Dabo. That's what he's pulling here. Dabo won't do the portal at all. He's only high school kids, and Deion saying, I don't need to worry about all these high schoolers. Let me go find the kids that I already know can play.
And Deion saying that he's intending to retire in Colorado. Mike Bassick's theory is, yeah, he'll retire in Colorado in 2 years because he's just there while Shador is there. That's his theory. We get some...
It's not a bad one. I don't think, I could definitely see him just exist. And that is what he told recently. He told Colorado TV station that he's like, I don't plan on being anywhere else. I love what I do. I love Boulder, Colorado. I'm going to retire here. It's like, okay, I'll believe it when I see it. Because, I mean, you put out a lot of the same statements talking about Jackson State and how you weren't ever going to leave Jackson State. And it was a passion project, and that's where you were staying. and he bolted for Colorado after a couple years. I imagine he'll bolt for a bigger program in a couple years.
We got the Oklahoma or Houston Sooners or the Oklahoma Astros with some harassment.
Man, this is... I'm stunned that a group of fans like the Sooners who attacked Lincoln Riley's family and threatened to kill him after he went to USC, I'm stunned that they would do something really awful to a kid that decided to transfer. So Caden Green had announced that he was transferring to Missouri, and there were some Sooners fans who were not happy about that. So what did they do, Sean? They pulled a Houston Astros fan, Brandon Hurtado tactic, and they went and started spamming the insurance agency that this kid's dad owns with 1-star reviews on Google and just driving it down. And there was a bunch of people who stepped up, like on Oklahoma message boards, who were like, "Guys, stop! This is like you're screwing with a kid and his family. Like, leave this be." To their credit, there were some of those who were doing that, but man, they were just absolutely lighting it up with 1-star reviews and trashing the business. And people who go there and Google that, who don't know the backstory of Oklahoma football, or what else, they don't know any better. They just see, oh, this is a terrible company that everybody's had bad experiences with, and so. Really gross. I'm sure the Venn diagram of Astros and Sooners fans is probably just a big old circle.
You've already talked about the reverse Dabo, now Bama STDs for our Fridays.
Yeah, so this is Elijah Pritchett, and he is one of the highly rated recruits that Alabama secures every freaking offseason, every single recruiting season. But he was placed under arrest on Wednesday for knowingly passing sexually transmitted diseases, Sean, which is a Class C misdemeanor in the state of Alabama. He was released on $500 bond.
I would have thought that's not a crime in Alabama.
I was like, oh, never mind. I'm not even going to make that joke. He was deemed a youthful offender on the misdemeanor charge. He's posted bail. He's out.
So how do they prove that you know?
See, that I don't know. Like I'm guessing if like they've got medical records that show you tested positive for something,
or maybe text messages. I don't know.
Yeah, and I would guess that it's one of those things that where can you prove the knowingly, like the intent? Like how can you prove that he didn't disclose it to somebody or whatever else? I'm guessing that what it is we know your medical records. We know you had unprotected relations with this woman, and she's claiming that she had no knowledge of it. But still, people who do this, it's weird. Like you'll hear stories about people who do this on purpose, not just I don't want to bring it up, that's awkward.
Right.
Like who intentionally do this. No telling what it was. Doesn't say what exactly his issue is. But this is the second time that he's been in trouble. He also got pulled over in April for going 95 and a 65 on the way to practice. Sounds like me trying to get in here for the firehouse.
I can't believe you've been on time every morning this week. Mavs Rockets today, but my favorite story is about Zion's contract clause that got reported by The Athletic. So he signed that 5-year, $197 million deal in July of 22. But because he only played 29 games last year due to injury, the final 3 years of that contract are no longer guaranteed. How about the Pelicans putting this in? And The Athletic says by missing more than 22 games last season, he triggered a clause that turned the salary that he's owed for those seasons from guaranteed to non-guaranteed. He can earn back the guarantees by playing in enough games and hitting specific weigh-in checkpoints this year. But he can lose more money if he does not meet the benchmarks. So, what are they? Williamson's weight in pounds and his body fat percentage must be less than 295. He was listed at 285 last year, so his body fat cannot be higher than 10%. And a report from the National Institute of Health last year said the average basketball player had a body fat percentage of 13.1. So Zion right now has apparently lost the last 3 years of his guaranteed money. Smart job, Nolans.
What if it's a smart job on Zion Williamson's part? Because remember at the end of the year, we were like talking about why is he so actively sitting out talking about, well, I just don't feel like Zion. I'm out here in warm-ups doing 360 dunks, but I just don't feel like Zion. So I'm not gonna play. What if he just wants out of there? And he's like, I don't want...
Then why did he sign the contract, or why did he make it shorter term?
Maybe things changed. I don't know. But maybe he just goes like, hey, I've got this little out here. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to collect my check for now, but I want out of here. And I don't want to have to get a trade facilitated.
No, because in the NBA, the move is get the contract, then whine and cry, James Harden it up, and you can get out anyway. Sean and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We finally found a guest to talk about the Miami Dolphins. Bobby's colleague from the NFL Network, Cameron Wolfe. What are they saying about Tua and the MVP? Is Tyreek coming back? How scared are they of the Cowboys offense? And is Vic Fangio a nasty, nasty man for what he does to Mike McCarthy? Cameron Wolfe previews the Dolphins after this.
The Expressway is sponsored by QCkinetics.com.
We finally found what was like one for five.
I know we were making the rounds. We were asking people, and we couldn't get any replies. And I was starting to think Miami just hates us.
I know these diva Miami reporters, like these NBA reporters, like Woj and Shams. But we finally said, you know what? Let's go to the very top. Let's just go to the NFL Network with the Miami Dolphins beat reporter Cameron Wolfe, University of Houston alum, joining us on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Cam. Thanks for making the time.
Sean, Bobby, what's good, fellas? How y'all feeling?
Feeling well. How are the Miami Dolphins feeling physically?
Better at this stage. The offensive line is still extremely banged up. Their right guard and right tackle, Robert Hunt and Austin Jackson, haven't practiced all week, and I'd say they're trending towards not playing. But they did get Tyreek Hill back at practice yesterday, and from what I understand, he's trending towards playing. And so you'll get Tyreek Hill playing, you'll get Devon Achane playing, so they get a couple of their speedsters back, but they're going to be banged up on the trenches. So good news for Micah Parsons, not as much good news for the defensive back.
What's Tyreek like in the locker room?
He is high energy. He's always a jokester. I think that what you see on camera and Hard Knocks, and a lot of that is who he is. He loves the cameras. And I think he's always aware that he's on. And so I think he always brings a high-octane energy, personality, effort whenever he's out there. So I was actually pleasantly surprised when I met him. I think I had a stereotype of who he was, and he's been a different guy from what I've seen.
You know, a lot of people are accurate when they tell us that we have a gift with Jerry Jones twice a week on our radio station. I believe that you have a gift with Mike McDaniel, my favorite personality by far in the NFL.
Yeah.
Is that true? And have you ever covered anyone like him? What's he like?
No, never covered a coach like him. He's super unique in that he doesn't believe in cliches. You know it. Every time we talk to a coach, it's one day at a time. We're going to see. It's just like a constant book. Like, I figure there has to be a coaching cliche book somewhere. Mike doesn't believe in them. He may give you a 5-minute response on an answer. And there's going to be a great answer inside of that somewhere. He wears, off-white Forces. He's wearing designer watches that cost $50,000. He's running away from cameras. Like, everything about him doesn't scream head coach. And in fact, when I first met him, the first thing I'm seeing is like, this guy's with glasses. I don't know if you've ever seen Money Heist. He looks like a professor to me. And I'm like, who is this guy kind of coach football? And to his credit, he's impressed everybody who's been in front of him. Like, I couldn't tell you, I haven't met a guy in the locker room who's told me I don't like him, or he's fake, or this is not, this or that. Like, every guy loves him. His personality is genuine, and we love talking to him because it's a comedy hour every time he speaks.
Offensive genius?
Yeah, I think that he does. He's definitely an offensive mastermind. The way he calls plays, and particularly the motion, is something that I haven't seen in football before. Like, I think Kyle Shanahan called it the cheat motion earlier this year that they put together with Tyreek Hill, where they run across the field and it kind of looks like they're running forward, but they're not really running forward. That's something that Mike McDaniel put in, that other teams have copied all season. And so it's 2023. You don't have a lot of new plays, but I think Mike McDaniel's sort of revolutionizing how people do offensive football, and speed is really the constant with him and the team.
We're previewing the Dolphins with Cameron Wolfe from NFL Network. Cameron, when you look at the Tua, it feels like has become the latest buzz guy that we sit there and go like, well, how good is he? Like it's the Kirk Cousins discussion or the Dak Prescott discussion that we've dealt with here in Dallas for years. What is your take on Tua the player and Tua the personality as a guy that's going to lead the huddle and lead the locker room?
Yeah, I'd say Tua is the most polarizing quarterback I've seen since Tim Tebow. And I know Dallas may think that Dak's probably in that conversation because of that, but I think that, when you listen to how people on each side of the frame talk about Tua, it's so drastically different. The Tua supporters will tell you he's the best quarterback who's ever played. He was being held back for 2 years, but now he's finally showing that he's elite. And the haters will tell you he can't throw the ball 20 yards. He's got a noodle arm. Tyreek Hill is essentially putting him on a wheelbarrow every week and carrying him to wins. Mike McDaniel's essentially, writing down things for him, doing a test for him, essentially.
Yeah.
And the reality is neither of them are right. He's a really good quarterback. He's not perfect, but what he does best, and their quarterback coach Darrell Bevel broke it down for me this week. Like, his superpowers are not his arm strength, it's not his athleticism or his speed. It's his ability to have timing and anticipation and vision. And these are things that are not like visibly seen as superpowers. And so I think naturally people will doubt him because the visible superpowers are not there. But for what he does, it's a perfect fit in Mike McDaniel's scheme. They get the ball out quickly. I think he averaged about 2 seconds per time to throw last week, which was the fastest of his career. That's something that he does better than anyone else. And I will tell you this, like, this year has been the most confident I've ever seen him. I've covered him for 4 years. Mike McDaniel has done a tremendous job of re-emerging his confidence. He was a broken player 2 years ago. He'll tell you that he thought that he sucked. And Mike McDaniel came in and showed him that he was not only a good player, he had a potential to be even better. And so I think that Mike deserves a lot of credit for Tua's growth. And the one thing we talked about all offseason, and I don't want to jinx it, but he stayed healthy. He hasn't got hurt all season. And I think he's erasing year by year all the question marks that people had about him.
Cameron, we talk about him getting the ball out quickly, and obviously that's a big part of the offense. Like when you turn on the tape with the Dolphins, you clearly see there's a lot of, okay, let's get quick screen game going. Let's do some stuff, with these flares to the backfield, different things like that. But the fact that he was getting the ball out so quick last week, is that a something that's necessitated right now with that offensive line? And is that something that the Dolphins are probably looking at and saying, hey, that we might need some more of that against Dallas this week because that pass rush against our depleted offensive line, we need Tua to get the ball out quick?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a direct function of the offensive line that they've even got faster. As I mentioned earlier, their two right side of their offensive line have been banged up. Their left tackle, Teron Armstead, has been in and out of the lineup. They're on their backup center. They're on their third left guard. Early this week, they didn't have any starters from their offensive line practicing. And so that offensive line is very much trying to be held up by just duct tape and Band-Aids. And so they're trying to make it through. And because of that, Tua's got to speed up his internal clock. And I'll tell you this, like, he leads the NFL in time to throw coming into throughout the season. So this has always been a key element of his game. It's not just this past week. It's how they function within this offense. Their game plan is we're going to take one or two reads, and it's going to be Tyreek or Waddle or Tyreek, whatever early order you want, and we're going to get the ball out to our playmakers quickly. And if it's not there, we're going to dump it off to the running backs. That's their game. Some quarterbacks get better when they can extend the plays outside of scheme. Tua has proven that his best skill is staying inside scheme. When you break scheme for him, that's what defenses try to do, make him hold onto the ball, make him get to the second, third read. That's when he starts to make mistakes. And so their game plan every week is to get that ball out as quick as possible.
Cameron, is the offensive line their number one weakness as a team, or is it something else?
No, it's definitely the offensive line. And I'll tell you this, their O-line coach, Butch Berry's done a good job of keeping them together because they are better up front on the offensive line than they've been the last 2 years. But injuries have really, really limited them. They've really struggled in pass protection when they've faced elite defensive fronts. So they struggle with physicality, which is something I'm sure Dallas is used to hearing on their end, but they struggle with physicality on the defensive front. And so when they played the Eagles, when they played the Buffalo Bills, when they played the Kansas City Chiefs, those quote-unquote good teams, that's when they've got exposed in the trenches. And that's where that narrative comes from that, hey, the Dolphins can't beat good teams. Because you bully them up front with the offensive line, and then you start to see the rest of the offense start to deteriorate. So, yeah, I definitely say the offensive line is the biggest issue. They really don't have many other holes beyond that. Their defense, since Jalen Ramsey has come back, has been really good. Their secondary has been hurt, but even last week they shut out the Jets. And so really that offensive line is the area you want to exploit if you're facing the Dolphins.
We're talking with Cameron Wolfe from NFL Network. You mentioned about the offensive line exploiting that. Vic Fangio, a couple years ago, gained a reputation when he was in Denver for being the guy that had figured out how to crack the code and completely confuse Dak Prescott. And obviously he was a consultant last year with Philadelphia. Dak had success there. But Going into this week, how would you expect that the Dolphins are really going to try and limit a Dallas passing attack that's been really explosive in the second half of the season?
Yeah, I'll say that was 2021. Dak's definitely grown as a player since then. So I don't know if everything Vic had going on 2 or 3 years ago works on this version of Dak, but that's something we'll see on Sunday. One thing I'm eager to see is how they face CeeDee Lamb, because CeeDee, as you guys know, has been killing in the slot. Like, that's where he's feasted. And that's been the one area of the Dolphins' defense where they've shown some cracks. You know, Jalen Ramsey and Xavier Howard are two of the best corner pairs in the league on the outside. But the two rarely go inside. Their young corner, Kader Kohu, is often the guy in the slot. But last week we saw Jalen Ramsey shadow Garrett Wilson, the Jets receiver, when Xavier Howard was out. So they moved him all around the formation. They moved him inside the slot, and he had Garrett Wilson in prison. Like, he was locked up. Like, there was nothing going on. And so if you ask Jalen Ramsey, Jalen said, I want that same matchup for CeeDee. Vic does not like to travel his corners often. They only made that move because Xavier Howard was a late scratch. And so my curiosity is, do they do more of that with CeeDee? Because if I'm Dallas, I love the CeeDee versus Kader Kohu matchup. I'm not as excited if it's CeeDee versus Jalen Ramsey. And so I don't think you'll see him shadow CeeDee this week, because I think Xavier Howard will be back. But I wouldn't be surprised if you see Jalen Ramsey in the slot with CeeDee, especially on those key snaps, and see how they respond to maybe that physicality, the pressing on the line.
Cameron, what corner category do you still put Ramsey and Howard in? Are they still great? Are they very good? Or are they good? Because there was a narrative forming that Jalen Ramsey over the past couple of years has definitely lost a step. What category you put them in?
Yeah, I say Jalen Ramsey's still elite. I was curious what version of Jalen Ramsey we would get. But I'll tell you what, from seeing him these last 6 or 7 games, he's been dominant. And so much so that teams have shied away from throwing the ball at all his way. I think there's been games where he's only had 1 or 2 targets when he's covered the best receiver. So I think he's definitely proven that he is not washed. And he heard the narrative too. And if you know anything about Jalen Ramsey, that motivated him even more. He's already had 3 interceptions in 7 games, and I think he's probably got less than 30 targets on the season that's been thrown his way. And so I say he's still in the elite category. Xavier's probably very good. He's a very good corner. He can be beat at times. He was beat by DeAndre Hopkins a couple weeks ago. But the thing that makes those corners different is that they're ball hawks. Like, Xavier still leads the NFL in most interceptions since 2017. And Jalen Ramsey is right up in that top 10 as well. And so there are people that want to bait you into interceptions. You might be able to beat particularly X with some crossing routes. But if you try to squeeze in something too tight, they can hurt you. So I'd say both of those guys are still in the top 15, top 20 corners. And I'd say Jalen Ramsey's, in my opinion, in the top 5.
Can either of them stick with Tyreek in practice?
If they're playing zone coverage.
Good answer. Cameron Wolf, NFL Network on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. This defense for me gets totally forgotten. I'm like top 5. It's all about the offense. Who else do we need to know about on this defense? And has Bradley Chubb been the player that they thought they were getting after the Bronco trade?
Yeah, I'll start with Bradley Chubb. Like, Bradley Chubb was, let's just call it what it was, a disappointment last year. They traded for him. They gave him a big $100 million contract, first-round pick they traded for him, and he was not very productive. This year has been a completely different story. He's been one of the top consistent pass rushers in the AFC all year. He had 3 sacks last week, 2 forced fumbles, and he's the type of guy who is a complete rusher. He's not just an edge guy. He's going to be on the field all the time, stopping in the run game. And he's a really good fit for Vic Fangio's scheme. They like to have Christian Wilkins and Zach Sealer. They're 2 defensive tackles, like, really work games and stunts off each other inside. And then they let Bradley Chubb do a lot of the one-on-one action against his side. Jalen Phillips was the other edge rusher who got hurt and tore his Achilles a few weeks ago, and that slowed down their pass rush, but Bradley Chubb has just continued to turn it up. And so that pass rush is really a key of the defense, because when they're hot, like they were this past week, like they were a couple of weeks ago, they can really take over the game. But I have seen teams neutralize them up front. And when you can neutralize their defensive front, that's when you can really take advantage of the middle of the field for the Dolphins. Their linebackers are a little bit of a question mark. Their safeties have been banged up. And so you don't want to take this team outside where their corners are, but you want to try to attack them over the middle of the field. So I definitely take a look at that front, like I mentioned. And then if he plays, Javon Holland, number 8 on their back end, is probably one of the most underrated players in football, in my opinion. He's missed the last 3 games with knee injuries, and I'm not sure if he's going to play this week, but he is their quarterback of the secondary. He's the guy who makes everything go on the back end. And if he plays, big boost. If not, that's something that I'd expect Dallas and CeeDee Lamb in particular to try to take advantage of.
Cameron, as we head into this game and we look at just particular X factors, what do you think is the most critical thing for Miami to accomplish in this game and the most critical thing for Dallas to accomplish in this game?
Yeah, I'll say on both of them on the same kind of matchup. I'd say the Miami's run game versus Dallas's run D. And I'm sure you guys have talked about it all week about giving up 266 to Buffalo and what that means. I'm sure Dallas is going to come back angry. Like, if we're talking about it in our radio chats, then they're talking about it tenfold in meeting rooms. And so I'd imagine they're going to come out a different team. But the loss of Jonathan Hankins, I think, has shown up big time. And when you look at this Dolphins team, so much gets said about Tyreek and Waddle and Tua that you forget that they are an elite rushing team. They're in the top 5 in rushing. They lead the NFL in yards per carry. And Raheem Mostert, who's 31 years old, has been a revelation this year. And when they're flowing, they're getting the ball to Raheem. They're getting the ball to Devon Achane, who's their speedy rookie, who's kind of revolutionized the rushing game for them. That's where their flow of their offense is. And so if Miami can run the ball consistently, can make splash plays in the run game, to the point that Dallas has to get a little bit heavier in their boxes, play a little bit more base, then I think that's where Miami's going to have some success. But if Dallas can, especially in the first quarter, stop that run game, Mike McDaniel's shown a tendency to go away from the run if they struggle early. And you can make them one-dimensional. You can get Micah Parsons eating on that right side of the Dolphins' offensive line and try to get Tua uncomfortable with your pass rush. So to me, as much as we'll talk about Micah and Tua and Tyreek, that run game is the core of all of it for me.
Cameron, this was a fantastic preview. We could not have asked for anything more. Thank you for all the info and the knowledge, and enjoy the weekend and the holidays. Thank you.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys.
Cameron,
you guys are friends of James, you're friends of mine.
No, we're not. I'm not friends with James.
Stop.
Kitty. Thank you, Cam.
Appreciate you.
Cameron Wolf, NFL Network, on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Him and Jane did like the Cowboys-Dolphins preview on TV.
They, for the Insider show that NFL Network does. So they'll take like a big matchup and they'll get their essentially their boots on the ground to come on and kind of go back and forth. And so Cameron was doing the Dolphin side there.
Everything that we missed during the course of the week gets summed up here. This is the Expressway. We are commercial-free for 40 minutes on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, and whatever we miss gets discussed now in the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
All right, I will admit, I'm a little bit worried about this story from 2 people. Mark Zuckerberg and Tucker Carlson have me a little bit worried. I am. I've known people that talk about this stuff. I always dismiss it. But, man, Tucker Carlson is really going in on the government having some secret deal with aliens. He's like, oh, it's so serious. It's so serious I can't even tell my wife. So you had that, and I was like, okay, whatever. And then we found out about Zuckerberg in Hawaii.
Yeah, so this is a story that came out last week. It was something that Wired had done a report on, and it sent the internet scrambling for their conspiracy theories. So Mark Zuckerberg and his wife have reportedly built a compound that will generate its own energy, grow its own food, and include a 5,000 square foot underground bunker that comes with a blast-resistant door, a living space, and an escape hatch. According to public records and a secret source at Wired, Wired shares that the estate is nearly complete. The main quarters are said to consist of over a dozen buildings with at least 30 bedrooms and 30 bathrooms. The area is centered around 2 massive mansions comparable in size to a professional football field, containing offices, elevators, conference rooms, and an industrial-size kitchen. And the internet started going off. There were people who said that, all right, this is it. Like, just look at where it's placed. This is about war with China. And he's trying to make sure that he's got his little safety hatch and that he'll be safe there. Somebody else said that Hawaii and New Zealand, those are the 2 places you'd build your little escape pod if things were going to go hit the fan. And this is a powerful person who knows this. Somebody else says they think the story itself is a conspiracy, that Zuckerberg is leaking, that this is where his compound is so he can build it somewhere else and not have to be caught in Hawaii. It says the man who sold out the world's privacy, this was somebody on Reddit, the man who sold out the world's privacy and made hundreds of billions is now wanting his space and privacy. How ironic. Lots of people said on the first thought, how they talk about how this is something that when you look at where it's being built and what he's building, this is clearly about nuclear war. That he's trying to prepare for nuclear war and survive it and everything else. And somebody else pointed out, they said, what he doesn't understand is that as soon as the world goes to hell, his own security guards are going to turn on him because they're part of the poor working class as well. And this will be the poor coming after Mark Zuckerberg, and he is preparing for the war between the wealthy and the poor. And those are the several conspiracy theories. It is a little odd, but I also think if I had $1 billion, I'd probably build weird stuff like this too.
But why? Why do this? One of my buddies, one of my best friends, his father-in-law has done this in Texas. He's got like an underground compound with the space food and the powder and gold bars and all that stuff. And I'm like, okay, is it possible that someone important has tipped off these people, friends in high places, that it's like, all right, something's coming, man. You need to prepare. Like this. Now look, I don't want to get all political, but I'm not the biggest Tucker Carlson fan, and I think when I'm listening to him, I'm like, this is crazy talk. He's trolling, and I'm not totally believing everything that he's saying. But combining this with Zuckerberg building it, why is he building it? Why is he preparing? My worry level went from a 0 to like 4.5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a big jump. You?
I don't look at it as.
Did you worry about everything?
Yeah, I do. Look, I think that it's completely reasonable in this day and age to feel like something could hit the fan at any moment in any sort of way, like whether it be financial stuff or war or whatever else. I think that it's completely reasonable to have concerns about that and want to be prepared. I think that the reality of what this probably is closer to is he has billions of dollars and he's just kind of doesn't know what to spend it on. It's like when I on 2K, when I've like maxed out all my attributes and I start spending my VC on like ridiculous outfits for my player, where it's like, this doesn't even help me, but I got to spend this on
this
something.
Is frivolous spending.
That's what I think it is. I think it's just reckless spending.
Chris, you look like a believer in aliens and this stuff.
Well, I just like the idea of Zuckerberg thinking, hey, there might be a nuclear fallout with China. Let me go to the state that's the closest to China.
Maybe he's aligning with them.
Oh.
Maybe that's it. Did you consider that?
Yeah, I think we have some breaking news here. 105.3 The Fan.
Do you believe in, life out there and all that stuff? Aliens are out there?
Oh, man. I mean, the universe is so big. There has to be some living things out there. But I don't know if they're important to me at this point. So.
They're important to you?
I think eventually they could become important, but I'll just pretend they're not there until they come to the earth.
Why do we always assume they're going to be so much smarter than us and they just want to, they're just toying with us?
Well,
how do we know they're not going to get here and they're just going to be like, how do we know it's not like a bunch of Dan Orlovskis or something? Like they're just idiots.
Because we watch the movies. That's why. Yeah.
That's the movie I want. I want the movie where the aliens come to Earth and they're idiots.
Okay, so my worry on that is a 4.5. My worry on this is a 6.5. Now that I've seen these AI robots and everything, like perform, Tesla testing and gun shooting, that I am worried about someone, a Dr. Evil programming an army of robots. That I am worried about. 6.5. So I was at a 0, whatever, get that. Sometimes I'm just like, I know this is a really morbid thing to say, but I'm like, man, sometimes I wish I was just at the end of my days so I don't have to worry about losing half my life. Half my life. You know what I mean? Like that I've already lived a full life and I was at the end versus worried about, like, I've built this house in Sunnyvale, and, like, it could be all for naught. Like, yeah, I have a little mini storm shelter in there, but if I go through all this effort, yesterday I'm putting in the pool with Emerald Custom Pools. My guy Austin.
Oh, yeah.
My guy Kyle.
We've heard all about your pool.
Yeah, I talked about it yesterday.
No, I heard all about it on the podcast.
Love of the Star?
No. I'm a devoted listener to Little Ollie's Cribcast.
Oh God!
And
here
man,
we go.
He shared a lot of great details. Here we go. Why did he say that? He shared a lot of fantastic details about what you're doing. I mean, anybody who's up to date on it. I mean, Chris, do we have a clip from that? I know that a lot of the listeners maybe they didn't catch the Cribcast.
I think yeah, we do hear it. Y'all want to hear it?
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
Nope.
All right.
Play it.
Let's go out.
Welcome to My Cribcast, brought to you by DFW Security. Guy at DFW Security does it all. Have them build your moat like they are currently digging at our new home. Drawbridge not included. Star down to my future hometown. The fact that Sunnyvale City Council hasn't voted to change the name to Shawneevale shows incompetence. Whatever incompetence means, I can't read. Breaking news. A new member of DFW's royal family is on its way. Mom and Dad shut the door and had a meeting about it. It must have went well because Dad came out 45 seconds later smiling, working on a holiday poem. 'Twas the night before Christmas. Asleep were his boys. The only sounds in RJ's house were his battery-operated toys. Coming up next, power ranking my naps, followed by a nap. And then Mike Bassick joins us to talk about his new book, I'm So Positive, on My Cribcast.
That was good.
45 seconds. You doubled your record.
That was good. I got to give it up. That was good. So there is a surprise edition of the Cribcast with all you a-holes conspiring against me behind the scenes. Sean Sharif, Roberto Belt, we're live on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. The way to hit us up on the TruckRight.com text line is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. All right, which one is more believable, the first egg or this baked potato?
Ooh, I think the egg is more believable. It's just ridiculous. You want to go eggs or potatoes first?
Let's go.
Sean?
Let's go egg.
Okay, all right. So Michael K., who is known similarly.
Choppy's listening right now, by the way, so don't say anything too bad.
Oh, well, now that I know he's listening, I'm going to go aggressive. Michael K. is a hack chop, and Aaron Judge was lucky that he hit the home run here. So instead of just getting "see ya" for his record breaker, he actually got a real broadcaster and Eric Nadel to call it. He should be thanking the Rangers every day that he got to call that here.
I like that "see ya" call.
I hate it. It's the worst. See ya.
See ya. Okay.
No, it's weak. It's weak. Anyway, Michael K., who has some terrible food takes, he consistently gets dragged similarly to Orlovsky for just weird random food takes. I have them too. I'm not saying
he's giving out consistent ones.
Yeah, like he'll talk about food a lot. He gets apparently crushed for a lot of his weird food takes. So he has a new one. At 63 years old, he tweeted last week, "Vacation is for exploring. So I tried my first ever egg, an egg white bacon omelet for breakfast. Not going to be having it again. It shows I've been right for 62 years. So he went 62 years without ever trying an egg, and then as soon as he ate it, he was like, bleh.
And it was an egg white omelet?
Yeah, like if you look at it, it's
So the egg white omelet, right, is not going to have as much flavor as having the yolk in it. So I can see him being like, this doesn't have a ton of flavor. I mean, do I believe it? He doesn't eat tomatoes or any dressings. He only eats iceberg lettuce. So I guess Choppy had not had an omelet for like 40 years. He ate his first omelet while halfway through this show. But I guess I'll believe it. I just don't know. Like, this guy travels on the road too, right? Like, hotel breakfasts are continental with scrambled eggs at every single one. So it's difficult to believe.
I'm trying to think if there's anything that stands out to me as like a massive, like a big time food that I've never had.
Chris, do you have one? A big time food that people would be shocked? I can see you trying different foods. You look like you like Thai food.
I'm going to be honest. I've never tried sushi in my life. Never once.
Oh, there you go. I've never had sushi.
What?
Whoa!
Both of you?
Because it's
I can see you. You don't like seafood.
I've had the collection of ingredients that like I've had them as individual ingredients, and I'm not a fan of what that collection sounds like. Would you eat it like
if the fish was like cooked, like fried, versus just like raw, like sashimi?
Nope, comes out of the water. I don't eat it.
And why haven't you tried it?
My thing is like born and raised DFW. Like, what's the best sushi in DFW?
Oh,
I mean, come on, we're so far away from any Lake Louisville sushi. What are we getting here?
Oh God! So it has to be local.
Yeah, I only
farmers market over here. You look like a farmers market guy.
I only eat Pacific Ocean eel.
Is there anything else you haven't eaten? Are you a picky eater or?
I'm not very picky. No,
Okay.
Sushi is.
And
I don't know.
And your girlfriend?
Oh, they try everything. They'll try everything and
he just said
everything.
No, he said they try everything.
So everything?
Do you have multiple girlfriends?
No.
Okay, because I said and your girlfriend, and you said they try everything. I'm like, are we in Utah here?
It's just we're modern society, Sean. The baked potato now. This is the one that I think is a lie. This is if Choppy were here, then we would definitely, Choppy would be one who's like, can you believe this? And we'd be telling him, Choppy, this isn't real. So this lady went on Twitter, formerly known as Twitter. This user, Amanda B, shared her villain origin story. She said, my work is doing a potato bar as our Christmas bonus. I'm literally getting a hospital potato as a bonus. They also said it has a $15 value, so it will be taxed on our next check. Does anyone need an assistant so I can just quit right now? I do not for a second believe that a company A said, here's your bonus, it's a potato bar. And even if that were the case, because times are tight, maybe businesses are doing that, I don't believe that they would say we're taxing the potatoes. There's zero chance that's happening, right? This is a made-up story for clout.
Who wrote this?
This is a woman named Amanda B, and she's sharing pictures of her on Twitter and Instagram of like, here it is, here's my potato, but they told us they're taxing the value of this potato. See, here's the alleged potato right there. It's a gross-looking potato.
Fake
Looks
news.
pretty cheap.
It's fake news.
There's no chance. There's no chance this is real, right?
No, it's not. Baked potatoes, you really got to dress them up too to get them
Kristen
flavorful.
loves them.
What's she put on them?
There's just like typically sour cream, butter.
Okay.
Bacon. There's
my wife loves them.
There's so many things Kristen can't eat, like just because of like allergies or whatever else, that's one of the few that she just like dives into.
All right, that's the junk drawer during the Expressway, commercial free every day here on Sean and Bobby. We have RJ's pick for Cowboys-Dolphins. We need your official pick and Bobby's film room to preview and break down Sunday next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour as we try to get you to your weekend and your holiday as quickly as possible. Hopefully, if you're off, you're still toloing. As we found out yesterday with the thousands and thousands of minutes from the best radio audience in DFW, it belongs, in my opinion, to Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt in for Chop. We have Chris in for Peyton, and we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. If you missed Mike McCarthy, you can hear him again at 8:40 this morning to preview the Dolphins. But this is Bobby Belt's Miami Film Room.
So this is one where I was really excited and interested to...
Need your official picks, by the way, on the Chartwright.com text line at 877-881-1053. Please and thank you.
This was one where... It was really interesting to. I was excited to turn it on and see. I wanted to see how similar is it to San Francisco, like we had talked about some of the stuff that we were asking about. I wanted to see what are the similarities to San Francisco, and the other thing that I wanted to see here was how unique what Mike McDaniel does. Because I mean, we hear a lot about it. People who watch them consistently will talk about it, and you'll see like an individual play where it's like, oh, okay, that was really impressive, that was good, whatever else. But I wanted to see consistently how unique his approach is. And, man, specifically in the running game, which the Cowboys clearly struggle with right now in run defense, the things he does with motion, play action, the design of the run concepts, it's genuinely fun to watch. Like it's objectively fun to watch some of the play design that he has.
So how
here.
different from Shanahan?
It's similar. It's very similar in the way that he likes to attack us, specifically with the running game. The running game is very, very similar. And the way they use their personnel and kind of dip into their bag and have these different formations and line guys up in weird spots. It's very similar in that sense to Shanahan. But McDaniel's definitely got his own flavor on things. And what you're going to notice is this is going to give, as much as everybody's happy with the Cowboys offense right now, this is going to give you a little bit of play design envy this week. Consistently, You're going to see some stuff and go, that looks like such a regular concept. The way he is, we say you can't reinvent the wheel. He is reinventing the wheel in a lot of ways, where it's like it looks like it is a traditional concept that the way they attack it is so unique and so different from what we see anybody else do across the league, just with the way they motion guys, whatever else. The beauty of the scheme is it plays off of each other. So one of the things that you'll see a lot is...
And people have talked about Orlovsky, that the Cowboys really struggle with motion.
Yeah, they do. They've struggled with eye candy for a long time. It's been one of their issues. And one of the things that they like to do with this offense is, all right, let's throw a quick screen out here to Tyreek Hill. Let's just put the ball in Tyreek Hill's hands or Jalen Waddle's hands. Quick screen here. They like running these little running back flares. So they'll send guys out into the flat, just kind of pitch it there, get the ball out quick, get guys in space, spread things out with the formation, try and create some gaps and really attack it. And so that's all standard stuff. But what it does is it then lays the groundwork for, okay, we've established that we're going to throw these little flares in the backfield. We're going to throw the screen passes. We're going to throw these quick routes. And then what they'll do is just with some of their unique motion and how they run the ball out of that, you'll occasionally get these setups where Tua is sending motion. So that's going to naturally get guys going, okay, I got to cover for this run here. And then you'll see at the snap, oh, okay, somebody's going out in the flat. It's okay, here's this flare we've seen a dozen times. And it's all setting up to just open up the middle of the field and throw an 18-yard dig route to Tyreek Hill. And that's where they've hit a lot of their big passing plays, has been setting it up with the quick stuff, setting it up with the run, presenting that. It's a lot of diversion tactics. It's basically just setting things up for the future so that you can hit those dig routes. The option routes that we've consistently talked about here in Dallas, as man, they were hitting a lot of them, but it also caused some problems. Miami likes to run those. They like to run the dig, which is basically you run straight and just make a sharp cut towards the middle of the field.
You sure you know the route?
Yeah,
Warner.
I know it. And then the post route. So they've got the option a lot of times to send it to the post or just flatten it out, run the dig. But a lot of what they do is just to set up those type of big play throws. And that's where you're most going to find that Tua has trouble at times. Like if you're going to get Tua, it's going to be on he reads it wrong. He reads the option route wrong, or he doesn't see guys dropping into coverage and he's just trusting, all right, this will be the same concept. Everybody will clear out and I'm just going to throw it. And he doesn't see, okay, the safety never moved, or the linebackers dropped. They didn't come up. This game will come down to, for the Cowboys, how well your linebackers play. If your linebackers play well, the Cowboys will win this game. If they play bad, they could get run. Because a lot of this setup that they do is going to be, okay, do the linebackers come up and open up the middle of the field for Tua to kind of pick them apart, get guys in space? Do the linebackers play discipline against the run? What are they doing there? So that's some of the conceptual things that the Dolphins are doing right now that's really, really entertaining. It really is genuinely fun to watch them do play design. Now, Tua is very accurate. Tua gets the ball out really quickly. He and Tyreek Hill have this just blind trust with each other. They really do have a strong connection, and they're very much in sync. That same sort of step that we've seen Dak and CD take, where they just seem to kind of like read each other a step ahead and know their body language and what they're going to do. That's something that Tyreek and Tua have, and Tua deserves a lot of credit for building that. It's not just hand the ball to Tyreek and he's going to go make a play. Tua helps elevate him as well. I think that relationship in general has strengthened both of them and made them both better players. So I think that Tyreek Hill, obviously, even if he's banged up, he's somebody who they have to worry about. Now, the good news is here with Dallas is that if you can keep Waddle contained, Hill contained, in terms of you don't bite on some of this run stuff, maybe you get out early and they have to turn this into a passing game. They can't set up a lot of these passing concepts that they like to do because they'll be forced to throw the ball. They can't kind of methodically set up run game concepts and quick screens. They'll have to go into a track meet. And if they have to do that, Dallas is then better equipped, I think, to take care of some of these passing concepts and not bite on them, because a lot of it is just about deception and fakes and bringing guys up.
So we all worry about Dallas physically. What about their speed? Like, how do they match up team speed versus team speed?
Miami is the fastest team in the NFL by far. Dallas is one of the faster defenses, so, and sometimes that burns them. Dan Quinn talked about it on Monday, that some of the aggressiveness and the speed that they play with, it causes over pursuit, it causes cutback lanes. This is a team that's going to take advantage of that. It's funny, Connor Williams is out for the season, but he was one of the fastest timed offensive linemen in the combine when he came out. Teron Armstead, I believe, still holds the record for the fastest offensive line 40 time.
What?
And so we're talking about this speed doesn't just stop at the receivers and the running backs. Like, the offensive linemen are fast. Like, it's just a quick, fast, athletic offense. And we haven't even talked about the running backs yet. Raheem Mostert and Devon Achane. Achane is a guy who...
Armstead, by the way, his PFF grade is still up there at an 80.
He's been one of the most consistent tackles in the NFL for the last decade. He's really, really good still. He's been banged up a lot this season. He's dealt with injuries, as that whole offensive line has, but he is one of the better tackles still and can cause problems for the Cowboys. But Achane is a guy who, he's 5'9", he's under 190 pounds. He's really, really fast, like track star speed, but that misses kind of who he is. Like, when you watched Cook last week...
A&M?
Exactly. One of the few things Jimbo got right. When you watched Cook last week, it felt like, how is he running like this physically, and how is he this tough? Like, he doesn't look like he has the size to be the type of runner that he's been in this game. And that's similar to Achane. Achane is fast, but Achane's physical. Like, he'll run into guys. He doesn't just try to run by him. He's physical. He's tough. He doesn't go down easily. It's a really strong offense that when everything's clicking, when the blocking's there, when the run game concepts are there, it's really impressive. One of the interesting things they've managed to do is, you know how we always talk about you get what's blocked for you? The running game is just what's blocked for you.
Yeah.
And
running backs don't matter. It's only the line.
Well, in this case, what they get with, and I'd be interested to know, this is just kind of what I see. I'd be interested to know if this is intentional on Mike McDaniel's part. They have so much speed that their play design deception that causes the little hesitation and like, you know, maybe a misread at first, you've burned yourself, because they're so fast that if you have that hesitation, you've already missed the spot, to where it's one of those things where even if the blocking's not great, even if your offensive line is a little dinged up, they can have success running the ball because they just cause hesitation with their design. And then their guys are so fast that they're able to get to the spot, pick up chunk plays. That's a lot of what they're going to do. So the key here for Dallas, I think, is they've, just like Buffalo, and it's been a discussion this week, they've got to get out early. And I know, you know, Michael Lombardi said it, Mike McCarthy said it, they want to win the middle eight. They want to score, they want to get the ball back, they want to score again coming out of halftime.
Middle eight is the last 4 minutes of the second quarter and the first 4 minutes of the third.
Right. You want the ball for the final drive of the half, and then you want to get the ball coming out, and then you can get back-to-back scores. It's a 2-for-1 idea, and it's great when you can execute it. Seattle executed against Dallas a couple weeks ago, picked up 14 points, made things really tough on them. It's bad when you're Dallas in Buffalo and you can't get anything going at all. Now you've wasted that opportunity. You've given them a chance to get out early. I would change things up in this one, though, just with the way Miami is. I would take the ball first because I think it's so important that Dallas scores out of the gate. And I do think Dallas will have some success scoring. Statistically, Miami is good on defense. Like when you look at their per play efficiency, they're top 10 in per play efficiency on offense in the pass and the run and on defense in the pass and the run. But where they struggle a little bit is they're not very good in man coverage. Jalen Ramsey has played better this year, but you can get them a little bit with some double
you think
moves.
He's still elite, like Cameron Wolf told us.
He's playing better than I thought he would. Like he's definitely better than I had seen recently when he was with the Rams. And so he's played at a really high level. I think Howard is more susceptible. I think you could get at Howard a little bit. And he's kind of always been a gambler and done some of those things. Biggest thing here is obviously Tyron and Zach, if they're going to be available, because the Dolphins pass rush is really good. They can generate pressure.
Mike McCarthy told us earlier, you're going to hear it at 8:40 as well this morning. He feels better, more optimistic about Zach than Tyron.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning, just based on stuff I've heard, conversations I've had, I'm leaning towards Zach is playing. I don't think it's a guarantee, but I'm leaning towards he'll be available. I think it's unlikely right now that Tyron Smith plays. And so the offensive line is going to have to be good. They're going to have to cover their spots because you are going to need the passing attack in this one. You're going to need to be able to block up that front, which generates a lot of pressure. They have 48 sacks on the year, the Dolphins. And so they do get pressure. Bradley Chubb is obviously the big one that you got to worry about. But even after Jalen Phillips went down, they've gotten some really consistent pass rushing from their guys. So get out early, take advantage of the passing attack, and just don't let Miami kind of methodically set up their passing game.
Picks. Well done. Bobby Belt with the Film Room every Friday here on Sean and RJ. 877-881-1053. I asked Choppy for his because you, Ralph, and Peyton got the Buffalo game right. I got it wrong. So I wanted to see if Choppy could keep the hot streak going. Miami, 31-21. According to Choppy, pro bettors are taking Dolphins at a 21% advantage per BetQL, but he's going Dolphins 31-21. What say you?
I was going to go with Dolphins 31-21, but I want to be different. So I'll say that the Cowboys score a little bit extra. We get a Brandon Aubrey field goal out of this.
You and Choppy think why are you keeping them just at 21 points?
Because I think that,
by the way, the over-under is 49.5, so RJ had it going to 52.
I'm going to
take the over.
I'm going to take 31-24. I think that just
31-24 who?
31-24 Dolphins. Dallas, I think it is really important that they get out going fast. Like they've got to get ahead early and really kind of command the game. I just don't know that I trust that they're going to be able to do that. So I think that ultimately Dallas only puts up 24 in large part because I think they're going to be put in some tough positions. They're going to have to press a little bit. And with that offensive line probably being a little depleted, that's going to put them in a bad position.
32-24 Miami. So a clean sweep on the show. Just too fast. Too much run game. Who's going to cover? What's the plan against Tyreek? Who do we want to see on Tyreek? Bland?
I don't think they're going to travel. So Larry
is painting me right now to visualize Stephon Gilmore running with him.
I think it might be Gilmore a lot. But I also think that they are going to play their sides. I don't think they're going to travel this game like they did with AJ Brown.
But who would you prefer matched up? You have to pick one.
I would probably actually prefer Bland because I think Bland's just a really good athlete. He gets a good read. And Tyreek's game is not double moves, and that's kind of what has gotten Bland at times.
All right, there it is. The picks and the preview from Roberto Belt, our Cowboys insider. Mike McCarthy at 8:40, but Luka Doncic is being absolutely disrespected by those that cover the NBA. I'll tell you how next.
There's no reason to search sports headlines. We've got them, and we'll get you.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is also brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Mike McCarthy coming up at 8:40 here on Sean and Bobby. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Mavs against the Rockets tonight, as the Rockets have had a nice surprising start to their season, better than I thought it was going to be. But I'm very, very surprised by what you sent me last night with the MVP race.
Yeah, because, we've talked about how well Luka's played this year, and I know that you felt like,
I know that RJ always kind of dismissed this improved conditioning factor, and he said, you don't have to be all cut up to have great cardiovascular. And yeah, that's true in some cases. 9 times out of 10, if you lose weight and you get in better shape, I'm going to believe that is better for your athletic performance.
Better.
I think, without a shadow of a doubt, we have proof that Luka Doncic has upped his game, and it's due to the offseason work that he put in. You have all these former teammates from his Slovenian team talking about the nutritionist and cutting out certain things and setting up a schedule. He took it more seriously, and he's talked about being able to run up and down nonstop right now. Getting tired is not a factor for him. It worked. I think we can say with no hesitation the offseason worked.
Yeah, and he's been, especially, when you consider...
And he looks leaner.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And when you consider this section of time where, Kyrie's been out or the times that he's missed games or whatever else, it's been kind of Luka against the world, and he's playing as efficiently as he ever has in his career. He's averaging a career high in points. His 3-point shooting percentage is up by a couple percentage points. It's a noticeable career high. So he's played really well this season. And I know you've talked about it, that hey, this is probably the best case he's had at this point of a season for MVP. This is as good an argument as he's had so far throughout his career. Well, not according to 100 NBA insiders, or I should 94 NBA insiders. Sean, this was over at ESPN. They did their NBA MVP straw poll, which they do throughout the season. They basically poll 100 different NBA insiders from around the league and just get their perspective on, hey, what's your ballot look like right now? Who would you vote for MVP? Here are the results in order. The MVP of the league is
Joker?
Mr. 40 points a game in the month of December, Joel Embiid. Joker is number 2. So you've got Embiid 1, Joker 2. Number 3, though, you'd think we'd start hearing Luka's name.
Embiid is 35 a game.
Yeah. And
wow.
He's
35, 12, and 6.
He's averaging 40 this month, I think. He's gone over 40 5 different times already this month. He's been incredible. He put up 51 the other night.
Woo.
He's been an incredible. But it's Embiid, it's Jokic. Then at number 3, it's Giannis. Giannis is there.
Player of the week along with Luka.
So surely Luka would come in at number 4. Nope. It's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander from the Oklahoma City Thunder. He is next up on this list, and then coming in at number 5 on the ballot right now, which there's really only 5 contenders that anybody's talking about, and apparently Luka's last among them. Luka Doncic comes in at number 5. He got 6 first-place votes out of the 100 ballots, but he had the fewest total points on the ballot of anybody there. He had a 4th place finish or worse on about half the ballots. He was 4th or 5th on 48 of the 100 ballots.
Shai is beating him in one category. That's field goal percentage. Luka is scoring more, 32-30. Luka has 8.5 rebounds. Shai is 6. Luka has 9 assists. Alexander has 6. So that makes no sense to me. Luka has 2 more turnovers a game.
And Shai, when you just look at
Oklahoma City, they're giving that because they're a top 2. They're the 2 seed. So it's a standings thing.
That's and I totally get that. But one of the things that here, he's also just when you look at the per 100 possessions efficiency, Shai has been one of the worst defenders in the NBA too. So that criticism that always gets leveled against Luka, his defensive rating this year is 129, which basically means they're scoring 129 points per 100 possessions or whatever. So I don't know. It's something that he's not been very efficient this year. on the defensive end, and I don't see how it's anything that you could have him over Luke at this point, other than, like you say, they're just looking at it as, well, this is a team award, like similar to how people look at NFL MVP and they're not going to put him up at the top. It's got to be the same thing. They're not going to view it as the Cy Young, where they'll let 500 Felix Hernandez win, the Cy Young award. But that's where it stands right now. Old Luka, 5th out of 5 in the MVP conversation. So disappointing, but I mean, I'm sure it'll rally at some point. If he keeps playing the way he does, it's going to be difficult to keep him out of the conversation for the top 3.
All right, Bobby, we've gotten along pretty well this week. Gotten along today.
No fights yet.
That ends probably here, as I do have to admit something to you.
Oh, no.
Chris, did you get the music? Go ahead. No. Let's play it.
I remember when we broke up.
Look, man. I like this girl a lot.
Why?
Not the music. This isn't a musical discussion, but she's likable. As Taylor Swift personally handing out generous tips to food service workers at the Chiefs game. What are we doing?
I do that. You don't say it's good. You say I'm an idiot when I do it.
Yeah, and the numbers have come in to prove that Taylor Swift is good for the National Football League.
Allegedly.
I'm rooting for them.
Allegedly.
I'm rooting for them.
A Marist poll, according to the Kansas City Star, it was a Marist poll in conjunction with the Kansas City Star, says 70% believe Taylor Swift has positively impacted the NFL. That includes 71% of football fans. So 7 out of 10 football fans would tell you, oh yeah, Taylor Swift, she's been great for the NFL. Other results from the survey, 80% of Swifties think the pop superstar is positively influencing the NFL. Regardless of demographic group, at least a majority say Swift is beneficial to the NFL. However, women, 75%, are more likely than men, 64%, to have this view. Most Americans, the 70%, have a positive impression of Swift. 30% have an unfavorable view of her. It's part of it is I think I just don't think I can separate her from her fans.
Yeah.
Like the intensity of the fans. Because look, I if there was no buzz about her, if there was no, oh my gosh.
Have you watched her documentary?
No.
All right, maybe you should.
Addison's seen it so many times already. She loves it.
Well, you didn't by osmosis take in any of it?
No. I'm not going to listen to any of that. But here's the thing is that it's if she was just a regular artist and there was no discussion about her or no narrative about her, I wouldn't have any issue with her, I don't think. The problem is when people start talking about her like she's this modern day like female Bob Dylan with her songwriting. I'm like, it's not that. It's very basic, people. What is it? What is this? Why are you telling me vanilla ice cream is the most elaborate thing we've ever gotten?
I'll leave the musical stuff to Chris. You're a music guy. Where do you stand on Tay-Tay?
I think I have to post a clip from this to Twitter and send it to Swiftie Stan Twitter. I think you're about to start a war with Taylor Swift fans out here.
I have. Do you know how many times I've said stuff about Taylor Swift on Twitter and it gets blasted into the universe? And I've gotten hammered by Swifties before.
Are you for real?
I'm dead serious.
From a sports talk audience.
So it was. I posted. Those stupid BuzzFeed maps that are like, here's every state's favorite fast food restaurant or whatever. I had posted an image one time that I said, here's every state's most hated person, and it was a map, and I just put Taylor Swift's face under it, and it was over every state. And to their credit, I never put Taylor Swift in her name or anything else. They still found it somehow. And they blew it up, and my DMs got inundated with people threatening to kill me and telling me what a moron I am and everything else. So I've gotten their ire before.
So your thought on her?
I mean,
she
I'm
has
not
a thought.
Huge fan of the music,
Yeah.
but I mean, her longevity. Can we respect her longevity and put some respect on her name?
She's my age. I'm not going to call her longevity. She's in her mid-30s.
They start early. They start very, very
Get
early.
them while they're young, Evita.
I'm rooting for her. I like her. I think she's a likable personality, in my opinion. And the NFL's, they're benefiting.
I'm with you, Sean.
I'm Team Scooter Braun. If I have to listen to any Taylor Swift songs, I'm going to listen to the ones he has the royalties to.
National Football League is trying to go commercial free for the fourth quarter,
which is very interesting. Like, this is almost kind of like our version of the Expressway.
Yes.
Like, this is a great idea, I think. So they're basically going to sacrifice potential ad revenue with fourth quarter. But they've got their first Peacock exclusive game coming up between the Bills and the Chargers. And what they're opting for is a commercial free fourth quarter. And what they're hoping is that'll encourage engagement, encourage people to stick around, and ultimately it will have people feeling like, okay, I can do this Peacock thing. I can hang around. I can do Peacock. Because, we hear Choppy complain about he doesn't like that he can't jump back and forth. He can't go between the TV broadcast and then go back to Peacock. Like, he can't channel surf. And so their solution to this is, hey, look, the fourth quarter of football, you're not even going to get commercials, okay? You just get to sit there. You will get a commercial-free broadcast. Hang with us. We'll show you that it's worth sticking around for. So I think this is a great idea because, it's sort of similar to what we found with the Expressway, that people enjoy that, hey, you know what? It's nice to just have 35 minutes uninterrupted. And it's the same sort of thing that the NFL, or that Peacock specifically, is trying with the NFL.
Do you find yourself doing a lot of things during commercial breaks, like last night? Or do you just sit there?
No. So I
have 2 kids I have 1 kid.
I scroll a lot. Like, I'll just have my phone on me. So I do have a tendency to bounce back and forth. One of the great things about YouTube TV that you'll find when you finally cut the cord, Sean, is specifically during college football season, is the multi-view. So that's always really good. You can put 4 games up. You can 4-box different college games and just take in whatever. If there's multiple NBA games on at once or NFL games, you can have multiple ones on. So I do generally, I can't just stay focused on one thing. I've either got a previous channel, multi-box things, or just scroll on my phone.
Some people, while the weather is like this, pretty nasty outside, and when it's cold in the Metroplex, decide to take a little vacation with the family. I know Armando down the hall over at the Grande did it. Disney, taking the kids to Disney during this time of year, and I saw Nick Cannon talk about how much he spends at Disney every single year.
I mean, he has 50 kids.
12 kids.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of kids he's got to take.
The Tyreek Hill of, or who else?
Cavante Turpin.
Anthony Edwards. Cavante. Does Cavante have a lot of...
I don't remember. That was the KNC reference the other day in Crosstalk.
Nick Cannon with 12 children. How much do you think he spends every year?
Assuming he goes more than once. I mean, isn't a family of 4 supposed to be $5,000-$6,000 to go on this trip?
Have you taken your girls?
No. That's a
Don't you think they'd love it?
Okay, that's a big fight that we have in our family.
Yeah. You're like, I want to get my girls the gifts. I want them to know. I won't let my wife do it, so I wait to the last second so that I can be the favorite parent.
So,
I really want to be dad girl. But you're like, screw Disney.
Dad girl dad.
Whatever. No, dad.
No.
200K a year.
Okay, see, I was about to guess way under that. I was going to say 100, but geez.
200K a year for 12 kids.
That is absurd. See, my whole thing with the Disney thing is I just don't... I believe that I would make it unenjoyable, and then they won't just go by themselves. They want me to go with them.
Why would you make it unenjoyable?
Because I'd be sitting there the whole time going, why am I paying for something that's essentially Six Flags in Florida? Why am I doing this?
The Disney characters? Your girl loves Star Wars. I don't know whether Star Wars is there, but... I don't know. Or you could be like the grandparents.
Yeah, these grandparents, this family in Illinois, their Christmas vacation almost went seriously sideways. So in order to save some money, they had gone to Sam's Club and bought $10,000 worth of Disney gift cards. Because at Sam's Club, I guess you can get gift cards 25% off the value. And so they were thinking, okay, cool, we can save $2,500 on our vacation. This will be great since we're all going together. There was only one problem. When they started trying to key them in online, Sean, they realized this isn't taking. What's the problem? Oh, they had purchased $10,000 worth of Disney Plus streaming gift cards. So that's not applicable to the theme park. You just basically bought 1 million memberships for people. Luckily, the story went viral on TikTok. It was the Costin family talking about it, and the woman who posted it said after it went viral, Disney took notice of it, contacted them and said, hey, we can sort this out for you guys to where we can correct this. So ultimately a happy ending, but man, that is a little bit of a boomer thing. You get late 70s thinking you're buying Disney cards and they're Disney Plus.
If you missed the head coach of America's team, we got Mike McCarthy previewing the Dolphins. Coach, all business this morning, like many Tolos want him to be after the Buffalo ass whipping. Mike McCarthy next on The Fan.
Coming up on the next. We always want the most for our money, especially when shopping for a new car, and now it's easier than ever to get it. Thanks to AutoFlex Leasing, which has the best selection of lease returns in North Texas, and they're now offering them directly to the public. Now you can lease or purchase one of these certified pre-owned vehicles without having to go through a dealer first. Why don't you give AutoFlex a call at either 817 or 972, then 234-1234, or go to autoflex.com.
AutoFlex Lease, oh yeah.
Here on DFW Sports Station, joined by the head coach of the Cowboys, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy. Good morning, Coach.
Hey, good morning, man. How's your week going?
It's going pretty well. How's yours going?
It's going okay.
When's the last time, have you ever, I doubt it, but the old saying of just flush the tape, have you ever done that in your coaching career where you just didn't watch it as much, or you're like, I'm not showing this to the guys?
I mean, actually, I've been part of that, situation as an assistant, but I don't recall doing it as a head coach. I just believe in, the Monday growth opportunity is huge, regardless of the outcome of the game. And the game is the best tape of the week. You think about all the video and the instruction and the conversation that you have during the course of the week and the game plan, and then you go play the game, and everybody wants to be on Victory Monday and be off. And I just have never, I just don't believe in it. So, and I think when you do have a loss, especially the type of loss that we had, there's a lot of good learning, to go through, and you have to do it because you're never going to grow from it. I mean, learning about a situation is a lot different than growing from one. So, that's why I'm not a burn the tape person.
You were proven right earlier in the season when we were kind of talking about the red zone struggles being overblown. I'd like to ask you which one you think is more overblown right now, between the home and road topic or the issues with run defense.
I think the numbers on the home and the road. I mean, you can't deny them. I mean, there's a huge gap. There's always a gap, usually between your home and road. And when you're really playing top consistent football, I mean, obviously your performances are very similar on the road and the home. So, but I would say that the conversation about the home and road performance is something that we're definitely talking about inside here.
Coach, I know you're never going to make excuses, but when it comes to the run defense, how much are we missing about the way you guys are built in a passing league, or just how much you guys have been decimated at linebacker with injuries versus making it a toughness / the Cowboys can get bullied thing versus the guys that you've lost there and the adjustments you're having to make with some safeties playing linebacker?
Well, this is the NFL, and it's a 17-game season, and I think clearly, the way you play in week 1 and week 7 and week 14, it's probably going to be different, based on personnel and things that are going on. Yes, I mean we've had some injuries, and I think we've proven over and over again if we can get through the injury challenge and have a chance to be consistent with guys playing together for a good period of time, that we'll be where we want to be. I mean we're beat up in some spaces. We had some guys that missed the last game, and but at the end of the day, you miss 12 tackles in a game, it's definitely going to show up in your run defense. So, and that was our biggest takeaway from the film. So we did not tackle, and that's not just to give you numbers. I think we're plus 97 or plus 87 on the year, as far as missed tackles versus breaking tackles, and that's something that we pride ourselves on. So that's not the way we played consistently all year, but our tackling was the biggest issue in our run defense.
Mike McCarthy here on The Fan. You guys have responded to losses every single time this year. Have you seen or felt that same resolve or bounce back from the guys, whether it be practice or just in speaking with them with their mentality this week after Buffalo?
Absolutely. I think anytime you have an experience like we had Sunday, there's always more conversation, and I think it's important for that conversation to really, manifest itself in the locker room. And, and that's frankly what's been going on this week.
Coach, as a leader, when you look at the challenges coming out of a game like that, how do you balance, okay, I need to demand accountability from the players when they don't meet the standard in the loss versus making sure, hey, they've got to remain encouraged and focused on the task ahead?
Well, I think you've answered it in your question. I mean, you got to have both, and it's frankly, I've always felt that it's a bigger challenge with success than when the things don't go well. So, and the accountability starts with myself. I mean, the team did not perform to the level that it's been performing the last 2 months, and those are the moments that keep you up at night as a coach. And I've had the extra conversations, and our guys have responded. This team is high in work ethic. You can see it in their workload capacity each and every week. They've put together 2 really good days so far, the Wednesday, Thursday work. So, and that's how they've always responded, and that's a great foundation for, great foundation in your prep to go into this next contest.
Coach, you drew some really favorable comparisons to Brett Favre when you were talking about Josh Allen last week. With Tua this week, is there anybody that he reminds you of? And just talk about how you see him as a player.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I was trying to do a comparable from earlier in the week because he's playing so fast. God, his numbers of getting the ball out of his hand are extraordinarily high, and I couldn't really think of anybody that I've seen play that quickly, consistently. So, but he's obviously got great numbers. He does a phenomenal job of getting the ball out of his hands so quick, and he's hitting these speedy receivers. Their whole perimeter obviously is extremely fast, and he's hitting those guys in stride. So I've been very impressed.
Yeah, is this the fastest team, Coach, that you guys have definitely seen this year on tape?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, clearly. I mean, they got five guys that have legitimate big time speed.
Tyreek Hill. We were trying to decide years ago, is he just a straight receiver? Is he a weapon? He's here in the MVP conversation. He's coming off the ankle injury. Bobby stole my comparison question, but I was just wondering if there's another type of threat that you can think of that can just blow the top off like this guy. I mean, is this Randy Moss type stuff with the home run threat? And just what do you think of Tyreek as a weapon?
I think Tyreek is a dynamic football player, and I think he is out of the category of a receiver or, just a weapon because, you see him do it from multiple positions, and that's part of the challenge because obviously he can, get vertical, but also getting the ball underneath is also very impactful, just for the way he goes with the ball in his hand. So, and I think the offense, stressing the perimeter, particularly the contain elements, in the force elements over and over again, really lays up well for him. So, but yes, he's very, very. I mean, his tape is really impressive.
Is this Mike McDaniel offense very similar to Kyle in what he does in San Francisco, coming from that coaching tree?
Oh, I think there's definitely similarities and things that you can see where the foundation. In the run game of they're attacking your rules. They're really attacking your rules by formation and personnel. Particularly the perimeter run. I think they do a really good job of stretching the C gap area and really challenging your edges. But obviously the personnel is different, and I think he's done a really nice job tying it to their personnel.
Coach, I wanted to ask you about something that we saw a couple weeks ago that was really interesting. So I know you once said in Green Bay that a lesson you learned from your dad's bar and grill growing up was to listen to your bartenders. And a couple weeks back, there was this mic'd up segment where Brandon Cooks scored in the Washington game, and he's on the sideline joking around about how, like, oh, man, I knew I could hit that. It wasn't in the game plan originally. I asked Coach. He put it in there. I'm thrilled with it. Is it important to you to have that culture where there are these open lines of communication where your players feel like, hey, I can go to Coach when I really believe in a concept, and it's equally important to you to say, hey, if you believe in this, I want it in there?
No, absolutely. And I think the best thing about that is, when someone does recommend it, whether it's a player or an assistant coach, it has to be tied to what we do. And I, Brandon's recommendation on the Pacer route was right in tune with what was going on. So, and it was a great recommendation, and obviously we hit it. So, that's why we spend as much time as we do together. And, and I think as you grow, it's not just the veteran and the quarterback that's having those conversations. You got your young guys. So it's all part of the football IQ of your football team. And that's why, going back to the earlier question about how important Mondays are, I mean, you have to talk about the game tape. You get, that's the tape you should talk the most about. And, and the beauty of, playing on the road, most of our guys have already watched the game on our iPads before we even get on the plane. So, I mean, we're able to grade the video on the plane ride home. And so I just think having that process in place, the conversation, the opportunity to learn and grow from the game tape is so important. And then I think it definitely leads into moments like you just expressed with Brandon.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy joining us here on the Fan. Coach, we just talked about Mike McDaniel, how he stresses things with his scheme. You're going up against a guy that you're very familiar with. I know you went up against a lot when you were in Green Bay, and that's Vic Fangio. How does Vic Fangio make things difficult on an offense's game plan?
Well, I think like anything, when you look at a coordinator, you first, you look at his scheme, where's he challenges as far as utilization of personnel, how does he react to your personnel? And then you look at the fundamentals in the teachings and the discipline of, how their guys are playing. And I think really, if you're looking at coordinators, particularly, someone like Vic that's been in multiple places, his defenses have always played consistently to high scheme and excellent fundamentals. And that's, to me, that's a good defensive coordinator. So, and that's what you see in Miami. You can see that in the earlier tapes, that they weren't as clean as they're probably weren't as clean as they are now. So it's there's a lot of scheme, a lot of things that make you work, but it's a team that has excellent pass rush. They do excellent job taking the ball away. Their corners are top notch. So this is a very, very good challenge for us.
Yeah, it feels like, Coach, their defense gets lost with all the highlights offensively, ranking 5th overall. But you're seeing a lot of big-time talent there, and the names with Chubb and Ramsey maybe gets lost a little bit compared to their offense.
Well, I think it's like anything. When you start the season, everybody has an idea how you want your team to look and how you want them to play and have an identity that you're trying to play to. And I think when you have an offense that's been explosive as theirs, that's where the complimentary mindset for myself always comes from. But when you come out of the gate like they did, I had the 170-point game. When there's an adjustment for your defense. You talk about playing with the lead. Offenses play you differently when you're playing to an offense like that, and sometimes it takes the defense to adjust. And my point is, statistically, the beginning of the season compared to where they now, I mean, there's been a lot of improvement. I think it's just all part of a team growing and establish themselves during the year, because they played to a high number of points, really from week one.
Coach, when we talk about some of the linebacker numbers that you guys have dealt with throughout the season with losing some guys, one of the suggestions that listeners have brought up, or it's been a topic on social media, what about Micah Moore off ball? I know we scream nonstop to put him on the line with what a Hall of Fame type talent he is as a pass rusher with the productivity. What do you say to that idea or suggestion of, all right, maybe Micah can help there on that second level, especially, in run defense?
Oh, definitely. No, that's part of the conversations we have, but I think, it really comes down to matchups, and really, football is really simply mathematics when you talk about scheme and how do they match up against your one pieces, your two pieces, and your three pieces based on how you lay out your coverage and so forth. So those are the things you go through, and because at the end of the day, it's about run defense first, but also the matchups, particularly with this group, because of their ability to threaten the perimeter so much.
Are you feeling more optimistic for Tyron or Zach on Sunday?
I would say Zach's ahead of Tyron right now.
And then final one for you, Coach. The matchup, considering what happened with Denver and Arlington and what was said after the game, is this kind of mine X's and O's matchup with Fangio? Like, is this one a little bit personal for you?
I mean, they're always. I mean, I love competing against these guys. I don't recall what was said after the game, but yeah, I'm looking forward to competing. No question about it.
Coach, thank you for the time as always. Have a fantastic trip, and more importantly, a very, very well. I don't know if it's more important, but just as important. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you and the family.
All right, Happy Holidays to everybody. Take care.
Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Rams in the pistol. Stafford looks to his right. Brings Cup in motion. Hands off left. Kyron Williams veers to his right. To the 5. Leaping to the end zone. Kyron Williams rams it in. Touchdown, LA.
Thursday night football, and I tweeted it last night. I'm glad the Cowboys got the Rams early because they won 5 of 6. They beat the Saints 30-22. Matt Stafford is balling, making all of us look bad. The Rams are one of the surprise teams of the year. Can they help us out moving forward with a postseason matchup? Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour of the week here on Sean and Bobby. Sean Sharif, our Cowboys insider, Roberto Belt. We got Chris in for Peyton, and Ryan has us live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Happy holidays to everybody. So I was sitting there saying, man, the Rams can the lower seed goes to the higher seeds. The Rams will be a lower seed than the Cowboys if they lock up the postseason. They're a dangerous threat right now. Can they sit there and knock off San Francisco for us? Could they knock off Philadelphia for us? When you look right now this morning, they would match up against the Lions. What a game that would be, I think. Lions, Rams, round 1. But I'm hoping for a little more.
I don't know that I trust them to beat San Francisco. Now, they've played San Francisco okay. We'll get a better idea of them playing San Francisco here in a couple weeks. Because you
don't trust anybody to be San Francisco, Captain Obvious.
That's true, unless it's the Cleveland Browns, obviously. They'll beat San Francisco. But one of the things that when you look at is, so at the end of the year, they've got San Francisco in Week 18, the Rams do. And their playoff future may be on the line there. But we'll get a good idea of how much they can compete against San Francisco in the final week of the season. That'll help give us an idea of what the chances are.
But if they're playing for anything,
I would pick, and I think you'd agree with this right now. Wouldn't you pick the Rams right now to beat the Eagles if they were playing them?
I'd have to think about it.
Ooh, you can't do it, Shangelo Cataldi.
But look at the teams, right? The lesser thans, and who's the biggest threat out of all of them? Tampa Bay. I'm talking about Baker extension now. Minnesota, Seattle, Saints, Rams. Who's 1, 2, 3? Tampa Bay, Rams, Vikings, Seattle, New Orleans. These are the teams that we would need to help us not have to go to California.
So I think last has got to be Minnesota, right? Because just they don't have a quarterback.
Yes, they're not even in consideration.
They can't figure out their quarterback situation. Like they deserve a ton of credit for being gutsy and competitive and everything else.
Whatever, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's all good and well. Tampa Bay they're a little tough to figure out. They've played some decent games this year. They've played some competitive games against good teams, but just they're the worst rushing team in the NFL in terms of efficiency, and they're one of the worst pass defending teams in the NFL. So I would probably have. I'll put them a little above the Saints. So I would go bottom to top. I'd go Vikings.
Just do top to bottom.
Fine.
This isn't, power rankings.
Sorry. I will say the top one is the Rams right now.
Yes.
And so it's the Rams, and then it would be...
It's Seattle or Tampa?
Seattle, I would take right now.
Seattle.
Yep.
Then Tampa or New Orleans?
Tampa.
Then Tampa. Then New Orleans. Then Minnesota.
Although you got to remember the Derek Carr factor and what a champion he is and how much he played right before the holiday.
I'm so glad I won that. Man, Choppy been taking quarterback L's with Derek Carr, with Jameis Winston, with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, the Garoppolo one is that was sweet for me personally, just because.
Go DVOA.
Yeah, he tried to pretend like, well, how are they going to win without Jimmy? They can't win without Jimmy.
He's moved per play efficiency. All the efficiency per play. He was right about Goff, though. He gets a Jared Goff victory. I have to take an L on that right now. So the Rams winning another game. McVay versus Shanahan. If it comes to that, Kyle owns that matchup right now, 10-4. Okay, I love these current event odds from Vegas. Bet Online sent me these. Yesterday, kind of blew up on our social media. Mike Florio and Michael Irvin, I don't know what it is about the mics. They own the 1-2 highest views on our YouTube page in the history of the station. Not on Sean and RJ, in the history of the station. I haven't seen what Florio's did on YouTube yet, but it blew up with Twitter. Now, a lot of Cowboy fans, probably led by Kevin Hagelin, called it BS. Florio's a hack. Where's the Dez tape? You're stirring up trouble. But Mike Florio said it's not the craziest thing in the world that people in New England are whispering about Jerry and Dallas if things blow up here with McCarthy and the end of the season. You just heard Mike McCarthy with us here on The Fan. So, did you talk to anyone else about this yesterday, or any of the other shows give this the time of day?
I know we kicked it around. I talked about it in the halls with a couple people, Zach, Brian. I know Brian had said, one of Brian's things was like, well, Bill loves Jerry and Jerry loves Bill. Like, they do get along. They really do like each other a lot. So there is that aspect of it. I just have a hard time seeing. I feel like this is we've talked about this before about how people connect themselves to the Cowboys. Odell Beckham, Chris
Sean
Johnson
Payton
used to do this in the past. Sean Payton, where it's almost like they just leverage it for attention. We talked about that with Darius Leonard. Was that something that he was doing, or Shaq Leonard?
Earl Thomas.
I can't keep it straight.
Yeah, not Shaq.
But the players do this pretty consistently, where they'll leverage Cowboy attention for more money. And so I kind of feel like that may be what's leaking out a little bit, is an attempt from the Patriots to like get some interest going of like, well, if Jerry's going to get involved, I mean, who knows what Jerry would give up? All right, fine, we'll give up the first round pick for him. Because the sense I get, just knowing how I think people across the league view the Patriot way, I think there'd be a lot of unhappy people here in Dallas that their process and the way that they evaluate players would get disrupted if he came here.
Will the Patriots receive trade compensation for Belichick? Yes or no in Vegas?
We'll say if he's traded, yes, plus 200.
No is a heavy favorite.
Damn it.
Minus 1,000. Belichick must be traded to another team for yes to be graded a winner. So it's plus 550 that they will receive trade compensation for, but the heavy favorite is no. If you're a Cowboy fan rooting for the GOAT to somehow, some way come here, that's good for you. You don't want to give up compensation in order to do it. Mike Tomlin next season is doing what?
He will be, I'm going to guess that they say coaching is the favorite.
Yes.
And then the booth is the second.
But coaching who? Either another team or the Steelers.
Another team.
Nope. Fourth.
Really?
Yeah. Coaching Steelers, pretty heavy favorite at 1-5. Look, there's already conflicting reports. Mike Florio and Peter King can't even agree on the report. Peter King said it was a toasty seat. That implies to me that they would fire him. Mike Florio said no, Tomlin would leave. So they can't even agree on that part of it. But coaching Steelers, which you favor the organization who hates doing this, Steelers is the favorite. Then in the media, taking a year off, and then coaching another team is fourth. Will Robert Saleh be the Jets head coach at the start of next year?
Yes, heavy favorite.
Yes is the heavy favorite. 90% likely that Saleh is returning at minus 1,000.
He lets Daddy Rogers do what he wants.
Will Antonio Pierce be the Raiders head coach next year?
Ooh. This is I'm going to say that they have no as the favorite.
No is the favorite at minus 700. Why did you think that?
Because like
Mark Davis wants to splash.
Just if he wouldn't salvage Bisaccia, who was such a like well-respected coach around the league, and those players loved him, and he salvaged that season, I can't imagine Antonio Pierce would get the same benefit.
Will Baker start game one for the Bucs next year?
Oh, that's yes, minus 150.
Yes, minus 200. Good job. Next head coach fired.
Ron Rivera.
Good job. Ron Rivera, any other guesses?
As to the next one, shoot.
A guy that you've always hated, and now he's finally getting on the
Dan Orlovsky.
No.
Oh, okay. A guy that I've always hated. Who do I hate?
Could Belichick be the next one?
Belichick is third. Good guess, Chris.
Right. Look at that.
NFC.
We are going to say...
He kind of reminds me of Chris in a way.
Matt Eberflus.
No. He's got a Chris feature.
A nose ring?
Nope.
Oh, my
The
gosh.
stash? Who has a stash?
Oh, Arthur Smith.
There you go.
Sucks.
Arthur Smith is second. Bill Belichick third.
Arthur Smith sucks.
Why?
Because he's not using Bijan Sanders the right way.
Oh, my gosh. I got screwed in fantasy this year by Josh Jacobs, Bijan, Barry. What a trust I should have trusted my gut versus this idiot sitting to the right.
Well.
These idiots on this.
He's played well. Arthur Smith has to use him the right way.
Love of the Longhorn. That you should rename the podcast. You and Broad has screwed my fantasy team, hyping up Bijan when I told you it wasn't Barry Sanders. He screwed me. Aaron Jones screwed me in Green Bay, and Josh Jacobs. Screw you, Alec Medford, eliminating. I did make the playoffs.
Hi, Alec.
Is he back there?
Hey, he was around. I don't know if he's back there right now.
I did make the playoffs, but I lost to Alec. All right, so they decided to take 2 huge games this week and put a Super Bowl odd on it.
Ooh.
So Ravens, San Francisco, if you want to bet that plus 450, if you think that will happen, Dolphins, Cowboys, Super Bowl is 25-1, plus 2,500. So they're trying to take 2 fun matchups and play around with that. So those are the odds in Vegas.
You had you mentioned earlier today, you were like, when was the last time we had somebody that we just felt was such a guarantee to get to the Super Bowl like we are with San Francisco?
Yep.
Can you recall the last time we had, and it's not a guarantee, but there just seemed to be this overwhelming sense of it's probably going to be the Ravens and the 49ers. Like, I feel like people have kind of settled on that it's probably going to be those two. I know you're a little hesitant on the Ravens, but I feel like nationally that's what people have settled on.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't listen very long when they talk about the Ravens.
What is it that you just don't trust about them? Is it Lamar?
Yeah, the
Playoff
thing
Lamar?
you've been complaining and criticizing for a year or two, that to throw to win in the playoff. The Ravens always win as the ultimate team and defense and defensive scores. But what if it's a high-scoring affair? What if they have to come back? Lamar has not proven it. So all of a sudden you think the rest of the Ravens are so good that they will overcome the criticisms you've had of Lamar Jackson, the same as Jalen Hurts.
I think that the Ravens are such a good running football team. They're so good defensively. They get favorable matchups with Lamar's legs. Not that he's an excellent quarterback, but that's all true about them. I think they're a better team this year than they've been in the past. And the bigger issue here is that the AFC just seems completely void of a legit contender. So I just think it's more ripe for them to level up this year. I think if they go to the Super Bowl, San Francisco probably smacks them. I think San Francisco's beaten the crap out of anybody they play, to be honest.
Trevor Lawrence, by the way, for Jacksonville, if you're looking for another AFC contender, he's supposed to be missing this next upcoming game.
Oh, so it's like the last 12 weeks.
Exactly. It's not as fun to troll Bassick.
I know.
When he's not here and he's skiing. I'm not even going to say what you said to him before he got on the slopes. That reference was dark. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. This guy's been MIA. He's been gone. Let's see if he wakes up out of bed and whether he has the Cowboys beating Miami, unlike all of us. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, after this.
DFW. Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Let's bring in Patrick Walker, who has been playing hooky on us.
He's been just down and out. Got that itis.
What got you? The bug going around DFW?
I think it's just because I'm sick of Bobby.
Yeah. Yep.
But no, all jokes aside, Bobby, love you to death. But whatever it is that's going around, maybe it's what's been circulating around the Star at Frisco. I mean, obviously it hit some guys like Malik Hooker last week and Micah Parsons the week before. It could be that, or could just be 'tis the season. But yeah, past couple of days have absolutely not been fun. I actually just got my voice back this morning. I woke up with it, so good timing there because I haven't had it the past couple of days.
Pat, is it possible that you are patient zero at the Star and that you actually started the bug that took out so many players? Is that possible?
100%. I like to be a trendsetter, if nothing else. I think that's my legacy, is that I do things my way. So, it's absolutely.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. What did you find in this week's science lab at DallasCowboys.com as you tried to investigate Dr. Jekyll or Mr. Hyde?
Well, yeah, and it perfectly said it is a Dr. Jekyll / Mr. Hyde situation here in Dallas with the Cowboys. I mean, at home, they're one thing, and on the road, they're a completely different team. And the way they play at home kind of promises their ability to make a deep playoff run and possibly end the Super Bowl drought. But then the way they play on the road kind of promises a first-round exit. So they're going to have to figure out how to improve there. But what I was able to find is, I know speaking with Dak and McCarthy and Micah Parsons, they're all saying the right things as far as, they have to execute better and things like that. And they're not wrong. But for me, it comes down to one thing in particular, and that's penalties. They're the most penalized team in the league, over 100 penalties this year. But it's also about the type and timing of these particular penalties. So, guys, for those that would look at just the stat line from Buffalo and say, oh, well, they only had 5 penalties. Yeah, well, 3 of those penalties awarded the Bills 18 of their first 21 points to make it a 21-3 deficit. And then a couple of penalties on the first drive for the Cowboys kept them from getting any points at all on that drive. So, and then the game kind of just tailspun from there. You have, almost 300 rushing yards and 179 from James Cook, so forth and so on. So if they can control the penalties on the road, then they put themselves in a great position to win. And would it be, a blowout like it would be at home? Probably not, because road games are always going to be more difficult. But like McCarthy said, and like I said earlier this week, not only is the penalties, but 12 missed tackles on defense, you're not going to win many, if any, of those games.
Pat, percentage chance that Zach Martin plays and percentage chance that Tyron Smith plays?
Honestly, don't like what I'm hearing about either of them right now. I understand that Zach is a little bit ahead of Tyron as Tyron deals with the back issue that kind of cropped up against the Buffalo Bills. But, there's a very real chance that neither of them take the field against the Miami Dolphins. Now, I obviously don't want that to be the case. There's at least a reasonable chance that Zach Martin over these next couple of days can show enough improvement that he gets on the field, especially when you talk about how great the training staff here is in Dallas. But it's also possible with that re-aggravated quad contusion, that's the key word, it's re-aggravated, that he misses. And if that's the case, then you're talking about more offensive line shuffles, and it's going up against the Dolphins, whose defensive front is excellent at getting pressure and excellent at getting sacks and getting their hands on the opposing quarterback. So not exactly the game that you want to see some offensive line flux, excuse me, but you might just.
Pat, we've talked this year about how difficult it's been to get the run game going. Things have improved, the more continuity that there's been along the offensive line. When you look at going up against Miami and, potentially having to get into a sort of track meet and throw the ball down the field, Where do you think the game plan could be most impacted if they're missing some of these guys? Do you think they feel like, hey, our guys that are stepping in here, potentially an Edoga and a Bass, these guys are better prepared to pass protect for us, or do you think it would be, let's try and turn this into a ground game?
I think those guys, Chuma and TJ Bass, I think they're better angled at the run game than pass pro. And that's not to say they can't do pass protection. Obviously they can, but in looking at the film on both, I'd be more confident with them as far as running the ball. And especially when you go back to what I just mentioned, as far as the Dolphins defensive front excelling at getting pressure and getting hands on the court, on the opposing quarterback. With that being said, you want to make sure you keep an eye on how many times you're asking Dak Prescott to drop back. Now, that kind of goes back to the Buffalo game wherein you cannot allow the other team to get off to a fast start. You have to be the team to get off to the fast start, because if you do that, then you can allow the scoreboard to be the 12th defender. You can allow time of possession to work in your favor, and that will help you continue to run the ball, because quiet as it's kept, Tony Pollard and Rico Dowdle, this rushing attack in Dallas has pretty much been the steady hand between the home and away splits. They're averaging, I think, 4.1 yards per touch per carry on the road, 4.2 at home. So, I mean, they're the steady hand. So that's what's going to help you win a game like Miami, especially if you're down one or two offensive linemen. But you can only do that if you get off to a fast start and not allow the other team to.
Who are you picking?
You know, I went back and forth with myself 100 different times this week, especially as I lay here on my deathbed. And the Cowboys kind of threw me off a little bit, because I had them taking Buffalo, but had they won in Buffalo, I would have picked the Dolphins to win this, because I don't see them winning both of these AFC top teams on the road. But now history starts to invoke itself. And like you guys mentioned to Mike McCarthy, I mean, this team hasn't lost back-to-back games since November of 2021. And that's what I keep circling back to, is the unbridled resiliency. I mean, that's a hell of a streak. So there's a lot working against them in Miami. There really is. But when you look at how things went down in Buffalo, the egg that was laid, what's on the line here this weekend, and that includes, you know, ego, confidence, momentum, possible top seed, possible NFC East crown. They're going to have their hands full. It's going to be a close one. Cowboys probably pull it out by 1 point, which is like a game winner on the boot of Butter Aubrey. But, yeah, if they had won in Buffalo, then I'd swing this the other way. But there's just too much resiliency in the history in the McCarthy era for me to do that.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. So give me the two biggest advantages that you think each team has on the other.
Well, for the Dolphins, the biggest advantage is going to be a guy named Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
I mean, period. He's a nuclear weapon for Tua and McDaniel. So the Cowboys are going to have both hands and both feet full with him. Interested to see how they attack that. Maybe Gilmore does a little bit of traveling, but can't do too much traveling, I suspect, because guess what? Jalen Waddle, he's a problem as well. So for me, how they attack Tyreek Hill, that's going to help determine the outcome of the game. If you can at least keep him underneath, keep him from hitting that home run ball, you got yourself a chance. From the Cowboys standpoint, I'm going to stick to the defense side of the ball as well. I want to see Micah Parsons get after Tua. I think Tua can be rattled, and that's why he gets the ball out as quickly as anyone in the league. One of the best and one of the quickest at getting the ball out. But Micah Parsons, he has the quickest get-off of his entire career right now. And I know the conversation right now that's rampant on Twitter is, off-ball linebacker versus edge rusher. This is not the game where you want Micah Parsons to play off-ball linebacker. You want him getting off of that defensive end or moving him around on that line, maybe some, 0, 1, 3, whatever the case. Have Tua thinking about Micah Parsons on every single play. If you can do that, that will then help you bottle up Tyreek Hill, because Tyreek Hill can't get the yardage if the ball can't get to him.
Yeah, Pat, you mentioned the discussion about Micah Parsons playing off-ball linebacker, and that's obviously fans looking for a solution to what has become a bit of a problem for the Cowboys in that linebacker core, which honestly has been decimated with injuries. It's put them in a bad spot. But one of the things that I saw when I was previewing this game is this feels like it's going to be a big game for. If the linebackers play well, you probably win. If the linebackers play poorly, you probably lose, because it just seems like Miami does so much to stress them with the run. And then also the linebackers are going to be really key in terms of how Miami likes to kind of flood the middle of the field and set things up there. Is this a big week for guys like Damone Clark and Marquise Bell?
Oh, 1,000,000%, especially after the outing last week. And what I loved from you saw Damone Clark flash quite a bit in that first quarter before he got injured. He ended up returning from injury, but he didn't play as well after he returned from injury. But you need the version of Damone Clark that you saw in the first quarter where you kept calling out his name because he kept making plays sideline to sideline, getting in the backfield, being a little bit disruptive. Marquise Bell, we've seen him put much better on film than he did in Buffalo. You need his lateral speed. That's going to help you contain guys like A-Chain. Mostert, who's fast for A-Chain, he's really turbocharged, and he's going to try to get to those edges and burn those edges. Marquise Bell is going to have to be paramount in stopping that. But I'll also throw out a name that, quiet as it's kept, people aren't really talking about. Rashaan Evans, he's starting to kind of come along in his rotation. I looked at his reps last week on film. He only had 11 against the run, but he was, outside of DeMarcus Lawrence, he was the best run stuffer for the Cowboys defense. Now, obviously, it wasn't a good run defense for the team as a whole, but Rashaan Evans, you can't really pin that on Rashaan Evans. So if Evans can give that kind of effort in helping to stop the run this week particularly and going forward, and then you see a bounce-back game from Damone Clark, Marquise Bell, then, yeah, the linebackers will be great against Miami, and that's going to be key to helping you keep that offense bottled up. Otherwise, you're going to be in for it.
Go back to bed. We appreciate the time. Get better and enjoy the game and the weekend. Happy holidays.
All right, fellas. Talk to you soon.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the Windstar World Casino and Resort. He sounds like Charles Barkley did the other night. They sent him home after the pregame show. He looked miserable. One thing we have not talked about in this game, and I'm throwing this out as my possible shocking storyline. Could we be coming on Monday talking about the Dallas Cowboys beat up the Miami Dolphins? No one has talked about that. Miami is thought of to be a little bit soft like the Cowboys, right? Philadelphia beat them up. No more finesse, no more high flying. Can the Cowboys out physical and I wonder beat up Miami a little bit?
I think Dallas can play more physical football than Miami does. The tough thing is it's really hard to get physical with their offense and the way that they play because so much of it is spreading things out and getting light, favorable looks. And the biggest problem is just getting your hands on them. You can go in there with every intention to be physical with them, and being physical with them, if you can execute it, could absolutely work, knock them off their game. Larry Brown, when we talked to him on the Cowboys Crosstalk earlier this week, he said that one of the most difficult things for these speed guys like Waddle and Hill typically is when you can knock them off their route, when you can get in their face and kind of jam them a little bit, that a lot of those guys tend to have problems with that. So if you can do it, it's great. It's just McDaniel does such a good job of just scheming things up to let's get the ball in their hand quick and let their athleticism take over.
Too many questions. Cowboys offensive line, Cowboys against these receivers, Cowboys against this running game, Vic Fangio factor. I didn't even hesitate in picking Miami. Was it tough for you to pick the Dolphins?
I think Dallas is...
By the way, Cowboys 40 points. Oh, yeah, the home road thing. 40 on the road, 21 at home.
It's interesting. I think Dallas is...
Wait. 40 at home, 21 on the road.
I think Dallas very well could be a better football team. And, they may bounce back in a way that really silences questions. I do wonder, I did spend a lot of this week wondering, are we letting Buffalo cloud our mind too much? Like, are we forgetting what this team's done for the last 6 weeks?
Right.
And just letting what is ultimately a bad day at the office? Daryl Johnston talked about this on the pregame show several weeks back, that, like, you've got to be careful. Like, teams can go out there and lay an egg. They can play a bad game. He's like, it happened to us. Like, we were one of the better teams in the 90s, and we would lose games to teams we had no business losing to, all the time. It happens. And so I do wonder if we're thinking a little bit too much about that. So I did struggle with just in general which way to go, because I think this is a game that's attainable for the Cowboys. They just have to get up early, I think.
Who else is panic shopping today with Bobby Belt? Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Find out where you can hang with the fellas today. Crosstalk with KNC is next.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
I don't hear you.
We're here.
We're back here on the Fan as Sean's mic gets corrected from the tease. And hey, Kevin,
hey guys.
Corey, great to see you guys again after we spent a wonderful afternoon together at Noah's yesterday.
What a teammate you are, bro.
Yeah, I'm very conflicted, Sean, because on the one hand, Bobby was super helpful yesterday, but on the other hand, I get why sometimes he irritates you.
Please elaborate.
I have no
How
clue.
so?
Okay,
let me ask you this. You got a host for a month straight.
Yeah.
With Choppy or Bobby?
I would probably pick Choppy just because I could boss him around and he'd let me do whatever I want. So, see, Bobby, that's not a knock against you because, Bobby, I would get in trouble with you because I understand all your references.
Thank you.
And I want to jump in and have that same type of fun. And I don't think through the repercussions that will come along with me jumping in on those references.
What repercussions? What are you talking about?
Just
the listeners out there enjoying fun?
No, not the listener repercussion. Maybe the office repercussion.
Oh, Tim Collins coming
Tim
down
Collins!
on you.
Hey, did he annoy you too, Corey?
Bobby?
No.
He was an angel.
Yeah, for the record, he did not annoy me. I just saw a path to trouble with Bobby Bell.
I was trying to draw them off sides. I was making little snarky innuendo comments and things like that.
Where are you guys today?
We are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. And Kevin, give me the address.
We're off the left bank, 629 Staten Street. If you want to come and see us, we got all kinds of cool swag to give away. Plus, Miller Lite is going to be giving away a pair of Cowboys tickets for Cowboys-Lions.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome right there.
And you got Jerry?
Jerry Jones will join us at 10:30.
Yeah. Hopefully he'll say that what Mike McCarthy said was wrong, and Tyron and Zach Martin are both good to go.
Yeah, that'd be awesome if he's like, nah, everything's fine. We're just playing a little coy.
Hopefully he'll be more cheery than McCarthy.
Well, I was upset that McCarthy didn't start off laughing about you messing your name up.
I know.
I was like, that's got to get a joke.
Once he didn't laugh at that, I knew that we were screwed.
Yeah.
I was like,
the
okay.
perfect opportunity.
All business today.
This is what happens when Choppy's not here. His old buddy. Yeah. That's what happens. We get just a little bit more serious, Mike McCarthy.
So I think's really interesting is like the writers. They're up early enough to get the Mike McCarthy 6:30 time with you guys because they were already tweeting it out.
Yeah,
they were already getting that stuff out there. They're listening, making sure.
You know what I would love to see? I would love to see all the beat writers post how many minutes they listened on air and on the app because I bet it's a lot.
Yes. Okay, so I'm being told that we have to replay this. And this happened yesterday.
The Ciroc Vodka replay?
On the K, and yes, brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Brought to you by the KNC Masterpiece, actually, with a proposal that took place.
It's true.
Another proposal on 105.3 The Fan. I heard one driving out to the Rangers game on G-Bag, and were you there for this?
Yeah, I was. This is according to KNC, this is their third proproposal on the air that they've
done.
Mm-hmm.
Have they lasted?
Yes. Can you confirm that not only did your then boyfriend, now fiance, win a car, you just got proposed to?
Woo! My gosh! I kind of had a feeling because my son was telling me, "Hey, Mom, Dad got you something that starts with a D."
He's a snitch.
And
that sounds a
little he's going to surprise you today.
Thought your kid was a pervert. Okay, that makes sense. That's not okay.
You can't
see that's not okay. What I said was not okay.
Did you have to say pervert? Like you could have made so many innuendos right there.
It's because
How old? Do you know how old the child is?
Like 4.
Gee.
No,
like
he was like 6.
Dang. That might be worse. Not even 6 instead of 4.
He needs to phrase things differently. It's important to learn that from a young age. Hey, they won a car and got engaged. Mm-hmm. But what I said is the least of their
Do you think they used the car? Used the car?
They drove around in it in the rain?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's not what he means. See,
yeah,
that's not what he means.
that they had sex in the vehicle?
Yeah.
Oh my
Wouldn't
God.
you?
Why?
Because you won the car, you got engaged. It's like they are
idiot.
inextricably linked.
You're an idiot.
Look at this. This is what happens when we get vacation Sean about to.
Who else?
He's all irritated.
Not one person's mind in the whole city, in the whole metroplex, like went there. Like it's.
I'm just saying, if I won the car and I got engaged, that is immediately what I would do.
All right, let's put.
I'm there now.
Let's
Sex before wedlock.
Let's put you in the hot seat.
Oh gosh.
Who else is shopping with Bobby right after this show, as he has done nothing, zip zero, and where are you going?
You haven't shopped for anybody?
I've bought literally nothing.
And stopped his worse off. He stopped his wife from doing the shopping over the past few weeks because he wanted to do it. So he prevented her from doing it and has still done nothing.
Okay, so like, and the way Sean has painted this is that I want all the glory, and so I'm just trying to I need to shop with it. It's more that I know that Kristen, when she shops, she is going to be
cheap,
thrifty. Yeah, she's going to be thrifty, and I'm going to feel like if I don't go shopping, I'm going to be like, you should have gotten more stuff, or like, why didn't you get this? Why'd you have to get the off brand of this? Like, this is better. And so that's what I wanted to do, and now I've set myself up to where I'm going to have to go into several stores. I don't know. She told me where we're meeting. We're meeting at a mall, I think, and starting there. And
so you're going with her. You're not even like doing it on your own. You're doing it.
Yeah,
with
we're doing
her.
it together. Yeah, like a couple is supposed to.
I know my wife and the kids today are going to North Park Mall. They're going to go down there and hang out. It is brutal. Parking is just ridiculous. They might take the train, though, down from Plano. That was something they were discussing.
That's not
yeah, not really.
It's free on New Year's Eve.
But she loves North Park Mall. I have to take the kids out. I've already bought her present. So I already got her present and took care of that. But I guess this is the year that the kids now need to get her a present, so they all want to go shopping tonight and get something for her. Like, all of them individually get one thing for her.
Is she a procrastinator with this type of stuff?
Oh, no. No, she's done.
Why is she going to North Park today?
To hang out. She just loves the way the mall is. Like, you got Santa down there. Kevin, you had reindeer a while back. It's the way
yes,
Noah
saw an actual reindeer up there.
They got
what
the
a perv.
Piano, they got the
oh, my God. Fair. That's a fair point.
I had to get that in. I had to. Kevin, have you shopped?
Oh, yeah. I was done a couple weeks ago. But I like to plan and I like to get ahead of things. So, yeah, no, I've been done for a while. Everything's here. So I'm good.
I do procrastinate. I am very disorganized. Sean has always marveled at like how detailed I can be in some respects, but then I'm a complete undetailed mess in other ways.
You're like the sloppiest like nerd I've ever seen. Like,
is detailed nerdy?
He charts out our like show demographics and he breaks down all these charts, but he will not fill out the numbers to get thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars back in his Cowboy expense reports. It's crazy. It's weird.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, it's a simple. Isn't it a simple app now? Like, it's even.
Yeah, you scan it with your phone.
It's the easiest thing I've ever done.
Does Mike even do it? The amount of people they get away with.
Mike does not.
He doesn't.
I will admit Mike is also beat down by having to put in additional work.
Man. He's such a company man.
Yeah.
That's save the company
what I meant.
some money is what he says.
That is what I meant.
Yeah. I have no comments on my expense reports because there's a chance Kristen's listening and this will start a fight right before Christmas.
I'll just make up for it in the truck. You know,
hey, if I would have won the Ford Bronco, I could have.
There you go.
There's your Christmas gift. I don't even have to buy you anything.
Yamamoto. Go ahead, Kevin. Sorry.
I was just going to say, by the way, there's also a Carter blood drive happening out here. So
from 10 to 3.
Yeah, so pretty much
Mike's not
Carter's
there.
just donating all his blood.
Yeah, Mike would not be the best spokesperson for that. So it's good, but yeah, if you want to donate blood, very worthwhile cause, and Carter Blood Cares is as good as it gets.
I know that, they are in the National League, so maybe you're giving them a little bit of a pass, but is anyone else as excited as I am for the Dodgers' new dream team getting Yamamoto?
It's pretty crazy that they just dropped $1 billion in
and Glass now.
Yeah, I am excited to see what it looks like, but also I think isn't this part of like sports culture, or maybe human culture in general, that you're also excited to see like what happens if it doesn't work?
Of course,
out?
Yep. That was my point. Either it's going to crash and burn, or I get to see elite performance, and I love both.
Okay, yeah. I just want to make sure it was okay to wonder, like, hey, what happens if this doesn't work at all?
Of course.
It's very interesting to have that many really talented players on one team. That could be an all-star team for the National League.
It's like our station.
It's going to be tough, though, because the defending world champion, that's the Texas Rangers.
The Texas Rangers. I don't know if you heard. We won the damn World Series.
We only
Sean.
had to spend half that much.
Won
to
the
get
whole
this.
damn thing.
Salvation Rangers.
Yeah, can we get a red kettle campaign going for the Rangers?
Man.
So that they can go get like a pitcher who has both arms.
Can pitch at the beginning of the year.
Or like all of their original ligaments.
Have you guys ever asked Jerry Jones about shopping? I'd love to know who does Jerry's shopping for him.
That is one of my questions lined up today was, like, when was the last time he went and bought presents, or is he in charge of one present? Like me, I'm just mostly in charge of the one present for the wife, and she takes care of everything else. I did have input this year with the kids.
Oh, good.
Yeah, this year she let me have some input because all of them are older, so they like music and they like some other things, so I can connect with them.
What do you think is a longer period of time? How long it's been since Jerry went shopping, or how long it's been since the Cowboys beat a good team on the road?
Oh. Well, I know Jerry goes to the grocery store, I think. I saw him at Mikosina. Oh, I got something for you.
Okay.
The other day, I took Amanda out with a group of friends for her birthday dinner, and at this restaurant, it's a Jerry Jones margarita.
Oh.
It was a $50 margarita, and a
Awesome.
diehard Cowboy fan, Jimmy, was at the table. He ordered it.
Johnson?
Yeah. No, he's not a Cowboy fan.
Oh, okay.
This was the worst margarita I've ever had in my life.
Oh, no.
It was at Jalisco Norte. I'll name it. I want to know if Jerry, because he was at Mikosina the other day with the video that came out. I want to know if he's ever had or heard of the Jerry Jones margarita, and maybe how he would build his perfect one, just in case you guys need an extra question. I forgot to ask it Tuesday because they got their ass kicked.
All right.
Okay.
I like that. That's a good
Outstanding.
one. I love a good
Jalisco Norte, $50, the Jerry Jones margarita.
You can hear from Haggie's tone. It's, all right, I'm writing that down. He's not asking.
Hey, look, I just wrote it down, you jerk.
And all the chicken scratch he has.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that part. The point is I wrote it down.
All right, boys, have a fantastic weekend. Happy holidays. Where are you one more time?
We are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth.
Off the left bank, 629 Staten Street. Come and see us.
It's the K&C Masterpiece with Jerry next on The Fan.
Merry Christmas.
We will gladly be your side piece on your... Fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Ha, not today, big voice guy. Today, the KNC Masterpiece live in Fort Worth off the left bank, 629 Staten Street. I know you might be thinking, I put that into my map app and it says they don't open until 11 o'clock. Balderdash. They have opened early for us and the Tolos.
What does balderdash mean? Can you
Nonsense.
Nonsense? Okay.
Nonsense.
It sounds like a nonsense word when you say it.
True. It does.
Balderdash. It was a game, right? Isn't that
that is correct.
So that's what I thought of first, because my grandma tried teaching me how to play it, and I just was like, nah, Grandma, let's just play some checkers. And she was like, I'll whoop you at that too.
Oh my gosh.
She's good.
So we are in Fort Worth today at the Buffalo Wild Wings. You want to come and see us, and you can see what Corey got me for Christmas. In the meantime, I want to go ahead and fire off cut number 1, and I want to talk about this particular individual.
First and goal at the 8. They're going to run Pollard up the middle of the goal line. Pounded. Run it in. Touchdown, Pollard.
And for people already asking at 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line, on the Twitch, on the YouTube, it is also a shout-out Friday if you want to get your shout-outs in there. Tony Pollard. So Tony Pollard said something that I was really fascinated by, and I decided to go track down the numbers and see if what he was saying kind of fits.
All right.
At the beginning of the season, right, everyone said the right thing. Oh, Tony Pollard, he's back, he's good to go, and everything's going to be okay. And then you watched him play and thought, something's not right. So Tony Pollard said yesterday, at the start of the season, he was still working through the leg fracture from January more than he realized. And he said, I would say right now it's a night and day difference. You think you're good. You think you're all the way back until you're actually out there making plays at full speed. And then you're feeling it. And so that makes sense to me. So partially physical, but also a mental capacity to it. And he goes, once you get a feel for it, get your feet under you, then you start to realize, oh, so I have lost a little right here, but I'm picking it back up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just based off of, not the numbers, we'll get into that. Just based off what you've seen in, let's say, the last month or so, does it feel like Tony Pollard has been picking it back up?
Feels like he's been more efficient with whenever he's getting, actually just efficient with him within the numbers, but it also has felt like once he's gotten to level 2, he's been able to get an extra 5 yards.
Okay, yeah.
It's felt like he's been able, there have been runs where you're like, oh, that's a tough run right there. Like, I didn't expect that. You would see him get grabbed by the ankle and tripped up and stopped at the line of scrimmage or a couple yards past the line of scrimmage. And right now, it feels like he's getting those extra tougher yards that go along with it. So that's where, just based on feel, that's what I'm feeling. But, Kevin, I'm also kind of feel like he's not getting as many touches as I expected him to get this season. I feel like early in the season they kind of loaded him up a little bit. You know, games were kind of out of hand anyway, and they're trying to score in red zone. But it feels like we're kind of probably in the less than 15 touches range for him, and I just feel like that's not necessarily what I expected this year.
Believe it or not, it is actually higher than that.
Okay.
It's probably his production that has led to it feeling that way. But your feel is backed up by the numbers. So first 9 games, 3.9 yards per carry with a total of 2 touchdowns in 9 games. In these last 5 games, 4.4 yards per carry with 3 touchdowns in that span. So obviously your yards per carry jump up about half a yard. Do you still think that it should be higher based on previous contributions of Tony Pollard? Of course. But he's getting to the end zone. Here's the other thing to your point about the touches. He had 3 catches per game in the first 9 games, 4.5 per game in the last 5 games. So what you're starting to see, Corey, is you're starting to see him creep up towards that about 19 touches per game.
Okay.
And so you're getting closer to, do you have an idealized number? Would you like to see him get 20, 22? What are you thinking there?
I mean, the way this offense runs, I want to see CeeDee Lamb get 11 to 12.
Sure.
Like that's kind of what I want out of him. Be efficient with those numbers too. Tight end get about 6. So yeah, probably about 19 to 20 is where I don't want.
Okay.
I don't want to be over 25. I want this team to be in a situation where they can say, all right, we're good enough in this game to just go ahead and rely on Rico Dowdle for the rest of it. We can power run this thing to, out and move on from it. So that's kind of where I want. I am kind of interested in that he doesn't have any receiving touchdowns, does he?
That is correct.
And I feel like when they get into the red zone, these end arounds, these sweeps, these plays where they're like, hey, we're going to go to Turpin and CeeDee Lamb instead, have become more prevalent. And I wonder if they just don't feel comfortable trying to use Tony Pollard in a power situation because the box is going to be like that, or they're just like, look, this is how we spread the box out. Or maybe if they're just setting up for later in the season. Your tendency is you don't go to your running back whenever you're in the red zone. You go to other places, and then, playoff time comes, and they're like, no, we're going with the running back here.
It's weird because they didn't seem to suffer that problem last year. Tony Pollard has 5 touchdowns, as I told you, this season. Last year he had 12, and 3 of those were receiving touchdowns. So I agree with you in terms of the disconnect. And somebody texted in, I think this is probably right from the 817. Sounds like Tony has a football equivalent to the old boxing saying everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. And that did seem to be the case. But what I appreciate is he seems optimistic that he's beyond that now when he says, oh, so I may have lost a little right here, but I'm picking it back up. So the other thing that's encouraging to me about that is he didn't say, I've got it all back now. He said, I'm picking it back up. So how much of a boost would it be for this Cowboys team if he continued to get better? Like, let's say you look at the last 3 games of the regular season, and he went from, I told you, 3.9 per carry to 4.4 per carry. What if now it jumps up to 4.9 per carry, like in these last 3 games? I know you're not adding a new player, but that feels like that would be hugely beneficial, especially if he could do that with a wounded offensive line.
I remember talking with Jesse Holley about Todd Gurley. I remember he missed about 3-6 games early in the season and then came back and was tearing it up. And Jesse was like, look, that's what's going to happen. A dude comes in with fresh legs. He's going to destroy guys that have been playing for a few weeks because they're already wearing down. Their bodies are already starting to do that. I'm not saying that he's, there, but, Zeke by the end of the year when he has 370 carries or whatnot,
right,
it's just like, oh, man, is he going to be able to make it? Like, can he move? And so I do feel like you're going to have a little bit of a fresher Tony Pollard late in the season. That should help. And a fresher, very motivated Rico Dowdle late in the season is a benefit too. So I'm curious to see if they ever add Deuce Vaughn back to it or for, kind of in the
Do you think that ship has sailed for this year?
I don't know. Because anything could happen with Dowdle or Pollard. And then you're like, well, we need another running back to go here. And his fresh legs could be something that could be a benefit too. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Tony Pollard does this at the end of the season here. Because last year was tough, man. Last year was tough. You knew you had a chance in that game, and it kind of all dissipated when you said our only real option is CeeDee Lamb right now.
From the 903, shout out to you guys. Great show. And then from the 254, shout out to you guys. Love y'all. Happy holidays. Shout out to all of the Tolos, Twolos, YouTubers who have been posting minutes listened for the year on the app. And then also shout out to you if you've just been listening on that sweet, sweet terrestrial radio. Appreciate it nonetheless. It's just been really cool to see people post their numbers and understand how much they've been listening to this station. And the thing that I'm concerned about, if you heard Mike McCarthy this morning with Sean and RJ, Zach Martin is probably ahead of Tyron Smith and in terms of being ready for this game. And the Tyron Smith injury feels like something, I'm not saying it popped up yesterday, but it popped up, or on Wednesday, it popped up into my consciousness on Wednesday when Mike McCarthy said during the presser, it's a back thing that developed in the last game. So it wasn't, I was just hoping they mislabeled the practice report and it was just a rest day or something like that. Turns out, not the case. So not only are you worried about Zach Martin, you might be without Martin and Tyron for Sunday's game. Now, I'm hopeful that Jerry says, now they're both fine. I don't know if, I should take that at 100%, but
if Jerry said that was if he's just fine today, are you going to say, well, he just got new information that McCarthy didn't have this morning?
that is possible. But I also think about one of the phrases that Fish coined back in the day was Jerry Poppins.
Yeah, and he's always looking on the bright
Yeah,
side.
and
Take
so
your spoonful of sugar.
And so I am a little worried about that. From the 214, I'm in Buffalo, New York right now. I do not CL here. All right, if you can catch a charter and fly back down here. We're at just the Buffalo Wild Wings that's in Fort Worth off of the left bank. 629 Staten Street. Easy mistake to make. Happened all the time when we were at Nebraska Furniture Mart, and people would go to Nebraska and they'd be like, we're in the wrong spot, all right? So don't get it twisted. Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. You don't have to go to Buffalo, New York. Much more convenient, I would assume, for the majority of our audience.
Did you say we're on Darius Slayton Street? Is that
no,
what you said?
It's Staten.
Okay.
So Staten Street, 629
right.
Staten Street on
He
the
plays
left
in
bank.
New York, right?
If
Yeah.
you want to come and see us, we will be glad to have you out here. All kinds of good food, drink specials, giveaways, and Miller Lite is going to be giving away a pair of Dallas Cowboys tickets. Coming up next, though, let's dive back in with the Dolphins. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You can hear Kevin, Corey, and Mike anytime and anywhere. Take the KNC Masterpiece wherever you go on our... It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Tua lofts it. Tyreek Hill on cue. You're not going to catch him, are you? No. Touchdown. Explosive Miami play for 78 and a score.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off the left bank, 629 Staten Street. If you want to come and see us. And Corey, why would you not?
Oh, man, here's what I love. One of our Tolos is doing our promo guys' jobs right now.
Oh, I love it.
As people walk in,
Oh,
he's
I
pointing,
love it.
Just sign up right here for Cowboys Lions tickets, courtesy of Miller Lite, or some of the cool swag that's out here. So, but that's we've had a collection of Tolos that have been traveling around with us as we've gone to all these different Buffalo Wild Wings locations.
That has been really cool.
And then we see some new faces. I see one that I just saw in Roanoke last week, and then we see new faces everywhere we go. So this is awesome, man. This has been a fun tour.
Now, we have to dive back into the Dolphins, and you're welcome.
Did you do that on purpose?
Yes, of course I did.
Okay.
Of course I did. I'm going to tell you some positive things about the Dolphins season, because it's only fair. We've talked a lot about the Cowboys. Is if the Dolphins win here and Buffalo loses at the Chargers, this would give Miami its first division title in 15 years.
They've been playing for a long time with Tom Brady at the helm of that. And then Josh Allen follows that up and takes it away. So it's been quite a stretch for them.
And then the only time that those two weren't hitting on all cylinders, Mark Sanchez was doing the things.
Yeah, that was
like,
a weird.
what?
That was a weird time for us.
Agreed.
Schottenheimer was play caller for that group. Don't forget it.
I won't.
Young Shotty.
And if Miami clinches a playoff berth, it'll be the second straight playoff berth for Miami. Last time they made the playoffs in back-to-back years, 97 through 2001. So when we talk about the parallels between the Cowboys and the Dolphins, I know the Cowboys made it back-to-back last year, but it was the first time again since 91 through 96. Now you're talking about a Dolphins team that has not made the playoffs in back-to-back years, going all the way back from 97 to 2001. So you're talking about more than 20 years since they've accomplished this goal. Not surprisingly, this is their best start since 1990.
And what's the difference between those two teams, or between that for them? Because I think the difference, Kevin, that is also the similarity: better coaching and better talent. They have better talent on the team. They have quarterbacks they can trust.
Agreed. And on the talent front, does it feel at all like this team was built kind of circa 1990s Cowboys in terms of the amount of speed that they have across the board?
That is the amount of speed. And I think I heard Bobby this morning say that Connor Williams had one of the fastest 40 times, and their right tackle also has like the fastest 40 time ever recorded by an offensive lineman. So like even their offensive line's fast. But yeah, speed is what they're all about, but they also can be physical. I do think that they have a little less physical nature in them than the Cowboys do. And that's something I'm still hoping to see more of, attitude. I think it's attitude that I'm wanting to see more from the Cowboys.
I could see that.
We go back to those 90s teams we talk about, and it was the Cowboys and Niners. Those were the cockiest two teams I ever saw play football.
Agreed.
And then those teams, the Baltimore Ravens were cocky whenever they had Ray Lewis. And I think there's an attitude. Sean Merriman said it the other day, Kevin. He was like, we're going to come in, and we're going to open your fridge, we're going to eat your dinner, we're going to put our feet on your table. Like, that's the attitude I think this Cowboys team needs, and I think it's something that Miami doesn't necessarily have either. Although I think Mike McDaniel does a pretty good job of trying to get them to act like they all have swag.
Because he has it for days, right?
Yeah, he definitely does.
Like when you feel comfortable enough to go into your press conference and be like, respectfully tell them to F off, respectfully. Yeah. That's when you know you've got the swag, and rightfully so. I think that they should. Now, another person to keep an eye out on is Bradley Chubb. Bradley Chubb was AFC Defensive Player of the Week for their game against the Jets, where really all of their defense was on point. But his first Player of the Week award for Chubb. He had 7 tackles, 3 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, a fumble recovery, 2 tackles for loss, and 3 quarterback hits.
Is that good?
Yeah, I mean, not if you're the Jets.
Yeah.
And it would not be if you're the Cowboys.
Yeah.
But with a potential patchwork offensive line, I have concerns.
The Jalen Phillips was a key factor for them for a while, and he was playing exceptional. And so you think when he goes down with his Achilles injury, all right, now you replace him with some random guy. But they got Van Ginkel, Kevin, that's out there trying to make some plays too. I think against Washington he had a pickoff and for a touchdown. He had a pretty significantly big game. Their defense, they can do some work up there too. But I think that's where the Cowboys can make their best efforts is offensively in the run game. That's what I'm hoping, and then strike big downfield. I think this is going to be a game of setups where you're seeing a lot of things that you're like, why have they not struck yet? And they're waiting, and then all of a sudden, bam, big play happens, and it feels like it's game changing. But both of these teams have the haymaker ability. That's what I see with
2 high-scoring teams in the league. Yeah, no, absolutely. What's been really fascinating, and I know some people were asking, how do you get? I forgot to check on this yesterday. How do you get the numbers from the app about how many minutes that you listened?
Somebody said that Odyssey emailed them, so it might be an email link. I actually, Kevin, I just now remember I got that email. So I forgot that I got that email, and I thought it was from Spotify at first.
Yeah.
And so now I need to go back and look at it because my numbers were pretty good too.
Do you know what our number 1 Spotify artist was this year?
Taylor Swift.
Nope.
MC Hammer.
MC Hammer, because my son, my littlest son, is obsessed with the song Can't Touch This.
Yes.
And we listen to it like 15 times a day, and he dances around. And so, yes, that's why. From the 817, I'm at 3,387 minutes listened. Definitely rookie numbers. Got to pump these numbers up. Hashtag Tolo. That's what they said. That's not what I said. I appreciate anybody that listens. From the 469, 39,000 minutes. Good Lord. From 35,000 minutes, I'm in the top 1%. I'm a real Tolo over here. And then some people swung in and said, check this out. From the 972, I was at 106,000 minutes this year.
Wow.
I love you guys. Trust me. If you're listening that much, I love you back for sure.
Here's my question. When is this like it's on and it's always on in the background and
Still
you're doing
counts.
stuff? No, that's what I'm asking. Or are you sitting like intently next to the warm glow of your Odyssey app and you're like listening to every single word? I want to know how that works.
I think it depends because this person, they're listening intently because they did the math. 125,200 minutes here on YouTube. I did the math myself. Tolo from the 805. So see, maybe some people like, hey, they got the email. That person, they're putting in the work. They got their slide ruler, maybe an abacus, and they put it all together.
Do you have an abacus at home?
Man,
in your playroom?
No. I mean, kind of, but that's not what it's for. We do have those toys with the little sliding things, but it's not necessarily for abacus technology, but I guess that would work for that as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with an owner and general manager of the Dallas Cowboys. It's Jerry Jones, and we're the KNC Masterpiece live at Buffalo Wild Wings off the left bank in Fort Worth, 629 Staten Street. If you want to come and see us right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hi.
Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, 629 Staten Street. If you want to come see us, that would be outstanding. And right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Merry Christmas, Kevin, Corey, and good to be on with you.
Absolutely. And now I was curious, since you did say Merry Christmas, how much do you think your enjoyment of the holiday will be affected by Sunday's outcome?
Well, needless to say, you can maybe have a little better Santa Claus. That's my role nowadays. But you can be a little better Santa Claus in attitude if we could somehow figure out a way to come out with the win. And I'm sure you all would like that.
Sorry, Jerry, we're going to have to get right back with you. You're cutting in and out there.
Yeah, we'll
Sorry.
reconnect with
All right,
you in just a
We
moment.
will reconnect with Jerry Jones right there on 105.3 The Fan. You know, it would be easier for him if he just showed up at our Buffalo Wild
That would be
Wings.
awesome. Yeah, he could just sit down. We would have a headset for him, and he could talk to us face-to-face, deliver our presents that he promised us.
I do think it would be amazing if Ruben was like, no, I can't set up a headset for you, Jerry. Sorry.
Sorry, Jerry.
Corey has to figure it out.
They have to share them and everything. That would be a little awkward.
Yeah, I'm sure we could avoid that, but hopefully we'll reconnect with Jerry in just 1 second. But I actually did want to go back to the Dolphins because we had other stuff about the Dolphins that we wanted to kick around, and some of it is a little scary, particularly this. Explosive plays. At pretty much every level of explosive play you look at, Miami is scary. If you qualify an explosive play as 10 yards or more, Miami has the most in the league. If you qualify an explosive play as 25 yards or more, Miami, second in the league. And if you qualify it as 50-plus yards, Miami has the most in the league. They have 11. You know how many Cowboys have? 1.
Wow.
You know how many the 49ers have? 6.
Okay.
They are far and away the best when it comes to offensive explosive plays. All right, we're good to go? All right, we do have Jerry back. Thank you, sir. Sorry we were losing you there.
No problem. No problem. Merry Christmas.
Hey, Jerry, I'm always curious about this. You got a lot of stuff going on, and when was the last time you got out to the store to shop for Christmas presents? Is that something that you're like constantly? You did this week. Where
I've been this week. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry you're cutting out again. I don't know what's happening, if it's the connection or what.
Let's try to get a better deal. I'm real sure it's on your end, but I'm doing a lot of communicating through these phones so far today.
Okay.
All right, yeah.
All right. We will relink back up with you then.
All right.
All right.
Have to figure that out at the house.
He said, well, he said he'd been doing a lot of communicating today.
Yeah.
So
everything's doing all right except for maybe it's something at our station. Maybe it's Alec.
Don't blame this on Alec.
I'll blame Alec today. We'll see how that goes.
All right.
But I'm sure somebody will get in. They'll get in there and they'll take care of that. And we'll talk with Jerry. Just shortly.
I'm sure he'll be super pumped to have to reconnect with us again.
That's never happened before where he's had to do that and him be upset about it.
It did, and I feel like that was a very famous moment in the history of
our show.
This show.
Yeah. Forbes magazine reached out to us on that moment.
I do remember that. So hopefully we can avoid all of those conundrums. And if not, unfortunately, I have to tell you more positive things about the Dolphins, or we can move on to Forgiveness Friday.
Well, I mean, we can't have the conversation about the Dolphins because that is what I think it's going to be. It's going to be explosive plays that feel like game changers across the field. Tua, when we talk about how fast he gets the ball out, a lot of the reason that he gets the ball out so quickly is because the offense is built for him to trust that that's where they're going to be. He doesn't necessarily have to sit there and wait and watch and do a lot of that whenever it's with this offense because their offense is built with a lot of timing and a lot of timing downfield too. There's one play, I think it was against Washington, where Tua was getting hit and he just put the ball up in the air. And he throws it, I believe it's about 60 yards downfield.
Right.
And Tyreek is running and he's looking one way and he turns and he has to basically hold track the entire different way. He just sticks his hands out and gets the catch and it's a touchdown. And Tyreek Hill's walking back telling Tua, he's like, hey, don't ever do that again. Don't ever throw that again. He was like, hey, I had to put it somewhere. I had to make it happen somewhere. So we'll try this one more time, Kevin.
Yeah, Jerry, our apologies, but third time's the charm. You know what I'm saying?
Let's make this work, and
There we
we
go.
don't know where it's coming from, but let's try to make this one work. Sounds good. Merry Christmas. And I forget your last question, really.
That last question was how often do you go Christmas shopping, and what are you responsible for?
Well, first of all, I feel responsible for all of it. Of course, I'm really not. But I do a lot of personal Christmas shopping, and I do a lot of ordering, and I get a little help on my ordering from a few people that work in close with me. But I love Christmas and love to shop for it, and I particularly like to work in and around our Dallas Cowboys memorabilia, and really makes it good. One of the things that I was talking to my family last night is that we have given Christmas ornaments to every NFL owner and to a lot of the media. We have given Christmas ornaments for 33 years.
Wow.
And we have people that have complete trees. John Madden's family has a complete tree of the Christmas ornaments, and these are cerebellum ornaments that really have a uniqueness about them and that tell a story. It's oriented around sport and football, but we have people that have a whole tree full of our Christmas ornaments. And, of course, each of my family members has a comparable tree that they've built up over the years. So we're pretty proud. I've had other owners tell me, said, Jerry, the only goodwill you have in this league is that Christmas ornament. And if it wasn't for that, we'd run you out of here.
Was there ever an owner that maybe got a Christmas ornament that wasn't as good just because they made
I've
mad?
never had a complaint. Like I said, they know the spirit's there and the heart's there.
Well, we were just talking about the explosive play nature of the Miami Dolphins. People know that y'all and the Dolphins are 1-2 when it comes to scoring offense, but the Dolphins have shown the ability to pile up those explosive plays. How important is it going to be to try to slow that down Sunday?
Well, those plays over 20 yards of play are essential to win a game. We had none of them against Buffalo, and they're essential to win a game, and you really need to have upwards of 6 or up of those to really, at the end of the day, when you look at your performance, to have. And you need turnovers, and all of that is a major part of it. They are a dangerous team. They arguably will be or right there at the best that we'll play, period. Buffalo was a dangerous team and a potentially very good team. And so these two games, the Buffalo game and this game against Miami, these are really nut cutters, to use a Christmas term. So I'm saying that we've got to bring it all. The idea that we're coming off a bad performance against Buffalo, all of that is really you put that behind you, because this thing stands on its own as one of the premier games of our year.
You talked about Buffalo and Miami being dangerous teams. I think I know the answer from watching this team all year, but do you think the Dallas Cowboys are a dangerous team?
Well, I think we can be, yes. And I think we should be able to pick our poison and pick the poison and have a lot to do with it. I think we can dictate the game on our defense. I think we can dictate the game on offense. We're very capable of doing that. And that's what's exciting about this year. We line up, and, boy, we can do it to anybody. And but as you well know, in the NFL, you get down a couple, you have to change a few things you're doing because you don't want to go down 2 scores or 3 scores, and all of a sudden you've adjusted what you have worked on all week, and that becomes a challenge, not an insurmountable challenge, but you've got to make those adjustments, and that can go the other way on you. It did the other day. In between all of that, you can't be really making mistakes. And when you do get a big play, you can't offset it with a penalty on that particular play. Timing was also bad for us the other day on some key penalties. I complained about the penalties. And frankly, someone said that I complained about the weather. And of course, that's not right. They played in the same weather. But weather can affect both sides' efficiency on offense. It can. And we don't have that problem at our stadium. To add to another part of my answer, we don't have the weather problem at the stadium, and that gets you more consistent for the Cowboys when we play there. But everybody's got to play in the same weather when they're out there, and they have to take things off the table. They did a great job. They got up on us good. They got their momentum rolling. All of those things. I'm talking Buffalo. But, boy, this week we can't have that happen. And this quarterback, to me, is one of the more outstanding players in the NFL. We will have played back-to-back two of the better quarterbacks of a handful there are in the NFL.
Jerry, just to go back and revisit real quick the Buffalo game, when it comes to tackling, how do you explain an entire team having a bad day all at the same time?
Well, I do not, other than we call that finishing. But you can call it wrap it up. You can call it intensity, driving through the tackle. But I will tell you, there is a level that we talk about that of play that affects an entire team that is called playoff level. And it's very real. And the intensity and the meaningfulness of a play, we call that that you rise to when you play in big games. That's part of the sport. And whether it be a huge bowl game for a college team, or whether it be a great rivalry for a college team, there's an intense level that is just there. This is a physical sport. And you got to think while you're being physical. That level goes up at the level of certain games. And we didn't get that level the other night. That's surprising, but I have seen it happen. And we've obviously, I don't think we'll have any problem. I say this. We won't have any problem getting at a championship level this weekend. We'll get there.
Yeah, that's a couple of people that we've talked to, former players we've talked to, are like, there's an attitude you have to have going on the road. We're coming in, we're putting our feet on your table. Michael Irvin used to have that kind of attitude.
Going on the road, staying at home, that has one meaning for a season. Because in our case, you're dealing with about 8 on the road, 9 at home, vice versa. That's one thing. But this is a go-home mentality, which you have in the playoffs. Lose on the road, it doesn't make any difference. Season's over. And everybody gets that. And that tackle, you don't get another grade, another film next 2 weeks from now for doing that on an individual basis. My point is, this game has to be played on a lose this, make that bad play, make that mistake. It's go home city for good. That's what happens in the playoff. This game has to be played with playoff intensity. And it should. It's got that kind of stuff riding.
Yep.
Will you still be able to bring the same level of playoff intensity if Tyron Smith and or Zach Martin can't go? How are they looking for Sunday?
Well, you have to. You have to. There's no way to have a football team and not have. Now, you look at the positions, and some of them are more impactful than others. But you have to move on. We had to move on when we lost Martin the other day. So you have to be ready to go. That's why your depth, when it comes to overall impacting being able to win for a team and compete it and maybe aspire and be a Super Bowl, you got to have depth. You got to have people step in.
they're never going to be the perfect pictured performance of a Smith or of a Martin. They're never going to be that, but they do surprise you because guess what? More often than not, they'll step up and they'll have a better game than they're capable of. That's a part of their growth because usually depth is, for the most part, aspiring youth.
Do you believe it is trending in the direction where Tyron and Zach Martin are unlikely to play on Sunday then?
No, I just don't know, and we won't know until it gets here. We've got a few days to go, and I just couldn't say. And Martin was, let me tell you something, for him to step out of that ball game is it tells you all you need to know about the severity of his pain or injury, or more important, strength in his case in the leg. The back thing with Tyron is something we'll just have to see about. I don't know, but we've got a game plan that is going to be there without him, and it won't be as pleasing as one with him, but we'll have a game plan.
Jerry, I'm not sure how much you know Mike McDaniel, but he's kind of quirky personality, very creative, kind of a fun guy with his play calling, got a lot of creativity. What's been your impression of him as the head coach from Miami?
I don't know him, and I just know his team, and I know his team through just watching competition from afar, if you will, and then, of course, our zeroing in this week. But I think he's maximizing his talent, and that's a compliment. A lot of people talk that, but they don't use it. But I think he takes what his guys do best and puts them in a spot to do it. That at the end of the day, well, they'll tell you that's their job to go do that. But let me say this: he's put a team, as head coach, a team that is one of the best teams in the NFL and is a Super Bowl contender in my view.
I know that your defense is very fast. You got a lot of guys that are fast on offense as well, but this Dolphins team is one of the fastest teams in the NFL. How much can you talk about what their speed is and how that affects the game?
Well, there are parts of them that are faster than our defense is faster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You're having to kind of adjust your cutoff angles. You're having to adjust for speed in terms of getting ready for them. Every player has taken every player in front of him on Miami, every player of the Cowboys, and they've studied him all week. And then the coach has put it together so they can look at it from a team standpoint. But this quarterback, I'm going to tell you, he has a great ability to hit the receivers on the run. He can throw the ball where they will run under to the ball, and he throws them open. And he's outstanding. And it'll give us – that's quite a challenge when you've got somebody that good at being that kind of thrower.
CeeDee Lamb said it's not necessarily on his mind, and given everything that's at stake in the game Sunday and beyond, I get why, but he's just 9 catches away from breaking Michael Irvin's franchise record for most receptions in a season. How impressed – I'm very impressed by that.
Well, I know what Troy Aikman thought of and the confidence that they had going. Their thrower-catcher relationship was one of the – it's maybe unparalleled because they had to pass a rule called the Michael Irvin rule. They passed a rule to mitigate the timing that Michael would have or Aikman would have getting the ball to Michael right on his break. And Michael would go out and kind of subtly down beside his hip punch the D-back on the hip, and then he would be out breaking. And he'd make the break. Well, the minute he broke, there was the ball. And so it was one of the most passing combinations that I know of that also was mentally the mental part of their passing combination. That, along with Aikman's skill of just being able to throw it on a dime every time. So to be talked about in that same sentence and be up there with that, both Lamb and Prescott should smile, because that was a top combination.
Yeah, it absolutely was. Well, Jerry, I'm kind of looking at this, and there's been a lot of discussion about, the game having opened up some eyes on where the linebackers were, the physicality there. At this time, where is Micah's best fit for your team? Is it just to set on the edge and rush, or do you think he can help more at the second level with your linebackers?
Pressure player. Pressure. His greatest attribute to our team is as a pressure player, which means he's trying to get through in a rush of some sort. Does that mean that he can't have containment responsibilities? He is good enough to provide a pressure threat and still maybe roll out and contain. That's strong, and he's capable of doing that. And so that's where you might see a use of him. Make no mistake about it. His value is as a pressure player.
Well, we appreciate you jumping on with us every single week. Best of luck on Sunday. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Jerry.
Thank you very much, sir.
Merry Christmas, guys. Bye.
There you go. Jerry Jones right here on 105 through the Fan. Now, one of the things he was talking about was with Tua, and I was looking up some numbers about Tua. Obviously, everybody knows about the injury problems that he's had, right? But when he's out there, 24-10 in the last 2 years. That's the third highest winning percentage over that run, behind Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts.
Yep.
So pretty darn impressive right there. And his 104.0 quarterback rating is second in the league, behind Purdy, and just 0.2 ahead of Dak Prescott. He leads the league in completion percentage. He leads the league in passing yards. There's a lot of really great stuff that comes along with Tua, and I know you've talked about his case for MVP all throughout, and when you hear those kind of numbers, it feels like he really should be in that position, even though I know he has a fantastic wide receiver there as well.
No, he's got two.
That's true.
And then, when all else fails, he can go to Cedric Wilson. That's another element. I know you've been trying to get him back the entire time, but they always have him too to be involved with. So, the offense sets itself up a lot for these big-time plays, and those are big-time receivers. You knew Jalen Waddle was going to be a good receiver. I was thinking about this the other day. Jalen Waddle gets drafted to a team where you think he's going to be the number one receiver for many years for that team because he was the most talented. And they were like, now let's add Tyreek Hill. And Tyreek Hill has become more polished as a receiver too. And that gives Tua all this confidence that he can, like I just said with the Washington game, he just put the ball in the air.
Right.
He just knew, I'm going to throw it as far down the field as I can.
He'll outrun
Even if Lombardi says I can't throw it without the wind behind me, then I'm going to throw it as far as I can and just see what Tyreek can do. And he's got that kind of ability. He gets the ball out quickly because he trusts his offense. He trusts the decision very quickly. And that's one of the things Bobby and Broadus have talked about is he does trust it so much that sometimes he doesn't see things. And so if the Cowboys are seeing and keying in on a couple things where they're like, we're going to set him up for – he's going to look and forget that a safety's there, or forget that a linebacker's there. That could be a game changer for the Cowboys if they get a couple of turnovers in this game.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 915. Hey, KNC Masterpiece, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for adding a unique element to sports. You make my work days enjoyable at the office. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas right back to you as well. Let's get those shout-outs in. We are live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, 629 Staten Street. Come on out and see us. Got all kinds of cool swag being given away, and then Miller Lite is going to be giving away a pair of Dallas Cowboys tickets. Coming up next, let's talk a little bit about the Stars. Big-time action last night. Plus, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, next right here on The Fan.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live in Fort Worth at Buffalo Wild Wings, 629 Staten Street. Come on out and see us. And right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen.
So,
how's our connection?
Our connection is good. Our connection is good. The potential connection of the offensive line might not be good because I am beginning to fear that not only will you not have Tyron Smith, you will not have Zach Martin for this game. Do you think I should calm down?
I think you should fear Tyron maybe more than Zach.
Yeah.
I think Zach's got a chance.
Okay. You think Tyron does not?
I think that will be decided on Saturday.
Okay.
I think they're pretty optimistic that Zach would be ready to go. Now, this is obviously no indication of where he is, right? But I've seen him walking around, and he's walking pretty good.
Okay.
So he's got that going for him. I think just listening to McCarthy and what he's been saying, it's like they're going to take it to Saturday. If Tyron can participate in their form of practice on Saturday, then they'll have a better idea of if he should be able to go or not. You'd hate to see both of them out, but just realize that Miami's without their starting center, Connor Williams, and two of their other starters have not practiced all week, Austin Jackson and Robert Hunt. So they're kind of in the same boat as the Cowboys are right now.
How much does that, Tyron's health, consider, down the road for the playoffs? Maybe we don't do this now because we have already clinched the spot, but I know we want to get the first place. We want to try and do all that, but you want to be healthy going in the playoffs,
I don't think they think that way. If
they're not there.
If you're healthy, you play.
And with Washington later.
And let's remember, he did finish the game, and the injury did occur in the game. So, that's somewhat of a positive if you're looking for any sunshine on a cloudy day.
Yeah, I am.
Well, I could use a lot of sunshine.
Yeah,
now,
I think we all could, right?
Yeah. So I wanted to talk particularly about Marquise Bell. Is when we talk about some of the struggles that the defense had last week, I'm curious your thoughts about Marquise Bell in terms of helping out with the rushing attack, of course, but also keeping an eye out on Tua from breaking you down scrambling-wise.
Yeah, and I think he's one of the guys that would have that ability, although in the list of worries, Tua scrambling, I don't think is top 3.
Yes,
okay.
Agreed.
I think, being able to set the edge up front on the running game would be number one. I can't tell you how many times McCarthy has pointed that out about the C gap. And that's exactly what Buffalo did, right? Got on the edge and really hurt him with the running game. So I think that, if Marquise Bell has an assignment, it's to make sure you don't get caught inside from a linebacker standpoint. Or maybe they use 3 linebackers. Novel idea, huh?
How would they do that? How
Never happened in football before for years and years.
You got to keep playing a 4-2-5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can get as much dime package as we can.
Are linebackers physical enough if you go off of that 3-person linebacking group?
Well, I guess the next guy up would be Rashaan Evans.
Right.
He played some in that last game, not a heck of a lot. But other than that, I don't know that they got another linebacker other than, how about Micah Parsons?
Well, did you hear Jerry just a few minutes ago?
He likes the pressure.
Pressure player,
Well,
Mick.
he can pressure from the linebacker spot, too.
That is true.
That is
right?
true.
And just in case they happen to run it, what did Buffalo, was it 39 times?
Look,
they ran 100 times for 17,000 yards.
Seems like the number
in my
keeps
mind.
growing.
Yeah.
Right. So I was going to check real quick. It was 40. No, come on. 49 times?
Yeah, that's the reality.
I still feel like I'm having nightmares about it, so that sounds accurate to me.
I thought 39 I missed high.
Yeah, you were like, that's a lot. It's because nobody does that. Nobody does that anymore.
That's why Josh Allen didn't throw for any yards.
So that's why, yeah, he only threw 15 times, right?
Yes, because they just run it.
He got beat.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's priority number one, stopping the run. Number two would be getting pressure on Tua. I don't know that he's really hurt people with his feet running that much. Now, he can, and he can escape, but if you look at their rushing stats, he's only run the ball 30 times in 14 games.
Yeah, he's looking to throw. He's looking to get those guys downfield.
If my linebacker or safety or whoever's going to keep an eye on him, I don't know that that's a big priority. And then next priority is making sure you keep their receivers in front of you. And that's a load, right? That's a problem. Now, the other thing that I think we need to point out about Miami, and I'm not trying to disparage their 10-4 record.
Oh, they haven't beat anybody good.
Everybody's got a losing record except Denver.
Yep.
Denver's 500, and they gave up 70 points against the Dolphins. So I understand their stats are really spectacular, not taking anything away, but when you put a 70 in there, that kind of distorts a little bit, right? A little bit?
Right. No, I hear what you're saying. Look, if the Cowboys have to deal with that narrative against them, with all due respect to Mike McDaniel, well, then the Dolphins have to listen to it too.
Yeah, and you know, and they got to deal with the Cowboys. Now, I know they're on the road, and I know the problems that they've had on the road since the opener when they scored 40 against the Giants.
Yep.
But, you know, they've got some things that Miami's got to worry about, too. You know, you guys asked Jerry about CeeDee Lamb,
CeeDee
right?
Lamb, yeah.
Okay, they got to worry about CeeDee Lamb. Are they going to put Ramsey on him? Well, we'll see. As I read where Vic Fangio said that, you know, because of Xavier Howard's injury, they used Ramsey more in traveling with the top receiver. You know, he missed the last game now, and it looks like he practiced on a limited basis this week, if I remember correctly. So we'll see where that goes. But that ought to be a good matchup. Fangio said, well, if that's the matchup, better get your popcorn ready. So, you know, they got to worry about that. They got to worry about Dak. Probably worry a little bit about Ferguson, too. So there's things they got to worry about. They got to worry about Micah Parsons, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, they got Chubb, the Cowboys got Parsons. These teams are so similar, it's eerie on you know, what they've done offensively, what they've done defensively, what their shortcomings are.
Agreed.
It's amazing.
I'm with you on that. Their record. Yeah, no, I'm
and what's on the line, too, for both teams, right?
Well, yeah, because both are in a disadvantaged position to try to win their division, and they both need to win this game to keep those dreams alive.
They both probably need to win out.
Yeah,
and their final
I could
games
see that.
with Buffalo, right?
Yeah, I could definitely see that.
So yeah, it's you know, not only the record but all the ramifications and the talent, and the only thing that I see that separates them is their ability to run the ball and the Cowboys' inability to stop the run.
Yeah, that's the matchup. That's the matchup.
So
you're dealing
that's
with
gonna to me that's what's gonna side this game.
Oh no, because I was going to ask for a prediction. Is this going to be a prediction of sadness?
Just predict rushing yards for the Dolphins.
Don't predict that.
You know what? I just think that the Cowboys, from an overall standpoint, have played somewhat of a tougher schedule than they have, and that I think maybe the Cowboys 10-4 is better than their 10-4, if that's possible.
I see it.
track meet, maybe. How about 32-30 Cowboys?
Woo! Okay, I like it.
I don't know how you get to 32, but that number popped in my head.
6 field goals and 2 touchdowns will get you there, Mick.
No.
What?
Oh, gosh.
Okay, well, 4 touchdowns with 2.
Oh,
with
we
2
didn't
point
talk about the
conversions.
field goal kickers, have we?
Yes, I mean, look, I trust our field goal kicker very, very much.
I was trying to see. They right now are 20 of 29?
Yeah, McManus has had some struggles.
Yeah.
He's had his moments where it's just kind of been like, what? You're not in Denver anymore, buddy.
Yeah. So, well, that might be the difference then.
See, there you go. All
Just
right.
keep kicking field goals.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up
I guess
with
I'm not
you.
talking to you on Monday, huh?
Yeah, probably not. But the good news
Absolutely
is
not,
Mike
yeah.
will be back on Tuesday.
Yes.
So there's your Christmas present right there.
There we go. Tuesday.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com. Couple more notes for you. We saw Malik Hooker able to return to practice in a limited fashion yesterday in their last padded practice of the season because they've now run out. And then
That's weird to me.
it
That
is.
very
I
weird.
agree.
Getting ready for playoffs and there's no pads.
Last couple of games, you're like, we can't wear pads.
Yeah.
Is Jonathan Hankins says he sees Detroit as a realistic return game. So I think you could probably go ahead and jot him down as a scratch for this game. So probably not, almost definitely not Jonathan Hankins, probably not Tyron. Hopefully, yes, Zach Martin can play, and hopefully, yes, for Malik Hooker.
2 teams that are banged up just a little bit.
Agreed.
That there's some significant things that affect both their games, both positively and negatively there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and if we're talking about some positivity, I feel like we need to fire off cut number 3 because, man, there's some wildness in the Stars game yesterday.
Puck is back down inside the Dallas blue line. A dozen seconds to go in overtime. Lead pass. Duchesne scores.
6-game winners leads the NHL right now.
I mean, no wonder that is Mike's favorite Dallas Stars player. And it looked tenuous for about a minute and a half when Vancouver went ahead 3-2. And then within, like I said, a minute and a half, Thomas Harley scores the goal, ties it back up. Duchesne, game winner. Stars, bam, 4-3.
Yeah, Duchesne, 2 game winners in the last 3 games, and I do believe that Harley had the other one. So that combination right there, and what a pass from Harley to Duchesne to set up that game winner
picking up
right
the
there.
assist on the game winner.
Yeah, and you got to give Wedgwood some credit for making
%.
I mean, he stoned him on the other end to set that up. So that was wonderful. And as you're trying to figure out, your goalie play right there right now, it was nice to get that out of it.
And I know that the Stars have struggled against the other team at the top of the Pacific in the Golden Knights, but this is a really good Vancouver team, and we had talked earlier in the year about some of their struggles against the elite teams of the NHL. So big win right there. And to your point about Wedgwood, he's played in 11 games, 8-1-2 in those games. So Dallas has earned points in 10 of his 11 games, and he makes $1 million.
Wow.
So
that's just $1 million.
Look, for a human, that's amazing. For a player putting together that kind of performance, that's a hell of a deal. So congratulations to the Stars for getting that work done. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Come and see us. We're on the left bank, 629 Staten Street. And coming up next, A.J. Brown, Major League Baseball, and basketball injuries. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you?
Nope.
877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
At the Philadelphia 13. Two tight ends on the left, back to throw, looking left, looking right, pumps, runs out to the left. Throws on the run, Lamb at the 7, and strolls in. Walks all the dogs. Touchdown, Lamb. 13 yards, first touchdown of the game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Make no mistake, it is in Fort Worth. Left Bank location, 629 Staten Street. If you want to come out and party with us and see what Corey got me for Christmas. Also, remember, Sunday, 12:30, the pregame starts right here on 105 through the Fan. Our pregame will feature Kevin Burkhardt as a guest live from the field and CA's player profile, Dante Fowler. So a lot of fun stuff happening on the pregame.
Kevin, also, we are giving away Cowboys tickets to the Lions-Cowboys game at home, courtesy of Miller Lite, and we still have some prizes. I'm about to start giving some prizes away.
Let me ask you
this. That's about to happen.
Do you think I could convince whoever wins the CD Lamb Pop to give it to me?
Why do you need it? What do you need it for?
For the older boy.
Okay. Why,
he would
what
just,
are you,
he
what
would
are
just
you
love
changing?
it.
What are you exchanging here? There needs to be this is a bartering system.
You can do whatever segment you want. I'm just kidding, bosses. I'm just kidding. Relax. I won't actually do that, because if I did, I would be in need of Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Do you have to ask for forgiveness?
I do.
Does one of your friends have to ask for forgiveness?
Okay, I need to ask for forgiveness.
What did you do? Were you mean to Parker?
No,
Who's not here?
Brandon McManus is the kicker for the Jags.
Oh, you got him.
Florida,
swapped.
and they wear the same color.
Right.
And I was in my mind, it was like, oh yeah, he's stunk. But it's Jason Sanders, who has not been very great for the Dolphins. But whenever you score the way they do you really even need a field goal kicker?
So still not great. We just assigned the lack of greatness to the wrong kicker.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling there.
I appreciate that.
So I will ask for forgiveness, Tolos.
Forgiven from the 940. Kevin and Corey. Usually we don't do this, but I think it's worthy. I don't need forgiveness.
Uh-oh.
I'm still nicotine-free since November 7th. Last actual cigarette was November 5th after the Cowboys-Eagles game.
That's
I
awesome.
get it. That was a maddening game. I understand why that would force you to smoke after the fact, but congratulations. That's tough. And you hear a lot, if you can make it through that first little period, hopefully it gets easier from there.
Yeah, I'm very
Don't
happy
you dare
for you.
Mark that.
Very happy, because I said that this person couldn't do it. I said they couldn't stay this way. And
See,
I challenged them.
If you said that to me, that's the level of spite that
Yes.
I need to go all the way.
I know. That's
All
why
right.
I do it. I do have another friend that likes to quit tobacco like every 3 months. And I always tell him, you're never going to do it. And then he never lets me down. He always does.
Is he a little bit of a freak?
A little bit.
Okay.
Kevin, I also I did see, I don't know if you have this information.
I don't know.
From Mike McDaniel, toe injury to Achane. He thinks they're good.
Okay.
And he said that Tyreek Hill says he's good, and he should be going too. So that's
Yeah,
where we are there.
It looked like that was the direction at least Hill was trending yesterday. I'm still curious about, like, he'll be out there, but what level
Yeah, no,
of
absolutely.
Tyreek Hill? Not to say that like an 80% Tyreek Hill isn't still really, really good.
But, dude, if you can just keep him within, 5 yards instead of 15 yards, then you might have a chance at something.
Do you want to go with more lighthearted?
Let's go with lighthearted right
Forgiveness
now.
Friday? Too bad.
Okay.
Injuries in basketball. Because Luka with a left quad strain is one of 6 Mavericks currently in line to miss the game against the Rockets.
All right, so let me see if I can figure out these. Kyrie.
Yep.
Derek Lively. Luka. That's 3 of the 6 that you're saying here. Dwight Powell, fingers crossed.
Don't fingers crossed.
That he could play is what I'm saying, right? Who are the other three that are in line to miss this?
So Maxey,
yeah,
Seth Curry, and Josh Green.
Okay, all right. So what we've kind of been sitting on for a minute now. And, Kevin, in this stretch that a lot of these guys have been missing, has this team been better or worse? I feel like it's been nominally worse for the Mavericks of late.
Well, yeah, but, because either out or questionable. Here's the group that's out or questionable to tonight. Luka, Kyrie, Exum, Lively, Green, Kleba, Seth Curry.
Yeah, that's not a great feeling right now.
It's your time to shine, Derek Jones.
Yeah,
let's go see what we can do. So,
can you beat Can you beat Houston with that bunch with Derek Jones Jr. as your leader?
I don't think so.
Okay, well you can try, and we'll see how that goes.
Look, you know who you could beat. We'll get to that in just a second. But this Houston team, not bad. I'm not saying they're the best, but not bad. The only team I know you could beat is the Detroit Pistons, who last night extended the losing streak to 25 games. Now, keep this in mind. The longest ever single-season losing streak is 26 games. That is shared by the Cleveland Cavaliers and a previous incarnation of the Philadelphia 76ers. Now, who holds the longest losing streak of all time? Well, that would also be the Philadelphia 76ers in a different year across 2 seasons. Now, the Detroit Pistons are threatening this record as people chanted, "Sell the team" last night in a home game where they lost to the Jazz.
All right, Kevin, let's look at something real quick, okay? The Pistons this year have 2 wins.
Correct.
All right?
They started out 2-1, I'm pretty sure.
The Spurs have 4 wins, okay? The Trailblazers have 7. The Wizards have 5, and the Hornets have 7. How are the Pistons going to get Caitlin Clark if they don't try really hard to lose all these games?
What
do you mean?
You're going to paint me into a corner here. I don't believe.
You don't think they're going after Caitlin Clark?
Caitlin Clark will be the number 1 pick of the NBA draft.
Why is that? Why do you think that, Kevin?
Because of the patriarchy trying to hold her down. I saw the Barbie movie.
Well, that's why they split. That's why they split it, right? So that we never had to contend with that. Isn't that the?
Okay.
Like WNBA, NBA, they're 2 different things.
Sure, let's go with that.
Okay.
I don't want to get in trouble on my last day.
The Pistons are terrible, man. They're an absolute terrible team. But there's a lot of bad NBA play happening.
Yeah, you're right. But you know what sucks for the Spurs? They're this bad, and Wemby is probably living up to the hype. He's still turning the ball over too much, and they need to work on that. 18.5 points a game, 11 rebounds a game, and 3 blocks a game.
Wow.
And they're terrible.
Yeah.
The drizzling S's, as someone would say.
Who would say that?
I would say that.
Okay. All right.
I frequently say that in regular life, not on air.
From the 214, hey, I'm nicotine-free since September 1st. After 33 years,
Woo!
Amazon needs forgiveness for making it so easy for me to blow all of my money on Christmas presents. It is easy, dude.
Is it Amazon an enabler then?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Kevin, you pointed it out the other day. You're watching the game, and then they're just like, hey, shop online with us. And then all of a sudden, you've bought 7 things you don't need.
You're right. I think the biggest way they enable is by telling you how quickly you could get a thing that you don't necessarily want.
It could be here tonight.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to be shopping, and you're like, do I really need the singing can opener? And you're like, probably not. But did I used to have, or bottle opener? Probably not. Did I used to have one of those? For sure. And it's like, it could be here overnight, or it could be here in the morning. Sometimes I think the way they change that is weird to me. They're like, hey, we can get it to you tomorrow, but if you order more than $35 worth of stuff, we can get it to you tonight. And I'm like, how badly do you think I need that singing bottle opener?
Badly.
And they're like, a lot.
It doesn't matter. We're getting it to you as quick as we can because we have extra people working today. Kevin, this is Shout Out Friday, and I did get a shout out that came our way. Can you guys shout out Panther City Lacrosse, Fort Worth's only professional team, and I'd love to spread the word and get more folks to come out there at Dickies Arena tonight. Tickets as low as $10. So shout out to Panther City Lacrosse.
If somebody from Panther City Lacrosse is listening, we can let you get involved in these giveaways out here. You just need to make your way out to Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll figure it out. Now, I have a very important shout out, but it's also kind of a Forgiveness Friday mixed together.
I love it.
From a napkin. And I know you're thinking...
Napkins can't write.
That is a fair point. Humans can
thought.
write on napkins. For the first time ever, a text from a napkin. Shout out to my grandma, Sharon McLeod, for being the most important person to ever trust me and always being there. Shout out to everyone that has ever been lied to and cheated on. You are worth it. And as Kevin says, better. Someone cheated and lied to me, and I will be better for it. That is from Ricardo, who, as you could probably guess, is in the Buffalo Wild Wings, because how else would I get a napkin?
Okay.
Like in a bottle?
I thought the napkin was telling the story here.
Did you
this
think
whole
I
time.
brought this This is not a Forrest Gump style thing where it's just like,
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. It just floated onto your lap. And
no,
you're like,
no,
what am I
that's not what
supposed to do with
happened.
this?
We're inside.
Okay.
Did it just wait at the door? And then
Maybe
somebody
so.
opened the door and it flew in?
That's a possibility. I don't know, man. I don't make all the rules.
Oh, no. From the 903, this could be controversial because I think this is everyone's worst fear. I need Forgiveness Friday. I'm an Amazon delivery driver, and I'm just Brandon Aubreying these packages today.
Just kicking them up on the porch.
Buy too much junk. I think that is the fear of so many people is like, hey, sure, I saw the picture of the package sitting nicely at the door. What was the lead up to that? I'm sure most everyone is like, does things the right way, but every now and again, do you just kind of chuck it a little bit?
Let me ask you this question, Kevin. Do you set out snacks for the Amazon drivers?
No, is that a thing?
Yeah, Adrian has been doing this for a few years now.
I didn't know you were supposed to do that.
No, you don't. I don't think you have to, but
my
it is.
gosh.
I will say, it seems like the delivery drivers are happy with it because every time I look in the basket, there's about a little bit less, and Adrian will fill it back up, and then they'll disappear. It's like popcorn. And
Is this a
granola bars and
year-round
stuff.
thing or a holiday thing?
Only when it's busy. Only when they're
Okay.
like super busy. So 877-881-1053. If you're a driver out there, do y'all like that? What else would you like? Do you want us to put some bourbon out there, or what else are you looking for? Some Gatorades?
I bet, or water. Yeah, I bet that would be there. From the 817, shout out to me, Marcus. I'm getting married tomorrow. Woo, fantastic.
You still have time.
What does that mean?
So you don't have to get married.
I mean, sure, but don't you
still
think
have
he
time.
thought this out?
Yeah, I do. But you still have time. You should always have a friend that is willing to say, I got the car ready if you need to.
Okay.
Always have a friend there for that.
I didn't anticipate this was the direction we were going. Let me ask you.
My best man told me, he was like, Corey, I'm standing up there waiting for Adrian to walk down the aisle. He goes, Corey, if you want to go, we can go right now. And I was like, I appreciate that, buddy, but I'm going to stay. And look at me now. I got a great wife.
So I'm 1-1 as the best man thus far. One victory, one defeat.
Okay, all right.
The defeat, I did ask the person, hey, are we sure about this? Because they came together through kind of like the napkin said, not very reputable circumstances.
Okay, all right.
And he said he was sure, and it was different because it was them and they were in love.
Okay, all right.
And I really was
he can
hoping,
change her, right?
Yeah, because you bet you'll definitely stay together.
Yeah.
And so unfortunately, that marriage did end up ending due to infidelity. Do I need forgiveness
did you dance and celebrate? Is that how you did it? Did you show a parade?
No. I hope I don't need forgiveness for being the best man because I did kind of warn them, like, hey, are we sure?
The way that this went down, are you sure you want to do this? No, that's your job, man. Be the red team, all right? You're going to try and go shoot holes in all that thing. Is it going to work or not? And you're not trying to break it up. You're just asking all the questions that are setting them up for success.
Now, I'm going to read one to you, and I'm going to read it verbatim, and I will let you decide where one letter might be off. Fair?
Okay.
All right. From the 903, shout out to my wife, Emily. Huge Tolo, and just got over good poisoning in time for Christmas.
Good poisoning.
Now, they have since
it's food.
Sent a revised version of this that says food poisoning. I promise whoever sent that shout out, I would have figured it out. But since they sent the correction, I wanted to give you both versions. But that's got to be an incredible feeling. Shout out to Emily over food poisoning just in time for the crux of the holiday season. And that is awesome. Okay, hold on. Hold on. From the 214. Shout out to me. Marcus's future wife booked me for her bachelorette party.
Nice.
Come on,
Look at that.
Come on.
Go give her a good dance.
What are we even
What
doing?
do they do at bachelorette parties?
Maybe have a stripper? I don't know.
I don't
I've
know
never been
that,
to a
dude.
bachelorette
I
party.
feel like they just sit around and drink tea and talk about how they're going to change us.
Okay, what?
Yeah.
What year is this bachelorette party taking place?
Every year, I'm pretty sure, because we talk about it in Nashville. Nashville's the bachelorette capital of the world right
and you
now.
really see all the thriving tea restaurants there, not all the women running around in their bachelorette sash going, "Ooh, I'm getting married."
Don't you think, like,
where's
that-
Jason Aldean?
That's where, isn't that
I
where
don't
Bochy-
know who they're looking for.
Bochy lives in Nashville.
He
You think
does.
he's going to let them run around and be hoodlums in his city? No.
I don't. Bochy won the
He
World
doesn't like
Series again.
miscreants.
He doesn't have time to be policing bachelorette parties.
What do you think Bochy's doing right now? Because I feel like he's probably just fishing. He's got a pond on his property, and he just fishes.
I always view him as a
Goes cleaning
bigger
some duck.
version of Jim Leland. So I think he's adjusting his sock garters while he's smoking a cigar. He could still be fishing, but that's the way I envision it. By the way, a lot of people are saying that they are drivers, and they very much appreciate that. I have to admit, I apologize. Please forgive me, drivers who drop off packages and whatnot. I had no idea this was a thing. It seems very achievable.
Yeah, no, it seems like I said, every time we put stuff out there, it starts to disappear. The other morning, Adrian was like, are we getting like some raccoons or something, some possums into this stuff? Because a couple bags were just laying there. But somebody just grabbed one. I'm just saying, shout out to the drivers out there. They're taking care of us this time of year, man. They definitely are. I don't think that any of the gifts that I've gotten, I've gone into a store to get. Except for
Okay.
Buffalo Wild Wings gift cards. That's the only one that I gone into the store to
Ooh,
get.
yeah.
So that's my
Do you think-
suggestion is come up here today and get some gift cards.
Man, that's a good idea. When I used to work at the video store, you'd be astonished how busy we were on Christmas Day. I worked there on Christmas Day twice.
Why?
But
Why were y'all open?
Oh, because we made money hand over fist.
Really?
Yes.
I guess my in-laws have always gone to movies. Like, they
Well,
always
yeah.
want to go to movies.
And that's true, Corey, but I think you're overthinking this. How many places are really open on Christmas? Sometimes you need a last-minute gift because you know what I would do? I would sell hundreds of gift cards in the first hour we were open. One of the years, there were people lined up at the door, and they just came in, gift card, gift card, gift card, gift card. And so it was a very profitable time for Blockbuster.
From the
And then I got fired.
469, shout out to the guy driving around in my Possibilities van, taking care of all the hipsters out there. I just saw that Derek Holland went to go get his stuff from MP the other day, and then somebody said shout out. Or can I get a shout out? I've been a long time Tolo. My wife used to complain about me only listening to the fan. Now she's a Tolo.
Yes.
Convert them all.
That's why you should bring them out to Wild Wings, too, because when we meet significant others, hopefully we can convince them that we're worthwhile. And from the 817, shout out to my wife who's creating a baby, 20 weeks pregnant. I'm so proud of you. Congratulations. Shout out. Our prayers are with y'all and the baby. That is outstanding. Can I throw my baby son in here?
What
for
are you doing?
Forgiveness
You're not
Friday?
supposed to throw a child.
I know, and I won't. But these last 2 weeks, with his sleep regression, he needs some forgiveness Friday
man, yeah.
for
Yeah.
every day. He's like, 4 o'clock, time to party.
So my kid wanted to have a friend stay over last night, so our dog was in our room, and he jerks and moves and scratches in the middle of the night and everything. So, Kevin, I feel like you and I are both in this. We woke up at 4, and we probably should have got a little more sleep last night.
Thanks a lot, kids and dogs. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, 629 Staten Street. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, asking the questions that matter. Like, would you rather get a Rolex or a customized golf cart as a present?
All right.
We'll discuss next on The Fan.
DFW's number one.
To finish the year #1 in America, they're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Carr steps up. Carr fires. It's picked off at the 40-yard line. Intercepted there by Jordan Fuller. And he takes it to the Saints' 40-yard line.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. It's the Left Bank location, 629 Staten Street, or as Corey would like you to know, right by 7th.
Yeah, right.
That'll
off 7th
probably
Street.
help
Everything's
a lot
gonna be
of
all
people.
right.
Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And we start despite a furious comeback attempt from the New Orleans Saints. They fall short in a potentially playoff deciding matchup to the Los Angeles Rams, 30-22. So the Rams continue to have some momentum as we get late in the season.
Fingers crossed that the Rams, what they're doing right now is real and that they can knock off the Niners towards the end of the season here. Or is that a too far of a way reality for you?
I guess my bigger concern, I could see that.
The Rams are playing very good offensively. Their defense is holding up. I know that it was a late fourth quarter surge by New Orleans there. They were trying really hard. But the way the Rams are playing right now is pretty impressive.
Yeah, so, I absolutely agree with that.
In division games, man, anything can happen in those.
I was double-checking my strength of victory tiebreaker list to see if the Rams running down a whole bunch of wins would help us out. It would not. Because Philly beat them too.
Okay, and when we beat them, they weren't good. Yeah. That doesn't matter.
No,
though.
they just go by the end
All
of
right.
it. And so, it's a fascinating tiebreaker.
Gotcha.
To say the very least. Now, I was reading through an article, Best Holiday Gifts for Offensive Linemen in 2023. A lot of them were like customized ATVs or golf carts.
Yeah, Mahomes did that, right?
Yes. And so there were a few that did that, but what I was curious about is Derek Carr gave out Rolexes.
All right.
He also gave out some other receivers diamond chains.
From Noah's fine watches and
probably,
jewelry, probably, yeah.
An offensive lineman got grills with a chest of steaks. So,
what?
Yeah, a chest of steaks.
A whole chest.
So,
for an offensive lineman, that's big because their chest
that.
is larger than other humans.
So, in the hierarchy, probably, would you rather have a Rolex, a grill, I'm sure it's a nice one, with a chest of steaks, or a customized golf cart?
All right. I don't live in a golf cart community, all right? But now if you're going to live in a golf cart community, it's kind of like down by the beach somewhere or near a lake. I'm not going to go live in like Lakewood and drive around a golf cart. When I see the kids around there, I'm like, what's happening here? So I'm out on the golf cart, all right? The chest of steaks and the grill, I'm gonna love that. Like that's feeding people. That's probably I could make a party out of that. Whole family can feast there. But I have learned from Lucius that Rolexes go up in value.
Sure.
That is an investment, not just a timepiece.
And you can still wear it.
Yes. So I would go with the Rolex because that is something that's going to collect.
Are
money.
you saying that customized golf cart's not going to go up in value?
The wheel's going to fall off of it at some point. Kevin, I've heard that if you drive it off the lot, never mind, that's a long story for a different day.
It loses, what is it, 20% of its value?
Yeah, something like
15?
that. So, I'm not driving that thing around.
Couple notes for you, and we brought up one of these aspects yesterday. It's amazing right now. Highest yards per attempt in a single season in the Super Bowl era. Who do you think currently holds that record for a quarterback? So, highest yards per attempt in a season in the Super Bowl era.
And nobody this year. This doesn't count this year.
Because this year is not complete.
I would probably go with Rodgers.
Kurt Warner.
Okay.
In 2000.
Yep. That was a very impressive year for them.
Turf. Yeah. 9.882. Check this out. Right now, Brock Purdy is at 9.883.
Wow.
So they're almost in a statistical tie. And for rounding purposes,
and that was
a statistical tie. That's another thing for his MVP candidacy. I know you look at quarterback rating, and not you, but people in general. But if you have the highest yards per attempt in history, even if your wide receivers are doing a lot of that leg work, that's impressive. 32nd most passing attempts this year. second most yards.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They push the ball downfield, and watching their routes is just the precision on their routes is so nice. But the way it opens up windows for Brock Purdy to throw into, and then their running game sets up so well that you always have to honor play action. Like as soon as it happens, you're like, crap. They might run the ball, and I know they got Debo in the backfield. You know, there's so many different things, but having a tight end that can do what he does downfield, having Ayuk do what he can do down there, man, Brock Purdy's having an exceptional year. And that was Kurt Warner, where he always had the option to dump off to Marshall Faulk.
Sure.
But he also had Torrey Holt and Isaac Bruce to throw downfield to. So like that was an offense that was really pushing the
So do you
field.
feel like similar construction in terms of I have a multi-purpose back, I have multiple wide receivers that can get the job
having
done?
McCaffrey there makes a big difference.
Let's talk about the Chargers a little bit. Keenan Allen out for the next game, but who I really wanted to focus on is Austin Eckler. This is another case where the team that didn't want to pay the player trying to hold out looks like they made the right decision. Austin Eckler, and I know he's had some injury problems this year as well. He has 506 rushing yards and 5 touchdowns. He's averaging a career-low 3.6 yards per carry. He didn't miss a game the last 2 seasons. And now, when money's on the line, or when money looks like it's really going to be on the line for him, he is having, by his standards, a terrible season, both in terms of yards per carry, in terms of availability, in terms of touchdowns. Do you think Austin Eckler is ever really going to get paid now? Like, I know he'll get some money, but...
No, and I think that's going to happen to running backs from now on. Right. Like, unless you're Christian McCaffrey, and who already has his contract, and he's not going to get another one. Like, no matter what his production, he could win MVP. He won't get another contract to set him in that place. But the other thing, too, is how much, just your usage factors into it, and whether or not your team can open the holes for you. But yeah, man, it's not good. I don't like it because I'm always in favor of the players, where you're always in favor of the GM. I'm rooting for people, man, and you're rooting for people who are already rich.
I will admit, in contractual negotiations with the Cowboys, I am in favor of the GM because this front office doesn't do a great job of handling the salary cap. So the less they can pay, the more that will make up for other mistakes they make along the way.
They won't.
You're probably right. And Reggie would say that all the time. Why should I take less when I don't think you'll use the money correctly?
Exactly.
I am 100% with you on that. Something to keep an eye out with the Browns. They're 5-0 this year in games decided by 3 points or less.
Okay.
So I realize they're 9-5, but one of the keys for them is they win all of these close games. So you could think that means they're clutch, or you could think that means they're not really as good as their record.
Well, I think it's not really as good as their record says.
Okay.
That's my opinion on that, because I think that comes back to bite you whenever you're that close. Right now, everybody's just. It seems like the really good teams blow teams out. Dustin Hopkins. No, that's a different. Yeah,
he won an Academy Award for Rain Man.
That is a different Hopkins, Kevin.
That's Dustin Hoffman. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, 629 Staten Street. I like that enthusiasm right there. Coming up next, Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. Want to hear from you? Twitch, YouTube, or you can text in at 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, 629 Staten Street. If you want to come out and see us, we would love that. We've been piling up people all day long. I know maybe people are finishing up from work. Maybe the weather's dreary. We want to see you out here because Corey's giving stuff away, and so is Miller Lite. Going to be giving away a pair of Cowboys-Lions tickets, but you got to be here to sign up.
Kevin, first off, I thought you said baby people, but you said maybe, so I was a little confused there.
What is? Never mind. I'm not going to ask.
What is a baby person?
Don't answer it. Don't answer it. Parker, do you guys have any openings? I might need to know in a minute. We might get fired for this.
Baby people. But yeah, we have given away some prizes. You still are eligible up until the end of the show to enter for the Cowboys-Lions tickets.
And people
courtesy
are
of Miller Lite.
Or are not eligible to win the CeeDee Lamb pop and give it to me.
They can win it and give it to you,
me?
or
Okay.
they can keep it if they want to.
Sure,
That's their
I
decision,
guess.
and you should not try to influence their decision or take it from them in the parking lot.
Hey.
All
Thank
right,
you.
So you got one
I
person.
missed who said that, but I hope
Ricardo.
you win now.
There
Thank
you
you very
go.
much. All right. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. Want to hear from you on the YouTube, on the Twitch, and on the fan text, 877-881-1053. And I have to admit, Corey, I'm keeping my answers the same, but I have become more and more nervous since yesterday, since we started hearing more about Tyron Smith being unlikely, and now Zach Martin is your best shot at playing on Sunday with Tyron Smith looking, I'm not saying he won't play, but it's not looking super great.
Okay, so is that you're saying Cowboys lose?
No.
because of that? All right.
I'm going to keep my answers the same.
All right.
Would you like me to go first?
I
then?
will go first.
Oh, my goodness. Power
Cowboys win because they are able to fix what happened last week simply through scheme. They come back and say and desire to tackle. That was the ability to tackle they were worthless last week, and they have to be honest with themselves. Dan Quinn's got to be honest with the entire group and say, guys, you tackle here, you save us from a 20-yard play. Lots of different things. That in turn allows the Cowboys to focus and maybe even force a couple of bad plays in the air because they're not so concerned about getting destroyed on the run. So that's why Cowboys win, because their defense stands up and does its job. Do you want my Cowboys lose?
Because
offensive line woes, Kevin. Yeah. Offensive line, it's just not good enough to get what we need. The protection isn't always there, and then the ability to run. I think the Cowboys can run. I still think they can run with the other offensive linemen in there, but that could be a very big problem for Dak's protections with Bradley Chubb trying to get after him all day long.
Now, my Cowboys win because the Cowboys get the ball first, they score, and they go from there. Dallas is 9-1 this season when leading at halftime. Only 1-3 when trailing at the break. Also, the Cowboys are averaging a league-high 18.6 points in the first half this season. I believe you're going to get the ball first in this game because I think usually teams like to defer. Not every team. Most teams like to defer, whereas the Cowboys will frequently take the opening kick. I hope they learn their lesson from last week. They take the ball and they start to go.
Well, it's really weird, too, because for the longest time, we used to just kill Jason Garrett for taking the ball.
1,000,000% you're right.
And a lot of times, whenever you do that, you don't get that, what is the 8-minute swing?
The double dip?
Yeah, where you're hoping to get the ball right before and then right after. So I see what you're saying, because you're saying get out in a lead and then just continue to add to it.
Because this is a great front-running team, and also the magic number is 20. If the Miami Dolphins give up more than 20 points, they're a below-average team. If they don't, they're unstoppable.
The one problem with that, and being a front-running team like that and being good at it, is whenever your offense does its job and then that team comes back and they don't panic.
Yep.
That's what the Cowboys have been so good at this year is forcing teams to panic.
Yep.
If Mike McDaniel's like, look, I don't have to throw the ball just to keep up with these guys. I can still do what I want to do. Then they stay in that game in the front running part. Kevin just comes down to, hey man, maybe it was a close late minute game. That's what I'm suspecting. I think big plays are going to still be a factor though.
From the 682, Cowboys lose because they're going to get the ball run right down their throat, and I understand that as a reason for losing. That is a quality suggestion right there. I went in a different direction. The Cowboys lose because repeat of problems getting to the quarterback like Buffalo, where all you had was that faux Mozzie Smith sack, where Josh Allen clearly was going to roll out of that, and thank goodness for the whistle in that particular environment. Miami has allowed quarterback hits on only 48 dropbacks. That is the lowest in the league. They've only given up 26 sacks, and they've had 10 different offensive line combinations this year. So I get it. I know people are hammering home, hey, that Miami Dolphins offensive line is hurt, it's hurt, it's hurt. I understand all that. I'm not discounting that. What I'm telling you is Miami has rolled amazingly well with different offensive line combinations this year. You can give them the credit. You can give Tua the credit for getting rid of the ball early. I think the Cowboys lose because they can't get pressure on Tua.
You know, when Broadus talks about the pin and pull and the way that they run the ball, they're just trying to use – it's kind of a finesse style of offensive line where some other things could you got to pull a guy that's coming around on his pull, and he takes you out of the play now. That's a huge factor in what they do offensively. It is kind of smoke and mirrors a little bit, but you have to trust – what you've been watching rather than your eyes sometimes with this team. And that's what the Cowboys, like, they trust their eyes. They see something, they're like, oh, I see it, I'm going to hit it. They got to be more disciplined and waiting for some things to happen. But I think that, Kevin, you said hammering home something, but I think Mike McDaniel was saying hammer home protecting Tua. Like, hammering home, we can't let – what they saw last year, they can't let that happen again. Yeah. And I think that became a huge factor in, look, if this guy's on his feet, we're a winning team. If this guy's up and he's healthy, we're a winning team. And I think that also developed into the way that Mike McDaniel coaches Tua and why they get rid of the ball so quickly, too.
From the 817, and this really shows that narratives are hard to break. Cowboys lose because it's December and they're playing the number one offense in the league. I will say this, then the Cowboys are the number 2 offense in the league, just in terms of points scored per game, and they were number 1 before the Buffalo game last week. This narrative that the Cowboys are not good in December, that is factually inaccurate. Like, if you don't believe in them in the stretch of the season, that's a whole different thing. Like, obviously, believe in or don't believe in whatever you want. I'm just saying the numbers and the results don't bear that out. Just like the person who the other day was like, oh, the NFC East is never any good. They're the best division in football last year. They're good this year in terms of they have 2 of the top 3 or 4 teams in the NFC. And so the idea that the Cowboys are just fundamentally not good in December, that is false, false, false. From the 972, the Cowboys win because they work Micah in at the linebacking role so he can affect the run a little bit more. They lose because Dak has the same fall off he's had for the last 3 years. Again, I don't think that the numbers bear that out, particularly for Dak. Now, there's been ebbs and flows throughout the season, but I don't think you can point to December as being like this has been a fall-off point for him every single year. The thing about Micah that's interesting, we've talked about this a couple of times. Maybe my favorite thing that could happen in this game defensively, aside from like a pick 6 or something, early in the game, I would love to see the second or third play, whether it's Achane, Mostert, whatever. They make a run, and they get met by Micah and go backwards. I'm not saying that you have to have a huge loss, but just know you could stop them at the point of attack and keep them from moving on. I think that would be hugely important for this defense and hugely important for Micah, who I've talked a lot about his level of physicality, and I'm curious if it's there for the run game. I think that would be great for them.
From the 817, we need controlled rush and get their hands up. Probably not going to sack him, but at least get some batted passes. That's something that this team
a good point.
This team does not excel at batted passes, and I don't know if it's because we got to the quarterback, so he didn't bat the pass. That was the exchange there. And then whenever it's time to put the ball downfield, that's a high throw. But this team has not been an exceptional bat passes team so far.
To your point, do you think it's because of all the hand battling that goes through to try to penetrate and make your way? I know that's just the way sports lingo goes.
I don't know what you're talking about. What are you
saying,
saw that
Kevin? Look you gave me. I saw the look you gave me.
You can't see a look on radio.
In terms of, you can on the fan cam, in terms of trying to get to the quarterback, and that's why they don't theoretically like you're locked up in a block and raise your hand.
Maybe so. Maybe that is. Maybe it's just not something that's top of mind for him.
Okay.
Like J.J. Watt, that was something that he practiced all the time. He was exceptional at it. He knew he had long arms, so he knew he was going to – that was something that he could add. If I don't get to the quarterback, if I'm a few steps away, I can still put my hands up and make a difference on this play. And it does. It's a huge factor. So if they're going to be trying to pass, that is something I would like the Cowboys to add, an element that I'd like them to add to their defense.
I do have to admit, I like the people who cut right to the chase. From the 940, this is Ed and Denton. Cowboys win because they're effing good. Cowboys lose because they play like S.
Okay.
That is a man who just gets right to the damn point. You don't need any nuance or anything like that. From the 682, Cowboys lose because they play undisciplined, stupid, stat padding football. And they went on. And again, this is fundamentally inaccurate. I hear what they're saying. Undisciplined football? For sure. I'm not going to argue with there. The Cowboys are not good, let's face it. They're too stupid to win games that matter. That's fundamentally untrue. You just saw them win a game that mattered against Philadelphia. I'm not arguing they're better than San Francisco or anything like that, but they are still, we did the power rankings, they are still universally viewed as a top 5 team in the league. Now, whether that bears out in the playoffs, I have no freaking clue. But right now, they are a good team. Good enough to win this game, especially with potentially 40% of your starting offensive line missing? I don't know. I really don't know about that. But I disagree that they can't win games that matter. You just saw in the Philly game, they won a game that mattered.
I'm just kind of looking at their schedule, Kevin, because somebody's like, hey, who's the best pass rusher the Dolphins have played? And I think maybe Max Crosby is. They played him. They also played they played Chris Jones with the Chiefs. They've gone up against the Jets' front four is pretty good. Not the rest of their play is good, but they went up against them. They went up against the Bills. So they've faced some good pass rushers this year, but I think Crosby would be the best one that they've run up against so far.
From the 214, Cowboys lose because they choke when it matters most. They choke in the playoffs. They can win games right now. If this was a divisional round game, it would be hard for me to argue in favor of that. From the 214, the Cowboys lose because Tua has more weapons. This one, again, from the 903, let's cut right to the chase. The Cowboys will win if they get turnovers. If they can't force any turnovers, they are going to lose.
From the 972, Cowboys win because they play Creed before the game. Cowboys lose because they don't play Creed before the game.
If
we learned anything from the Rangers.
Yeah. After that Buffalo game, what's the harm?
Yeah.
And maybe Miami's like, we're not letting you play that out here. But what's the harm in giving a shot? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, I cannot wait to see how this segment goes. It's time for the combo platter. Tomorrow is Festivus. So give us a sports opinion, and then who is your favorite TV character of all time? You better know what Festivus is. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
And the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by QCkinetics.com.
2nd and 10, Prescott back. Little swing pass on the right side, a screen for Dowdle. 2 great blocks, 10, 5, and he streaks in. It's a Thanksgiving Day touchdown for Rico Dowdle.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, Cowboys-Dolphins. Well, you probably won't forget. 12:30 pregame starts right here on 105.3 The Fan. That broadcast or that pregame will also have Kevin Burkhardt, Dante Fowler will be on there, in addition to all the usual cavalcade of excellent guests. We'll hear from Mike McCarthy, Bobby Bell. It's going to be an extravaganza leading into Cowboys-Dolphins right here on 105.3 The Fan at 3:25. But right now, we're going to do a unique combo platter. Tomorrow is Festivus. Now,
who knows what that is?
I hope everybody knows what Festivus is.
I got about half and half here,
okay.
Kevin.
Well, if you don't, this is a very famous moment from Seinfeld, and I have to admit, we got this audio in part because of what you said, Corey, but also because when I told my wife this, she said, "What is Festivus?"
All right.
So if you're not familiar, it originates from Seinfeld with George's dad.
I haven't celebrated Festivus in years. What is your interest? Well, just tell me everything, huh? Many Christmases ago, I went to buy a doll for my son. I reached for the last one they had, but so did another man. As I rained blows upon him, I realized there had to be another way. What happened to the doll? It was destroyed. But out of that, a new holiday was born. A Festivus for the rest of us.
So, with that in mind, tomorrow is Festivus, so we're going to do combo platter. Give us a sports opinion, and then who is your favorite TV character of all time? Now, I need to ask a question about my sports opinion because somebody hit us up on Facebook with an even bolder opinion.
Okay.
Is it a bold opinion if I say my sports opinion is the Dodgers will not win next year's World Series?
Ooh, I like this.
Now,
because too much talent. This is very similar when you said getting Adrian Beltre was a problem because you had too much range on the left side of the field.
Did we not invent the shift with that sports opinion?
We did invent the shift.
Thank you very much.
The shift became more prevalent.
Now, the Dodgers gave Yamamoto 12 years, $325 million, none of it deferred. It's a very anti-Shohei contract, $50 million signing bonus. So my opinion is that the Dodgers will absolutely not win the World Series. However, Alan on Facebook said, bold prediction, the Dodgers won't even make the playoffs.
Oh, wow.
Do they just fire obviously Dave Roberts is out of there. But what would they do if they spent $1 billion and not even make the playoffs?
I guess, you just have to start over.
Well, and for a team that was already good, at least when the Rangers spent $500 million, they were like, our team is terrible.
Yeah.
Let's try to build it up, and, well, clearly that worked.
They were trying to make something better happen. I'm just kind of looking at this, Kevin. So the Diamondbacks just went to the World Series.
How did they do
think
in the World Series?
They lost because the Rangers won the whole damn thing. Yes, that's right.
You know what? Hold on just one second, Corey.
Yeah.
I feel like I kind of remember some of that playoffs, but I don't know. Do we have a cut, like cut number 4, that could remind you of something amazing that happened in the World Series?
And the pitch to Corey. Swung on and a high drive. Deep right field. This one is way back. This one is history. The game is tied 5-5. Globe Life Field is on its feet for Corey Seager.
I just felt like you might need a reminder in case you forgot what happened.
Wow, it's still.
Did you guys need that reminder?
We just love the reminder. We don't need it. We just love it. I think
that's
more
fair.
than anything else.
That's fair.
But yeah, that's a tough bunch to deal with. I mean, San Diego, they're kind of in a weird place right now where they're shelling off everything.
They're getting rid
San
of it.
Francisco's trying to make a run because I think they see San Diego is going to open that door for them, and then Colorado's just going to be Colorado. So I think the Dodgers slide into that easy. I don't know if the Diamondbacks have that great of a run to even get back into the wild card, but maybe so. Maybe that's the case for them. But there's no way. There's no way I don't see the Dodgers. Here's the thing. It's not just the guys they sign. they have a stocked, full farm system.
Sure.
So if there's injuries, which, Kevin, we established yesterday, Yamamoto is a pitcher, and pitchers get hurt. So when you pay them $300 million, that's a lot of money that just doesn't exist because pitchers get hurt. So the probability, though, is that he would get hurt, but they have pitchers in their farm system that they can stock with. So I think they'll be all right. But I do like that's a bold prediction. That is a very bold prediction. What was your who was your favorite character? Did you throw yours out there?
Homer Simpson.
He's
Simpson
everything. He embodies all of us.
Is the best. The decision the Simpsons made kind of around season 3 to turn him from being kind of a hothead into just a
clumsy oaf.
Yeah, not smart person.
Yeah.
Was such a great decision.
Yeah, that embiggened them to do what they've done along the way. That definitely did.
I love it. I love it. I love it. From the 214, Kevin, Corey, I'm sticking with the Stars will win the Stanley Cup this year. Obviously, a great overtime victory last night. Their favorite TV character of all time, Al Bundy. He scored 4 touchdowns in one game. I wore a Polk High School letter jacket on a radio station. That's amazing.
By the way, your thoughts on somebody acquiring a letter jacket but never playing the sport or never lettering? Should they not wear the letter jacket?
I'm not a fan of it unless it's for something like this.
Okay.
Like if you're just wearing it because your love of Al Bundy and Married with Children. But otherwise, it's confusing. Or if the person you're dating gave it to you.
Oh, okay.
That's nice, right?
Yeah.
Like do people still do that?
I always saw
don't
the
know.
Letterman jacket for band, and I was like, I don't know about that. Does that count?
Yeah. I did. I will admit, when I was in the drum corps, I did wear my Letterman jacket for that. But part of the reason for that is because my mom told me it costs a lot of money, and so I need to wear it.
Okay.
And I was like, okay.
All right.
I will do that.
Sports opinion. The Rangers will acquire another pitcher, Jordan Montgomery being one, but another pitcher before the trade deadline next year. So that's I feel like they add something else to it, and they make another run to get back-to-back World Series. I think they want 3 in a row. I really do. They want 3 in a row for Boch because he's going to have his 3-year contract with the Rangers.
Wow.
He'll get that, and then he'll ride off into the sunset and be the greatest manager of all time. That's what we'll look at there.
Okay.
Now, where does he rank in that conversation? Because Joe Torre's got to be in that conversation.
I feel like he's got to
be right up
top
there.
10.
Favorite TV character of all time is MacGyver. All right, so when it comes down to if you don't know, kids, if you're out there and you're like, I don't know MacGyver.
He ripped off MacGruber.
No, MacGruber was definitely a spoof of MacGyver. But MacGyver's a guy who you can just say, you know what, I need a Q-tip, some duct tape, and a staple, and I'm going to get this car started, and we're going to stop this bomb from exploding at the same time.
Sure.
And that's what, Kevin, I feel like I always took a lot from MacGyver in that my mindset is, even in radio segments or on air, if something's going wrong, don't worry about it. Calm down. We're going to fix it. All right, it's going to get fixed, and everything's going to be okay. And that's what I took from MacGyver.
Do you think that's what Jerry thought this morning when we had to bring him on the phone the third time?
Jerry was very concerned that he was going to get an embarrassment question. That's what he was concerned about. But, yeah, that's what I always took from MacGyver was I'm going to fix this, and this bomb is not going to explode. Can you imagine having that many bomb situations and being able to get out of all of them without a scar, dude? That's crazy.
But I also don't understand why you wouldn't just call him every single time.
Yeah. And how do you always get into these places? It was his friends.
From the 512, man, this would be great. The Dolphins will put the ball on the ground no less than 3 times on Sunday. They also said Al Bundy is their favorite character of all time. And then I've got a question about this. I have not ever seen this show. Like, I'm familiar with it. But from the 817, the Rangers repeat and the King of Queens dad. Was that the same actor? Was that still Jerry Stiller from Seinfeld? Like I said, I'm not.
Yes, it was Jerry Stiller. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Who, by the way, in real life is Ben Stiller's dad.
What?
I
thought they just had the same last name.
I mean, they do, but also because of family relationships.
I like this one, Kevin. Somebody says the Royals are building a championship roster, and Ron Swanson is their greatest TV character of all time. And they might have won with that one. They won me over. Ron Swanson's phenomenal.
Is your favorite Ron Swanson line, because I'm very torn between when he says vegans are basically made of glass, and then their bones are made of glass. And then when he goes, I know what you think you heard was I want a lot of bacon and eggs, but I want all of your bacon and eggs.
That's a very good one as well. And because everybody thinks they know exactly what you want. It's like the Parmesan cheese commercial that's going around right now, where people just like pile it on.
So much Parmesan
I do love the line that was like, "Be ice cream or be nothing."
Yes,
that one was.
Yes.
Yeah, like is it frozen yogurt that he's taking shots at?
Be
there?
ice cream or be nothing.
And his like everybody else. If it was cool, Ron Swanson was out on it. All right.
Yeah.
Except for little Sebastian. And whenever little Sebastian shows up, he loves little Sebastian too.
From the 512, the Rangers will re-sign Monty before 2024, and Tim the Toolman Taylor.
And I spent so many nights watching that show with my dad and laughing because my dad was a carpenter, and growing up around carpenters, he just thought it was funny to talk about.
Did he have
his
an
tools.
owl?
He did not have an owl.
What about a Pamela Anderson?
He did not. I never saw her if he had a Pamela Anderson, but I did see a lot of the work that he did. He was really good at it. So
this show comes up as surprisingly often on our program. For the 469, the Steelers will win the Super Bowl this year, and Alf is still my favorite character of all time.
Alf.
It's been so long.
Didn't they try to make a run at that again? Like
do a reboot
Let me
of
see.
Alf?
I'm going to check in on this.
From the this one's sad, but it's fair that we read it. From the 972, the Cowboys get beat by 28 against the Dolphins. Oh my Lord, that would be terrible. And Tony Soprano is their favorite TV character of all time.
All right, so this summer, Kevin, Tony Soprano was my second one.
Okay.
This summer, Ryan Reynolds said that he is going to reboot Alf. So Ryan Reynolds is
as
dabbling.
a movie?
Yeah, I think it's a show. I think they're going to rock a show. The Maximum Effort channel. I've sent you stuff from Maximum Effort channel before, where they've been playing my favorite show, Sports Night. But yeah, they launched their deal with Fubo and acquired the rights to Alf. So
Were there people clamoring for that?
What, the Alf
reboot of Alf?
I think when Ryan Reynolds is just hanging out drinking his aviation gin, he's just like, what else can I do that won't fail? Once he destroyed Green Lantern, everything has gone good for him.
Now, Alec, I'm going to go to you in just 1 second as we celebrate Festivus. Give us a sports opinion and then your favorite TV character of all time. From the 817, Rangers win back-to-back World Series, and their favorite, I love that enthusiasm. Their favorite actor is Earl, Jason Lee from My Name is Earl. From the 817, sports opinion, CeeDee Lamb breaks the franchise record for catches on Sunday, and that would mean he would need 9 more to break Michael Irvin's single-season record, unless they just mean games and catches in a game ever, which would obviously be amazing. And their favorite character, Roy Kent from Ted Lasso, is their spirit animal.
Yeah, he's a great character. If you just yell whistle and everybody stops doing what they're doing,
Whistle!
it means you got some respect around the clubhouse.
And he's going to be the lead character when they bring it back, right?
So is it coming back as Ted Lasso, or is it coming back as
I think they're going to call it the Richmond Way.
Okay.
That was my thought about.
That's a good way to do it.
Well,
I don't know if
watch the
he's the
show.
lead character, but I think they're going to have like a bunch of characters that are all involved.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Now,
I like this one, Kevin.
Okay, go ahead.
The Cowboys haven't lost to the Dolphins in 20 years, and my favorite character of all time is Eric Cartman.
Yeah. Okay. Do yourself a favor. Look up Eric Cartman singing "Oh Holy Night."
Why do you sound like you're whispering this to people?
Because his version of that is amazing. It is not.
You're laughing too hard right now
I'm
about
laughing because I also feel like I'm going to get in trouble because I got a church and everything, and it is maybe like not the most church abiding, but that is a super fun version of that song. All right, Alec. Do you have a sports opinion for us, and then your favorite TV character?
Yeah, and I can vouch that version of Oh Holy Night, probably not family friendly, but it is fantastic.
It is not.
It is absolutely fantastic. And any of those AI generations of Cartman singing literally anything, I will watch. But my sports opinion, I think Dak Prescott's going to get sacked 4 times this game, but they're still going to win by 3.
Whoa, okay. You got booed for the first part. They didn't even want to hear out the rest of your sports
I know,
opinion.
just hear me out.
He said they won.
I get it, but no.
Because
he's hating on Dak.
I listened to the conversation that you guys had with Jerry Jones earlier. It's up on the podcast page in case you missed it, 105.3 The Fan podcast. And I heard Jerry's kind of pause about Tyron Smith, and I don't feel great about Chuma Edoga. So I think that Dak will get gotten to, but I think this team still can win off of the boot of Butter Brandon Aubrey. So
you love
Butters.
So you can get behind the prediction Mickey had of 32-30 with 18 of those points coming via field goal.
Absolutely, because I'm here for all the chaos and I'm here for all the math, even though I hate math. My favorite character, I'm stuck between two from the same show. It's either Red Foreman or Kelso from that 70s show. And I think I'm going to lean Kelso here just because in middle school I said this way too much. So I think I'm going to lean there just because I abused that quote.
Is it fair to say that no one's favorite character is allowed to be Hyde anymore?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Reasons.
What happened?
He did some really, really terrible things.
So is Mike red?
Oh, man.
With the amount of times Mike calls people dumbasses.
Okay, Alec, you brought it up. I think that is a very, very good comparison. Do you think Mike Bassick is Red Foreman?
Yes, I think that parallel is too perfect. Thank you for that, Corey. I'm making that his contact photo in my phone now.
That is awesome because instead of saying he'll put his foot up somebody's ass, he calls them a fart head.
Yes.
Like he's like, okay, great fart head. What am I supposed to do about that? That's
and if he disagrees with you, he will call you a dumbass very quickly.
Man. That is very, very true. Now, there's a couple of interesting ones that kind of tie in together, even though they're from different people. From the 817, the Mavericks make a very underwhelming trade at the trade deadline and get knocked off in the playoffs. In the play-in, excuse me. Michael Scott is the best character, hands down. Now,
he is a fantastic character.
He is a fantastic character. I agree with that. Now, here's another one. Different person, same kind of elements from the 214. My sports opinion is the Mavericks should never be talked about on the radio. Burn. And there's no way Ron Swanson is better than Michael Scott.
So their sports opinion is they don't want to hear Mavs talk.
And the other person was like, they'll make an underwhelming trade. But both agree that Michael Scott is the best. So when you look at Michael Scott, Dallas Mavericks fan, not a lot of crossover on that Venn diagram right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out here, like if let's say within this room right now, do y'all want to hear Cowboys talk, yes or no? All right. Do y'all want to hear Rangers talk, yes or no? All right. Do y'all want to hear Stars talk, yes or no? All right. Wow. And Mavs, y'all want to hear Mavs?
Man,
all right, kind of worked it out.
There did seem to be kind of a dip there at the very end.
And not the dip that Alec gave us earlier.
Yes.
That was a good dip. Yeah.
Yep. Now there's a whole subsection on the fan text about how great was Alf. No, we're probably not.
Alf was
fantastic.
Be
fair, I haven't gone back.
He ate cats.
And
that was weird.
Yeah.
That's not great.
They just trusted
him
with the kids. That's weird. That's a weird thing. You just trust this alien with your kids. You're just like, hey.
No way.
I know you landed in our backyard and everything, and you ate most of the cats in our neighborhood, but you know what? We need a babysitter tonight. Why don't you just hang out with the kids?
I think we kind of discovered they're just crappy parents.
They wanted their kids to disappear.
From the, oh my gosh.
To another planet.
From the 817, Cowboys win by 10, and Gilligan is their favorite character from the 972. Cowboys win 31-30 on a last-second Aubrey field goal, and Arnold from Hey Arnold is their favorite TV character of all time.
I can see that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I like that cartoon, too. Like, I was kind of right in that window where I was leaving away from the Nickelodeon stuff, and my sister was still watching, so I could get down with that.
From the 972, since people were anti-Mavs, let's just throw this out there. The Mavericks get to the finals, and Carlton from Fresh Prince is their favorite character of all time.
Was it because of the dance?
Probably, right?
Because of the dance, he says.
Yeah, I wonder if anybody here can do the dance. I kind of...
You going to do it?
Kind of want to see that. Oh, my gosh. All right. So we definitely had somebody break out the Carlton. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get to a topic from the mind of Corey in just 1 second, but I wanted to throw out a couple of quick things. Did you see because maybe this should have been in Forgiveness Friday, because of the weight issues that Zion has had, most of his contract is no longer guaranteed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so because of all of the time he missed, that they were able to, I guess, de-guarantee, for lack of a better term, his contracts for 2025, 26, and then the 2 seasons after that. He also could face a significant loss in money next year if he continues to miss games. So I know a lot of people have been talking about his conditioning again, unfortunately for him, but missing all that time has prevented those 3 last years from having to be guaranteed. So if you're New Orleans, you can easily, or a lot easier, to bail out on this contract than it would have been otherwise.
Yeah, and didn't it feel like for the longest time a lot of people were stressing about, he's just, stealing money from him and everything,
Yes.
but now they just kind of sat back and waited it out, and we're like, we'll recoup this at some point, even if that happens. Wow, I would have never thought about that.
And then we talked about it as one of the sports opinions. Yamamoto getting $325 million to go to the Dodgers over 12 years contains a $50 million signing bonus. Are you surprised the number got to this, Corey, or have you seen the writing on the wall for the last probably 2 weeks and thought he's going to get about $300 million?
Yeah, no, I think that was the big factor, was that number kept popping up over and over. So yeah, that was the one.
Does this make you want to see the Dodgers fail?
It makes me want to watch them.
Sure.
I really want to watch that team, and I think it's the idea of whether they fail or not. If they're really great, we might see one of the best baseball teams we've ever seen, except for the 2023 Rangers, but because they won the World Series.
Yeah.
But I mean, exactly. Or you could see really talented baseball team all on the field, or you could see something just fall apart, and a bunch of guys that are very, very rich sitting there going, "I don't know what happened, man," and then California just kind of breaks off and floats off into the ocean.
Oh my gosh, what an in-depth.
That's what happens if it
what's
blows
going to
up,
happen.
man. Yeah.
Now, normally this is the spot where we would do Mike Likes It, as we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, 629 Staten Street. If you want to come out and see us, still giveaways to be done, and Miller Lite will be giving away a pair of Dallas Cowboys tickets. But Corey, you suggested this. Maybe it's about the Cowboys, or maybe it's just about life in general. How do you intimidate? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, fan text if you want to weigh in. Also want to hear from the Twitch, from the YouTube. What brought this into your brain?
A couple of different things. I think the Cowboys' attitude against Buffalo was off, and they didn't have any attitude. It looked like they went up there and they just kind of were like, all right, we got to get through this game so that we can get to the next one and finish the season out. We just made the playoffs. It just appeared that way. They can come tell me that I'm wrong about that. That's fine. But I know what I saw. The attitude part of it, we talked with Sean Marion this week, and what did Sean Marion say? Or Merriman. He said, hey, look, man, what we want to do whenever you're going on the road, you want to have that attitude where we're putting our feet on your table. I'm coming into your house. I'm not acting like a guest. I'm acting like I own it. And that's the attitude I want this Cowboys team to have. And it seemed like, we hear these stories from our dads, our grandpas, about the old-time Cowboys and the attitude that they played with, that Randy White era. What's the story about the dead roses that they went and threw the wreath into the Washington locker room and everything? And I would love for CeeDee Lamb to send something to Jalen Ramsey, and he's just like, I can't wait to cook you this weekend. And he's just trying to intimidate. I would love for something like that to happen, but we just don't get those kinds of stories, those kind of relationships anymore, where these guys really hate each other like that. But I would love to hear how CeeDee Lamb intimidates. Does he have a way that he intimidates? So it was brought on by hearing Nate Newton. He was on the Cowboys Hour with Bobby Belt. Kevin, I believe you have a Cowboys Hour coming up here soon.
Probably on Wednesday.
with Bobby
We'll
Belt. We'll see how that goes. So I was listening to Nate, and Nate was saying the same thing. Attitude. It's all about attitude. Whenever you have the talent, but you have the attitude to go take something from somebody. And Michael Irvin's big saying was always, I'm showing up today. How can I let my family get their food taken? I'm not letting this man take this from me. And I just want that kind of perspective from the Cowboys when they got these last few games here to try and take first place, to try and go take something that they want. When you want it, go get it, man. So that was it.
I also want to hear from people when it comes to their regular life intentions of intimidation. I thought about this a lot in terms of sports. And the one that always got me was when players would go out or still go out in the freezing cold weather without their warm-ups, or offensive linemen play in the freezing cold without sleeves. Look, it might just be a mind game. I think that would work on me because I would look across them and be like, oh, my gosh, that person might be tougher than me.
Well, and the other side of it is if you practice in that stuff all the time and they show up and you see them wearing sleeves and they're all chilly and everything, you go right into the locker room and you tell everybody in that locker room, those guys don't want to be here today. Let's give them no reason to even get excited about this. None of them want to be here. Let's make sure that they hate every second of this. You use those things. So, yeah, that is a way to do it. Somebody says eye contact is a great way to intimidate in life. Somebody did text in, they said from the 817, lock onto their eyes, stare into them until their souls are exposed to me. And that's a good way to do it, man. You got to just lock into each person's eyes.
I really want to put this to the test here.
See their souls.
How long can you keep...
there it is.
See, but how long can you keep eye contact with somebody before it really starts to weird them out?
Well, once they're weirded out, you've won. That's the whole bit there.
But what if you're not trying to win? You're just trying to form a connection. And, I'm forming a connection right here. But I can see... I know, me too. So we're taken. But in other, yes, what he said to me was, I'm married. But in other situations, it feels like it would cause more problems than good if they're like, oh, that's the guy who stares at everybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're like, hey, good to see you today, Corey, and you just stared into their soul, that feels like that would cause more problems than creating good dialogue.
From the 214, violence is the best intimidation factor.
Okay, I disagree.
Okay.
I mean, look. Probably in some instances, that's right. That might have been from Colby.
Colby definitely probably said that. Look, dude, if you pick up a tire and launch it off into a field, somebody's going to see that and be like, dang, did you see that? He might do that to my tires.
I think that you make an interesting point because George Carlin had an old joke that I always thought made a lot of sense. He goes, you see these idiots on the news and they're like, it's the quiet ones that you got to watch. And he goes, I'm willing to bet you millions of dollars that while you're watching the quiet ones, a noisy one will effing kill you. And so that's what I think. But in athletics, I always thought ignoring someone could be a good sense of intimidation. Like if someone's right across from you and they're just barking at you, just ignoring them would potentially put them on tilt a little bit.
It's kind of like muting somebody on Twitter.
That's what you love to do,
They think they're
right?
getting their fill, and I'm just like, I'm done. I muted you. I didn't block you. Because I don't want you to know that you're blocked. I just want you to feel like you're getting yours.
Because you want them to just keep wasting their time.
This guy must be made of steel. He never replies back. I've done everything I can to draw him off sides.
Are you nervous that maybe when you wear them down, they did tweet at you and they're like, you're the better man.
You know what?
You did it.
Nah, I don't care. I've moved on. I have moved on at this point. From the 214, I call people by the wrong name. I just met with direct eye contact to intimidate them. So they make sure they say the wrong name right while they're looking into their eyeballs. Don't speak words, just grunt utteral sounds. Don't brush your teeth. Eat onions. Pass gas if you must.
Are people confusing intimidation with just fundamentally being grossed out?
Yeah, probably so.
I don't think I would be intimidated by the person who didn't brush their teeth. I would just be like,
I don't want to be near you.
Yeah, bro.
Stand about 5 feet away and
what's
we're good.
happening?
From the 972, wear a fedora and walk around. Everyone thinks twice before coming up to me. Fedora guy. I guess is
that intimidation again or is that avoidance?
Tom Landry was intimidating.
That is true.
And he wore a fedora.
That is very
Have you ever worn a fedora before? I think we have a picture of us wearing a hat.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
I've never been a fedora guy. Oh, you know what? Carrying around a baby is a way.
Buddy.
Baby Noah has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all too can say hi to Baby Noah and see that he's real.
You know what I always think of the epitome of confidence is, and look, I understand this is a fictitious movie, but it was Drago in the exhibition fight against Apollo Creed in Rocky 4, and they're hitting gloves, and he goes, "You will lose." And, like, he just said 3 things, and I thought, holy crap, if I was Apollo Creed, he probably should have listened to that, that would have really psyched me out. I'd been like, oh, my God, dude, that guy didn't turn away from anything. All he said is, "You will lose." That would intimidate me quite a bit.
From the 616, the key to intimidation is convincing them that you're willing to go all the way there, wherever there is. And those people have to make the decision of, am I willing to actually go that far too?
You're right.
Like Mike Tyson.
You're right, because I think about that when I tried to cancel DirecTV. There was a time I called to cancel DirecTV because I just wanted a better rate, but they could feel it. They knew
you didn't really want to leave.
They knew I wasn't really going to leave. I got nothing. But the last time, I was ready to move on. I already had the next service lined up and everything, and they could feel it. And they were like, "Oh, you know what? We just found this new discount for you, $40 off a month." And I'm like, "Well, how about that?" And it all ended up working out.
And you got your deal, and that's what
I
matters
did.
the most.
I did.
And now you can watch the Mavs and Stars and Rangers too, I bet, right?
That's true, and maybe soon on Amazon.
From the 254, the key to intimidation is take off your pants before a fight. People
That's
seem
what
to
Colby
run
would say.
if you don't fight the naked man.
You're right. Look, you're right. If we were going to get in a fight for some reason and you just strip your clothes off, I probably would concede, and I would just walk away and be like, I don't know. I don't think I have what it takes to win this fight.
Yeah.
I probably would agree with
If somebody breaks into your house and you sleep naked and you jump up and start chasing them down the hall, they're leaving. They don't want to be there anymore.
Do you think that Florida State is exercising this level of intimidation right now? They called an emergency meeting to try to leave the ACC. Here's the thing I don't understand. What took so long for this emergency meeting? It's been several weeks since they were left out of the playoff. Have they just been talking with the ACC for these last several weeks and been like, none of this is satisfactory, so we got to go?
Yeah, probably so. I don't know exactly what Florida State was
Or do you think
thinking.
this is the DirecTV kind of thing where they're just trying to get a deal? They're just trying to get a better cut of the money, and
I like it. I did not consider that.
one more life hack for you. Take up more space. People will get intimidated by that. I always think about that in the coin toss. When you're like the first to step up to the line, I'm like, man, that person wants it more. So, like, sometimes if you just take up a little bit more space, I think that person will back down.
Yeah, like in the airplane, whenever you're sitting in your seat, you just kind of open your leg a little bit, and it touches them. Guess what they're doing? They're closing their leg a little more and backing away, getting off your armrest. Now you got 2 armrests.
This feels like a very personal story, Corey. Is this your go-to move on the airplane?
That is definitely my go-to move on the plane. They don't want me touching them, and I don't want them touching me either. From the 817, one guy gave me a 20 and said, "You're just going to take it anyway," and backed away, looking at everyone else but me.
What?
I don't know.
Agreed. I heard some of these. I don't know what that.
I would be intimidated.
What does that mean?
I would be like, I have no clue, and then I would just be like, "This is my 20. I better spend it on beer."
Hold on. So you're telling me psychological warfare in terms of confusion is the way to go?
Yeah.
And you're just like, what? I don't know what just happened.
Yeah, confusion's a good way to do it.
And you just think that guy was a badass,
Yep.
or that lady was a badass.
And now I got $20.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, 629 Staten Street on the left bank. If you want to come and see us, coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and I do believe Kyle Yeomans.
Yeah, Kyle Yeomans joins us next on The Fan.
Tolos.
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth off of the left bank, 629 Staten Street. Still have an opportunity to come out and, quite frankly, hang out with us, but also register for the Cowboys swag giveaways and the Cowboys Lions tickets being given away via Miller Lite. So Buffalo Wild Wings, it's over near 7th Street, 629 Staten in Fort Worth. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And we turn to our friend Kyle Yeomans from DallasCowboys.com. Kyle, how are we doing today, man?
Doing fantastic. How's Fort Worth treating you guys?
Oh, it's always great in Fort Worth. It always is. I was out here over the weekend, had a fantastic time. Was I escorted out of a place? Probably.
What?
I'll have to tell you that story later.
Oh my goodness,
well,
Kyle.
Corey, I would have helped you out of that situation if I would have only gotten an invite. Kevin, did you get your invite?
I did not. Very rarely do I.
I took my wife, my brother-in-law, and my sister. So
I know all of those people.
Yeah, it's my fault. It is my fault. Kyle, do you have a big announcement to tell everybody?
A big announcement?
Oh, does he?
Yeah, I just saw a post on Twitter about your triplets.
Okay, yes. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know if there was something else I was missing. I didn't know.
I thought you were going to tell us that Tyron and Zach Martin were both good to go, so don't worry about it.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, okay, wait, is this a Cowboys question? I was trying to search for it, but yeah. My wife and I, who were expecting triplets, natural-born triplets, we found out that there are 2 boys and a girl. So really excited about that. That is delightful.
Lovely, lovely.
Just remember this. Colby always told me, boys break your stuff, girls break your heart. So that's the way that we look at it. So, and that's rung true with my boys and my daughter.
Hey,
I can already see it because even now I feel myself like getting overly defensive. I've always wanted to be a girl dad, and honestly, it's because of my dad. Like, my dad's always been so great with my sister, and I've always just kind of seen that, and he's been such a great role model for me that, like, having that sort of relationship has always been really cool. And I've got a great father-in-law too. Like, my wife's dad he's become one of my closest confidants and somebody that I can really rely on too. So that relationship's going to be so much fun. But then also having the 2 identical boys. I don't want to call them twins because they're triplets with the girl involved. But having the identical boys and then having the princess girl is going to be just a blast. So we're excited. We're happy that it's a split. So that way we get the experience of both. And then she's got 2 built-in bodyguards already. So excited about that for the future.
Congratulations, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And can you give us your radio-friendly version of your reaction when you found out you were going to have triplets?
Honestly, the laugh that I just had was a pretty accurate description. I mean, so one of the things that I love about my relationship with my wife is we love to laugh. We love to just have fun, and she's got such a great sense of humor. When we were in the doctor's office, and I was kind of filming, like, with my phone just off to the side, the first heartbeat. So you get like that first moment of the heartbeat. You get to hear it for the first time, and we're excited, and you get to hear it, and it's emotional. And so I turned the phone off after hearing the heartbeat, thinking, all right, cool, got it. Like, there's the first time. Like, how cool was that? And then all of a sudden they move over and they're like, okay, there's a second one in here. And we're like, wow, okay, twins. Like, heart starts beating a little bit more. You kind of get a little bit more excited, and you're like, wow, that's a little bit more than we bargained for, but great. Like, that's really cool. And then she moves over a little more, and she's like, and is this a third one that I see? And I said, nice one, Doc. Like, great joke. Like, well done, got it, done, cool, got us. No, and she was like, I'm serious. This is the third one that's in there, and I mean, they're all healthy to this point, and would certainly appreciate any of the thoughts and prayers that you guys can pass along in the DFW Metroplex. But really excited about it, and like you said, there was a lot of laughter. It was like hysterical laughing in the room whenever we found out, but it was a really cool moment.
Man, congratulations, awesome, Kyle. Yeah, absolutely appreciate you being able to share all of that with us.
Yeah.
I realize that some people will say 2 of those 3 games were against the Jets, and I get that. But in the last 5 weeks, the Dolphins have had 3 games in which they've held their opponent to less than 40 yards rushing. So as much as we talk about the explosive plays on offense and Chubb and everything like that, what about their run defense?
No, I think they're legitimate, and it starts in the middle with guys like Wilkins on the inside, and they've of course, I mean, Chubb's a good run defender too. He's kind of their equivalent of D-Law, who he can rush the passer, and he's had a phenomenal year off the edge. But a lot of what he does is help set the edge, and he's able to avoid guys getting to the outside, and they can stop the run. But I think the most underrated part, whenever you go and you watch the film of this Miami team, the most underrated part of their entire team is the interior of that defensive line, and that's why they're stopping the run. Yeah, it's against the Jets, like you said. There's a part of that. I mean, there's a reason why that number is 40 and not like 60 or 70. But let's not get it twisted. They can stop the run. They can limit you significantly if you're not careful. And teams don't really run a ton of play action because they don't want to allow a team that gets after the football as much as they do. They have the 3rd highest pressure rate in the NFL. They don't run a ton of play action because it's a long developing play, and they don't want the Dolphins to get in the backfield. So these teams are abandoning that play action, which limits them in the run game too, because usually whenever it looks like a run, it is a run, and instead of having that little change up to keep a team on their heels. So I'm interested to see how Dallas combats that, because Dallas wants to run a bunch of play action. They've run the 5th most play action in the NFL this season. So they want to use that to their advantage, and Dak Prescott is at his best whenever they do run that play action. So without it, it's going to be interesting to see how they combat what that front 7 of the Dolphins brings.
You know, Jerry he seemed very when it came to moving Micah around a little bit more. And I don't know if you listen to Broadus a lot this week, but Broadus has kind of been like, look, I've been watching that Green Bay tape, and there are some moments where I'm like, okay, maybe it wasn't that bad. What are your thoughts on where you put him on the field? Because it's just they need help in a certain spot.
Yeah, it's based off of need more than it is off of just a want with
Getting
Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
I don't want to take him away from what he does best unless it's the last case scenario, and I don't think we're there yet. If you get to a situation where Damone Clark or Marquise Bell or Rashad Evans, like these guys are unable to play at a high level, or they go down, and God forbid anything like that happen, then I'm okay with it, because then it's a need. Then you have to do it. But just experimenting by putting him at the 2nd level, he's somebody that teams have to game plan against, and it allows for other guys to get open. I mean, look at what type of impact he has on a game-in, game-out basis. I don't want to take him away from that. And I get what Broadus is saying, and I mean, he's got one of the best scouts in all 22 eyes in the Metroplex for a reason. But it's not against what he can do at the 2nd level. I'm sure Micah Parsons would be great at the 2nd level. I just don't want to take him away what he does well now and what he does great now, because he's capable. He's very capable of being at the 2nd level. I just don't want him there, because I would rather him be off the edge and keeping teams off balance up front.
What Raheem Mostert is good at is scoring touchdowns. Yeah. He has more touchdowns this season than he had in his first 8 seasons combined. Oh no, we at least have one Dolphins fan
here.
He broke.
He's very vocal.
Ricky Williams' team record for most rushing touchdowns. He broke Mark Clayton's record for most total touchdowns in a season. What do you think, aside from like a higher usage rate, which I realize is a huge part of this, what have you seen from Mostert this year that has been particularly effective?
I think they've trusted him more. That's the one word outside of speed that I see with this Dolphins offense, and they've always had speed. I mean, since they traded for Tyreek Hill, since they drafted Jalen Waddle, they've had that team speed that they can rely on. But now I see a trust in the system, a buy-in from this offense, and having having Devin Achane in there at the running back position is significant. Having Mostert in there at the running back position is significant. I think they play off of each other well, and they play off of what defenses have to do to slow down Waddle and Hill, and it opens up the run game. And they run play action, like I said about Dallas initially, and how much Dallas wants to run play action. They do it more than Dallas does. So I think with those two things playing off of one another, that's what makes them successful, because teams are so worried about trying to take away Tyreek Hill and putting these two high safety looks over the top to bring that shell that everything is open underneath. And whenever you put a too high safety look, it takes a guy away from the run defense. It takes a guy away that could possibly try and come into the box and slow things down as a safety or as a linebacker or whoever you wanted to end up put back there. So and that's really been the look that has been shown to Miami the most this year is two high safeties, whether it's cover 2 or cover 4, and it allows for teams to run the football, or allows for Miami specifically, rather, to run the football, and Mostert's been a huge part of that.
I think we all understand why Tyreek Hill gets so much attention and all the accolades. Yeah. It feels like at times people forget just how good Waddle is, and I think you saw last week how good he is. This is somebody that I feel like for a lot of teams could potentially be a number 1 wide receiver.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he had 142 yards last week, right? And that was really the first time that he's been featured without Tyreek Hill this year. Yep. And he's had a career year. He's knocking on the door of 1,000 yards. He only has the four touchdowns this year, which I think is a bit odd. I thought he would maybe have more red zone presence, and maybe that's something that Miami has yet to unlock, but I think at some point they possibly could. I mean, you look at the best wide receivers in the NFL since the start of the 2022 season. You would probably say, okay, Tyreek Hill's one of those. Jamar Chase is up there. Cooper Kupp, CeeDee Lamb. I mean, name the guys. Jalen Waddle may not be in your head at the top of the list, but he's 8th in the NFL in receiving yards since the beginning of last season. So he continues to put up big numbers. He continues to have that level of production, and that's another credit to Mike McDaniels and the way that he continues to utilize some of these weapons on the outside. They've done so not just with Tyreek, but with Waddle in there as well.
What are you expecting with Jalen Ramsey? Is he going to try and take CeeDee Lamb out of this game, or are they going to try a different approach here?
Yeah, they've had some fun battles in the past. Whenever he was with the Rams and CeeDee was first kind of getting into the league and starting to make an impact, I just, knowing the competitive nature of Jalen Ramsey, I would be shocked if he's not wanting to travel with CeeDee, because he'll travel with those top receivers in the NFL. He doesn't travel all the time, but he will move around if it's a top receiver and you want to try and slow him down. And he has that competitive nature. He's one of the best trash talkers in the league. He's still fundamentally sound. He's still very athletic. I'm excited. I hope we get that matchup, to be honest. I hope it's Jalen Ramsey versus CeeDee Lamb, and I think it may have a good chance of being so just because he's that competitive that he wants to go up against the best.
Yeah, and Mike McDaniel seems to really love having that in his pocket. He likes to have that cornerback like that. That's one of the things I saw Kevin on the Hard Knocks thing was he was like, look, I got tired of trying to throw against him all the time, so I went ahead and traded for him.
Hey, it's great that you love the Dolphins, Corey. Thanks a lot. What is our offensive line going to look like when the game starts on Sunday?
That is the question of the week, in my opinion.
And it feels like it's not trending in a great direction.
No, Maybe depending on which one you feel like is more imperative. And we had this conversation on our podcast this morning with the Talking Cowboys crew, but we asked the question, who would you rather have available if you could only choose one? Zach Martin at right guard or Tyron Smith at left tackle? Because that might be the scenario where that is you only get one or two back. And, it was kind of a split decision just based off of, okay, maybe the guy behind them, how big of a drop-off is it from Martin to TJ Bass or from Smith to Chuma Edoga. And it was kind of a split decision among the crew. And then we got an update from Mike McCarthy on the conference call about 30 minutes ago where Tyron did not participate in the walkthrough today, and Zach Martin did. So if Zach Martin's out there today, that puts confidence in what he's able to do on Sunday. I think we'll see Zach Martin in the game just based off of my own intuition, just looking at the injury report. But if Tyron Smith is not out there today, I don't know how much stock you can put into that, but it is maybe a little bit of a raised concern. So I think if I had to really look at it right now, I think you're putting Chuma Edoga at left tackle, and that's the only change this week. It'll be Zach Martin at right guard. But, if neither one go, I think that would be a huge knock against this front seven and just how talented they are, both inside and outside on that defensive line.
Quick answer, Cowboys winning on Sunday?
No.
That's not a quick answer, Kyle.
I know. It's not an easy answer. I don't think so. I think they drop this one. Wow. But I think they do rebound and they win in a big way next week against Detroit. But I think it's a close game, and I think the Cowboys fall in a tight one. I'll say like 34-30.
All right. Appreciate the time very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again later.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Y'all have fun.
Merry Christmas, man.
Kyle Yeomans.
The hater, Cowboys
right
hater,
here.
as always.
Kyle Yeomans.
Yeah, we always knew that he was he's a hater.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, 629 Staten Street. If you want to come see us, coming up next, outside of Cowboys-Dolphins, what football game are you most looking forward to this weekend? Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. It's the most jam-packed segment of the week. Good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
1st and 10 at the Giants 41. Snap to Prescott, well protected, deep down the right side. Gallup in the end zone. He caught it. Touchdown to Michael Gallup. What a throw and what a catch. 41 yards.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, 629 Staten Street if you want to come out. And there's been a lot of developments in terms of Cowboys-Dolphins today, or we're getting more insight into what personnel will and will not be available on Sunday. Also asking, outside of Cowboys-Dolphins, what football game are you most looking forward to this weekend? But Tyreek Hill is going to be good to go. Looks like Achane, good to go.
God, it's that one Dolphins guy.
I appreciate the commitment. And then for the Cowboys, no Tyron Smith at the walkthrough, so it's looking less and less likely that he'll be able to go. But on the flip side, Zach Martin was there to walk through. I know it's just a walkthrough. We'll get more determinations tomorrow, but it's looking good for Zach Martin, not so optimistic for Tyron Smith. And then I got two more, I guess, texts via napkin.
Okay.
If we can go back a little bit, this goes back to the combo platter, Star Square Off against their Bruins in the Cup final, and Barney Fife is this fella's favorite TV character. And then we had another person who stopped by to thank us for our discussion about mental health and everything like that, which is always super cool. And that's why I wanted to read you the other one on a Shout Out Friday. Thank you, Kevin and Corey, for what you do. This is via napkin again. My heart is shattered right now, but you guys and friends really help. You're part of my family, and I'm grateful for you guys. I will never give up, and one day I will propose on your show. You remember yesterday at Noah's Fine Watches and Jewelry, we had a proposal. I'm inspired every day by you and others. I will be much better and make a remarkable change and inspire my students to achieve greatness as well. Yes, I teach all types of math. Is that the most impressive part to you right there, that they know all kinds of math?
Yeah, because I always just thought there was one math, and it was
what was the one math you thought?
Adding and subtracting. And then so whenever we got to like geometry and stuff, I was in a lot of trouble. I was like, what is this? This isn't math, it's angles. And they were like, yeah, math too. So math and music go together. There's lots of things in math.
From the 469, and I'm inclined to agree with this, the potential Super Bowl preview, the 49ers against the Ravens on Christmas. It has been since 1993 that you've gotten a game with the two best records in the league this late in the season. So that makes a whole lot of sense to me. I'm really looking forward to that game.
Yeah, I got an email from the NFL, Kevin. I don't know if and it wasn't a fine or anything like that.
Did they tell you who's going to win?
No, they emailed me and they said, we got you a gift. And I was like, oh my gosh, are they sending me a shirt or something? They were like 3 days of football. And I was like, come on, man, what are y'all doing here? So we do have 3 straight days of really good football planned.
Is Peacock giving you a worse gift? Because they said Bills-Chargers will be the first ever NFL game with a commercial-free fourth quarter.
That is awesome. I love it.
I agree the concept is awesome. I hear what you're saying there. Well, that's where the streaming sites are going to have an advantage. But did it have to be a game with the Chargers?
Yes, because they can get through the fourth quarter faster. Now you don't have to sit there and they can just say, let's just keep that thing rolling. Kevin, I'm going to say
Easton Stick is going to be doing work there?
Nope, not at all.
That's a real person.
I think aside from Cowboys Dolphins, I got to go with another Christmas Day game.
Okay.
And that is Tommy DeVito taking down the Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, hey!
We are pulling for Tommy DeVito to take down the Eagles on Monday. He's got 2 shots at it in the next 3 games, and this is shot number 1.
Christmas gift you would rather have. $400 gift card to Noah's fine watches and jewelry, or the Eagles beat the Giants.
I will spend money at Noah's.
Okay. Everyone voted for you.
Yeah.
They're like, you don't need that gift
I
card.
want the Giants to take down the Eagles. I'll take that any time of day.
And just keep this in mind. This is crazy. If anyone's like, oh, it won't matter because the Cowboys will lose to the Dolphins. Well, guess what? If both of those things happen, you are now in the division lead, all right, because you will hold the tiebreaker on division record. I realize the Cowboys hold that tiebreaker now, but if both teams continue to win, you would not get that tiebreaker at the end of the year. So if the Cowboys were to lose and the Eagles would lose, it would actually be a good thing for the Cowboys. I also threw out there Browns and Texans. There's no way in hell at the beginning of the season I would have thought this would be a game that I would care about. But it took a hit with lack of C.J. Stroud. But this is still a game that can determine playoff positioning as well.
Stroud not being there does
sure.
hinder that for sure for them. But that's a great game. I think you ought to keep an eye on the noon game too with the Lions and Vikings. Because just because you got to start scouting the Lions now, you're going to hit Miami and then you got to scout the Lions and know what we're looking for next week.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now it's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said list.
Boys, I haven't done this in a while, so I kind of forgot how to do. Oh, yeah. Masterpiece of the Week is a segment where we revisit some of the funny and very oftentimes dumb things said on this very program throughout the week. And Kevin Hagelin, let's start off with a bang.
They decided they wanted to go bang somebody else, right?
Dude, I don't know if you can say it that way.
That storyline was maybe ripped from my real life.
Yes.
Theoretically.
Yeah, that's what I've been
You
told.
know that story. My wife is here right now. This was years and years ago.
You've never told her what happened?
She knows what happened.
Jess, he has a son named Brandon, and there's kind of a long story about how that all happened.
Hey, sometimes you can have a kid with somebody even though you're not married.
You probably should have asked these questions before you got married and
That's
had a baby
true.
with him.
If I had a son and you had no questions about like, hey, where did this kid come from? That's on you.
She's just like, I just like you so much. That's all. That's all
dumb.
that matters.
That's dumb. You should never like someone so much that you don't even ask questions about where their other kid came from. That's a fundamental problem. Back to you, Alex.
It was so wholesome for about 15 seconds, and then it took a turn.
Yeah.
So if we want to stick on the sad conversations, a revelation by Corey.
That being said, Kevin, I've never had a potato.
Oh, no. That's so sad.
I have had a potato before.
No, hold on. Alec, one more time, because he's contradicting himself. What did Corey say?
That being said, Kevin, I've never had a potato. Okay, all right. I understand how that sounds. But there was a story. It was a story about how a company had given potatoes as Christmas bonuses. And I've never received a potato as a Christmas bonus before.
Is it because you don't believe in potatoes?
I like.
Because if you believe, on Christmas morning, you'll get a nice potato.
A nice
in your
Christmas
stocking.
potato?
Yeah. Are you not familiar with the Christmas potato?
I've never heard of the Christmas potato before. But what is the best version of potato? Is it a baked potato? Is it mashed potatoes? It's tater tots, obviously.
Oh, I also think it's tater tots.
Tater
but
tots
my
are the
lovely wife, who brings baby Noah to these things, she would say the French fry. But
French
she
fry.
does love a good baked potato.
Is she a crinkle cut fry person, or is it nope,
No.
not a fan of the crinkle cuts? I think tater tots and crinkle cut fries are the best. So that's my approach.
I'll go with tater tots.
Tater
I'm with you
tots.
there.
Alec, what about you?
I think the answer is just yes. I think potatoes are awesome.
He loves potatoes.
Yeah.
You eat them raw?
Oh, that's where I will back away.
It's not an apple.
My uncle used to just eat them raw, and I would be like, wow, that is wild.
Yeah, but that's because he lived in different times and everything was in black and white and stuff, and you
Yeah.
had to do what you had to do to get by.
He grew up at that time.
I can see why you don't eat potatoes now. Kevin, you sparked a massive debate on social media, and we're going to revisit it.
The $20 of dollar coins I found in my ashtray.
What did you say? Excuse me?
Look.
In your ashtray.
And where do I find one?
I was positive at the time that I said ashtray. Upon further evidence that has now been presented to me, thank you, buddy.
And you just got a koozie presented to you also.
No, upon further investigation, it appears as though I did say the wrong thing.
So how do you feel about that?
I feel
You think it'll happen again?
But Noah writes, sometimes we make mistakes and we pick ourselves back up and try again.
I'll try again
He
by
said,
playing it
uh-huh.
again.
Yeah, he said,
We're going to play it again because this was just bad.
The $20 of dollar coins I found in my ashtray.
See, I hear the shush on there, but I understand.
Dollar. I love the use of dollar coins also.
Yeah.
Dollar coins.
So specific. There's a lot of specific things happening there. And this specific thing from Corey, I think everybody here at this station has a unique ability, and Corey's is to just derail segments sometimes.
It's going good. I'm going to offer you this option.
I got a splinter in my hand.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. What are you doing?
I'm
Woodwork?
Yeah. So I don't know where the splinter came from, but it hurt for a little bit, and I found it right when the show started. We don't even have wood in our studio, so that doesn't make any sense how a splinter got into the studio and got me. But I've been making a lot of fires because Lucy demands a fire almost every night, no matter what the temperature is. So some nights I'm able to talk her off the ledge there. She also did ask, she requested from the Tooth Fairy that she get a dollar bill and a coin. She didn't care what kind of coin. She wanted any coin to go along with it.
What is the normal rate for the Tooth Fairy where you guys live?
I think it's $1. I think that Plano's pretty high.
Stingy.
Yeah. Oh, is it stingy? Okay. $1 was pretty. That's excessive for me because growing up I only got 50 cents.
Well, that's great. You live in Plano now.
Yeah.
You got to roll with the times.
Yeah, you're rich now, so.
Yeah.
It happens. Kevin, your options apparently aren't great options.
One's too old and one's too young. Okay. That. Look, my wife is here.
Yeah.
I feel the need to give clarification.
Where'd my pen go?
We were talking about when school gets out and how Garland ISD had been out for a week because we didn't have any kids in Garland ISD because one is too old, he has graduated high school, and one is too young to go to regular school. It's not about anything else.
I think the best part might be Corey's devious laugh at the end, just like enjoying it.
One's too old and one's too young. That does not look great on you either.
I think it was more about the timing of the and the pattern with the way you spoke and my laugh that goes along with it. That's why I was laughing like that.
Kevin, I think you might have more explaining to do to the wife.
Would you admit to your family if you showed up for Christmas and had suffered a sex injury? I'm not embarrassed by that at all. That's a valid question. Because, Corey, you were giving us your holiday tips about, be careful between the 24th and the 26th.
Yeah.
There's a spike in sex injuries.
Yes.
But you would lie about that, right? You're not going to show up to your family function and be like, yep, threw out my back humping.
Well,
you wouldn't do that. That would never happen. I wouldn't.
I don't know. See, the uncle that ate potatoes raw, he would have laughed about it. So I think I would probably show up and tell that story. But yeah, there is a spike in sexual injuries from 24th to so they
26th.
say the doctors in Germany say just don't do anything until next year. So they're saying stay celibate, people.
You got some explaining to do, Kevin, for the man that's engineering your broadcast.
And I do wonder if
He's
Ruben
a crank.
listen.
How rude.
I meant cranky, not. Oh, that.
How you feel about that, Ruben?
Can he
talk?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't talk.
Oh my gosh!
I fixed it.
You've been working
Man,
with Kevin for a long time.
Everybody here was amazed that that microphone works. They're like, whoa.
What do you think about him calling you a crank?
It broke my heart.
It did?
Admit it. Nuh-uh. Admit you were cranky yesterday.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I wasn't in the spirit.
Okay, were you in the holiday spirit now?
Yeah, I am.
There you
Until
go.
that last
Look
cut.
at that.
Yeah, and plus Noah Sweater makes...
He's adorable.
He's an adorable child.
Ruben's going to have a blue Christmas now, Kevin.
Well, good. That song sucks.
Corey gave the line that every man wants to hear on a first date.
I don't care how much your income is. I just want to see you there.
That's wholesome.
Yeah, that's true.
That's wholesome.
That is true.
What? How often on
I
a
don't care how
first
much you
date
make,
do
just
people
show up.
discuss their incomes?
I hope. I mean,
You bring tax statements with you. You're like, here's last year.
yeah. I don't care how much you make. I just want you to come party with us. That's all I really want. So that's what I'm saying there.
Agreed.
I just like making Kevin explain himself.
Can you confirm that not only did your then boyfriend, now fiance, win a car, you just got proposed to?
Woo! my gosh! I kind of had a feeling because my son was telling me, "Hey, Mom, Dad got you something that starts with a D."
He's a snitch.
And
that sounds a little
he's going to surprise you today.
Thought your kid was a pervert. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Oh my gosh, Kevin, you can't say that about a child. You can't say that.
I knew as soon as you started playing that cut that was going to end poorly.
Your wife is shocked
me.
right now.
She's faux shocked. She's not really shocked. Is that the last one?
Please be the last
Yeah,
one.
that's the last one.
Thank God.
I'm just going to run by the last bit of it.
Thought your kid was a pervert.
Wow, Kevin.
Look.
You have a child.
Mistakes were made, mostly by me.
Yeah.
I realize this is probably not going to win, but I am going to vote for Corey, definitively saying that he's never had a potato.
That being said, Kevin, I've never had a potato.
Garfield is
I
a cat.
just think that's humorous.
I'm going to have a potato on the way home. Kevin, you can't say that to little kids, man. You can't say that about them, so that's what I'm voting for this week.
I'm going to vote for it, too, because this is just so great.
Thought your kid was a pervert.
God. The mom was right there, and you said it to her face like that.
Look, I hope when we give them that audio and video, we cut it off at a certain point. I don't want that carried with them throughout their engagement memories.
Dad said his kid was a snitch, though. That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
That was nice.
It evens out. It cancels out.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alec.
Good job, Alec. I'm proud of you, man.
Yes, for Masterpiece of the Week. Actually, that was really good. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, 629 Staten Street. If you want to come see us or you're just looking for some delicious food and drink. Coming up next, we'll chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Thank you so much to everyone who showed up today and has partied with us. And thank you very much to D&M Leasing, because it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. Thank you so much for asking. How are you?
I've been better. The more we hear about the offensive line over the last 36 hours makes me concerned. Now, are you guys maybe of the opinion, if you had to pick right now, Zach Martin goes against the Dolphins, but Tyron Smith does not?
Are you asking us if that the case? Is that going to happen?
Yeah.
I think yes, that's going to happen, yes.
Okay.
They were going to – matter of fact, I was told, I said, well, hey, is this thing going to carry all the way to Sunday? And I got the response that if he's not ready tomorrow, he might not even travel. So they might not even wait for this thing to go to Sunday, that they might go ahead and say, okay, we're going to go ahead and just leave you at home and go from there.
Wow.
That is tough.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be able to. I'm sure we got replacements that are valid, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, Adoga. It's Adoga, but that's the side that Chubb rushes from too. So, and the thing about Chubb, and I don't think he gets enough credit as a run defender. You know, he is a guy. I mean, when you watch him, he's got he and Tank are very similar in the way that they play because they both can rush the passer. But Chubb's got the numbers right now. But if you look at the way he plays the run, he's a hard guy to run at. And so, he's that makes it very difficult. Having Tyron Smith in there would have surely helped your situation quite a bit.
Offensively, how can the Cowboys keep up or maybe even set the pace for this?
Well, you're probably going to get Ramsey traveling here. And now you have to figure out how to beat, you're going to, when he travels, he plays both left and right. He's going to play in the slot. So you can't hide from him there. But with Vic Fangio, he plays a lot of that, plays a lot of zone coverage. And they call it cloud coverage, where you have one corner play kind of soft and the other one play up on the line, and they try and give you a cover two look, and then they disguise it in another way that, it's kind of like it keeps you from throwing the ball down the field. And I mean, Buffalo played it against you last week, and they do it at about 30%, and Miami's right around 26% on the cloud coverage. I don't know how Vic Fangio doesn't watch that tape and say, okay, I could play this cloud coverage against Dak and make him have to try and read it and make them try and have to run routes, but also knowing I've got the ace in the hole where I could take Ramsey and travel him with their best receiver.
Broadus, I've always been curious about something you were just talking about. Is like, obviously you evaluate all the tape for yourself, and I understand and appreciate that. But whenever people say like, oh, they got the blueprint,
Yeah.
How fast does the word spread in like your scouting or coaching circle about particular cracks that maybe you found in a defense or in an offense?
Well, if you notice, some of the problems that the Cowboys have had defending the run is when the offense doesn't score 30 points or 35 points. That's the best run defense Dallas could play is their offense scoring 35 points, because nobody is that committed to running the football being down 20 some odd points in a game. Carolina tried to do it a little bit, but yeah, I think that if you look at the Cowboys, some of the problems that they've had, and it goes all the way back to them a little bit with Arizona, was the pin and pull stuff. And we talk about pin and pull, it's where they don't have to take, everybody's fearful of Dallas's pass rush. Nobody wants to deal with their pass rush. They're like, okay, well, how do you block their front in the running game though? And they've had trouble on the perimeter, especially. So the pin and pull stuff is, and I think that's what the Dolphins are going to do, because they're compromised right now themselves with their offensive line. And when you pin and pull, you're not exactly having to hold blocks for any length of time there. So the Cowboys have had problems with perimeter runs, and the Dolphins are really good at perimeter runs. And this goes all the way back to some of the problems that Dallas had against Arizona.
Kevin, I just got a message from the wife.
Ooh.
They went to North Park Mall today, which I said is a very terrible decision.
Yeah.
And while she was in the parking garage waiting, a lady backed out and drove off. And right at the last second, somebody swooped in and took the parking spot from her. And she waited until the lady got out of her car, rolled her window down, and yelled stuff at her. How do you handle stuff in parking garages?
I love that. Personally, I would try to put them to the test and be like, hope you got all day because I ain't moving. And I would park my car right behind them just to see if they had the wherewithal to still go into the mall, knowing that I wasn't going nowhere until they took that away.
Yeah, man. How do you guys handle that, Broadus?
Yeah, my biggest fear is in Texas, everybody carries guns.
Yeah.
And that's my
Likewise.
Cutting somebody off or jumping in a parking spot. I just assume somebody has a gun, and they're going to use that gun on me if I do something to them that makes them upset. And it usually comes to driving. And our news broadcasts every night are full of stories of road rage. So I'm going to let that person park in the spot. I'm going to go try and find another one. If I have to walk, good ways to get, at least I know I'm walking and not shot.
Yeah,
I'm not walking with a bullet hole in me.
Take a deep breath, calm down, maybe cuss them out to myself in my own vehicle, but then just try and find another spot is definitely my play.
Yeah.
Unscrew the cap of their tires,
Oh,
put a little
my
pebble in
gosh.
there, and then screw it back on.
Key
It'll
the
slowly
car,
leak
put
it
a little
out.
FU on there.
Holy cow.
No, don't do that.
I think probably Broadus has the best idea right there. Now, what do you fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thank you so much for asking. We got Stephen Jones at 3. Marcel Louis Jacques of ESPN covers the Dolphins at 4. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
All right,
That's a
roll
great show.
home with the G-Bag Nation. Thank you to everyone who came out to Buffalo Wild Wings today. And by the way, thank you to everyone who's been rocking with us all year long. The numbers have been amazing, and y'all have helped make our job so much more fun. So thank you guys very, very much. We're the KNC Masterpiece. The show will be back on Tuesday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, see you next year, Kevin.
Never. Thought your kid was a pervert.
Hey, laughing too hard. our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Who you got? Cowboys, Dolphins, your predictions, 877-881-1053. And what do you have going on during the holiday weekend? Merry Christmas. Happy holidays, everybody. Hour number one of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. We got Carter Freeman. Carter going to join us again for Carter Goes Harder coming up at 6 o'clock. Of course, LA Live at 5:40, the number one rated segment in all of Dallas-Fort Worth radio. And, of course, you are Turn It On, Leave It On listeners. Appreciate you. Still been getting overwhelmed with the amount of minutes listened.
Yes.
Courtesy of the Odyssey emails being sent out. Even some of our Twitch and YouTube listeners have been totaling up the amount of time they've been watching. It's been awesome, and we wouldn't be here without you on the home of your World Series champion Texas Rangers and your Dallas Cowboys. First pregame going to be at 12:30 with me and Brian. Postgame will go to 9:30 on Sunday. Cowboys and Dolphins. Another game on Fox. Brian, I know we're the official radio home of the Dallas Cowboys.
Right.
It's like that Fox A team is the unofficial broadcast team of the Dallas Cowboys. I think it's their 7th Cowboys game this year.
You think Kevin Burkhardt and
baby
Greg
KK?
Olson, you think they're tired of talking to us? They're super nice, too. I mean, they're super nice with their time, and we appreciate the folks at Fox and, Tim Collins, reaching out to those folks. They're always so they provide great insight. And I know that, like, one of my favorites was the Tom Rinaldi. Tom Rinaldi. I always think, when you say his name, you always think about Tom Rinaldi. You think about just starting to cry on your own.
ESPN.
The ultimate storyteller, Tom Rinaldi. And so, I
think you asked him once, didn't you? Like, do you ever get emotional and just start crying during the stories that you're putting together?
Yeah, he probably does. He does a great job, as that whole Fox crew. So, but looking forward to, huge game.
Really
for the Cowboys, and, huge game for the Dolphins, too. They've got Buffalo, breathing down their necks, and they finished the year playing the Bills. So, Miami's got to find a way to keep winning, as do the Dallas Cowboys.
So some updates we saw from Ian Rappaport. Dolphins coach Mike McDaniel told reporters he expects running back Devon Achane with that toe injury to play against the Cowboys.
Yep.
He also reiterated that wide receiver Tyreek Hill, with his ankle injury, had no setbacks. He feels like Tyreek Hill will be good to go.
There you go.
Now, Marcel Louis-Jacques, who also covers the Dolphins for ESPN, he's going to join us at 4 o'clock, said offensive lineman Robert Hunt has been ruled out for Sunday's game for the Dolphins. So they're also going to be having some offensive linemen that will be out for this game.
What about Jackson?
Jackson, I have not seen anything on yet.
Okay, because, see, that would be the right side of their offensive line right now. So if you're we're in a mode right now where you're kind of trading lineman for lineman here.
Yeah.
With the Cowboys. Hopefully Zach Martin. I was told Heggie and everybody in the crosstalk there. I just got the feeling that even if Tyron Smith is not good tomorrow, that they might not even take him on the trip. So,
they're super cautious when it comes to Tyron, as they should be.
Well, usually it's one of those things. It's like, we're going to try and give him every moment, minute, and rightfully so. You try and get him, buy him as much time as you can. But if it's not improved by tomorrow, then we might start hearing the Todd Archers of the world and the John Machotas and those guys, reporting that Tyron Smith didn't even make the trip.
Mike McCarthy talking about Chuma Edoga. I think now that he's been able to settle in at the tackle position, we're better prepared for this.
Yeah.
So the Cowboys have had the same offensive line group start in now 7 straight games. We could see that streak in jeopardy. That's courtesy of our buddy Michael Gelkin, who does excellent work with the Morning News. Yeah. You mentioned Tyron. Does appear Zach Martin did participate in the walkthrough with that quad injury, so Zach trending like he's probably going to be able to play. Hopefully, we can ask Stephen Jones, get more of an update on that coming up at 3 o'clock. But it's interesting, Cameron Wolfe, who did a fantastic job with Sean and RJ this morning, he just put out during crosstalk in regards to Jalen Ramsey that Ramsey told them in Miami in regards to shadowing CeeDee Lamb, quote, I don't think that's the game plan. I don't think that's my role in this defense. Now, he did shadow Garrett Wilson last Sunday because Xavier Howard was out. Maybe because they expect Howard to play, that changes Ramsey's role a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. I would, and also, too, though, with Vic Fangio, though, a lot of zone coverage, it might have been a situation, too, where they had no fear of the Jets' passing attack. They might, they're like, okay, fine. The only weapon you really have is The only weapon you have is Wilson. When you look at the Cowboys, you've got multiple players that you have to deal with. You got some legitimate weapons that. And I think he might be a little coy with us though too.
Yeah, he's probably not going to let us know what the game plan is.
If Howard plays, and we'll see. But it's still going to be a very, very difficult matchup. With this secondary, they do a nice job. Their pass rush, it's a 4-man rush. You're probably going to see some of the similar elements to the Dolphins' game plan is what you saw in Buffalo. And if they're going to play a lot of zone, then it will be, okay, you're going to try and find a way to complete the ball against, 7 defensive backs. That's something they love to do. They're one of the best teams in the league. Matter of fact, they were second in the league when it came to number of sacks just with 4-man pressure. So, I anticipate that, Ramsey's not tipping his hand, but I would not be surprised if on some third down situations that he travels with Lamb.
2-1-4 Dolphins will win by a blowout, and Wolchuk will be answering post-game phone calls with his head in his hands. I certainly would be very upset. 469, 38-35 Cowboys. Micah has 3 sacks, and Aubrey hits the game winner. 9-7-2. Dolphins win 34-17. Cowboys do what the Cowboys do. Now, look, the Cowboys haven't lost games in back-to-back weeks in 2 years. They're really good bouncing back after a loss. There are a lot of mismatches, I think, in this game and challenges that the Miami Dolphins offense presents for you. And having no Tyron Smith is worrisome. There's no question because of what Bradley Chubb can do in the rest of the game.
Chubb, yeah.
But, man, I think that this offense comes out and they don't lay back-to-back stinkers. I think the offense is your key to success. You've got to go through them today or on Sunday.
No, it absolutely is the key to success. But the problem is, what game plan is Mike McCarthy going to throw at you?
Yeah.
Is he going to throw the game plan where he's worried about his offensive lineman and like he was in Arizona and doesn't, really, that was, I should be fair about that because that was pre-bye. Everything offensively pre-bye was probably should not ever be watched.
And it was 3 linemen down, not just one.
Yeah, and so he went in a shell in that game. Let's be honest, that offense last week, and they didn't have the ball a whole hell of a lot. That offense looked different from what we've seen before. Okay, did McCarthy go into this game worrying about the weather? Was he worried about it raining? Was the game plan about, okay, hey, they did run the ball well. Yep. They absolutely ran the ball well. But, man, to me, that offense did not look the same.
It didn't. Motion rates and play action rates were the lowest of the entire season other than the San Francisco game.
And I wonder if that was McCarthy going into the game, once again going, well, we're going to have weather conditions here, and they got to call a game that, those kinds of things confuse me when you're watching this team play. It's capable of blowing anybody out of the park, blowing anybody out. But when they're bad, they are bad on offense, and
they are.
Their best defense is their offense, and if they can find a way to really get it going again against the Dolphins and put some points up, and force Miami to have to maybe become a little bit more one dimensional, and Miami can throw the ball really, really well, But what's Dallas's strength? Dallas's strength is rushing the passer, and if they're down 2 offensive linemen on that right side, I'm putting number 11's hand in the dirt, and I'm going after them. I'm moving him around. I'm going to challenge every one of them. I'm going to challenge their backup center. I'm going to challenge their right guard. I'm going to challenge their right tackle. I'm going to try and find ways to stop them from, because I do worry about them running the football in this game and having success doing it.
I actually kind of have a feeling the Cowboys are going to run the football very well in this game. Tony Pollard is now, and he said it himself, like he's
finally healthy.
He's feeling back to form, and he was looking at last week and assuming this game does not follow the same game script of a blowout loss. I think Tony Pollard was well on his way to over 100 yards. I think Pollard is going to have a big performance on Sunday, and that's going to help keep Miami off the field.
Yeah, and that would absolutely help. But if you're going to run the football, you have to do it in the way that Buffalo did it. You have to control. You go 10 plays, 12 plays, 13 plays. You take up a lot of time, but you score. You make touchdown. You don't kick field goals. You have to find a way because you're playing against one of the most explosive offenses in the National Football League.
Yep.
So you could go on 12-play drives, and Mike McDaniel even said it the other day. What on his the HBO show, right? He goes, I'm feeling a one-play one here.
Yep.
I'm feeling a one-play drive here. That's what they're capable of there.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of scary things about their offense. Who are you picking in this one?
I took Miami 28-24.
28-24?
Yeah.
Now, that'd be the first game they've won when an opponent has scored over 20 points against them. All 4 of their losses, the opponent has 20-plus points. That might be the magic number. Yeah. Last week I went with Buffalo. I don't think the Cowboys are putting up back-to-back stinkers. Miami's good enough where, look, Dallas could play much better and still lose the game because they're not able to slow down that rushing attack. Right. I'm going to bank that the offense performs in this one. I'm going to go Cowboys 31-27. And maybe I regret it on Sunday during the postgame.
No, man, I think I was the only one last week that picked Dallas to win. So, I just worry about I worry about with Tyron Smith not playing.
Sure.
I think that's a fair concern. I think that's going to be a problem for the Cowboys. And then if that's the case, how conservative is Mike McCarthy going to get, with this play calling if he doesn't have his left tackle?
The Chargers made a surprise release today. Their captain on defense, defensive tackle Sebastian Joseph Day, has been waived.
Yeah, I need to check that one.
I saw David Moore tweet out that the Cowboys don't have a strong initial interest, a person with knowledge of the club's thinking said. Okay. Now, he's going to have to clear waivers anyway.
That's true.
And the Cowboys are very down in the low 20s of the waiver order.
That is true.
So the odds, unless teams just say, hey, we don't want to pick up the contract, and they allow him to clear waivers, then he becomes a free agent like Shaq Leonard. But it's very likely, in my opinion, that a team ahead of the Cowboys would pick him up anyway, would go ahead and pick up that claim.
Yeah, it's everybody's looking right now at defensive players. Any defensive player that gets released, you're kind of now for the Cowboys. Does this guy make sense? Does that guy make sense? And then we're playing that game right now, especially after what happened last week against Buffalo.
Yeah. And, man, I mean, they cannot allow that run defense. And it'll be different. It'll be a different type of scheme that you're going up against.
It's a perimeter run. It's a perimeter run group. A lot of you always hear me talk about pin and pull. There's a lot of movement. There's a lot of weird, funky formations too. Fullbacks, tight ends, running backs, all in the backfield at the same time.
Tons of motion.
Motion that creates space. Not inward motion, but outward motion. They will bring guys in motion just to get them in position to block, just to give them a running start to block on a screen. So you have to be careful with all kinds of things with this team. Very creative with the way they move the ball.
Weather report for this one at Hard Rock Stadium.
75 and sun.
Another game that could potentially be affected by both rain and wind.
Whoa.
Now, there's not a super high % chance of rain, just 36% chance of rain in the 4 to 5 hour, and those just start to decrease the deeper they go into the game. Yeah. But the forecast does call for winds around 15 miles per hour throughout the game and potential gusts of 22 to 24 miles per hour.
It's an enclosed stadium with the exception of the field. The field is exposed, to sunlight and to potential rain. It is a grass surface. One of the prettiest grass fields you'll ever play on in your life. Yeah. I remember one time going out there and visiting with the grounds crew guy. I mean, those guys are amazing with what they do with their field. They have a college program and the Dolphins playing, and that grass is just immaculate. But we'll see how that ball plays out. Like I say, I don't know with the wind. How concerning is the wind with the enclosed stadium?
Yeah, maybe that helps. Not as bad as say Buffalo last week.
Buffalo is just you're exposed to everything in Buffalo. Not so much in Miami.
What a Stars game last night. 4-3. Wow. They get the overtime winner with 9.2 seconds left. This one went back and forth all game long. But how about Scott Wedgwood with that stop in OT? I mean, he was brilliant. He had to be. It was a 2-on-1 rush, odd man rush. Vancouver thought they had this one. Wedgwood makes the stop. Stars go right back down the ice and get the victory.
Yeah, what's incredible was that the Stars gave up the lead. Well, it was a tie game, but gave up the lead there late in the contest, like 5 minutes left to go in the game, and were able to rally back and then get the thing to overtime. And you mentioned that though they possessed the puck basically for the 5 minutes of the.
A lot of circling.
A lot of circling.
All right, let's dump it back. Neutral zone. Make a change.
Crazy.
All right, make another run.
Patient. And then all of a sudden, though, just a poor pass, and all of a sudden now you got a 2-on-1 coming back the other way. But Wedgwood has been up to the task. I mean, he's done a really nice job of filling in for Otter since the injury, and hats off to the Stars. That's a tough team to play.
Good team.
I was talking with the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle about this though. He always brings up this point that the Stars do struggle with those teams that are physical on the puck teams. And Vancouver gives you a little bit more room to play, a little bit more space, a lot of respect between the two organizations and the players they have on both teams. But yeah, that's the Stars. If they have that open ice, man, they can do some magical things.
And then the Mavs are in Houston tonight. Luka has been ruled out for
Who's
tonight's
left
game.
to play?
Yeah, that's a great question because Kyrie's out, Dante Exum's out, Derek Lively's out, Josh Green, Maxi Kleba, Seth Curry's got back spasms. He's questionable. So you got Jaden Hardy.
Is our G League team playing tonight?
Yeah, Rashawn Holmes. I mean, I'm sure Omax is going to get a lot of minutes tonight. He's going to have to.
So this is an L then, right? Is what you're saying?
You'd think so. But I did hear good news from Shams on Kyrie's out of the walking boot and he started rehab. So hopefully Kyrie is trending towards returning sooner rather than later. But we'll break all that down more. Cowboys-Dolphins for you throughout the show.
It looks like more college football watching tonight for me with draft film, right?
Hey.
Instead of watching Mavs roll out their G League
It's been
lineup.
fun watching. So now, I mean, we're right now in the first round projected group. So all these guys are pretty fun to watch. But we got a good class.
You
I'm
love that
excited to
Alabama
break this
corner,
all
right?
down.
Better than the Clemson one?
Yes. Now not Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Oh,
I got Wiggins better than McKinstry.
Okay,
but
so
the number 3, the other guy on the other side from Alabama that I'm blanking on his name, that kid can play. Yeah. That kid's really good. Yeah. And there's a Illinois defensive tackle that I've got my eye on as well. So
we got linebackers
plenty,
yet, right?
No linebackers. I don't think there's a first round linebacker, but we'll talk plenty of draft. Don't worry.
Yeah.
G-Bag of the day at 2:30. We got our G-Bag Survivor picks coming up on the other side. I've had Eric and Gavin text me theirs, who are Brian and I going with, and a look at this week's best games. That's next on The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day to 105.3 The Fan and through our Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
All right, we got a few bet payoffs that are pending. Eric and Gavin still have to do one when they return. And Brian, unfortunately, you got to do the double bet payoff. Are you going to do 2 and 1 whenever we get our next remote, or are you going to do one separately and then just do the?
Yeah, I think I'm going to
go.
I'm going to do the drink and then the. Then I got to do like Mrs. Doubtfire, right?
Whatever you get to choose, but I think we all do think Mrs. Doubtfire would be.
I think that'd be fun. Maybe drunk Mrs. Doubtfire might be fun.
That's why I was wondering. Do you want to do Mrs. Doubtfire and that's the double bet payoff? That could be epic. Yeah, I mean, you might be able to beat my Speedo thong deal.
No, we'll see. We'll get to that point though. We just got to get out on a remote, man. It seems like the midday show, they get all the remotes.
Yeah, KNC's on it. Well, we were on a good run.
We were on a good run. We were living in Arlington. We were living in Arlington there for a while.
We got to travel with the Rangers during the World Series championship run. That was a blast.
Did you see, you were thanking people for minutes listened and stuff. You see this Ryan Johnson, what he had? 181,907.
Dude, Ryan.
Seriously?
Well, you're a beast, bro. That's incredible.
That is incredible. You kind of wonder, we're getting butt cracked on that one. That's a lot of minutes.
I don't think so. I mean, we've had a lot of people that are texting in 877-881-1053.
That number it's
a huge number. It really, really is.
Yeah.
And look, a lot of you are like, hey, I listen on the radio. I mean, I'm not going to be on the Odyssey app.
Yeah.
No, we still love you.
Yeah, we absolutely do.
903 said 525,600 minutes listened literally all day, every day, nonstop. Tolo for life. Merry Christmas, guys.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That's incredible.
Well, man. If I'd have saw that number, I'd have been, whoa.
Whoa.
But 181,000 is pretty eye-opening.
That is.
Yeah,
it really is.
Eye-opening.
You guys are...
That'd be Ryan Johnson. Thank you.
It's amazing. Thank you so much for making us part of your day. We know you have a ton of options.
Yeah.
And to stick with us and really be part of our family here, it does. It means the world to us on this holiday season. We are thankful for you. Now, Brian, I texted Gavin and Eric. I was like, hey, what do you guys want to do bet payoff-wise?
Mm-hmm.
They both are going to go with the Broncos.
Okay.
Now, Denver is...
They're playing New England, right?
They are. So, Denver's coming off like that mini-bye they played last week early. No, it was a Saturday game, right? So, I mean, they got an extra day, basically. But they got absolutely curb stomped by Detroit. So, they're hosting New England. That's going to be an NFL Network game.
You think New England's quit?
New England's been stingy lately. I don't think they've quit. I mean, I still think they're battling. I think that they know what's going on with Bill Belichick, and these are his last games with New England. I think they're playing hard for him. I mean, Denver should win. They're favored by 7, but I don't think that's going to be an easy game. But they're both going to ride with the Broncos. Are you gonna go Denver, or who are you thinking?
No, I'm thinking Green Bay. Green Bay and Carolina.
I like that pick.
Yeah, I'm thinking that. Even though the Packers have kind of the Packers went from one of those teams you kind of thought were maybe a shot to win the division. They were, riding the train of some momentum, and everybody was talking how well the quarterback was playing. And then the last couple of weeks, and give Tampa a lot of credit for going up there, and Baker Mayfield and those guys, and an important game for Tampa, important game for Green Bay, and they laid an egg. So, but I'm hopeful that they could beat Carolina this weekend.
Yeah, that's a Sunday noon game. I'm with you. I'm going to go with the Packers as well. Packers have lost a couple here. I feel like they're desperate, 6-8. They're still not technically eliminated. Carolina just won a game at home that they probably shouldn't have won. I don't think Green Bay.
For Eric.
Yeah, I don't think Green Bay loses again. Apparently, Jordan Love, he ranks in the top 5 in the NFL in total QBR, touchdown passes, and completion since the start of Week 12. Now, the Packers have gone 2-2 in that span.
Yeah.
But he was playing some tremendous football, and then all of a sudden it's like, what the hell's going on in Green Bay? They might need to run the ball because Carolina's defense is not very good when it comes to that. But we have some really good matchups. I mean, you got Browns at Texans.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a playoff matchup right there, right in the AFC.
It's kind of tough without Houston's quarterback being in there, right?
Yeah, because C.J. Stroud's most likely out. It is. But hell, they found a way to get a win last week.
I know.
Which was, they looked dead and buried.
That was my bet payoff.
No, you're well aware.
That was my bet payoff right there, but that's crazy. I just want that. I want to watch. I love watching Stroud play.
He is a blast.
I think it's he is, for a young quarterback, and he's so talented. The way he moves around, he's accurate. Every throw. Texans got that one right, it looks like.
They did.
Yep.
Jags, Bucks. Now Trevor Lawrence most likely going to be out of that one, so that's going to change things there. Of course, Cowboys-Dolphins is a big game this weekend. Raiders-Chiefs. Raiders are talking a lot of smack as the Chiefs seem like they're a little bit wounded. We'll all be paying attention to the Giants and Eagles as well on Monday, and then it's Ravens-Niners. I mean, all eyes on Ravens-Niners.
If the Giants would have beaten the Saints, I would have felt like, okay, the Giants are playing for something here. But that loss, it reminded them that they're the Giants.
They're the Giants,
so I'd like to believe.
No hope.
I'd like to believe that they could go to Philadelphia and find a way to win a game.
Eagles are reeling right now.
They are reeling, but this is a get right game for them. This is a get right game. The Giants they had a shot to kind of make things interesting here, and they peed down their leg.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
Do you have a pick in Ravens 49ers? You think 49ers win that one at home?
I tell you what. I mean, the Ravens don't give up any points.
Give me Baltimore.
Yeah, I do too.
I like the running quarterback. Kyler Murray causes problems sometimes for San Francisco. I think the running quarterback's going to give him some issues with Lamar.
Yep.
All right, let's throw things to the Pimp Cup to the greatness of Lucius Alexander for today's G-Bag of the day.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm editing this audio.
We're editing.
Second. It's hot off the news desk.
Oh, yes. I just saw that Lions NFC North Division Championship gear is now for sale.
What?
And the Lions haven't even won the division yet.
Not yet, huh?
That's going to be a really bad look if something bad happens and they don't end up clinching the division. That's not good.
I always find it fascinating.
Is that going to jinx them?
It could. We've talked about parade routes and stuff like that.
Well, we
before.
know all too well here locally.
Yeah.
That ain't good.
I always love the stories about where championship gear goes when there's no championship, that it goes to, other countries and stuff. And you might see some kids wearing some championship jerseys.
Yeah, 92-93 Bills Super Bowl championship jerseys out there.
I think it's super cool. I'm like thinking,
shirts.
I'd like to have a collection of gear of non-championship teams. Like they were in it, but they didn't win it. So you get I think that'd be my collection of cups. I have my collection.
I have a really nice collection of cups.
My cups. I have a lot of collections of cups.
So collectibles, that's your thing. You collect the cups, like you're rocking a Fuzzies cup right now.
Yeah, but I absolutely love the plastic game cup. Yeah, and I got one all the way back. Like my oldest cup is from the 80s. I got a couple of cups from.
I used to collect the Cowboys cups when I would go to games at Texas Stadium.
I tell you what, I admit this. I'm one of those guys that if I see the cup on the ground,
you'll pick it up.
I'll pick it up.
Why not?
I pick it up and I will wash the heck out of it. I mean, I will. I really will wash it. But if it's one I don't have, I've even walked by when we're going to the broadcast position to
Sorry, I mean to cut you off with the song.
No. I was just filibustering until you were waiting. Brian did a great job.
Yeah, no, I was, like I say, I used to I always walk by on the way to the pregame show. Boom, 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 boom. And
Godzilla!
I want to walk by and buy a cup. I wonder if they'll just sell me the cup without the stuff in it.
I bet they would.
Yeah,
they would.
Do you have money?
Yeah,
100% this.
But they told me
something out, bro.
They told me they count the cups. They count them.
Yeah.
So that's how they do it.
Hey man, he's a jolly good fellow. Brian brought us some po' boys on a Friday.
How did you like the catfish one?
Delicious.
You like
Chef's
that?
Kiss.
I'll tell you what, that was
good, man.
I went with the slaw instead of the lettuce, and I mixed the slaw with sriracha ketchup from Whataburger and Duke's mayonnaise. So I made
Duke's. That's why I was so addicted to that little sauce. I was dipping my sandwich in the joint. Yeah, it was good, man.
Well, good. I'm glad you liked it.
Let's get into this because I was cutting on the time because Tolo sent me something hot off the presses.
Okay, let's do this.
Saints fans are upset.
I bet they are.
Upset, bro. Let's go to our winner of G-Bag of the Day. By the way, G-Bag of the Day happens every day at 2:30 sometimes. What is this, 2:33?
2:30-ish.
Take his orange and eat. Take his orange and eat, Lucius.
Yeah, shout out to Holly, too, man. 2:30 every day. If you see something out there, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas, man. Merry Christmas.
Oh, come let us adore him. I got my joint on.
You do have your joint on.
You do.
Yeah, I do. All right, here we
I
go.
wore a sweater today.
Our winner right here, he won his fight during UFC 296. His name is Andre Philly. First TKO since 2019, July of 2019.
Gosh.
And he was pretty excited about it.
And when you mentioned there the money you make, and you kind of brought up Harley Davidson motorcycles a lot, where does that passion stem from?
My grandpa, he passed away about 10 years ago, but my grandpa rode motorcycles, and plus they're cool. Have you ever seen one? You ever seen a motorcycle? Ever seen a Harley Davidson motorcycle? Have you ever seen an American-made two-wheel freedom machine? You got to get on one of those, brother.
Yeah. Another one, I mean, I saw you said that you also mentioned that there's like 5-6 things you care about. So other than fighting and Harley Davidson motorcycles, what are some of those things?
I like big booty Latinas. No, I'm just kidding. No,
you're
not. Shout out to my girlfriend, Melissa. I love you, babe.
I'm pretty sure they're like temporarily good for your mental health.
Yeah.
On the temporary side of the game. Big booty Latinas I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah. American freedom right there, too. Right?
America.
Yeah.
Hella happy when I see him.
Yeah.
I almost wrecked my car. Looking back at one, like, God, dog, man.
Slammed the brakes.
All right, let's get to this one real fast. Who That Nation, they're really heated at Derek Carr. Now, I don't know the name of this show because I was in a rush, so I couldn't look it up. The Twitter account said, Hold the Mayo. Okay. I don't know if that's a sports show. I asked Carter because he knows all things about sports. But he looked at me like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold the Mayo is a great name for a podcast.
It'd be great.
It's very strong.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's strong.
Who That Nation's mad at Derek Carr?
Last week, Derek Carr was talking about him and his son doing math homework together and all this bullshit. I hope his son does math homework better than this mother plays quarterback. Because if he don't, he ain't getting out the first grade. And then he started giving all these life lessons and all this fake positivity. Who the he thinks he is, Joel Osteen? You want to go be a preacher, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You can rob more people out of their money. You already got the Saints for $100 million. And where did Money Mickey find Blake Groupie, the North Pole? Maybe if he could see over the line, he could hit a couple of kicks. We got one of Sanders' helpers as a kicker. I mean, what's he ride to the games in, a car seat? He looks like he ain't made his first communion yet, and he's out here kicking for the Saints. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? A car seat?
I'll tell you what,
That's one of
man.
Santa's elves, but field goal kicker.
I would give anything if somebody would call in the post game and go on that one.
Gosh.
Something like that.
Yeah.
That is
epic.
That is a great.
Look, they lose to the
Saint
Dolphins
rant.
2 in a row. We'll get some.
We'll get some.
Saints caught up though last night.
They
but
rallied.
that's how they play.
Yeah.
They get down and then they figure things out and then they lose in the end.
Yeah.
That's how the Saints
I heard
play.
my girl screaming upstairs. She's
Yeah.
like, "Go, go, go!" How about this one? Former coach of the Saints, Jim Mora.
Oh no.
He went off on the former kicker of the Saints, Morton Anderson. Morton Anderson did play for the Saints, right?
He did.
All right,
He
just
did.
make sure I'm just not
That's weed. That's weed. Nah, you're good.
under the spell.
You're good.
All right. Morton Anderson apparently tweeted that the Saints fans deserve better.
Yeah.
Jim Mora was not a fan of that.
Morton Anderson tweeted, Saints fans deserve better than this. Do you agree with that?
No. No. I mean, what do you, these guys bust their tail out here, our players and coaches and everything. Don't tell me that the Saints fans deserve something better than that. I mean, they get what they get. They got to hang in there with the Saints. Okay, they may not, but they still could make the playoffs this season.
Playoffs?
So what's going to happen when they make the playoffs? Oh, everybody's excited and happy, and Saints fans and all that kind of stuff. Right now, they're down in the dumps. Morton Anderson's saying that. He doesn't know what the hell's going on. He lives in Atlanta, Georgia, and he's a kicker. Why does he?
He's a kicker.
Why should he know about the offense and defense and stuff like that? And he voices his opinion? Don't give me that baloney. That's shoot. I mean, that was 20 years ago, for crying out loud, when he was playing.
Yo, why is this man so hilarious? Why is he so damn funny?
His voice
funny.
is good, and him talking about playoffs.
Yeah, he is
so
that makes
funny.
it even better.
He's so honest.
I thought that was a one-time situation. That playoffs?
No,
this
no,
man's just
no.
actually funny. He's
Yeah.
just funny naturally.
He is. I mean, his kid's pretty funny too.
That's what Carter told me.
Yeah.
He said his kid's not too
Runs
far
in
off
the- No,
from the
not-
tree.
not at all.
All right, we got a vote here, but this is just a little extra right here.
Okay.
Little buddy, he's getting a shot.
Oh.
He hit a note like Mariah Carey, though.
Cam, look over here. Look. Molly, stop laughing. Look over here. Just look at me. Look.
Oh, Cam.
Just to get a shot, man.
Poor little Cam.
All right, let's get to voting. Is it Andre Feely
He's getting
or
the jab.
Raymond
He's getting the
Jam?
jab.
Did the jab.
He knew it was
Yeah,
happening.
he didn't no, mama, no.
Is it Who Dat Nation with a great rant? Jim Mora going off on the kicker, or the kid screaming after he's getting a shot at the doctor's office? Lucius, who you voting for?
What? Oh, I was reading fan text. I'm sorry. I'm going to go for the upset Saints fan. Sorry, fan texter. I'm sorry, fan texter.
The Saints guy. This is gonna be a hell of a day. Saints.
All right, I'll give Jim Mora a vote then. But a vote from 2-1. The Saints fans done it. Who Dat Nation, stand up. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going?
Guys, we need to know these officials for this game this weekend. We'll talk about them next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Bobby's Miami.
The way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. You can shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, LA. Thank you to Frankel and Frankel, segment sponsor. And we do have Stephen Jones coming up at the top of the hour. We'll have NFL News today at 3:20. But right now it's time for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, King of the Krusties on a Football Friday, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much there, Wooly Bully. Appreciate you, man. This weekend, as we all know, big game against the Dolphins. We've talked about it all week, and a lot on the line for both teams. And I always worry about when the officials are part of the game, or I worry about when the league assigns officials. You know, what kind of message is the league trying to send? Are they going to let you play? Are they going to try and keep this thing close? Are they going to try and favor a team? The last couple of weeks, it's kind of been interesting because you had John Hussey, and he had the Eagles had a 7-0 record with him. And then, last week, you get a 9-0 record thrown at you for the Cowboys, and it, didn't work out for you that way. So, but we'll go this route with Sean Hockley, and everybody knows who Sean Hockley is because his dad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Son of Ed.
son of Ed
He certainly
Hockley.
made himself known on Thanksgiving against the Raiders a couple of years ago.
Well, Sean is a young official, and he's when you start to rank the 17 officials, he calls the 9th most penalties of the 17.
Bit of an upset.
Yeah. So he's not the top one. But I will say this about Sean Hockley and his crew. They've had 2 games this year where they've had 18 penalties called in a game.
Wow.
2 games. And they've had a game where they've had a 15 and another game where they've had 2 14s.
Right.
So with Sean Hockley, he tends to favor the home team when you look at the number of calls.
Okay.
71 against the home, 84 against the aways. Comes out to about 12 a game. When you look at it, the total overall is 14 a game. Then you get the kind that are offsetting or they don't accept.
Offset.
Yeah. So what do we need to know about Sean Hockley and his count? If you had to say Sean Hockley, if I told you there, Wooly Bully, what would you say his number 1 penalty is for his crew?
Offensive holding.
You're absolutely right.
Really? That was a good guess.
What does the holding sound like? This? You gotta
give it the
anything where he's gotta flex his arms. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Offense number 73.
Yep.
He's so happy he gets to wear short sleeves in this game. By the way, down in Miami,
Him and his dad have been hitting the gym.
He's so happy about that. But yeah, offensive holding. He's given 33 of those have been called. But Micah will draw none of those. You can just guarantee that.
Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe Sean will do us a favor this week.
17 against the home, 16 against the aways.
That's even.
Some balance
We'll take
right
that.
there. We'll take that right
That's
there.
all we want. Just call it both ways.
All right, here's the one that honestly terrifies me. You ready? Roughing the passer. Okay, he's got false start would be number 2. Okay, that's just, that's something that gets called. But he's got roughing the passer. He's got 12 of those this season.
12.
That's the most I've seen by far from anybody.
Okay.
So roughing the passer, 12. He goes 6 against the home and 6 against the away.
Calling it both ways.
Calling it both ways.
Yeah, all we can ask for, but we need DeMarcus Lawrence. I'm sure you've reviewed that.
Yes.
It was a little bit ticky-tack, but Sam Williams, Micah and company, we need to make sure nothing extracurricular there.
This guy will ruin you getting off the field with a roughing the passer penalty here. Defensive holding would be his next most at 11. That's 5 against the home, 6 against the aways. Delay of game. Okay, here we go. Got 8 delay of game penalties. All right, now
the road again. You've talked about the communication.
We get close to that with that. Here you go.
Exactly.
I'm like, man, come on, it's on 0, dog. Snap the ball.
Exactly. Like Dak is.
Dak's clapping.
He's clapping.
Come on, bro. Let's
give me the
go.
football.
And another thing too is, we saw it last week with Bass having to step in for Martin. Martin is the guy that signals when they're on the road. He signals to Biotish to snap the ball. Well, you had Bass was doing it last week, so hopefully Zach.
A little bit of I'm trying to give some hopium here because you haven't had Tyron practice, and I guess he doesn't practice ever really anymore.
Yeah.
But Adoga's at least been in there taking the first team reps.
Absolutely.
That'll help.
That is absolutely.
Bass isn't just thrown in there last minute, no practice time.
That's a positive. Everything you just said is a positive right there, except with the exception of not having your guys.
Yeah.
But delay of game, you've got 8 of those. 5 against the home, 3 against the aways. So okay. Maybe the aways getting a little bit of a break there. Neutral zone infraction. Okay, that's that jumping into the neutral zone. We've seen that also a little bit more. It's been called a little bit more. I think there's a little bit more emphasis on that. That's 7. All of the neutral zone infraction penalties, all 7, have been against the away team.
Okay.
All 7.
That's not promising.
No. Defensive pass interference is 7. That's 3 against the home, 4 against the aways. So you've got to see, what's really, really down and is defensive pass interference is at 7, but offensive pass interference is at 5.
That's interesting. You don't see a ton of offensive.
That's
pass
almost
interference
that's almost balanced.
Yeah.
When you think about
both sides. If they let you
Yeah.
play like that, you might want to be physical with these receivers because they're so fast off the line, and Tua is not someone that wants to hold the football. If you can jam and disrupt some of the timing and they're going to let you play, that might be a benefit for guys like Stephon Gilmore.
Yeah, absolutely. An eligible man downfield, that's got 4. Intentional grounding. Okay, both these quarterbacks might be under pressure in this game, so got 4 there. Unnecessary roughness is 3. Let you play a little bit there. Here's one, the old chop block. This is when you have one guy engaged, a blocker, and then another guy goes into his legs. And with teams that run the ball on the perimeter, maybe you get some chop block calls here. Now, you hope your guy doesn't get blown up doing it.
And you'll have some backup linemen most likely playing for the Dolphins.
Yeah.
And I'm getting my ass hammered.
Exactly.
Mike, come on. It's a family show.
But, yeah, those are the ones we have to worry about this week with Sean Hockley. Like I said, 71 calls against the home, 84 against the aways. Yeah, I just hope he's not – I hope this crew's just not involved in the game. I just don't – I want to believe that they would let him play, but then again – I don't think this guy can help himself. I just don't think he can help himself with he has to be involved and these two teams should be able to decide this game and not the officials, hopefully. And maybe Micah with the number of offensive holding calls that they've called, that this crew has called 33 of them, that maybe Micah, let's not hold our breath, but
no,
maybe he gets that opportunity.
I'm not going to hold it because we probably would have passed away by now. It's been so long since he's gotten a damn holding call. Thank you very much, Brian. We love that.
Thank you.
All right, Krusty's Corner every day at 2:40. Standing by for Cowboys Vice President and COO Stephen Jones, who's going to join us next on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
About to catch up with Stephen Jones, your Vice President and COO of the Dallas Cowboys. Zach Wolchuk alongside Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman. Running your video as you roll into hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of Dallas Cowboys football, 105.3 The Fan. And brought to you by Ford, your Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Here is Stephen Jones. Stephen, how are you today, sir? Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Doing good, guys. Great to be on. Happy holidays.
Well, you got a little bit of an early Christmas gift there Monday night with Seattle knocking off Philadelphia. How plugged into that one were you?
Well, of course, you're paying all kinds of attention to it, but certainly, very helpful, especially after our tough game we had up in Buffalo. It's good to still be in the mix here, and in terms of in the division hunt and maybe a home game. So all know how important it is to this group. They're winning, home games right now. I think we've got the league record for most consecutive home wins. So nice to see them get beat, but we've got a lot of football to play, and we need to go take care of business this weekend.
Yes, sir. 15 in a row. Quite the home field advantage you have at AT&T Stadium. So how are you feeling about this week's road matchup in Miami against the Dolphins? Another tough test.
I actually feel really good. We knew Buffalo was going to be a tough one, and unfortunately we didn't rise to the occasion to get that one. But, Mike's history here with our team has been that his teams respond well to a tough loss. And I think ever since COVID, we've been I don't think he's dropped 2 in a row back-to-back, in the last now going almost 3 years in terms of his success after a tough loss. So feel really good about it. We've had a great week of practice. Feel like the guys are dialed in and, feel like we'll go play good football.
Stephen, you have a story about potentially with Tyron Smith maybe missing the football game. We'll see how that all plays out. But the fact that he hasn't practiced during the week, and you guys have managed that really all season long, and he's played at such a high level, but have you benefited from others practicing in his place and taking those first team reps in order to, if something like this were to happen, that your guys are absolutely ready to go and you're not worried about any type of maybe some drop off there with your guys at that position?
Well, anytime you're missing a all-pro tackle like Tyron, potential Hall of Famer, all over his name, it's tough not to have a little drop off. But you make such a great point. Reps are so important in this league to get them, and I don't care what position you play, whether you're a quarterback or you're an offensive lineman or a defensive. They're so important to rep every week. And as you mentioned, because Zach and Tyron, we've been taking good care of them in terms of their reps. Certainly Demarcus Lawrence, and anyone else. It's so important, that these guys behind those guys get reps. And I think it'll benefit us. Guys like Awesome Richards and certainly Chuma and guys like that, if Tyron can't go,
Sunday, then it certainly benefits that they've been able to get reps.
Is there any more clarity to the offensive line and who might be available yet?
We're, feeling really good about Zach at this point. I would say Tyron's still a question mark, but certainly not ruled out.
How much is the game plan affected when you're down a lineman and you've got to go with an Udoga or some of these reserves like you were talking about?
Excuse me, I missed that.
How much is the game plan affected or changed whenever you're playing with a backup offensive lineman?
Not much. I mean, we feel really good about our depth in the offensive line. Certainly, Chuma's played in the league for a while. He'd be the next guy up if Tyron can't go. T.J. Bass did an amazing job, I think, filling in for Zach the other night. I really thought he did a really nice job. And, feel like our guys will answer the bell. Obviously, you have drop-offs when you don't have, Hall of Fame type players in Tyron and Zach. But we feel like we've done a good job with our depth.
Stephen, it was pretty evident, the difficulties with the run defense the other day there in Buffalo. And you're dealing with another team that's a really good perimeter run defensive team. Is it one of those things that it's like, is there things that you absolutely can do, or is it, hey, we just have to play better at certain spots? We didn't play well enough scheme-wise in this one because, again, I don't know who's going to come walking through that door to help, but do you feel like that maybe you have a little bit better handle what you might need to do scheme-wise to deal with a team that has, say, like the Dolphins, that are pretty good perimeter run offense?
Yeah, I think, Brian, you know better than anybody, it's all about the run fits. It's all about the energy. It's all about the play style. And I think unfortunately, against the Bills, I think we were lacking in those areas.
Sure.
And certainly I know Dan's going to dial up a hell of a game plan. We've done a great job many times this year stopping the run. Certainly the Dolphins will be a challenge, as you said, on the perimeter with Mostert and A-Chain. So, they bring a lot of juice, in all positions. So it'll be a challenge. But at the same time, I think it's, a challenge that we can meet head on and feel like we'll execute and do a good job.
Stephen, I remember talking to some of your scouts post-draft when Tua was selected, and they were talking about there was a lot of respect for him as a player there at Alabama and a guy that you guys had a lot of really complimentary words about. When you sit down and you visit with your coaches and watch your own tape, what do you even appreciate more about Tua's game since the times he was with Alabama?
Well, I just think their staff's done a great job with Tua and bringing the best out in him, what he does best, and he certainly it seems like embraced their scheme down there in terms of what they're trying to accomplish. And not unlike Alabama, he's got a lot of fast, skilled guys, that he can get the ball to. The receiving core, as you mentioned, the running back core, it's a great group, but he's certainly executing what that staff is trying to do in terms of offensive philosophy. They do some very unique things, and, Tua's doing a great job executing. Hats off to him, and certainly we'll have our hands full trying to slow them down.
Stephen Jones with us here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Mozzie got considerable more playing time last week with Hankins out. What's your assessment been of him so far in his development during his rookie season?
I think he continues to get better week in and week out. He's reshaping his body. He lost quite a bit of weight there in terms of, trying to, get some of his quickness and reshape his body. He'll put that weight back on, I'm sure, the right way, which a lot of young guys do out of college. But, he just continues to get better each week. I know Dan's very comfortable with him, and I know he'll be ready for this game against the Dolphins, and look forward to him, playing at a high level.
We get a lot of calls and texts hosting the post-game show, Brian and myself, about the penalties. Now, you only had 5 penalties, which is not bad last week, but some of them were more costly than others. What are some of the things that you guys do behind the scenes leading up to game day to try and fix some of those penalty concerns?
Yeah, I think, there's, you got your procedural penalties, your pre-snap penalties, and, those are hard to live with. When you have aggressive-type penalties, they're playing hard. And, D-Law is obviously an aggressive player. That's not like him to get a roughing the passer, but he does play the game fast and he plays it hard. And you're going to get some of those when you're playing the way he plays. Certainly the block kick the same way. I mean, Sam's trying to make a big time play, and unfortunately just didn't go through the techniques that we're coaching in terms of actually blocking the kick. But he did an amazing job getting back there, and those are the things that are going to happen when you play aggressive. Certainly the curse penalty, on the defenseless player. It's a tough penalty, man. But he's trying to be aggressive and make a play. So those are all things that, you want to clean them up. And but you're going to have some of those when you play fast and you play hard and you play with the play style, that we want our guys to play with. And, that comes with it. But at the same time, I can assure you our coaching staff's trying to clean those up and keep those to a minimum in terms of, the plays where you're really trying to play physical and play hard and play fast.
Stephen, I know we're all looking forward to the matchup with Lamb and Ramsey there. Just two outstanding football players that are going to be going after each other throughout this game. Do you ever find yourself, and I know we all kind of follow the ball and stuff like that, but do you ever just like for 6-7 plays just watch those two, or when you get that kind of a matchup, just watch those guys go at it and kind of get a little bit more appreciation about what you're seeing?
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, it's hard not to watch CD.
Yeah, exactly.
Period. In terms of the way he plays the game, the success he has play in and play out. He's always a great player to watch. We're fortunate we have players like that. A guy like a Dak, a guy like a Micah Parsons, a guy like a Bland. All those guys are guys that are making big plays on a consistent basis. And you do find yourselves at the snap of the ball going to players like that. Certainly it's going to be a great matchup. Ramsey's one of the best in the business in terms of locking down receivers. Obviously, CD's one of the best in the business at beating what Ramsey does. So it'll be a great matchup. It's certainly one that you look forward to watching. It's why fans love to follow our game, is matchups like a Ramsey and a Lamb. And certainly it'll be entertaining to watch that when we line up against the Dolphins.
Stephen, I know you're highly respected in the league. Your family is very well respected for all the things that you guys have done. And I don't remember seeing a guy like a Mike McDaniel as a coach. He'd be kind of a fun guy to go have a Miller Lite with, wouldn't he? I mean, wouldn't he just kind of be in a weird way, sit on the bus and talk to him?
I've watched these Hard Knocks a little bit here, and I'm very intrigued by him. He's obviously a very, I'm sure, borderline genius type mind in terms of how smart he is, and certainly it shows on the field with the way his team's executing and the way they move the football. And certainly he's a big fan of that pre-snap motion, which gets you on your heels. And he's just doing a fantastic job down there. And I, like you, Brian, would really enjoy sitting down with him and just talking football because, like I said, I've never been around him. I don't think I've ever met him in person, but what I've seen on the Hard Knocks and seeing what type of guy he is, he's very interesting. And then certainly the success he's having as a head coach down there in South Florida at the Dolphins is he's doing an amazing job for that organization and getting the most out of a lot of great football players.
Stephen, I have a feeling, though, as soon as there's an opening on your competition committee and it's in the coaching level, I think you need to go get him on your committee. I think he'd come up with some crazy fun ideas.
He'd be sitting in that room, and bring a lot of great ideas.
He would. It'd be fun.
He's creative.
He's very creative. He's probably a lot of fun to hang out with too. That kind of guy.
No question. Hats off to him, and I'm sure he'd be a great addition to any type of committee he'd be on. With his knowledge and certainly the way he looks at the game.
So you had Buffalo last week, Miami you get to visit now this week. These are two road teams that you don't get to play much. I mean, once every 8 years. Where's Miami rank in the hierarchy of your favorite road cities to go to?
Well, we've had some great ones down there. Certainly one that comes to mind because it's going to be near and dear to our heart with Jimmy going in the Ring of Honor. Was when Switzer and was coaching our team, and we took the Cowboys down to South Florida. To play against Jimmy. And certainly we were fortunate in that we had a lot of success in that particular game. But, certainly one that I'll always remember because of the rivalry there once Jimmy had left, going to play them down in South Florida, where he not only had success in Miami, but at the University of Miami as well, winning national championships there. And, certainly one of the greatest coaches to, coach in our games. So anyway, it'll be great to go down to South Florida. It'll be obviously a great matchup. They're one of the best in the AFC. Certainly we feel like we're one of the better teams in the NFC, and it'll be a great matchup.
Well, Steven, I know from working with you and Lace, I think you guys were down there for a Super Bowl one time, and Lace called me up on the phone and says, hey, come get me at the airport. I've had about enough. I'm coming home. So you guys down in Miami, have a good time down there for sure.
Hey, we will, guys. Great being on.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate you, Steven. Thank you so much. There you go. Steven Jones, your Cowboys Vice President and COO here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, I'm sure you've got a load of great stories.
Oh, no, yeah.
That's amazing.
I don't know if Steven wanted an answer.
He's like, all right, that's it.
That's it.
Sayonara, guys.
I've had enough. But, yeah, Lace, one time they were down there for the Super Bowl, and Larry Lacewell, my boss, called me up and goes, hey, man, you got to come meet me at the airport. I'm like, well, are you down there for the Super Bowl? He goes, oh, man, having too much fun down there. Got to get back home. So, yeah, it's kind of the Jones family is a lot of fun to go down there, go on trips with.
I can only imagine, man. That's a blast. I mean, getting to hang out with them a little bit out in Oxnard was fun when we ran into one of the bars there with them. I mean, they're a fun group to party with.
They are.
No doubt about that.
Good group.
Hopefully, they're able to leave Miami with better feelings
Yes.
than what happened in Buffalo. Certainly, we'll have all of that coverage for you. 12:30 on Sunday. Brian and I have the pregame. We'll go until 9:30 with the postgame. Your calls and your texts. All right, let's do some NFL news of the day, shall we? Should this be your new offensive rookie of the year? Which quarterbacks are out this week in a commercial-free fourth quarter? Talk about that next on The Fan. Time now for some NFL news of the day, brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. We will do some biggest L, biggest dub coming up on the other side. Wherever you've taken some personal victories this holiday season, we're taking some L's along the way as well as we get into Christmas Eve on Sunday, Cowboys and Dolphins. But how about last night's matchup, Ryan? Rams knocking off the Saints 30-22. All of a sudden, we've been talking about the Rams as a team. Maybe they get in. They're able to do some of the dirty work for you. Maybe they can go to Philadelphia, knock off the Eagles, and then or go to San Francisco, beat the 49ers for you. I mean, they are playing fantastic football. Kyron Williams over 100 yards rushing again. But the rookie, Puka Nacua, he is making noise. 164 yards and a touchdown. That was a season high for him on 9 catches. You know, this is an award that typically would go to a quarterback. Offensive Rookie of the Year with C.J. Stroud playing the way he has. But now with Stroud banged up, I think we really need to look at Puka Nacua, who is getting very close to breaking Jamar Chase's rookie record for most receiving yards in a season. And think about Matthew Stafford, right? Calvin Johnson, what he did with him, then Cooper Kupp breaking that record, and then now Puka Nacua, maybe a rookie record. I mean, Stafford is turning back the clocks. He looked fantastic last night, but Puka, this guy deserves some love.
I'll tell you what, give the Rams a lot of credit. And, you know, for my guy Les Snead to say F them picks, you know, and he's used some quality mid-round picks, day 3 picks, you know, and found some guys. And that's what we always talk about on the draft show when we're doing our work is that, you know, what are the traits? What are the characteristics of these players? Where, you know, what is there something about his ability to run routes, to finish it, you know, to make the catch? And you know, there's been plenty of times we've watched, you know, BYU quarterbacks and stuff like that, and you notice their wide receivers and stuff like that, but not to this level. But you know, give the Rams credit. Somebody in their scouting department, you know, the coaches might have worked the guy out, maybe word of mouth, you know, to somebody in the department. But you know, I think the most important thing with the Rams is they look like they're a healthy team now. You know, with Williams at running back, with Stafford at quarterback, Kupp looks like he's
Puka,
healthy.
and now DeMarcus Robinson is a third receiver stepping up for him.
No question. You're in a situation now where, you know, the Cowboys, you're kind of fortunate you played the Rams when you played the Rams, because if you're playing the Rams now, you know, it's probably a dogfight and a dogfight in a way that, you know, that you're going to have to cover all their weapons and deal with a running game.
No doubt. And, I mean, man, they're a team that's being linked to Sebastian Joseph Day, who is the defensive tackle who just got cut by the Chargers. And I know a lot of people were wondering, well, what about the Cowboys? We got to find out more information on that. I know David Moore reported that a person familiar inside the team said that they don't really have interest to the Cowboys, but Day was a member of the Rams, then went to the Chargers, and he's got to clear waivers, and the Rams are ahead of the Cowboys in the waiver order. So unless a team goes ahead and claims them that are ahead of the Rams, seems like that could be a likely reunion there between Day and the Rams, which would help them along the defensive front.
Yeah, and you know, this time of year, it's you know, teams they're getting down to the point in time where maybe they don't want to pay a guy anymore, or they don't want to have a guy on the roster that's it's going to likely get a bonus if they keep him on. You know, so it's kind of a sad chicken-esque way of doing business.
It sure is, man.
But teams think about that now, because they're you know, at the Chargers they've cleaned the decks. They've gotten rid of the head coach. They've gotten rid of the general manager. You know, someone's going to
ruling out like Keenan Allen's not playing this Sunday.
They're trying to kind of find a way to kind of hold things together in order to get that draft pick that they're going to need. Now, several of them.
Injury reports out for Cowboys-Dolphins. Zach Martin's questionable.
Yeah.
You also have Jonathan Hankins, he's been ruled out. Malik Hooker is also questionable, but Tyron Smith doubtful.
Yeah, I don't think Tyron Smith's going to play. As of course, doubtful would be doubtful. So, you know, that's the unfortunate thing, because this is a game that the Cowboys, you know, they were 7 straight games with their offensive line intact, and they've played well, with the exception of the Buffalo game. They've played well in all those games. And that was a difficult game last week. A lot of it had to do with the fact that they didn't have the ball as much as they normally do. But when they'd had the ball, they weren't able to sustain anything. And, you know, with Bradley Chubb, I mean, he is a he's a tremendous player for the Dolphins. You just watch him and the way he attacks and not only as a pass rusher, but then the way he plays the run. And so now you're going to have to. And as I was talking to Stephen Jones, as we were talking to Stephen Jones, the one thing that Adoga and those guys, Awesome Richardson, those guys, they get a lot of reps. So those first team reps, they've been getting them the whole time when this offensive line was, when it was all together, the 7 weeks that they played together, that still meant that Adoga was getting those first team reps. And so that clearly will give him a little bit of a leg up. But, man, he's dealing with a really difficult cat this weekend.
Oh, man, Bradley Chubb's no joke.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Robert Hunt officially ruled out for the Dolphins. Austin Jackson's questionable.
Okay.
He was limited today in practice. It's the first day that he's practiced at all. Emmanuel Ogbah and Cam Smith, both questionable. Xavier Howard is questionable. So is Javon Holland, their starting safety, Tyreek Hill. And then Liam Eichenberg, who's had to start at center for them, moving inside from tackle. He's questionable. He was limited in practice so far all week.
Well, is he on the list for a calf?
Yes.
Okay. He's been dealing with a calf and a toe. So he's had.
That ain't easy.
Yeah, it ain't easy playing. And you know what? Let's be honest. If, in fact, Jackson doesn't play, or, if he's on that right side of that offensive line, plus their center, man, they're in a world of hurt right now. And this is one of those games where if Dallas doesn't need to come out of this game having any type of regrets that they didn't, there was a time in the past where Dallas wouldn't take advantage of a decimated offensive line or a decimated defensive line or a missing corner. There was a time they wouldn't do that. I want to believe that Dan Quinn realizes that the problems that the Dolphins have up front can directly affect their offensive attack, and especially with a quarterback that doesn't move.
Yeah.
Tua's not going to run. Tua's not going to do things that we've seen the previous 2 weeks. He's super accurate throwing the football. Got to tackle your ass off in this game. But, if they can find a way to attack that depleted Dolphin offensive line and make them pay.
He's a stationary quarterback.
This game could be a lot different for the Cowboys.
Now, I don't know if you heard last night on the broadcast with Kirk Herbstreit and Al Michaels. This was pretty darn good. But Herbie, they showed Shohei Otani, who was at the game. And Herbie tries to pronounce Shohei Otani's name. And let's see if you can hear what he actually says.
They just showed Shohan Otani up on the floor.
Shohei Otani now the Dodger. That's the reason for the cheering.
How do you not know that?
Shohan Otani.
How do you not know that? He was leading like ESPN conversations every day for at least 2 months, 3 months. Now you can't pronounce his name.
Kurt's a baseball fan.
Man.
He's a Cincinnati Reds.
He's
a Cincinnati Reds fan. That's so surprising that he didn't get that one.
Play it one more time for us, Lucius, if you don't mind.
They just showed Shohan Otani up on the floor.
Shohan Otani. Come on, bro.
Oh, Kirk. It happens, man. But yeah, that's one he should have known. I saw Richard Sherman giving him some love as well. Pretty cool. And they gave him Puka Nakua's jersey. I mean,
how about that?
What's going on here?
Maybe Puka could get his jersey.
Get a jersey
from the
swap
Dodgers.
going.
Yeah.
We'll talk more around the bases coming to 440 as Yamamoto is now a Dodger as well. They're building a super team. Is that going to end up working?
Oh, you notice how I've seen this, people talking about it on Twitter, how everybody's acting like Shohei Otani just got to L.A. for the first time.
No.
Yeah, what's going on?
He was with the Angels.
Yeah.
He was just up the road.
He was just up the road
I wonder if he's even going to have to move.
I probably won't.
Yeah.
I mean, and everybody that's covering him from Japan, we talked about that. That's a big win for them.
Yeah, the Japanese media was really worried that he was going to move across the country and they were going to have to pick up their families and move along with him. Yeah,
man, that's hilarious.
Good win all the way around for them.
The Jets are going to start Trevor Siemian at quarterback against the Commanders. Zach Wilson's been ruled out with a concussion.
Yeah, of course.
Trevor Lawrence as well is going to be out with a concussion against Tampa Bay. So that's going to be a backup
Tampa's
quarterback.
Going to find a way.
Beathard.
Tampa's going to find a way to win the South.
They're going to win that division. They're playing the best out of anybody.
Yeah.
So and the NFL's looking into them with Devin White being out last week. There were some reports Devin White was told, hey, you're not going to start, but we still want you to play. Devin White said, well, then I'm just not available to play.
Yeah.
So he didn't play. And then, questions about did he quit on the team? He's saying, no, I would never do that. But the NFL is looking into exactly what went on there. We also have Kenny Pickett, who's going to be out against the Bengals.
He's in a boot.
Mason Rudolph is going to get the start there for Pittsburgh. And Bill Cowher taking some shots at George Pickens and the way that things are being run there in Pittsburgh. He said, this is very bothersome. I think there's got to be consequences for that. So we'll see what happens with it. He's going to be held accountable because you have to have accountability. If you don't do anything and there's no consequence to the choice that he made, now you're losing accountability. And I think that's a very important element that you have to have in that building. Ryan Clark, former Steeler, loves Mike Tomlin. Yeah. He was saying today on ESPN he thinks Mike Tomlin should just leave Pittsburgh. He should go ahead and resign.
Wow. You know what? That would be, I think it would be difficult to fire Mike Tomlin. 17 years, right?
Never had a losing record until maybe this year.
Maybe this year. And, but you know what? Man, a lot of continuity. Love the Rooney family. Worked with Dan Jr. when I was with the NFL with the World League. Yeah, here he is. His family owns the Steelers, and he was like, he would never known this guy. I mean, he wanted to do all the low man jobs. He was like, oh man, I'll do that. I'll do the copies. What do you want me to do? I'm like, bro, your family owns an NFL team. I think I can handle the copy machine right now. Thank you very much. But no, that's the type. The Rooney family, a great family. And what, 3 coaches.
Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, who we just read from there, and then now Mike Tomlin.
Yeah,
they don't get rid of coaches.
They don't. They really don't. And it's the continuity of the whole department. But, maybe this is the one time. Maybe Ryan's right. Maybe if Mike Tomlin's not appreciated, maybe he needs to move on. But I will say this, though. The Rooney family, that's been a really good partnership for 17 years with him.
Man, could you imagine Belichick and Tomlin both being available for teams to hire as head coaches?
Well, I know that there was some talk about Belichick and the Cowboys and all that.
I think that was Florio yesterday on Sean and RJ tried to float that out there.
I'm telling you, man, people are talking about that. I think Scott Zolak, who does stuff, who's the color analyst guy for the Patriots, and he probably doesn't. He probably he played for Belichick. He probably doesn't want maybe Belichick's saying, "Hey Scott, I'm thinking about this and thinking about that," and maybe it's Belichick's way of kind of taking a shot at the Kraft family a little bit, letting Zolak leak some information out there. But I know the Cowboys have their coach. I know they have Mike McCarthy. But there is a ton of respect for Bill Belichick in that building over there. Now, I say that in a way of I don't know how much respect there is for Bill Belichick, the personnel man.
Yes.
Because
which I don't believe he would be doing as with the Cowboys.
The way the Patriots, and I have friends that worked for the Patriots. Tommy Dimitroff, big buddy of mine. It's a different way of operating, and there's sometimes they scout and you're kind of going, what? Maybe they're zigging when everybody else is zagging, kind of a thing. But if Belichick were to come in here, and I'd be real interested to see what his influence would be over a Will McClay and the scouts who do a hell of a job here. I don't know if these scouts here would particularly want to be a part of something like that.
No, I agree with you. Now this is going to.
That's my opinion.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
and
that's not anybody in the organization. That's my opinion right there. Yeah, I'm not trying to say, I talked.
I heard this. I know this.
I talked to people with the Cowboys, and if Belichick were the coach, they'd all abandon ship. No, I'm just telling you though that if that is a different way of operating right there than what Belichick does, and a tremendous coach, but the way the scouting departments run is completely different from anything that you're ever experienced.
So we've got NFL games, of course, on Christmas Day this year, but Saturday night we're going to have Chargers and Bills, and they're going to, for the first time, the NFL has chosen that it will be commercial free for the fourth quarter. They're going to experiment with this because it's going to air exclusively on NBC's Peacock streaming service. So when the NFL's new media deal kicked in last year, one of the key components for NBC was that Peacock would get one exclusive game per year from this year through 2028. So this week's game in LA will kick off Peacock's exclusive coverage. NBC's going all out by having its number one announced team. It's going to be Tirico Collinsworth and Melissa Stark. It'll be a 3:30 kick on Saturday. So that'll be fascinating to watch between the Chargers and the Bills. And as we wrap up NFL news of the day, Ravens, 49ers, definitely the biggest game of the weekend. Ravens are feeling a little bit disrespected. They're 5.5-point dogs.
They should feel disrespected.
Marlon Humphrey does his Punchline podcast every week, which is really cool. And he was kind of asked about the disrespect there and how he feels about this 49ers matchup.
You're going to Santa Clara, playing the Niners. It's the biggest matchup of the season.
I don't respect them.
Yeah, no, shout out. Who don't you respect?
No, I don't respect a single person on their football team.
Yeah. Frauds.
Like, literally.
Yeah.
No, but seriously, their defense is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, our offense is going to, I'm not going to say they're going to struggle, but they're going to have to put some work in it to score points. So, the defense got to come ready. They just got key playmakers. Christian McCaffrey scores every single freaking game. Debo, Ayuk, Kittle. I mean, they dang. Wow. They might have the most all-pros.
Easily. They got a good team.
Ooh. Nah, this will be a good one. I think this might be the game of the year, honestly.
His reaction just going through the lineup like, dang, wow. There are a lot of guys who got to stop here.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing. I cannot wait for 49ers and Ravens. That will be Monday night, Christmas Day. After you're hanging out, you're done unwrapping the presents. That'll be an absolute joy to watch.
Does it seem like the Ravens every week are playing a huge game against somebody that's winning the division or in the playoff hunt?
It does. And next week, I think they get the Dolphins.
Yeah. It's nuts.
It's going to be amazing.
It is.
All right, let's do some biggest L, biggest dub coming up on the other side. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some victories? Where have you taken some L's here as we enter the holiday season? That's next on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Randy White with my team at Dodge City McKinney, the only Ram store in the Metroplex that does business the right way. December is Wrap Up the Year sales event and is going on now with $13,000 off on all 2023 Ram 1500 plus no payments for 90 days. No ads, no dealer markups, tints, locks, lifetime powertrain warranty, and 1-year interior, exterior protection at no charge. Our online
amigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. You can shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Oh, joy. You know, Brian and I are taking a big L right now. I meant to get up and roll these blinds down.
I was like...
We're just big layers.
I was hammered
smacking us in the face.
I was hammered through TikTok. I don't even care.
It's not a bit. I was paying a bill online.
Listening to Journey here.
Trying to be an adult. But without further ado, it's a Friday staple here in the G-Bag Nation. We've carried it over from the nosebleed seats. It's time for a little biggest L, biggest dub.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Zach Walchuk, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L,
biggest dub. 877-881-1053.
British Ian.
Biggest L, biggest dubs. Are you taking some dubs or L's over the course of the week? Big dub for me from the 817, heading home from work. Don't come back in until the 8th of January.
What do you do for a living?
Woo! A lot of people get these weeks off. I mean, I got a bunch of buddies that are like, man,
other radio stations.
We're
do.
off. Yeah, other radio stations might take off. You know, we're here.
We're here.
We're doing our thing.
We're trying.
And yeah, so they're texting me. It's like Thursday night. They're like, dude, come over, man. We got some FIFA shots going on at the apartment. I'm like, bro, I work tomorrow. And there's no way. Like, think how you would feel if I'm like sluggishly. We're planning the show. We got a big football Friday. I wouldn't be functioning right now.
No. That has nothing to do with this.
You're talking about the lady?
Yeah.
She wouldn't care.
You think?
As long as it doesn't affect like plans that her and I have,
but
she's
always
usually
does.
okay with it.
I mean, not always. I shouldn't say that. I should say you're in that phase now.
It's early in the game, bro.
Yeah.
It's early in the game for my man. It's going to be all roses. Yeah, I can do what you want, honey. I'm not that type of girl. You can do what you want.
Just
pretty
moved
soon it's
in.
why you always leaving.
Just moved in together.
You're right. You're
you know, wake up, feel the baby kick kind of thing.
I'll tell you guys are correct. I have had to juggle with some of this, and she's
just wait.
What I'm kind of working with is like, I know once baby comes, it's all lost.
Oh no.
So I'm trying to maximize these opportunities, but then she will also, the hormones will activate, and she's like, well, why are you out having all the fun when I can't have any fun? So now she's making me feel guilty. So, it's a little bit of a balancing act there. I get it. I understand.
And I know that you're even talking about when you're going to watch your college tape.
Yeah, because she wants to spend time together.
That's what I'm saying.
But now she's got it down. She's watching this Netflix show called Bodies. So she goes into her room, and I've got the man cave. So last night it was pretty nice. I had stars going on one screen. I had Thursday Night Football, and then I've got all my college. So I had it. Last night was a dream. I had it down.
But do you have to go check on her every once in a while?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, hey, babe, I'm still thinking about you.
Yeah. Hey.
I'm here for you.
In between players, or
literally.
Yeah,
I watched Kool-Aid McKinstry, and then I popped in there, and then I went back in. And I started watching the defensive tackle.
1 minute, the minute she says like, "Oh no, I'm doing good," and you just immediately pop back. Yeah,
dogs going back and forth, room to room.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Big dub for this Ole Miss transfer, wide receiver Dion Smith. Okay, they've been working to sign him for a couple of years. He went to junior college, and he is flexing his NIL money. He rolled up in a Lamborghini before signing to play at Ole Miss over the weekend. How badass is that?
So JUCO guys,
JUCO wide receiver,
are driving Lamborghinis.
He was the number 1 ranked JUCO wide receiver in the nation.
That insurance going crazy.
No,
and now he's transferred.
That insurance is going crazy.
Maybe Ole Miss is picking that up for him.
Okay, hey.
I'll tell you what. The last thing that I would drive is a luxury car on a college campus. That's the last thing.
That's a Nick Saban.
Where do you?
He's flexing that pretty hard too.
But he has a parking spot. These kids don't have parking spots. You saw what happened to my guy in Colorado, right?
Yeah,
that's because they were losing.
Yeah, they were booting. They were
trash out of here, bro.
They were 3-0. They weren't towing that car.
4-game losing streak. That car's getting booted.
Yep. You can pass like everyone else. Yeah. Big L. And this is a literal L. The Pistons have fallen now to 25 straight losses.
You know that coach. You know how much money that coach makes.
They're chanting "Sell the team" now in Detroit at the Little Caesars Arena, or wherever the hell they're playing these days. But man, it's bad. It's bad.
I'll tell you what, though. I think they have one of the highest paid coaches in the league, right? My guy from Suns.
Oh, you're right.
I think it's equivalent now to $4.5 million a win so far.
Well, I mean, it's still we're just a little over a quarter in here, so maybe give him some time, but that's tough.
They've had. I'll tell you what, though, with Cade Cunningham, they've got legitimate players, right?
Yeah.
Why have they lost 25 straight games? I'm not going to sit there and act like I watch Pistons basketball.
And last night they lost to the shorthanded Jazz.
The Jazz, yeah, they were going to get a victory. I think they've got the Nets coming up twice, and then the Celtics on the horizon. I don't see anything good happening for the Pistons here in the next three.
214 Big Dub got a promotion, 25% raise.
Come on, man.
Hell yeah, get it. 972.
They do that?
Yeah.
They give raises?
What? 25%? They get them type of raises out there?
25% is a big chunk. Good for you.
I'm about to say, I wonder what
Don't look over there, Lucius.
Yeah. I kind of wondered what we were getting paid to start with. Was it?
I don't know.
Were we like,
probably like what Eric and I were rocking with. What? 972 biggest
I'm
dub.
laughing. I'm laughing.
You're laughing at us.
I'm not.
With
I'm
us.
really not. I'm laughing
It's
with
okay.
you.
I'm out here shaking my cup. What you talking about?
Yeah, all right. Please, sir, may I have some more? Please, sir.
$1 for a joke.
972 biggest dub just got done watching The Iron Claw about the Von Erich family.
Oh, I heard it's real good.
Yes, what a good movie, but it's not as good as it. He's on his way home and he's off until January 2nd, so that's a big dub. But I can't wait to go see the Iron Claw.
Well, did he say not as good? Like, did you?
Well, the better feeling is the fact that he's now off work until the 2nd. But he did say the movie was good.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
I haven't heard anybody say that movie's bad.
Me either.
I'm pumped to watch it.
I like they show pictures like this old Sportatorium and stuff like that. I've been
absolutely.
there. Saw Willie Nelson there at the Sportatorium. Pretty good show.
Willie Nelson, that'd be sick to see.
Yeah, Willie Nelson was.
You think he remembers?
He just had his 90th birthday. Him and Snoop went on stage together here recently. Yeah, like
that would be a fun session.
He's got a song called "What Roll Me Up and Smoke Me." When I die, roll me up and smoke me. I think that's the name of the song.
I believe that.
And him and Snoop sang that song together.
I think Tupac's friends did that, didn't they?
Oh.
They said they rolled up Tupac and
Did they?
smoked some of his ashes.
682 Big Dub officially going on my first international.
We're just making up stuff, aren't we?
I think they said that.
They probably did. I don't know. I hope that's not actually true.
It can't be sanitary at all.
Not at all.
Not at all. Is there more legends about Tupac than any other person?
Well, hell,
legends.
How long? And we finally
legends
convicted somebody?
like urban, like legends, like that really happened.
Probably JFK.
JFK's, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
JFK's probably got the
What am I
most
thinking?
conspiracy
Back
theories.
and to the right.
Yeah. Big Dub finally opening my nursery landscape storefront in
sweet.
Hillsboro
Yeah.
from the 254. There you go.
Oh, what it means he's growing
Horticulture.
weed. He's growing weed.
Yeah. A little botany.
A
Good for
little
you.
botany,
Make
yeah.
some money. 682 Biggest Dub moved in with my old lady. Biggest L moved in with my old lady. I can understand where you're coming from there. I thought I was going to get some time off.
Yeah.
It didn't happen. Thanks a lot.
Just think about that, folks, when you're going forward.
Absolutely. Now, it's well worth it a lot of the time.
Being alone ain't all bad.
Just in case you're listening, honey. We also have Biggest Dub being alive after a heart attack from the 903.
Jeez.
Whoa.
Yeah. Clear.
But the biggest L is people lost my present. Oh, this is Tim from Carthage.
Oh.
Yeah, he sent in presents for us on G-Bag, and I think the mail has lost it.
No.
And we love you, Pappy.
Yeah.
And make sure you call in. We are doing What You Drinking, What You Thinking.
Kenny sent us stuff, too.
Kenny did, and thank you, Kenny.
Kenny, yes, thank you.
Kenny sent stuff to Maya, my fiance, as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kenny, appreciate you, bro.
Got those gloves, man. They're going to come in handy.
They are super. Yeah, I was thinking about that. The gloves are a must.
Well, and Kenny wrapped what he gave to Maya. I was like, what the hell is going to be in here? Because, Kenny might be one of our horniest callers.
Whoa.
So I was like, but it was good. It was female gloves and some awesome socks. I was like, hell yeah, Kenny, that's my guy. Hooking it up. 469 Big Dub bought our first house, moving in next week. Good for you. That's amazing.
Good luck.
817 Biggest Dub. My son Jacob hit his first home run.
Oh, that's
Congratulations, Jason.
Oh, we're playing winter baseball?
That's awesome.
You guys ever hit a home run?
Hell no.
Me
You think
either.
I ever hit a home run?
Me
Come on.
either. I got to third.
There you go.
Did you?
I hit a triple.
Yeah, I hit a triple, bro.
Could you hit a home run if you had errors? That doesn't count, right?
I need every. I don't think
I
there's
never
any
hit a ball
possible way.
over a fence.
No.
Put it that way.
No
Unless it was a
possible
tennis ball in the
Yeah,
backyard.
there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, there's no chance. All right, there's Biggest L, Biggest Dub. Thank you, everybody. You just texting. And if I wasn't able to read your text, I still love you.
I'm sorry, I was interrupting you a lot.
No, you're good. You did a great job. I couldn't do the segment without you.
Yeah, sure you could.
All right. Marcel
That's a big
Louis
L.
Jacques. That's a big L. Marcel Louis Jacques, Miami Dolphins reporter for ESPN. Let's go behind enemy lines with him. That's next on The Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
About to get the latest on the Miami Dolphins from ESPN's own Marcel Louis-Jacques, who's about to join us here, courtesy of the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. We got the top 10 coming up on the other side. Top 10 Christmas movies, all right? I do this every year on our final day leading into Christmas. America's top 10 Christmas movies. What's yours? We'll do that. We'll have Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, coming up an hour from now as we roll into hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman, of course, and you, our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners. We love you, and thank you so much for watching us on Twitch and YouTube as well. But without further ado, Miami Dolphins reporter for ESPN, Marcel Louis-Jacques. Marcel, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me on.
Man, we're definitely pumped for this matchup. This is going to be fun. Cowboys haven't been to South Beach for a while. What's the latest on the Dolphins? How are they looking health-wise?
Well, I mean, the big one you got to start with is Tyreek Hill, right? Missed last week's game with the ankle injury. Mike McDaniel today didn't necessarily confirm or deny if it was a high ankle sprain, but he did return to practice. Hill did return to practice yesterday, practice again today. He's questionable technically for Sunday. I think all signs are pointing toward the NFL's leading receiver rejoining the team. So Cowboys can expect to see him. Starting right guard Robert Hunt, though, he won't play. He's missed the past couple games with the hamstring injury. He's going to add another one to that on Sunday. Some questionable tags for Teron Armstead, Javon Holland, which is that's a big one considering the weapons in Dallas's passing game. Javon Holland's kind of the quarterback of Miami's defense there at safety. They played without him for the past few games. They've struggled once or twice without him. They're obviously better with him in the game. He's questionable, but I wouldn't necessarily expect him to go come Sunday. Devon Achane, though, the star rookie, no designation. He's going to play. So if you got about 30 more minutes, I can run down the rest of the injury report for you, but I think those are the big names.
Yeah, Marcel, what about at the right tackle spot with Jackson, though? Where are they on that one?
Austin Jackson told reporters in the locker room today he expects to play on Sunday. He's got to have that cleared, obviously, by trainers.
Sure.
That would be a big one, man. That would be a big one because if Teron doesn't play and Austin doesn't play, that's all 5 offensive line starters out against maybe the most terrifying pass rusher in the NFL right now, and that's not what you want. So they need, if they're going to have any starters in, obviously they want Teron Armstead there at left tackle, but Austin Jackson as well, just so you have those bookend guys to try to slow down Micah Parsons.
Marcel, when you were hanging out there in the locker room and getting your stories and your information and stuff, is the Cowboys pass rush the biggest fear of the Dolphins? And do they feel like, well, wait a minute, we saw Buffalo just hammer them in the run game, and that's what we do pretty well, and that's how we're going to combat it. Is that what you kind of feel like, that the Dolphins are they scared of the Cowboys pass rush in that way to the point that they would commit to running the football much like Buffalo did?
I never want to say that a team is scared. I think we can safely say they respect the hell out of these edge rushers in this front seven and pass rush without a question. Also, a lot of respect in the secondary for Deron Bland. A lot of compliments to it, specifically saying, you don't come away with a record like that just by luck. You don't just kind of poop that out. You really got to earn it. So there's a lot of respect there. Numerous people have called Micah Parsons one of, if not the best player in the NFL this season. Certainly one of. I know Miami's got another candidate there in Tyreek Hill, but there's a lot of respect there. I think that this is a team at this point in Mike McDaniel's tenure and this point in the year that is very confident in their run game, probably more so than they've ever been under Mike McDaniel. Raheem Mostert should crack 1,000 yards, on Sunday. That's the first time in his career. And what makes it so scary, though, especially coming off a game where you give up 200-plus rushing yards to the Buffalo Bills, is you got 2 guys who nobody would bat an eye if they went for 130, 140 rushing yards there, Raheem Mostert and then Devon Achane. And obviously, Jonathan Hankins, we just saw the injury report. He's been ruled out. It's not comforting, I think, if you're a Cowboys fan, to see this matchup coming up. So I think they're pretty confident that they'll be able to get that run game going. And then, if they get the run game going, this is not Buffalo. This is maybe the best passing attack in the NFL, at least the most dynamic and explosive. So if Dallas has to commit more defenders to stopping the run, this one might be over before it starts.
Marcel, do you guys get the opportunity to visit with the coordinators when you're doing your jobs down there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Did you learn anything, from the defensive side of the ball over there, with their coordinators stuff? Because, we've kind of through the years, I mean, when he was the head coach at Denver, they came in here and they really just shut Dallas down with the way that they played defense. So, any thoughts, any nuggets you glean from hanging out with defensive coaches this week?
Yeah, Vic Fangio it's not his first year in the league. He's not going to give game plans away just like that. Not to the likes of me. Though I think the big takeaway, though, that I can get from this week, or from talking to him this week, is that it's not a given that Jalen Ramsey shadows CeeDee Lamb. Okay. Ramsey, obviously, he turned Garrett Wilson into a spectator to the point where Ramsey actually admitted to being bored during the game to us in the locker room, and that's never comforting.
We're bored watching the Jets play offense is what we're doing too, yeah.
I was about to say, I got a lot of Christmas shopping done in the 2 games against the Jets this year. Those have been Haley should thank the Jets because I had a lot of time to think up there in the press spots. But obviously these are completely different classes of passing attacks between the Jets and the Cowboys, and that the Cowboys actually have one. But either way, Jalen Ramsey has played like an all-pro ever since returning from injured reserve. The interception numbers might not be there, but no other numbers are either. Catches are low, yards are low, QBR is low. This guy is taking away a team's best weapon week in and week out. Now, the idea when they traded for him was that they wouldn't have to have somebody shadow a top receiver. You can line your best guy up against Jalen Ramsey or Xavier Howard. Either way, the Dolphins feel comfortable, feel confident in that matchup. But if Xavier Howard can't go, then I feel like it's going to be a scenario where Jalen Ramsey does travel wherever CeeDee Lamb goes, and that's going to give Cowboys Cowboys an opportunity to try to create some mismatches. You maybe play him more out of the slot, try to get Jalen Ramsey away from the outside, but even that's tricky because Jalen's the kind of guy who can really play about 5 different positions, 6 positions there on defense. Basically anything that's not defensive line, I feel like Jalen Ramsey would excel at. So I think we're in for a really fun matchup. I've been looking forward to this Ramsey-Lamb matchup for a long time now, and I think it's a good test for Miami's defense.
Catching up with Marcel Louis-Jacques, Miami Dolphins reporter for ESPN here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Mike McDaniel, I think, might be my favorite soundbite in all of the NFL. I think anybody who is, even if you're not a Dolphins fan, you probably love listening to him talk. How is he to cover?
Oh man, it's night and day from the last guy that was in here. I've for the most part, I've covered coaches who, don't they're not shy with the coach speak. I guess let's say that. But Mike, the difference here is like people think that he gives you anything, he answers any question that you want and thoroughly. That's not necessarily true. Like he still coach speaks as well, but he does it in a way where you almost forget that he's coach speaking. He'll tell a joke, he'll be, just overtly sarcastic, he'll make some sort of weird metaphor. Like he's interesting. You never get the sense that doing this is a waste of his time. You never feel like he's dragging his feet going in there. Like it's kind of a breath of fresh air. So, I don't really mind the coach speak because it always feels like our time is respected or at least, appreciated or vice versa, whatever. And it makes it nice. And what I also tell people is, when he first got here, I thought that the stick would probably wear off by November, right? Nobody's got that much energy to be, this outgoing, this endearing day in and day out. Man, I can tell you maybe two times that I did not see Mike crack a joke or smile or anything in a press conference, and both of which, were under pretty severe, pretty grave circumstances. So, like, this is who he is to his core. He's not afraid to let it out. I think that any concerns about his ability to lead men, just watch a couple episodes of Hard Knocks, man, and that's him. That's him for you. He's not hiding.
Well, I loved his answer to the schedule and maybe playing an easy schedule this week. I mean, that's somewhat of what the Cowboys have dealt with, too, this year. Like, hey, you haven't beat a good team. Even when they beat the Eagles, Cowboy fans want to say, well, you play them twice a week. It's a common opponent. How tiresome has that narrative been for Miami this year where they're 10-4, but they haven't beat a team with a winning record?
Oh, man, it is the world's favorite narrative, right? And I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing it down there as well. But it's just so – it's such an unnecessary argument because this is not, this isn't college football. Your strength of schedule, it matters as maybe the 6th or 7th tiebreaker getting into the playoffs. It's not a relevant thing to bring up. It's all speculative. If you think somebody is a contender or isn't a contender because of who they've beaten, that's your opinion, right? It's not driven in fact. It's not going to keep you from entering the playoffs. And not to mention, every team this year has lost a game where on paper you would think, no way, right? There's no way you think for the season the Cardinals beat the Cowboys.
No.
There's no way you think the Jets beat the Eagles and the Bills. There's no way that you think the Broncos and the Lions beat the Chiefs or the Titans beat the Dolphins. Everybody, it's hard to win in the NFL, man. Winning team, losing team, it doesn't matter. Those wins should be appreciated no matter what because it is hard to bring your A game week in and week out and withstand everybody's full punch. So, obviously we saw a couple of weeks ago, the Dolphins are capable of losing those games. I thought it was impressive that they hadn't lost one of those games as favorites yet. But I think they're a little tired of hearing it, which is funny because they must be paying attention outside because it's not like we bring it up every week here. It's not like we ask them their opinion on it every week. So I think they are tired of hearing about it. And, if you haven't heard Mike McDaniel's answer from earlier this week, essentially he gave his players permission to tell anyone who brings up those narratives to respectfully F off.
Yeah.
So if you want to know how they feel about it, that's about it.
Hey, Marcel, going into this game, and we talk about all the stars that are really on both sides of the ball for both teams. Is there somebody, I always like to ask the question, is there somebody that you feel like we're not talking about this guy, but he could be a factor in the way this game can kind of hinge one way or another? And somebody on the Dolphin, he can be an offensive or a defensive player because that helps us for our pre- and post-game shows when we talk to intelligent folks like yourself. And we say, well, they brought this up. We should have known better. You got a guy?
Yeah. It's not – this isn't somebody who's underappreciated locally. And so, I hope that this qualifies. But Andrew Van Ginkel.
Yeah.
Man.
Okay, yeah.
Andrew Van Ginkel is a real dude. I think that when you look at this Dolphins team at full strength, especially on defense, you snap to Jalen Phillips, to Bradley Chubb, to Jalen Ramsey, Javon Hollins, David Howard. There are real stars. Kristen Wilkins. There are big-name stars on this defense. But Andrew Van Ginkel is about as good of a pass rusher as you're going to see on this team. There's a reason why the Cowboys had his face taped next to Bradley Chubb, on their practice equipment. He is a guy, and he's better in pass coverage than you would expect for a guy who, rushes the quarterback with his hair on fire. So, don't be surprised to see him make plays. And then Zach Sealer as well. I think Zach Sealer maybe more so than Andrew Van Ginkel. Sealer's just started to get, the hard knocks recognition. So I think he's not quite a home what's it called? A household name.
Yeah.
That took a while to get to.
Now we're good.
Name. But, this guy, there's a reason why they gave him a $30 million contract, man, and he is earning every single dollar of it so far this year.
Well, we interviewed Zach Martin, and he clearly had Zach's attention.
Sure.
When he started running through, the guys, and we were just kind of talking about what a hard-nosed player and, those TT stunts that they run and all that stuff like that. He's a big part of getting guys home by the way he plays.
Oh yeah, man. I think that I think people saw his contract, and I think fans down here got a little worried about what that meant for Christian Wilkins. But I don't think that one is at their best without the other. Right. I think they complement each other well. I think their skill sets complement each other well. I think they're highly effective together. Obviously, the chemistry is there. Again, you watch the show, you can tell these guys love each other. Mm-hmm. And more importantly than liking each other, loving each other, is the fact that they are dominant together. They're dominant against the run. They're dominant against the pass. The Dolphins defense has stars at every level, and it really starts at their core from the production they get from Zach Sealer and Christian Wilkins.
Marcel, last football question for you, but I'm curious your thoughts on Tua, because I think much like Dak, a lot of people debate like how good is Tua. I thought last week was a big game for him, being able to go out and perform with a backup line and no Tyreek Hill. What's the thinking of how good Tua is there in Miami?
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up. You know, I'm obviously working on one of about 100 stories I've written on this man. And, looking up some of his numbers, I thought it was actually pretty interesting, because a popular critique of Tua Tagovailoa is that he doesn't have to do much. He's got such a great supporting cast that, he doesn't really have to air the ball out. They don't really rely on him. He's a product of Tyreek, right? And, I think he's second in yards after completion. He's third, I think, in average yards after completion, fifth highest percentage of attempts at or behind the line of scrimmage this year, 17th in air yards per attempt. But he's also got the most completions of 50-plus yards that travel 20-plus through the air. So I'm not giving those 50-plus, in terms of, okay, he took a 4-yard slant to the house. Like, he's still airing it out. Most completions of 50-plus yards, ninth highest percentage of his attempts go at least 15 air yards. He's got the highest touchdown to attempt ratio on throws of 20 or more air. He is one of the most effective deep ball passers in the NFL, period, bar none. So the argument, you're kind of right on both sides. If you could say that, all he does, he can throw within 10 yards, 5 yards of the line of scrimmage and let those guys do the work from there, the numbers back up that argument, sure. But if you want to argue that this guy can also stretch the field better than most quarterbacks in the league this year, that's absolutely correct as well. So, I think, by those powers combined, that equals a pretty complete quarterback, if you ask me. This system is built around him. The skill players were brought in specifically because they complement what Tua does well, and they are, what they do well is accentuated what he does well. So it's kind of this perfect system built by Mike McDaniel and his staff, and Chris Greer, the general manager down here. There's a reason why it's working out. I think, in football, we are far too willing to place all the credit or all the blame on a single entity, right? And the reality is, this is I've been saying this all year, this is a cake, and every ingredient is high quality. You don't eat a cake and you say, oh, man, these are great eggs. Oh, man, I don't know, the milk is doing all the work here. No, man, the whole thing is put together to make this delicious item, and that is what I would describe the Miami Dolphins offense is like.
Well, Marcel, you are quality, sir. You're an absolute beast. We really appreciate you giving us some time. Shout out to you and your fiance, Haley. You guys are quite the power couple there taking over South Beach. We love Haley. Shout out to her as well. Enjoy the game, man, and happy holidays.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for having me on. Should be a fun one.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Marcel Louis-Jacques, one of the best up-and-coming reporters. They're crushing it at ESPN. And, of course, newly engaged there with Haley Sutton, our old friend from DallasCowboys.com, and my fellow North Texas Mean Green.
There you go.
Baby. All right, let's go to the top 10. America's top 10 favorite Christmas movies of all time. What's your favorite Christmas movie? We'll do that next on The Fan.
Through your phone. 21 plus. It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
Time now to get into the top 10. Segment brought to you by the Frankel. Shout out to Frankel and Frankel. Now, this is always a fun list, all right, as we head into the Wooly Bully Top 10. Try and wait for this, every last show we have leading into Christmas with the top 10 most popular Christmas movies of all time.
Man, my old teammate down there in New Orleans just sent me a big old picture of a pot of gumbo.
Oh, jeez. That's what's on your mind now.
Well, no, I said Happy Holidays. Remember this? I'm like,
hell yeah, I do.
Hell yeah, I do.
Golly,
I miss those guys down there in Louisiana.
That's delicious.
Yeah, but this is everybody has a controversial. This is controversial, right?
Very controversial.
Dane Brugler put out a list. He goes, I know this is going to be controversial.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's put his top three out.
So, that maybe I didn't want to deal with all the anger if I just gave my own top 10. Maybe next year I'll grow the balls to do my own top 10.
Do you have the list in mind already?
Personal, maybe like the top three, but I don't know that I've gone through all three.
Give a top three.
I think for me, like National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation is in the top three.
Anything National Lampoon, I'm going to laugh at.
Yeah.
Anything. Animal House. I will stop down and watch Animal House all day. And I know the movie backwards and forwards.
They definitely know how to lampoon something. You know
what
I mean?
They know how to lampoon.
I think Home Alone would be in there. And I love the Santa Claus. Tim Allen's the Santa Claus. I think it's great. And then Jim Carrey's How the Grinch Stole Christmas. I think those.
Jim Carrey's?
I love Jim Carrey's.
Okay. That's
I love Jim
all
Carrey's.
right. Jim Carrey's.
I haven't seen the OG animated one.
You haven't?
No.
No, that's really good. I don't know about Jim Carrey's, bro.
Really?
But look, You're Not Alone. Eddie Murphy said it's one of his favorite holiday movies. I don't understand how.
There's something about it, man. Like him and the dog yelling at each other. Yeah, it's just I love it. But in the new one that came out, I kept falling asleep trying to watch it. So it might be great.
That's weed.
Corey, and it might have been. Corey was saying like, "Oh, he thinks it's better." Maybe it is. But I do love Jim Carrey's as well. But to me, those are some of the classics. What are your favorite Christmas movies, Lucius?
Trading Places. Okay. I like Trading Places
that's a lot. That's a great
Fantastic
one.
I love that one. And my favorite one is Gremlins.
Yes. Gremlins is a Christmas movie.
It's an actual Christmas movie.
It is.
The Mugwai was a Christmas gift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gremlins is because that's debated too. I'm like, no, Gremlins is 100% a Christmas movie.
100%.
And then I used to be on the side that was no, Die Hard's not a Christmas movie, but no, 100% is. It takes place. You don't think it is?
It takes place at Christmas time. There's no Christmas nothing in there. There's not even a mention.
There's trees. There's Christmas trees.
In the building, in the Christmas party they're at?
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I feel like there's...
What the hell are you laughing at?
There's underlying tones of Christmas.
The way you just go.
I used to agree with you. I used to agree. I felt the same. And then I got so many people that were like, no, believe you, it is a Christmas movie. And I went back and watched it. I'm like, you know what?
He was meeting her for a Christmas, wasn't he?
Okay.
Is that what that was?
It is.
It's been a while since I've seen it. You know?
Rewatch, and you're going to be like, all right, bleep it. I give in. It is. It's a Christmas movie.
It's been a minute. They got it listed as number 16 all time.
Wow.
Yeah, it's 1988.
It's an honorable mention on this list. So is the Santa Claus, which I'm very upset about.
Let me ask a question of you two fine gentlemen. Is there a certain element of time that you're not going back to, like a year? Like all these movies have to be 2000 movies, years of 2000, or
I don't like the newer Christmas movies. Actually,
okay, I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, the older one.
You're not going back to like A Wonderful Life in like 1947 or something like that.
Well, that's
right?
good.
Yeah,
and I saw It's a Wonderful Life within the last 10 years for the first time.
Is that the guy that hated his family and everything? Then Ghost was like,
but Trading Places. You're right, Lucius. Trading Places, 1983. That's
I'm not going pre-1980. I mean, although
okay, that's what I'm asking.
Some of the claymations I did have to watch because my ex
Home Alone was 1990.
So, but other than those claymation ones, like Miracle on 34th Street, I know that was, I think, even in the early 90s.
How about the cartoon, like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer?
Was 47. Yeah, see, that's going to be in the top 10.
1964.
And it's an easy watch, like 30 minutes.
Wait, Miracle on 31st Street?
34th Street, yeah.
You thought that was in the 90s, you just said?
I think they had a remake of it that was in the 90s. Yeah,
Did they?
I think they did.
Okay.
But that was in the, I'm not going back and watching the 1947
It's good,
version.
bro. You know, like watching the old school movies.
I
It's so
do.
nostalgic.
Your problem, man.
I enjoyed It's a Wonderful Life.
You see, like what was cool technology to them at the time.
Yeah,
I like watching that stuff like that.
They thought they were going the right direction.
I'll
with
give
that.
Home Ec another shot.
Wonderful Life was 1946.
Yeah. And then the remake came out. We had the remake of Miracle on 34th Street in 94. And that one I've seen, but I didn't go back and watch the 1947.
Christmas Story, 1990. Lucius is right. All the good ones are
All
old
the
movies.
good ones are old. The new ones are kind of weird. It's like a murderous Santa or something like that.
We got weird stuff happening.
Weird stuff now, man.
I think like Elf might have been the last good Christmas movie that was good.
2003.
Yeah, Elf was good.
How about this Bad Santa? Was that any good?
Oh,
Bad Santa's
yes!
great. Okay, Bad Santa might have been newer than Elf.
Yes.
Bad Santa might be the last good one.
Bad
we had.
Santa's 2003 too.
Okay,
it looks like
same
my
year.
man. It looks like Billy Bob Thornton's boozing it up in this
Yeah,
thing.
man.
he
Is he a drunk Santa?
Yeah, he's a drunk Santa.
He's getting down in that hot tub too.
Hell yeah.
Santa.
You'd love it.
He's Santa. He's Santa.
Scrooged.
Scrooge is one of my favorites.
And I
man.
put that on the list. I'm going to try to watch it over the
Watch
weekend.
that.
Oh, the Muppet Christmas Carol.
That's really good.
It is actually really good. I loved that movie as a kid.
Anything with the Muppets, I think, is pretty cool.
Jingle All the Way. Shout out to Zach Martin for bringing this up. Jingle All the Way is underrated. That is a good movie with Arnold
Oh
Schwarzenegger.
man, I didn't even know this was a movie.
What?
The Year Without Santa Claus, 1974.
Haven't seen it. Haven't seen it. Christmas with the Cranks, just
I
being
was
texted
11.
in.
Yeah.
Didn't love it, but hey, if that's your favorite, for Christmas Vacation, Elf, Bad Santa, Home Alone, Jingle All the Way, Die Hard, Batman Returns, in that order.
Batman Returns is.
That is a Christmas movie.
Yeah, Trading Places is the best one out of this whole thing.
Yes.
We got
which one of those Fridays was a Christmas movie?
Friday After Next.
Is that the one with Cat Williams?
I always get them confused. I think it's Friday After Next.
Where were your antennas?
Yeah, and Friday After. I mean, I love all the Friday movies, so I'm totally down to put Friday After Next in there. Okay, people are telling me Scrooge is amazing. I need to watch it.
That's 1988.
It's
Yeah,
really good, bro.
Yep. Bill Murray.
Yeah, he's like a TV executive or something like that. It's crazy. It's really good.
Okay, somebody texted in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
I thought that was a Thanksgiving joint.
Yes, I've seen that is one of the most popular Thanksgiving movies, not Christmas movies. But maybe people just dig it for the holidays.
Yeah.
Reindeer Games, is that a Big Brother reference from the 214-972 8 Crazy Nights with Adam Sandler? There we go. That's my guy. Die Hard is a Christmas movie, and I'll die on that hill, says our buddy Tanner.
Yes, man.
He's also fighting for Gremlins as well.
Yeah, now Gremlins is amazing.
Definitely
That's
is.
Pure Christmas movie.
So here's the top 10 loved by America.
And the whole city, he tore the whole city up not paying attention. All you had to do is follow just 3 instructions.
Yep.
Now the whole city's tore up because of you.
Oh, it's your damn fault. Number 10 is Nightmare Before Christmas, which I know Christmas is in the title, but that's a Halloween movie.
Yeah. Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
He wants to steal. He loves Christmas, so he steals Christmas, brings it back to Halloween.
What's this? There's white things in the air.
What's this?
Yeah.
Number 9 is Dr. Seuss's How the Grinch Stole Christmas. The Jim Carrey one.
That's some scary stuff, by the way. That Dr. Seuss will kind of play with your mind a little bit.
Oh, it will. Yeah, it absolutely will. Number 8 is Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, with the bird lady. That's good. I don't know that I put it in my top 10, but it's good. Number 7 is The Polar Express.
That's a movie?
Yep, animated. Tom Hanks stars in it.
Oh, okay.
Number 6 is Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
From 1964.
Claymation version.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Number 5 is National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. Thought it'd be higher. A little disappointed. What are we doing, America? Somebody texted in Rambo First Blood. Is that a Christmas movie? Sleepless in Seattle getting some love. Lethal Weapon. Also a Christmas
time.
Number 4 is It's a Wonderful Life.
That's good stuff.
Hello, savings and loan.
Very good. That's a good impression.
Oh, thanks.
What was the other movie? Mr. Smith Comes to Washington or something that guy
Jimmy
started?
Stewart.
Yes,
Yeah,
Jimmy
he's
Stewart.
fantastic.
Jimmy
Like
Stewart.
Jimmy Stewart, you know?
He's great.
Talk like that.
He did. He sure did.
Number 3, maybe the most
All those
overrated Christmas movie, A Christmas Story.
Yeah, I'm with you. 100% overrated.
It's very overrated.
What's overrated about it, gentlemen?
It gets 24 hours of being played straight on TNT and TBS. Or maybe it's just TBS now, but because TNT gets some basketball. But A Christmas Story is very overrated. Like, it's a good one-time watch. I don't care to ever see it again.
Wow. Pretty hard on that, huh?
Am I? I mean, solid movie, but we don't need a 24-hour loop
like
of
on
it.
the Entertainment Network, they're saying that's number 2 all time.
Clearly, people love it, or they wouldn't air it
That's
that long.
algorithms.
But come on.
That's bots.
bots.
Yeah, clicking for him.
Bleep the bots. Number 2 is Elf. Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell's great in a lot of things.
He is. And Elf might be one of his best. Number 1, though. Most popular Christmas movie in America.
Goodfellas.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
Charlie Brown Christmas.
Hey. Charlie Brown Christmas was an honorable mention.
Hey.
And
Charlie Brown Christmas is bad.
I'm down on any Charlie Brown.
Yeah.
But Home Alone.
What?
Home Alone does come in at number 1. You don't like Home Alone? Well, you haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it.
About that. Gosh dang it.
I react to these
How
movies.
the hell is that number 1? Well, you haven't seen it, Brian.
Hey, how about this? They say this movie Love Actually.
Okay, Love Actually, pretty good movie. And
Hugh Grant. I like Hugh Grant.
yes, that is honorable mention on here, as is The Muppet Christmas Carol.
Oh, you said that already?
I didn't say it. No, I missed it. But Love
Are
Actually.
you making that up?
No, Love Actually deserves love.
Okay.
Because it's a good movie. Gets you in
Lucy,
the
she
feel.
never seen Love Actually?
No.
Okay. 4 Weddings and a Funeral guy.
Rocky's getting
Notting
a
Hill.
lot-
That was Notting Hill was a good one.
Shout out to the 972 Jack Frost. I did like Jack Frost. Groundhog Day? Groundhog Day isn't a Christmas movie, is it?
No.
It's Groundhog
It's
Day.
Groundhog Day.
What are we doing? Jumanji?
You got drawn off sides. Hut, hut, hut.
Come on. Cocaine Bear, not a Christmas movie.
It happened during Christmas, bro.
Yeah, we're opening a can of worms here, man. Does Harry Potter count as Christmas movies? They do celebrate Christmas. They usually did come out in December, right around the holiday season. So you could rock Harry Potter if you wanted. And Klaus on Netflix is getting some love.
The Nightmare Before Christmas. huh?
Oh man, there was something on Netflix I wanted to see. It's a Christmas movie, but I hear it's kind of like scary.
Nah,
Okay.
I'm out.
You're out on the scary Christmas. Krampus?
Well, ever since Friday the 13th, that first one, I said I'm never paying money again to be scared.
Yeah,
I'm not. If you ask me to go to a horror movie, no.
I'm
I'm out on that.
I am so out.
All right, bet payoff.
I Believe in Santa on Netflix. I got that in the queue, and I can't wait to see it.
I'll tell you what. Seriously, no. I would do anything but go to a horror movie.
All right, that sounds like a good bet payoff
I'm
idea to
not
me.
doing that.
All right, let's go around the bases. The super team that is brewing in LA and some rule changes for the upcoming season. We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Bobby's Miami Film Room, plus Mike McCarthy.
Classic Chevrolet is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They're racing hard with year-end savings on over 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, LA. About to go around the bases here on the home of your World Series champion Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan and the G-Bag Nation. Coming up at the top of the hour, Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, as we're also your home for Dallas Cowboys football. We'll catch up with him, get the latest on America's team. But the signing has officially happened as we discussed the possibility of this yesterday. The Phillies had made an offer. The Mets and the Yankees were trying to pursue Yamamoto, the Japanese star. But it is indeed the LA Dodgers who reached an agreement on a 12-year, $325 million deal last night, ending that frenzy of free agency for Yamamoto, the largest deal for a pitcher in years and value in Major League Baseball history. They will pay an additional $50.6 million posting fee to Yamamoto's previous team, the Oryx Buffaloes. And that pushed the Dodgers free agent spending this winter to more than $1 billion. When you add that with Shohei Otani, absolutely crazy. Jeff Passan of ESPN shared the details on this historic signing.
What are the Dodgers getting in this pitcher?
The Dodgers, Scott, are getting an anomaly. Yoshinobu Yamamoto is 5'10" and 176 pounds and throws right-handed. And generally, when you have those physical characteristics, you're talking about a guy who sort of nibbles on the edges. No, Yamamoto is a power pitcher in the making of Pedro Martinez and Tim Lincecum and other small guys who know how to impart power on the baseball. And, he doesn't lift weights. He throws around mini soccer balls and mini javelins and does stretching and yoga and breathing, but he has somehow figured out how to perfect his body to throw a baseball at exceptional speeds up to 99 miles per hour with a split-fingered fastball that is otherworldly and a curveball that drops 5.5 feet. So what the Dodgers have gotten, quite simply, is probably one of the 10 best pitchers in the world, and it cost them $325 million to do it. But that is $325 in an offseason where they've already spent $700 million on Shohei Otani and another $136 million on Tyler Glasnow. This is the Dodgers, Scott, assembling the Avengers and putting together the super team they hope to end all super teams in Los Angeles.
I'll say this, though, Brian, and because you put together many teams in the National Football League. When's the last time a super team worked? They usually don't end well.
Oh, in football, we thought about back in the day that was the Philadelphia Eagles tried to get all those guys together. I think, to be honest with you, I think what the Dodgers are doing is I would trust the Dodgers. I would absolutely. We've seen the Yankees for years put together. The Yankees, they've had success in their history. This one, to me, I think the only thing that stops the Dodgers will be injury. That's the only thing that stops them right now. It's a 100-win baseball team, and they continue to add pitching and what's fascinating to me, and I'm reached out to a couple of my scouting buddies in Major League Baseball because I was curious. I didn't know this guy was 5'10" and 170 something pounds, and I'm curious because usually you think with pitchers, you think about length and, you think about the ability,
right?
And you think about,
6'4",
and you think about the ability to, to drive off the mound and, drive off the rubber. And, they always talk about all those metrics about, where, where the plant foot, hits and how close you are to home plate. And it seems just really unique to me that a guy could be. And I'm not going to sit here and act like I know every small pitcher that's ever
I was
pitched
thinking
or short pitcher.
Daisuke, like with the Red Sox. Daisuke was the last Japanese pitcher, maybe around that size. But Daisuke was even 6 foot, and his first 2 years in the bigs were pretty good. Was a Cy Young contender in 2008 when they went 18-3, and then the rest of it was a little bit hit and miss there for Daisuke. I think injuries played a factor there. But you're right. I mean, that's a good point because you certainly had a ton of success with the Rangers.
The Dodgers to me, Dodgers have had power pitchers, but I don't ever remember them having,
Well, Tim Lincecum, maybe.
But that was Frisco, right? I mean, that was San Francisco Giants.
Yes.
But like
well, I'm just thinking like successful short pitchers.
Yeah.
Because, I think that's actually an interesting point that I didn't consider. But I do think we've seen a lot of these players come from Japan, and they've actually been really, really successful. I don't doubt the Yamamoto will have success personally. I think he's going to be pretty darn good.
From my era, there was a guy named Doug Drabeck. He used to pitch for the Pirates. And I always kind of thought that Doug Drabeck was a small guy, but he's 6'1". I mean, that might be a lie. 6'1", 185. But, Parsons said that this guy's 5'10".
Yeah.
170 something. That to me, I'm sorry. I get not that I always get caught up in numbers, but I just feel like that to me, when you look at these pitchers and what we've seen nowadays, and I said it before, the metrics are always about the ability, how far, what's your stride length, how close are you to the batter, how close are you to home plate when you deliver, does that make it, and this one seems like to me that, man, it's just crazy. Okay, here's what. All right, here we go. Here's my scouting buddy. Okay. This is what he said. I love when I can get these.
Say, go bleep yourself, Brian. The kid's amazing.
I'm going to do this right off the jump. I'm just going to do this.
He's got a golden right arm.
Yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this right off the jump. Okay. Here we go. Great athlete. Insanely flexible.
Okay.
Mid-90s fastball with above average carry. Okay, that's what we're talking about, right? That carry. That will come down a bit with a major league ball, but should be above average. Okay, so I guess in Japan, we have a different size of a ball.
There is a different, and somebody texted that in. Yes, it is different. Isn't the ball bigger in America versus Japan? It is from the 682.
Well, here we go. All right. Double plus splitter. Okay. That will play very well. Curveball has spin and depth, but won't use as much against major league hitters.
Okay.
Likely third, fourth pitch for him. So the what do we say?
Splitter's his best pitch.
Yeah, the splitter. Likely third and fourth pitch for him. Cutter and what's SL? Slider will end up being developed more by the Dodgers. He's a second starter that is undersized and will require some adjustments to Major League Baseball. Overpaid for him, but he's only 25 and great athlete. So I get it, my buddy said. Intense makeup, not a traditional Japanese demeanor on the mound.
Okay.
So maybe he's got some. So that was a scouting buddy of mine, man. That was he was. I can always count on this guy to fill me in on these players.
I mean, it's pretty amazing what the Dodgers have right now. Yamamoto, Glasnow, Walker Buehler. I mean, that top three, and then Bobby Miller and Emmett Sheehan. They certainly are building a rotation that is comparable with the best in Major League Baseball. A couple of good texts that came in, and really it is in the NBA. Like the 214, as I was asking that question, I thought the Miami Heat, like the last super team, the Heatles, and of course the Mavs beat them.
Right.
Then they went on to win 2 championships. The Warriors that were organically built, and then they just added Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
So I suppose, maybe they added a superstar super, and you could look at them as a super team, but they still drafted Steph and Draymond Green and Klay Thompson. So that wasn't like we're going out and signing a bunch of guys, but that's, and then the Boston Celtics. But the Brooklyn Nets failed. That didn't end up working out recently. But it'll be interesting to see, does this work, and is this end up worth it for the Dodgers going out and spending all of this money?
It's got to work out. You got
a gauntlet that you got to go through in the National League.
Yeah, Glasnow, we saw him. I mean, we saw him with
Tampa. Health. I mean, that's a good point with him.
The health is
Shohei Otani clearly. Already had to have elbow surgery. So you're right. I mean, maybe
Dawson would be losing his damn mind right now signing
the
hurt
Rangers
players.
Did it? Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk with Nick Harris.
Yeah. Real quick. My guy said I saw this guy several times. He's fun. I don't know if he's a $300 million player, but that's what the market said he was worth.
Right. And you had to overpay if you wanted to go get him. And that's what the Dodgers did. And hopefully he works out there. And certainly playing with Otani was a big reason for Yamamoto, as it was for Glasnow as well, to go join the Dodgers. So congratulations. They're winning the offseason. We'll see if it results in success on the diamond. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com to get you set for Cowboys-Dolphins. Joins us next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the TruckWreck.com fan text line, 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Dolphins and Cowboys are basically the same team. They're both good teams at 10-4, but have beat up on mainly inferior opponents. Both Dak Prescott and Tua Tagovailoa are good, but receive plenty of criticism. I expect a great high-scoring game between Dallas and Miami, and this battle's on the QBs, as it will come down to which signal caller doesn't make a fourth-quarter mistake. And I'm feeling that Tua will edge out Dak on Sunday. I'm Zach Gelb.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. So minivans, sedans, JDMs, roll out. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. And with eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Fill your game day cooler with the refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Smooth, real brewed tea with a 5% kick of alcohol. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Gavin Dawson here from my friends at Men's Tea Clinic, the Men's Total Wellness Authority. We've been talking about Men's Tea Clinic for a long time here on 105 through the fan. We love them. And it's not just about testosterone replacement therapy. That is the message going in.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
About to visit with Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, as we roll into hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk hanging out with Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Carter Freeman. running your video. And, of course, you are Turn It On, Leave It On listeners. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. Hopefully everybody's staying safe out there.
Yeah.
Still got texts rolling in. 214. I've listened to 25,264 minutes of y'all this year on the Odyssey app. Love you guys. Hope you have a great holiday season. We do have What You Drinking and What You Thinking coming up at 5:20.
You thinking
Expressway. And then we'll roll into LA Live at 5:40, and then we'll get another edition of Carter Goes Harder.
Kind of feel like when we get to LA Live that the weekend's here.
That's when we feel like, okay.
I feel like,
I feel that way with What You Drinking, What You Thinking.
Do you?
Or maybe when we talk to this guy, the great Nick Harris.
Yeah.
Good dude.
He's a good dude.
Does an excellent job. It's been amazing watching the booming career of one Nick Harris from when we were doing Friday Night Stars, the Star in Frisco, and now he has made that place his home. Nick, how the hell you doing? What's the latest from the Star, man? What can you share with us?
Yeah, what's going on, guys? No Gavin today, so I'm here to officially throw things completely off the rails.
Yes.
Are we ready?
Let's do it.
Injury report as far as coming out of the Star today. So Tyron Smith battling a back injury that he suffered in the game against Buffalo. They've been working on treatment with him throughout the week, but they officially listed him as questionable going into the game on Sunday. And then Zach Martin, he got kneed in that quad back in that Buffalo game as well. He is questionable, but there's a little bit more optimism there. He was able to return to the practice field today for the team's walkthrough, and the expectation is that he'll do a little bit more tomorrow before the team flies out to Miami. So if you ask me, I'm guessing that Zach Martin plays, but Chuma Edoga is the one that starts at left tackle in place for Tyron Smith. So he'll have his hands full with Bradley Chubb off that left edge.
Nick, but, we were talking to Stephen Jones about this, and I kind of look at this as a positive. If there's a positive of not having your all-pro and Hall of Fame left tackle playing, is the fact that with Tyron Smith sitting out all these practices, that Edoga and Awesome Richardson, those guys get all the reps. And he was super and maybe he was being positive but I do believe there's something to that he gets to work with, he gets to work with Tyler Smith, and he gets to do, you do have to practice, so I kind of think if you're going to have a guy not play, have a guy that have the sub that gets all the work all week,
Yeah, I'm 100% with you, and I'm 100% with Steven. Ever since they've implemented that practice program with Tyron Smith, and then as the season has gone on, they've started to implement it a little bit with Zach Martin. It's allowed Chuma Edoga to stack reps during the week, during practice, work alongside Tyler Smith, as you mentioned. And then, you think back to week 3 when those two guys were 2 of 3 guys that had to step in and start on a short notice against the Arizona Cardinals. They're much more fit to do that here in week 16 than they were back in week 3 because of those practice reps that they've been able to get throughout the week and the plans that they've integrated. Those guys are really comfortable playing up front. And you could see it with TJ Bass whenever he got into the game on Sunday. Sure, a lot of things didn't go right offensively, but I wouldn't point to TJ Bass as one of the bigger negatives from that game.
Yeah, Nick, I think my only fear is that maybe the game plan is tweaked a little bit. Mike McCarthy isn't as confident in maybe certain plays with having a backup lineman, especially if you have 2 backup linemen. Because I think you're right. Edoga and Bass, I think, have done enough. But we saw in that Arizona game, he even talked about it afterwards. And then last week, when it came to play action and motion, it was the lowest rate in which the offense has used that since the San Francisco game. Is that cause for any concern?
Yeah, you have seen that as the season has gone on. And the Arizona game is what I think of specifically is whenever those offensive line pieces were having to be rotated in and it was kind of Swiss cheese up front, the offense relegated to more of a quick game action. They wanted to get the ball in the hands of guys on quick routes, whether it be on bubble screens, quick slants. It was almost working under the 2.3. And we saw a little bit of that in the Buffalo game whenever Zach Martin went out and they were trying to just open up some running lanes for some guys out in space, and it just never worked. They were never able to find any momentum, and they did on that final drive where CD was able to get it in for a touchdown, but by that point it didn't even matter. I'm curious to see what they take to the field if Tyron and or Zach cannot go on Sunday against Miami, because you have a defense that they're going up against that they should be able to take advantage of within that 2.3, even outside of it. So if Dak Prescott can be able to use his mobility and get outside the pocket, even without all 5 of his guys up front, I still think he can find success in this offense.
Nick, I know watching the Dolphin film on offense, their players' socks move faster than everybody else's socks as I'm watching this, okay? And, how does Dallas combat? Dallas has got speed themselves, but, man, this speed is kind of like It's crazy what the Dolphins have on their offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, Tyreek Hill's socks are going so fast that he just decided not to wear them for the last half of the season.
Yeah.
He keeps getting fined by the NFL. He doesn't even care. But yeah, you pointed Tyreek Hill. You pointed Devon Achane, a Fort Bend Marshall product out of South Houston. You pointed Jalen Waddle, Braxton Berrios, Raheem Mostert. I mean, the list goes on and on. I was looking at it earlier in the week, and Kevontae Turpin is the only player on the Cowboys who would be in their top 5 fastest players on the Miami Dolphins roster. And you have to think Brandon Cooks is a part of that equation. And C.J. Goodwin, who also has some sneaky speed, he's a part of that equation. So, yeah, it's one of the fastest teams that we'll ever see in the NFL, only because of everything that they put around Mike McDaniel and how he uses those weapons. It's a really special offense. It's going to be tough for this Cowboys defense for sure.
Well, okay. My argument is, or my point is, best defense for the Cowboys is Cowboys offense. You know, I mean, can you find a way with a better looking Tony Pollard running the football? I mean, can we take a page out of Buffalo's book and try and have some of these, 8-minute drives and things like that? Is that possible with this? We've seen the Cowboys go on some long drives. I think they lead the league in 10-plus play drives, right?
Yeah, it's possible, certainly. And I think if the Cowboys win the time of possession battle on Sunday afternoon, then they win this game. But it's going to be tough to do. You have to have an established running game to do that. You have to be able to get into a rhythm early and often on the offensive side of the ball. I feel like this is going to be an offensive shootout regardless. I do think the offense bounces back, but I just struggle finding where the defense can bounce back unless the offense really helps them with complementary football. Mike McCarthy and Dan Quinn talk about it so much that their bread and butter is being able to play complementary of each other and being able to help the offense, help the defense, and vice versa. They're going to need that on Sunday in Miami from the offense for sure. I think that is their best defense.
Tony Pollard, Brian and I both were saying, man, we thought he was looking his best against Buffalo. And if that game was closer, I think Pollard could have eclipsed 100 yards. I'm anticipating Tony Pollard in this running game having a big one on Sunday against Miami. Is that foolish on my part, or what do you think about that?
I feel like I've been expecting it for the last 3 or 4 weeks or so, just because there have been some lanes that have started to open up for him up front. And even if he's not able to have all 5 of his guys up front, he's been able to find those squeezing lanes between the tackles that he was able to do so well in 2022. I think back to that Minnesota game where he would just find a small crease in the A or B gaps and just fly through for a 10, 15-yard gain. And those stacked towards a 40-3 victory last season. I'm expecting a performance like that from Tony Pollard before the end of the regular season, just because it feels like that juice is really starting to return for him. We spoke to him earlier this week in the locker room, and he was asked, how do you feel like your leg is compared to week 1 as it is to now? And he was like, man, it's completely different. In week 1, I thought I was back to full speed, but you don't really know until you get out there and you feel things that you didn't feel beforehand. And he's like, now going into this week 16 matchup and going further into the year, he said, I feel really good about where I'm at. You could see that confidence in him. You could see it in his words. You could see it in his play. I think it's eventually going to be manifested on the field, and I would love to see it on Sunday for sure.
All right, Nick, we're getting reports out of Miami, whether it's Vic Fangio or Jalen Ramsey. They're saying, hey, don't count on me being a big part of traveling. Are they BSing us right now?
No, I think that's pretty legit. Whenever you look at whatever CeeDee Lamb does best, right, it's working out of the slot. And he's got the most slot yards in the NFL, and the Miami Dolphins give up the most slot yards in the NFL. You look at Jalen Ramsey and where he's lined up this year, 5 of his 368 snaps have been in the slot. So don't expect to see him travel with CeeDee Lamb. But whenever he is on the boundary, I do expect him to travel with him. I think he'll see Ramsey out on the boundary. But on the inside, expect Caden Kahu, a Texas A&M Commerce product. I think he'll be lined up with CD quite a bit, and those are 2 battles that CD will have to face.
That kid's name's Kahu? Is that how you say it?
Yes, it is.
All right,
yes,
cool. Well, thank you. You saved me for the pregame show.
Is Ramsey and CD the matchup that you're most excited to watch?
Oh, yeah. That was one of my key matchups that I have listed down this week for sure. Even when they do line up on the boundary, I don't think it's going to be a lot. I think they will scheme up CD to get open across the middle, and I think they're going to have him coming out of the slot quite a bit. But he will see Ramsey, and when he does, you can bet your butt that I'll have my binoculars locked in on that matchup. But a couple of other ones I'm looking at: Bradley Chubb versus Chuma Edoga. Obviously, we talked about that. That's obviously going to be a big one. And then Lester Cotton versus Mozzie Smith. That's a reserve versus a reserve. I think this is a really good opportunity for Mozzie Smith to be able to bounce back and play well against an offensive lineman that I think he can have some success against.
Nick, which reserve offensive line plays the best in this one then?
I'm going to have to take the Cowboys only because it feels like they've been on the field more this year, right?
Yeah.
It feels like Chuma Edoga is almost the sixth man on this offensive line unit, and he's done a pretty good job filling in. And, if Zach Martin can't go, I'm building trust in TJ Bass until he gives me a reason not to. He's been awesome ever since he stepped into training camp in Oxnard.
Has the road woes thing, like, hey, they play great at home, they struggle on the road, they haven't been good. Is that now becoming psychological for them? I mean, are they thinking about that as that's been questioned all week leading up to this game?
I can't dive into their minds to that per se, but I will say it is a psychological thing at this point because you look at, where they've had success and where they haven't had success, and there's a clear difference there. We were talking to Dak Prescott yesterday in the locker room and kind of asked him, are there any conversations or anything that you guys had this week about taking a different approach on the road or anything of the sort? And he was like, look, man, we've had these conversations, but anything we come up with is just going to be an excuse. All we have to do is go out there and win. That is the only way to cure this issue. It's not like this team hasn't won on the road in years past. It's just been it's been kind of different this year. They're going to have to figure out how to put that together. This is a really, really good opportunity to go into a crowd where it's a really good opponent with Miami, an AFC contender, take a win, and then go into the playoffs with that kind of confidence. That would be huge for this team. There's a lot on the line here, I think, for the mentality of this team on the road.
Did you actually pick the Cowboys to lose this one?
I did, Zach. I picked them 38-35 to lose in a barn burner. I think it's one of those games where the last team that has the ball wins it. Both of these offenses, I feel like they will have a big showing on Sunday afternoon, and it's going to be a beautiful day. High of 75, low of 67 in Miami. I think both of these offenses cook, but I just struggle to find where this Cowboys defense can stop them on a consistent basis with all of those speed weapons that Miami has.
Yeah, I hope I'm right with you there, Nick. So I'll ride that bandwagon. I mean, I don't call it a bandwagon. I would be more than happy to admit I'm wrong. I picked Dallas to beat Buffalo last week, and I'm kind of kicking myself in the rear about that one.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I came out with a dub there, I guess you could say, but I don't really know. I would almost say, unfortunately, I came out with a dub there, but I think there's a really good opportunity here for this Cowboys team. I'm not writing them off in this game. I want to start by saying that just because, I do believe that there were conversations this week around the team about just being able to translate what they've done so well at home onto the road. And I think there's going to be a little bit of a different approach, even if it's not manifested or something that you can look at and it be tangible. I think you can go into a game with a different type of approach and feel a little bit different energy and juice going into a game like this.
So, the run game, you mentioned not being able to slow down Miami's offense. Clearly, Buffalo just ran all over the Cowboys. It's a little bit of a different offense where they're not going to bully you, but they're certainly going to attack you on the edge in a similar fashion. The Cowboys know this. It's not the first time they've gone up against a scheme like this. Is there anything they can do to mitigate that rushing success?
Yeah, it's going to be not letting them break contain, especially against this speed unit that'll be coming out of the backfield for Miami. And what I mean by that, I'm looking at Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence. They got to be able to seal off those edges and not let those running backs outside the tackles. I think once they do that, that's when things get really dangerous for the Miami Dolphins. You go back to their 70-point game that they put on Denver earlier this year, and they were getting out in space so quickly and so often. They were getting outside the tackles, and they were running at ease. It's going to be huge for those two guys to be able to be the best run defenders for this team on Sunday afternoon.
Nick, I'm going to only let you be good at one thing. You can either be good playing run, or you can only be playing good defense or good offense. Which one you take in this game?
Oh, goodness. Man, I would take good defense because I think if you can limit that speed attack that Miami has, then I feel like this offense can do just enough to win this game for sure.
Nick, anything else before we let you out of here?
Oh, not too much. Just getting ready for this one. It's going to be a fun one in Miami, guys. I'm looking forward to it.
Enjoy the travel to South Beach. Hopefully it's better than what Buffalo was a week ago, and come back with a victory, my friend.
Thanks, guys. Y'all have a great one.
There he goes. Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com, joins us usually every Friday at about this time.
He's a Friday staple, yeah.
He's been absolutely fantastic. I encourage you to read and follow Nick's work, DallasCowboys.com. You can also check him out on the Twitter as well. All right, what you drinking and what you thinking? Coming up, 877-881-1053. Line up those calls now. That's next on The Fan.